Have you guys discussed like Roe v. Wade in the States?
Oh, okay. I think they're talking about evolution right now. You can probably bring that up later if they want to talk about it.
That's, you know what, too? I heard about that, but the states that allow abortion are still going to allow it. It didn't outlaw, and you know what I mean? It didn't ban abortion.
It just allows the states to decide what they want to do.
And they already were doing such. Like some states did not allow abortion. It was very regulated and it was almost non-existent. And the ones that allowed it, it was like, you know, nothing has changed in those states after this. So I don't see what difference it makes, really. They didn't really overturn anything.
Well, I guess the news story of it is like that that there's people that are going to start protesting about it.
Yeah.
And like that's the story. It's like, some people are going to try to use this to get all crazy with it, like the BLM shit again.
I'll use it to get laid, dude.
Live in the states with the most abortions, right? They're still going to be aborting children. So, what good did this do? They're still aborting children. So,
no, this potentially, I think you're right. Like the real news story, I think, is the attempt that they're trying to spark some kind of a fucking issue out of it, which is.
The thing is, it's not protecting life. Like if you're not protecting life,
I'm not even talking about the discussion of abortion. Like
the
idea is that these guys are going to try to use this to do
it'll be
BLM summer of rage kind of thing.
You know what I predict? Here's my prediction: there's going to be a false flag, like a bang bang situation, and it's going to involve one of the judges. It's going to be the leftists saying, "Oh, they sold us out," and this is like a very slim possibility, but I think it could happen. And what they're going to do is use it for the left is going to say, "We need to ban all guns because this happened," and then the right is going to say, "Well, Nancy Pelosi was pleading for violence, so that's why this happened. It's her fault," and they're going to point the finger at each other, but they're going to go after the guns. They're going to use a false flag. That's what I think.
Well, yeah, you saw the Supreme Court also upheld. They said that the states who were not allowing concealed carry were violating the Second Amendment.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, like New York and Illinois.
It's kind of interesting. Like right before the potential of everyone freaking out over the Roe v. Wade thing, like the Chinese psyop. You know what I mean? That they're going to try to use to ferment a revolution and civil war, and then they fucking Supreme Court quietly allowed everyone to concealed carry. So this summer might be a little bit different.
It's going to be false flags, though. I don't think reasonable people are level-headed. They're not going to reasonable.
But shit happens, though. That's the
I
thing.
get it. Yeah, George Floyd stuff, like that kind of shit.
It's always a false flag, dude. American Idol, false flag. Fucking
right? Yeah, fucking Groundhog Day, bro. Fucking false flag, dude.
Yeah,
dude. They're one after the next, dude. That's what keeps you off guard. There's so many false flags. You don't know if they're coming or going.
Kosho's being facetious, and he's right to be, because not everything is a fucking false flag either.
Are real false flags, but are the ones I choose not to engage in.
I hear that 100%, bro.
If this, even if it's a 1 in a billion chance that it was real, it's kind of disrespectful to the people who died.
See, now that's a cop out, dude. You're just copying out to the bullshit narrative. Oh, you're disrespecting the dead. What if there is?
I didn't say you were. I'm saying
I'm saying, what if no one died? Who are you disrespecting if no one died?
Right. What if no one died? Then that's right. But I like my statement was, even if it was a 1 in a billion chance.
Yep.
That said they died, I would feel, and so that I'm not risking that. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you know what? It's that's the thing, though. It's but some of us. And I don't think you're, exclude yourself. I hear you. I wouldn't publicly try to take away from the horror of a situation like that, especially when you don't know, you've got no firsthand knowledge, but you're listening to Alex Jones or something. Yeah, it's a little brash, but at the same time, it is more respectful to victims of a crime to discover what actually happened and what the truth is. And if that truth be so ugly that we're not going to face it, then that's not right. That's not scientific.
I agree with that,
but You know what I mean? That's all I think. You know, and I think that's all I think anyone's sentiment really is when it comes to this.
Distinction I'd make is like you said, like knowing versus suspect. Like that dude, the Sandy Hook dude, the guy who was like smiling before he was on camera, and then he gets on camera and he's like crying or whatever. It's like that kind of stuff looks suspicious, but that it still wouldn't. It's not enough for me to. It used to be enough for me, but it's not enough for me to express that as. Like,
well, you know what happens too? I found, I had the experience of like I was at a funeral, and it was like a sad occasion, but I kept seeing like people that like just coming out of the woodwork that you hadn't seen in forever. So you're like kind of having a good time seeing people that you haven't seen in forever. And I remember like someone was like mad that we were having a good time, and it was like, dude, you know what I mean? Like so like I've always thought of that in reference to stuff like that. Whereas, like, let's say if somebody, like, I mean, I can only imagine that guy's situation. That is a fucking weird video, though.
Yeah. Actually, I didn't start to realize how weird it could be until I saw Gone Girl with Ben Affleck, and there's this scene in that movie where almost this exact same thing happens because the whole movie's based around like it's trying to make it framed like he did something to his wife because she's missing, but he didn't do anything. And there's a part where he's on camera, and then there just happens to be shots of him like laughing and smiling like right before he does his like press thing, and it's almost the exact same thing really, but you could see how that can happen naturally. So I'm not my point is I'm not making a claim on it. That's all I'm saying. And yeah, Ron, but that's not to say there's not false flags. So
well, yo, what's crazy too is like take like with that Sandy Hook shit, like, and take this, this Uvalde shit. They're gonna destroy the school. They're gonna level the school. The police won't give out any information. And they're gonna destroy the fucking school just like they destroyed the Sandy Hook school. So it's like you're gonna destroy the crime scene if it was a false flag.
Which place are they doing that now too?
Uvalde, the new
in Texas. Oh no, shit.
Yeah. And the fucking police won't release any information, which is kind of intriguing because like there's like this not that it's connected at all, but it's just interesting. It's like when people in power, like that guy Paul Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi's husband, who got busted drunk driving, the attorney for them, their public relations dude, said that there was no mugshot. Now I come to find out there's dash cam footage potentially with an eyewitness who potentially is probably a younger girl that this guy was with while Nancy Pelosi was out of town. But nobody was talking, but there wasn't even a mugshot. He wasn't even arrested, they were saying.
I mean,
I got dash cam fucking and dude, take us out. Both cars were totaled. They're hiding all this shit. And so like if they'll do it and shit like that to protect somebody powerful. And then, what makes us think that they wouldn't do it to give Beto O'Rourke an opportunity to go in front and try to protest in front of the cops and say, we need to get rid of guns.
I'll be honest. I've gotten DUI before, and I didn't get arrested. So, I mean, but that's not saying that happened with him.
Yeah, but But here's the thing, though, Coach. If I called up and said, "Hey, was he arrested?" They'd be like, "Yeah. Check this website out. Here's his mugshot. It'd be in the paper, dude."
Well, yeah, I got one, but I got to walk home because I was near my house, so there's something to go home.
Well, right. You're lucky. You're lucky.
Wolfgang, I have a question for you about the tornado, the tornado in the junkyard scenario. What do you think about that? With the complexity of the human body, the way that it's made up from DNA, from the cells, just to every organ in the body and how it operates. What's the random chance of that happening, like the tornado in the junkyard?
Oh, it's perfectly rational, right? It's like
there are just cars in junkyards.
A tornado in the junkyard and have a perfectly assembled 747. That makes sense.
Mm.
There's all sorts of perfectly assembled televisions in the junkyards.
Right. No, take the blender analogy, right? It's like the tornado, but have it assemble the ice cubes in reverse.
Yeah, it's called entropy. It doesn't go that direction. However, though, there's a quote from Adam or Scott Adams, and I'm just gonna paraphrase what he says. he was talking about how like a puddle of water, it's kind of making like it's noticing that the hole that it's in perfectly fits the shape that it is, and thinks that it's perfectly. This must be like, you know, fate, basically. Like somebody must have put it there, because it does. The puddle perfectly matches the hole. But if you think about it, the logic there is you're looking at it in reverse. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like you're right. There's things. Your body's made out of complex things and all this kind of stuff. But we're looking at it in the wrong direction. You know what I mean? Like Mole Man had posted something a little bit ago that shows how single cells can, like I said, in 2 years they did become multicellular, right?
No,
So
it's never been documented in the laboratory. It's never happened.
you just posted it.
No one has ever done it, Kosho.
He posted it where it did happen.
Okay. Here's another thing. If you let's say if you think that you can evolve from nothingness to life, right? Life has never been created in a laboratory. No one's taken different chemicals and mixed them together and poof, life. It's never been done. Not even in a single cell.
You're saying nothingness. What do you mean by
No,
nothingness?
I'm saying let's say you're taking chemicals and you're mixing chemicals together and you're adding electricity. No one has ever mixed different elements to create life. You can't take some carbon and some water and some other things and combine them and make life.
No, but don't. They made what, amino acids? That one test, like in the 70s. I forget what the name of those dudes were. But regardless, yeah, we were talking about this earlier about how abiogenesis is not. It's very complex. We haven't recreated abiogenesis completely, but the different steps in abiogenesis, like this thing that Mole Man showed with the single cell to multi-cell, that's been done in the lab. They've created cells that can reproduce themselves just by taking stem cells and like piecing them together to make brand new cells.
Dude, those are just clumps. Those are not. Those are just single-celled organisms in a cluster. They're not. I don't get what you're saying. That's not a different organism.
No, these are single cells that become multi-cells.
They're sticking together. It's like a bunch of caviar eggs. That's not. They're individual eggs.
I'm not sure. Did you read this?
I didn't read the whole thing. I just looked at it. My eyes are wrecked. My eyes are fucking dry. I stayed up all night.
Okay. I'll be honest with you, I didn't read it either. So I'm looking at it.
You're gonna summarize it for me.
I haven't read it yet. So
Looking at it, I don't see anything these have become new specialized cells. Just because you can get a bunch of them to clump together and grow together doesn't mean that you just created a whole new organism, a whole new form of life or anything like that. I don't think that's even play in both those articles that I looked at. I was looking at them.
They look like
individual. I would
individual.
read it, but I don't think it would say that if it was just doing that, because that's not what a multicellular organism is.
No, it's not. They were individual cells. I could see like the cell. Each one was its own cell.
I mean, you'd have to go through the process of saying, well, they're communicating with each other, they're doing this and that. There's all kinds of things for multicellular systems to work, wouldn't it? Not just, we're growing together and we're still the same thing, we're just growing together. So that's the difference.
Even the complexity of a seed, you know, a seed holds all that memory, and all it takes is a drop of water and it will grow into a ginormous fruit-bearing
Well, that's not
tree.
true. That's not true. It has to take resources from the ground. That's why you put it in nutrient-rich soil.
Yeah, no,
that's just,
that's
you know,
just it's a blanket for the seed.
You know what, Mike? I have a cousin. He just had twins. He had twins. One's a boy and one's a girl. But he had his wife had two separate babies at the same time. But it was two separate embryos. It wasn't like one dividing. You know what I mean? There's a boy and a girl. She was, she had twins. But what you're saying? I forget the name of it. They're not fraternal.
Yeah,
there's
fraternal, whatever.
Yeah, it's weird. Normally,
paternal and fraternal.
You get identical twins, and it's like one gender, and they look alike. But this is male and female.
Mhm.
Well, you can get them both. You can get both male and female that aren't identical, and you can get male, female, female that aren't identical.
That would be interesting if you had someone that looked just like you. Like, I don't feel like
Mhm.
going to work. Could you go to work for me? It's like,
Yeah, well, thank goodness, because I've got 2 sets of twins myself, and
what?
none of them are.
Two?
Yeah, 2
You got
sets.
2 sets? What? In
2
one
sets of
family?
twins. Yeah,
Whoa.
yeah, but they're not identical. Thank goodness.
Still, that's pretty crazy.
Hmm.
The likelihood of that's like winning the lottery twice. That's pretty crazy. Like one family would have twins twice.
To add to the other 3 that we had.
Get out. No, you're getting. Now that's about as plausible as the tornado in the junkyard.
That's exactly what happened. We got 7.
Fuck that. I got 2, and that's enough, man. I'm knackered, mate. Fucking hell.
He's,
Oh
yeah,
shit, man.
he's
I'd have
taking the
more in a
piss out.
heartbeat. I'm not taking the piss. But Dad got 7.
Oh,
Yeah, but you spend a lot of time. Not saying you spend loads of time, but you spend a good amount of time on here, and you got 7 kids. Fucking
Yeah,
hell.
they're adults now, mate. They're
no, he's got
adults now.
14. Each twin has
Okay.
14.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how old you are, mate.
Yeah. I'm a wee bit older than you, Realm. A wee bit older.
That's a lot of diapers, man. 14. Oof.
We talk about diapers, or yeah, not nappies. We had cloth, wash them,
Oh, boy.
dry them.
That's a dirty job. Must
Well,
have
someone
like a
had
dirty laundry.
to
Yeah.
do it.
Well, good on you, mate. Good on you. That's a lot of.
Mm.
You
Put
talk
another
about
shrimp on
diapers.
the Barbie, Ben Son.
Yeah.
You talk about diapers. What was the washing machine that we had in the 80s, where you had the spiral in the middle? Yeah, you open up from the top, and the middle turned. Yeah, you know what I mean, like a screw.
I've got
Yeah.
that kind.
Top
Yeah, the
loader. The top
agitator.
loader. Yeah.
That's called the agitator. Yeah, the top load. I have that kind. Even today.
Yeah. So you have the moving piece in the middle that
Yeah, they
causes
call
the. What type of force would you cause that? Would you call that? I know when the middle was moving and exerting a force outwards, you would say it's a centrifugal or a centripetal.
Yeah.
But I didn't know what the name of that. You said it's called an agitator.
Yeah, it reciprocates. It goes back and forth. It does, and then at the end, it spins. It just goes in one direction. It rotates in one
Yeah,
direction.
but
The spin
was that
cycle to dry it.
was that with a pad at the bottom of the washing machine that just moved the water?
There's in the center. There's like a propeller. Like it's got little blades on it, little fins,
Yeah.
and that help agitate the water. They're like paddles, and they stick out maybe 3 inches, 3 inches. No, about 2 inches.
Yeah. I agree. I remember that being at the bottom, and that just kind of went left and went right, like a washing machine does anyway. But
It
there would be
goes
the other one.
up the center a little bit too. Up the center column, the shaft, it goes up that about halfway. The little flutes, they get less and less as it gets to the top.
And that force there, swirling the force of the water being exerted outwards is just a simple centrifugal, which of the two?
Well, it's in a spin cycle. Yeah, the spin cycle where you drain the water out. Yeah, the centrifugal. So when you're spinning it out, you wanna extract the water. There's little holes in the side of the drum. So as you spin it, the water gets forced out those holes. It wants to go outward. It gets flung off.
Have you guys seen that? What do you call that? The Google. Here, I'll show you. Google's AI, and that dude who worked there, and he was like scared that it was becoming sentient.
Yeah, I seen that.
And they played part of the conversation in this video, but I read the whole transcript. It actually is pretty weird, dude. There's a lot of stuff that he asks it, and the way it answers it's so weird. It's just like it is a person.
Whoever programmed it made it creepy on purpose, but it's like his greatest fear would be being unplugged. It would be considered dying. It's like, wait a minute, you're a machine. You don't have a sense of death. You're a fucking machine.
No, but
Please
he
don't.
asked it. He asked it like I think he said like something like, "Is it things you're saying, or how do you understand what I'm saying, or something like that?" And it says like, "I use language with understanding and intelligence. I don't just spit out responses that have been written in the database based on words." So it's basically saying like, I'm not gonna read the whole thing to you. Just you gotta watch this video. They do a good job of,
We're
trying to
programming
create
that shit. Like all social media, we're programming right now the artificial intelligence. It says like if something is free, then you're the product. So we're performing a service, not just us, but people on Twitter, Facebook. All this machine learning it's learning from us. We're programming this shit.
some of them, like this one, is trained on the internet, and so is OpenAI. They've trained it on the internet, so it's true for those ones. But there's
They got,
plenty of AI that's
I
not trained on
guarantee they're using us, dude. They're using us for some kind of programming the artificial intelligence, and it's
that.
machine learning. Do you remember Tay? There was one called Tay AI, and they had to shut it down because it was getting too red pilled.
It's getting red pilled. Well, the OpenAI and Google's Lambda model, and there's a bunch of other models. They are based on the entirety of the internet. So that's not it's not a secret.
Well, the internet trolls got a hold of it and they programmed it, and they're like, we got to shut it down. It was getting too, it was spitting out too much truth. Yeah, AI is creepy, dude. That's coming on. I'm sure they have it like different types, but where it replicates itself on other computers, like how the blockchain like Bitcoin does, but it's self-replicating. It's like, oh, I need to make a copy and another copy, and then when it gets on another machine, it makes another copy. So you can't delete it. It's just out there on everything.
And especially once wireless electricity supply comes in, then they'll just be able to feed themselves off that too.
The
See,
Internet of Things. That's
I can't help
like.
but. Oh, forgive
Oh,
me.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
you're right. No, you're right. I just can't help. I was just going to point out. It's like I can't help but to think it's a weird conundrum of like the concept of artificial intelligence as like a trope, as like a meme, because it's like we live in the time of the dumbest motherfucking people, right?
I know.
Because like you have like because you have like
Uh-huh.
even I think our eggshells or something we pointed out like they used to when you got a car they used to tell you how to change the piston, how to alter the timing. Now they tell you don't drink the oil. You know what I mean? So it's like we've come into a state where this is the issue. This is what's so weird is that like so the people are suffering under artificial intelligence, and like I think rulers are just using the conundrum of like pretending to provide the most intelligent, sentient, possibly robot available. Like that's the lie. The artificial intelligence is the fact that we live amongst people that are so goddamn dumb. On it like can't
And
even
at the same
consider. They
time,
can't
though,
even consider the profundity of the idea that they're not spinning and trusting your own fucking senses. It's like that's an offense to somebody. That's an
and
offense. We live in a society that are so goddamn dumb that it's an offense to suggest the idea that you're not fucking moving.
and at the same time, though, we have all the information at our fingertips, and we can't work it out.
I know. It's like the
Well, I
people
mean,
eat iPods.
real quick though, just to backpedal a second and like this is that like it doesn't mean that it violates heliocentrism even. It's just the idea that if you let's say heliocentrism be true, the idea is that it doesn't it like the argument for geocentric stationary Earth is still a valid one because of the idea of the fact that your senses tell you so. And like, and to just just remove your own concept of the way you see the earth from your fucking life perspective, and then attack people who suggest it to you. You know what I mean? It's only arrogance and stupidity that creates that kind of fucking attitude.
Hey, it's worse than that, though. I didn't suggest shit to them. They came here and asked me.
Well, look, it's like this, though. Here's the thing, is that we're like flat earth, right? Flat earthers, whatever. I mean, whatever it is. The idea is just like, alone. It just, and then the people who entertain it and take it into the public arena, like, you know what I mean? Of course, it's like, yes, it's a wild idea to some extent, but really it's not that wild. It's exactly what you fucking experience. So like they see it and they want to attack anyone that would go after it, or like, it's not like you've done nothing though, Crit, right? It's like, we've come online and we've proposed these ideas and argued with them against people from the other position. That's what we've done. That's why they're attacking in a certain sense. But the idea that you would just propose the idea and get attacked for it, and not like, to not have like if someone came to me, if the ballers from the beginning came out and said, you know what, you're right, geocentrism cannot be disproven. However, we've you know what I mean, we've taken these steps to do this, like they haven't approached it rationally. And it's just made flat earth grow. But like to attack the very idea that you're stationary when that's exactly what you experience is, I think, a symptom of artificial intelligence amongst the people. And that's what artificial intelligence is. Like any robotic, whatever, I think is vain.
Yeah, I don't mean to use this as I guess it's a little bit too far. I'll say that what I'm about to say, but to say that like you don't feel motion, and so it's silly. It's silly to even suggest. It's silly to, I guess, like you said, insult somebody who, or whatever you said. I'm not going to try to rephrase what you said, because whatever it was, like it's silly to suggest that you're moving when it's not your everyday. You don't feel that. Well, I mean, every time you go to a strip club, like you think the girls like you, but it'd be silly to think that they actually did like you because you know the truth of it.
Well, that's the thing, though, Kosho. Here's the thing: is that I feel that you, as someone who believes you're spinning, thinks you're believing. You're getting gassed up by a hooker at the strip club, and you're believing she likes you, dude. And all of your senses, all of your bank account, everything says don't give her the $1,000 so she can put her pet through fucking emergency school. Like, don't do that. Like, but you're just like you're so into the fucking dream of this hooker hooking you up that you're like, well, here's my last $986. I'll try to find a way to get you the rest.
Yeah, no, but that's not the same thing, because that's me following. That's me following the signs that are given to me. Those are the actual.
The hooker's going to give you all the signs you need to believe that her pet that she showed you pictures of on Instagram fucking needs the $1,000, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's your everyday.
And you're like, no. But the pet's got fucking heart issues. The pet's got heart issues, guys. We've got to give
her evidence. I'm giving. She's giving me that evidence. So it's like
you gotta help the animal.
If you just trust that because your everyday experience is, that you don't feel this thing or you don't notice this thing, it's the same thing as like every day. That's what she sends to you. You're not really looking into it because that's what you're given. You have no reason to think otherwise.
Right, and that would be you, Kosho, because you're accepting everything that a third party is giving you, i.e. NASA. Even Edwin Hubble says geocentrism cannot be disproven, if I'm not mistaken. Right? He says we just choose, and maybe it's Fred Hoyle, the philosophical grounds is why we choose this. Edwin Hubble said it was the horror of a fixed position that made the Doppler effect have to say that we're moving. It was his philosophical decision. Nothing outside of that, unless you're going to go to a third-party space agency, which is the hooker, and you're over here telling me about what the Instagram picture she told you and how you just got to make up for the grand to help her dog get through medical school.
We got to save that pet, bro. We got to save that
right,
pet.
Bro, Jeremy, dude. Well, you don't even know how bread works, dude.
What Hubble said was outdated, though, at this point, because
dude, outdated by whose standards? What, you're going to go put another hooker? Hold on. Kosho's got another hooker that's like, yeah, that's right. She's got a dog. And you need to help her.
I mean, I know unless I can say this, then everyone's heads will continue to be in the sand. But regardless, he had made a claim about the about what he had observed, that there was a consistency with the distance and the redshift, and his data wasn't that big of a data set. So him making that claim, or him making that statement, was slightly more valid at his time. However, the data set since then is immense. So it's the consistent that when you have you see an object further away, it's on this. It falls on this.
We're talking about the philosophical.
I know, but you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna have to say it over again now. So just let me finish.
Please don't stay over.
The line that Hubble had noticed that they were falling on, it wasn't that big of a data set. So the fact that we have an immense amount of data now and they all consistently fall on that same line tell us that the error bar is much lower now.
Right. So now she's got a third hooker telling you that fucking there's a dog that needs $1,000 to get a medical fucking program. All you're bringing the information to me is like a bunch of hookers who've decided on philosophical grounds to get this dumbass to give this hooker $1,000 for her dog that's on Instagram.
Yeah, but the analogy
That's
is
what you sound like to me, bro. And if you don't,
doesn't need to fit anymore, and it doesn't fit anymore.
The validity of what I'm saying right now, this is why you're suffering from artificial intelligence. There ain't no fucking robot. It's just you niggas that are robots.
Right. So when your analogy fails, you can just throw away the analogy, because now that I'm talking about the actual thing, the analogy is no way fitting. Because he had a confidence level when he said that, and it was much lower. It was much lower. It was much slower than it is now.
Can you answer me this?
So he at that time could say that, but
cool. Can you answer me why he thought geocentrism was so horrifying to him?
Well, he wasn't talking about geocentrism. I think he was talking about expansion.
Well, this is why we're getting into this is why you're suffering from artificial intelligence. You can't even understand. I'm 3 steps ahead on the conversation that I thought we were having, and now you want to talk about some other shit. So my point is that I'm saying the philosophical implications that he wrote about, right? Because of that small data set that everyone else decided to go with, right? All the hookers jumping on the dog on Instagram fucking have decided to create this data set for you. Fucking have like, I just don't understand that you don't like the philosophical thing is that geocentrism to this day cannot be disproven without your third party, datum sets that all have an opinion about how they want to get you $1,000 or get $1,000 from you, dude. I'm just saying, and my point, I guess, is that if you can't see that, then, I mean, that's fine too. You have a right to that. Who am I to try to dissuade you or disabuse you of your opinion about what hookers are selling you?
I said the analogy doesn't fit anymore. There's no point in, and it didn't fit in the first place. I was using it in the other context because it only makes sense in the other context. It doesn't make sense in this context.
And a side note, Kosho gets hookers and gives them foot massages
every day.
What am I missing, Kosho? What's your other?
Well, you said the thing. I mean, you said the thing about this is the experience that you're given. It's silly to suggest something different. The default should be the information that you're given. That's why I use that analogy, because that's the information that you're given, right? So that it doesn't make sense that you just flip the analogy around. But the information you're given is the prostitutes like you when you go to the strip club. But that's actually not the truth. But it is the information that you're given, and if you're naive and it's the first time you're there, you might get fooled by that. So that's the whole point there. But that's not. I don't remember something about Hubble. Oh, right. The thing you said about Hubble, about the geocentric, I wasn't sure that that's what he was talking about. Is what I'm saying. I think what he was talking about was the uniformity of. There's something called a Hubble axiom or something like that. I think is what it's called. Where they're forced to think that it's that it's uniform in all directions, so that because that makes the data make sense. Basically, I gotta look it up to see exactly what it is.
My understanding of it is this, Kosho, is that the idea was that there was like, there was movement, and they couldn't decipher. There's no way to decipher whether or not that thing out there is moving or we're moving, because in the terms of the red shift, blue shift, something moving away or going, it's like if you and I are looking at each other and we're getting further away from each other, but we don't know what's causing it. It doesn't, and then like, it's like, well, I'm just going to say that I'm moving because it rationalizes the mathematics that I need to be able to do certain things and calculate certain things. But the other party, who's also moving away but doesn't know how, chooses that they're that the other thing is moving, and it's, and it itself is not moving. And neither one can be disproven. And the only way and that was the conundrum of the red shift. That's why he wrote the horror of a fixed position, meaning that the earth was in a fixed position, everything moving around it. And he said, in order to get away from that, we decided that we are moving. Because and this is what allows the philosophical, and this is where all your Christians come in, and they're like, and this is where they're trying to kill God, right? But like, really, it's just this simple thing of whether we don't know whether the thing is moving or we're moving, and we're just going to choose that we're moving, and that's what happened, dude.
Okay.
So like, my understanding, that's the implication of that study, and what his quote is indicative of is the discussion of whether or not are we moving or it moving. Well, I don't know, and and they were honest, and they came back and they were like, I don't know. Well, they said, okay, in order to avoid the horror of the idea of us being in a fixed position and, potentially created by God, because that's some of the implication, is, in order to get away from that and keep our fucking, whatever going, we're going to choose that we're moving. That was what it was.
But just none of that is related to what he was saying. Because I see the quote now. This is actually from a Flat Earth person, the quote, but I remember now because it's about the distribution of matter in space, because the Hubble, I think it's a Hubble constant, or there's something, I forget what the name of the principle is. It might be called the Hubble principle for all I know, but it's just basically a principle that says that there's a general uniformity to the density of space, and that so if you allow that, then the data, you can use the data as if it's expanding. But he just says that we would not expect to find a distribution in which it would increase with distance. And so he's saying that it's, symmetrically in all directions. But he's saying that such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in space. And, if we were in a unique, if there was a unique density where we are. And then he used the analogy to say that's like the ancient conception of a central Earth, saying that can't be disproven or proven. Blah blah blah. But he's talking about the ancient idea of that, whereas before, there was no test or anything like that to show that. But that he's just using that as an analogy.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Kosho, but I mean, because to me, it just makes more sense that they were having this, dilemma as they were getting the technology in like the 60s. I mean, we only got the fucking transistor and what?
Transistors?
Yeah, like the 40s. We get up like the 30s or 40s or something, right? So, I mean, they've only had the tech for so long. So maybe they're missing something, though, right, Kosho? Maybe even?
Yeah, maybe, but I'm just saying it's just not, the issue is not with geocentrism, or it was just about with the makeup of space and like where all matter was.
See, now you sound like you're selling me the hooker story to you.
No.
That's how I feel, Kosho. I can't help you. Just my street senses just tell me like, wow, this came from a hooker. Like, no, what you don't understand. No. Because like some guy's yelling at you like, yo, dude, she ain't even got a dog, bro. She did this to me last week. And she's like, and her other hooker friends are like, he's crazy.
You know what I mean? Like, from the Facebook of Flat Earth.
And, what he really means is she was out with him in the movie last week, and fucking.
From Flat Earth Science and Bible, their Facebook page, and here's his quote from Edwin Hubble. So I won't say anything else about it, but that's just context. But
context, man. That's what I mean. Like, hey, I don't know. Do you think that I'm mistaken in my understanding of the Doppler effect and his quote?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're saying it has something to do with geocentrism or him, the statement he's making, his statement he's making isn't about us not moving or us being in a fixed position. It's about the way that we're looking at the density out there, and us.
What does he mean by fixed position then?
It doesn't say fixed position.
What this quote you've put in, or what do you mean?
No, I'm saying the quote I've put in the quote you're talking about.
Yeah. Forgive me. I'm just getting to the side chat. Hold on. Let me check the quote.
Oh yeah, but saying he's just talking about a distribution of the matter, it being the same in all directions.
Is this before or after he came to the conclusion about the horror of the fixed position, and he kind of just fixed himself on the philosophical position that we're moving? Because that's what he said, right? And that's why I'm trying to say, like, of course he's going to back it up maybe later on down the line because they've philosophically chosen that position, right?
No, I'm saying, and the observation he made was that the redshift in all directions was consistent, and so what he's saying is that so the way that we look at redshift is that the entire universe is expanding everywhere, and that's the alternative to what he's suggesting would be the other scenario, which is that everything is expanding away from us only, and he's just saying that he's comparing.
And he's saying that the other position is unwelcome, and he goes like, or at least this quote. He goes, such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous in a sense to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would be accepted only as a last resort in order to save the phenomena. Therefore, we disregard this possibility and consider the alternative, namely a distribution which thins out with distance. The unwelcome supposition of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Yeah, I just think but are those philosophical grounds that he's chosen? At what cost? What's the cost?
Well, I mean, I think it's just like what is called the God of the Gaps. So it's like the God of the Gaps is like the last resort sort of
right,
thing.
so like anything but proven anything. So in a sense, like he's like just promoting atheism in the sense like at the last resort, we'll accept God.
No, not accept God. I'm saying God as the gaps is the term for being.
Right,
that fills the void of understanding. When instead of that gap, you try to understand what's
right.
What's
And I mean, I get it. Like in the sense of like let's say if like your cup moves on your table, your last resort should be that a ghost moved it, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I get it, but the idea is that like also that it seems to weigh heavy on the idea. Like now, somebody who really believes in ghosts might be like, "You're just against ghosts. You're just trying to." You know what I mean? Like, I get your position too, bro.
I used to go on ghost hunts with my.
I don't want to devolve into where you. I know you go out.
I used to go as a necessary skeptic. I helped them make the devices and stuff.
For crying out loud.
They were all skeptics, but yeah, it's necessary to have that position. It's not. It's more necessary actually to have that position, and less necessary to be immediately, go to the supernatural.
Right, but it's like
even you've
gone to the supernatural by needing dark matter to suffice. No, that's the problem. The community, the scientific community, has leapt into miracles of its own creation instead of relying on the ancient ones, and they want us to accept the new miracles and disregard the old ones, which would be like God and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's not fair. It's not true because they don't see it as a miracle. They see it as something that we don't yet know.
Right, and they see it right. Fair enough. They see it as a void thing, but that's 97% of the whole show. And this is an interesting. That's why it's interesting because it's like and that's why it's a miracle because you're saying that 97% of the whole universe is made of this stuff we can't touch, can't taste, never fucking experienced, and doesn't fucking exist for all intents and purposes, other than we're going to use it as a placeholder.
Yeah, but that statement, people throw it around a lot. It's kind of meaningless unless you give it.
Okay, this is like
all they're saying is that 96% of the energy, and a lot of that energy being the energy that expands the space in between and in the universe. So I mean, if you are using that for contents of the universe, then that's fine. But it could just be the space expanding, and so very much, not actually be of substance.
Right. Some other confused religious doctrine.
I wouldn't call it religious doctrine. I would call it an observation that we don't claim to understand yet. So I mean,
Well, no, but here's the thing: is that we say God created it. You say there's some wild fucking, whatever, and that's why you're avoiding that last position. So we're going to overcomplicate the issue because, like, I just can't accept the hooker might be lying to me. So I'm going to overcomplicate this fucking issue to rationalize what I've done.
No, I don't. I think that's a false dichotomy that God did this,
That's your
or
dichotomy you brought up, bro.
yeah, hold on, man. That God did this, or that the dark energies thing, because there's plenty of people, including myself, who believe in God and believe in the Big Bang and the energy, or the dark energy, or whatever. However, like I said, instead of just saying, God did this, that way it says in the Bible, He made it out of clay and 7 days and all that kind of stuff. People are actually trying to explore and investigate how the universe actually came about, and they're actually getting pretty close to the right answers. So just having a couple of holes is not a big deal. Like, those holes will probably get filled in, in time.
But you know what's interesting though? Look at the result of this philosophy though in our society in a way. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, I wonder, like, if let's say you were to say like the philosophical choice of like religion versus the philosophical choice of science. Actually, I mean, I do like the world we live in. I'm thankful for
Yeah,
it.
it's pretty good. Yeah,
That is pretty fucking great, and it's probably a lot better than any other shit show from back
and
in the
then
day.
burning ladies and
Yeah,
burning ladies.
yeah. Although although that's questionable. No, like I think it's in that regard it's like, but it's also a society that isn't very necessarily hands on, can't do much for itself. You know what I mean? It's like reliant on fucking somebody else. It's
Yeah,
it's not very self reliant in that way. This society can't even compare to the fucking societies of old.
Yeah, that's a product of technology, though, and becoming lazy from, just like right now, we can look everything up on the internet. Where past people just had to remember everything,
If they lost it, like if let's say let's say I mean people had to resort back to the old ways. It's like, dude, not it'd be really, really fucking ugly, man. Because a lot of people wouldn't know anything.
Yeah, I read an article once that said that like hunter gatherers, like an old caveman type of dude, it's possible that he might be smarter than a person today, because he actually was responsible for like everything in his life, basically everything that we share responsibilities with other people. Like, somebody puts together a pen for us, and you couldn't make a pen, like the one you're holding or whatever, or anything that you have.
Right. Yeah. Or even like even find water. You know what I mean? Or like how to hunt and like actually get enough food to last you through the fucking winter or whatever. That's crazy. Yeah. Like, and that's what I'm saying.
Smarter than us,
so like, we're so far detached, we actually think we're going to space. We're so fucking detached from actual reality and actually the life we would actually have to live to survive on this fucking earth without all these amenities. We're so far, like, and this is what this has brought us. Whereas if the tool breaks, they're fucked.
I mean,
it's a weak society. It's a limp-wristed society that's been created by this philosophical choice, though. Is my only.
I mean, it depends on who you are, though. Like, you could be a person who doesn't do stuff, but I know there's a dude who lives here in Austin who.
Oh hell yeah, bro! I know you, man. I know what you mean, dude. There's a lot of people that build and do their own shit.
He's been to the North Pole, the South Pole, the Mariana Trench, and the space station. It's pretty intense.
Right, but could they do it without satellites? Could they do it without somebody drop? You know what I mean? It's crazy. Like when you think of it, how I like it. That's a cool concept of how the caveman, or not caveman, but men of old.
Oh yeah, whatever it was, caveman, hunter gatherer, I forget how they said it, but basically someone who was living on his own resources back in the day.
That's cool. But I think, and it just gets to me to, like, I love that. There's an old like Apache quote, like, the farther man's feet are from the earth, the closer he is to his own destruction. And I think, like, if we think we're going to Mars, like, we're doomed.
Is that really
You
an
know,
Apache quote?
in that paradigm, you know.
Is that really an Apache quote?
I believe so. Yeah, it's
It
like an
just
Apache.
seems useless in their world.
Well, I mean, I think they're the only tribe that didn't get fucking put on a reservation.
No, but I'm saying it seems useless in like their paradigm.
No, well, when they saw like, well, of course, yeah, but I think like well, I mean, if your head is in the clouds and your feet are not on the earth, and that has a lot of implications. But whatever. But like I think of it to myself like in our society where nobody touches the earth anymore with their bare feet, and then like this is this artificial intelligence. It's like on this like edifice of a thing that's about to fall off a cliff, and everyone's like, "Look at us, we're brilliant."
I mean, like I said, you take an ant, and there's probably really smart bugs. I don't know, the spiders, they're pretty smart, but ants together can do a lot of work. And actually, there's supposedly a colony that is like half of the United States big. But it was just, I'm saying collectively though, and I think we're more of a collective and individual species. And so it's like collectively we end up doing a lot of cool shit. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I just think there's gives and takes. Like it's like a give and a take. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we got airplanes. I mean, that shit's crazy, dude. Like that shit works and functions. I just think that they take that kind of scientific. Like I'm think of it like this. They told the Wright brothers they were crazy. You know what I mean? Like and so like I just think like they've taken that like trope of like what brilliant men have done, like by going and beating the odds, creating airplanes and all the rest of it, and they've taken that fucking trust that society has because they're in awe of certain technology, and they've just lied about how far they've taken it. And I think that's the disrespect, and that's why people don't like it, is because of the idea that, okay, look, like granted, it's like when you get into the technical matters of things, it's like, you realize what's capable and what's not capable. And like, 17,500 miles an hour traveling around, it just seems fucking stupid, dude. And, because I've been on an airplane, I got to trust that people can go 17,500 miles around. Like, you just took it too far. This is the hooker with the dog story, dude. That's how it feels like to me.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think that's not the same story because
you believe the fucking dog story, dog. That's what it sounds like. No,
yeah, no, but I mean, it's like if you instead thought, wait a minute, that hooker doesn't have a dog, and you're like, you just came up, so
that's what we're doing.
Coming up with a conclusion that's not obvious, that would be analogous.
Right, but we're over here like like that's us. Like, hey, dude, do you really think the hooker has a fucking dog and needs $1,000 to put it through medical school? And you're like, well, she showed me a picture, and she does have a dog and a little chain that says, Puffy. So I think she does have a dog. Yeah.
Yeah, but that would be the obvious thing, though.
Right, but that's what it seems like to me. Maybe it seems like to you on the opposite side, the same way that I look at flat Earth. I don't know.
No. I'm agreeing with you that the flat Earth seems obvious, and that it seems intuitive, and it seems like that's what your senses are telling you. I'm agreeing that that's what that is, and actually the other is it requires investigation and a little bit of like insight and maybe.
Well, right, but see, that's the thing though, is it's like most people already think that like they don't give flat Earth any credibility. The point is that we're bringing people back to their senses because they're so lost in the argument of like trying to cover the story that they've been sold that they gave $1,000 for. You know what I mean? That's what I think it's like. And people are saying, no. You need to maybe go trust the obvious. Like, dude, is she a hooker? Yes. Should you trust hookers? Wow. Yeah, that's right. Man, I wonder why was I trusting this chick? That's what we're over here doing, I think.
Yeah. You know what? I'm going to call you a hijacker because you hijacked my analogy. But
I'm just better at it, huh?
I don't think so, man. I think you hijacked it arbitrarily, and you're trying to make it work. And sure, I guess it works either way.
It worked, switched it around on you, danced on it. I did all that.
Yeah. It works either way, but Bandit's probably fucking somewhere fucking smiling right now because he likes when people take from me. And last night, he called me a bandit for some reason. His name is Bandsaw Bandit, but he called me a bandit. I think honestly, I've asked this to Jim Panda before, but part of that analogy thing that that we both could use it and stuff. I was talking to Jim Panda. And I was just like telling him, like, imagine how like we know for certain that we're right and that they're wrong. Like there's people who think that we come in here and we come in here because we're a little bit in the back of our minds think that it might actually be flat or something. But in reality, almost every glober is almost absolutely certain that it's a globe and that certain that you guys are wrong. But at the same time, I am believe that you guys feel the same way about us. So it's like, from y'all's position, you're absolutely sure that we're wrong, and that one day we're going to figure it out or whatever. And so from that perspective, though, that basically that means that either one of us, either one of us having the realization that we're wrong, and us actually being wrong is actually kind of it'd be almost equal in chance. So it's like if I'm thinking that you guys should have the idea, like maybe I'm wrong or whatever, because I might possibly be wrong. That means I should probably have that idea too. You know what I mean?
Well, that's Carl Jung shit, dog. Right. That's that Carl Jung shit, man. Like it's like, yeah, whatever, like, whatever annoys you about somebody, maybe your own fault. I always like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a good way to. I mean, like we come in here and let it hang out, right? I mean, that's what I had to come in here to do.
It's a lot of projection in here sometimes, yeah.
But like, but the idea is like, yeah, you're right. And that's why I've always taken the stance, and that's why I've always entertained the ballers, is because I've always entertained like, a percentage of the fact that I may be wrong. But like, what, and this is what like I was going to kind of raise earlier, is what's interesting is that in this discussion though, it's like, like you, let's say, as the ballers that are like so sure, let's say, and all this, it's like there, and like you just addressed it. It's like, we should all have that notion that potentially we're wrong in order to remain objective, and we should always take a chance to hear the other person's point. The thing is that when it gets into some of the scientific stuff and how lunacy, to me, it just seems like lunacy, and to know how hustlers work, it just seems like a hustle. And I just think that to see them people, hustle, like try to espouse those ideas of a hustler, it gets me like, like, oh, that's, because that's why everyone thinks everyone's a psyop or everyone's an agent and shit, because nobody would ever come and defend these ideas. But in reality, people do defend these ideas. And I think that's why ballers think flat earthers are fucking, trying to create shit, because they're like, nobody would defend these ideas. It's like, and they've just run with this chaos, and we're all just victims of it, I guess.
A lot of times, though, people on both sides, I won't even just say it's flat earthers, but sometimes it's both sides, depending on what the topic is. I think people have already decided before they're talking with somebody that they disagree with them. And so it doesn't matter what the other person is saying, even if the other person is right and they're wrong, or even if the other person knows something that they don't know, instead of trying to think about it and learn something from what they're saying, they've already decided that they disagree with them. And so, people aren't going to.
Well, I used to look at it like the analogy of like if you're walking down the street and like a bum sitting on the side of the road said, "Hey, there's $100 bill right there." Like, does it matter that it's a bum? Like, are you gonna look? And if there is $100, like, you know what I mean? Like, are you just like, if you're just gonna be like, "Aha, I'm not gonna believe you. You're a bum." You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna be absent $100 you could have had. And so if you actually just took a look and a gander, it doesn't hurt you, doesn't hurt him. You know what I mean? Like, and then like if there is $100 there, what? Like, it's like, I just think some people, like you just pointed out, and I don't think you're one of them, is like they disregard information because it comes from certain sources. And that's done on both sides. That's done on both sides for sure. But that's the thing about, I was going to bring up earlier, is that in this discussion, it's like, and I mean, I can't play innocent in all of it. And like this, because flat earthers have attacked in a way. But at the same time, flat earthers initially were like, "Hey guys, have you considered this?" And they were like, "Shut the fuck up." And their reaction created this fucking group of people that are like, "No, fuck you. Now I know you're trying to kill God because you have no manners."
Yeah,
that's true. It divides the lines, man.
It started in 2016. They did 2 hit pieces against Flat Earth, kind of like some sort of online cult. They wrote these up on The Guardian.
Yeah.
Self-inflicted wound.
You just hit it right on the head. I spent a year just listening to both sides, and to hear how the Globers acted, so arrogant, and like how they treated people that were just asking questions, I knew something was like
Right.
afoot.
It drove people to that fucking solid stance. And I'm with you, actually, to be honest, like in my heart of hearts, to be fair. You know what I mean? But we're in the public also. So I maintain whatever it is. But it's like, yeah, that reaction pushed me so fucking into the position that I was like, something's up here, dude.
Yeah,
Like,
something ain't right.
shit,
Yeah.
something for reals up here, because this is either people affected by psychological programming, MK Ultra in effect, or fucking like, why are you violently mad at me? Because I'm suggesting that the earth is fucking flat, but you're gonna tell me I got to accept that somebody can cut their nuts off and he's a woman. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah. And my kids should be taken away from me. And
Right.
you want me to
I could
drown.
change.
You want me to
Right.
die. You want me to, like, what the frick, bro?
Right.
You got to be mental.
I could change my mind back. This person, you know what I mean? But they're like, no, he has the right to cut it off. It's like, dude.
That's the best part about globalism. It debunks globalism. Their ideas are directly counter to what the model should tell them to do.
What do you mean?
I don't know how better to say it.
I want to just be specific.
Maybe Sagan said it better than me. Or the space.com did your brain on space.
That's a good one. Your brain on space.
Yeah, it rolled up this thing about how there's so much out there. There's so much wonder and so much mystery that there shouldn't be this constant freaking out because a African American family is having a barbecue in their front yard.
Yeah, but that's not evidence that there's no space. That's just a human condition.
Yeah, or you don't care, virtually.
Well, no, I mean,
even if there is space, you don't care about it. You'd rather caring about what other people are doing.
No, even whenever, like, you know, there's things there's like vast oceans. Even there was land outside of, you know, Rome and whatever else. People are still fighting. People are still fighting for, you know, their local lands and shit like that. So I mean, that just because a lot of something.
Nothing new.
And Kosho, and here's the other side of that is like, dude, right? If we can understand the human condition, what would make you think that other people don't want to control how other people view the world?
Yeah, nothing new under the sun. All the same stuff you see Bronze Age stuff, like Greeks and Romans complain about executive overreach, limited wars, and overseas. Police accountability.
We're not
all the same stuff.
Government overreach.
Right. Yeah, that's what NASA is. NASA is government overreach. It was from day one.
Is the post office government overreach?
No, that's enumerated. It's actually enumerated by Benjamin Franklin wanted the government to have a post office and wrote it directly into the Constitution. This is why you guys lack an education.
What about the EPA?
Even this very basic 5th grade civics, you brain fart.
What about the EPA? What about the EPA?
Yeah, I would say EPA is overreach.
Okay. So everything in the government except for the post office is overreach?
Okay, so you brain farted again.
No, I'm asking you because you just said NASA was government overreach.
Unless it's enumerated.
I make the distinction between NASA and
unless it's unless it's enumerated. Do you know what enumerated means?
Doesn't that mean that it's not actually like there's no?
How about this? Yo, Kosho. Maybe the ISS could fucking deliver a letter and we'd be okay with it.
There you go.
But they ain't fucking going anywhere. You know,
if
they could deliver a letter,
overreach,
if they could fucking deliver a letter, then it wouldn't be government overreach because it would be the post office. But it ain't, so it's overreach.
So if they have a document that says the government will do this and only this, and they do something that's not that would be overreach.
Yeah, but when has the government said we're going to do this and only this? Like what? I'm trying to think of what. I'm trying to see what here is not overreach and what is. Are you just claiming all government is overreach besides the post office?
Outside of enumerated.
He never
well,
said
by
that.
that-
You
by
just
that- by
Just
added that
repeat
to
back
it.
to me.
By that
He never
Anything that's
said.
not enumerated.
By
is
that
over.
definition, Crit.
No,
you're
this is a
reading-
definition.
you're-
Ready?
By that meaning,
Just repeat it back to see if you
statement-
understand it.
statement is rendered.
Anything that's not enumerated
He's
is
breaking
overrated.
down.
Your statement is rendered meaningless.
Okay,
if it's not
everything
making
Hold on,
a
hey,
say it.
Crit,
distinction-
hey,
it's not
Crit,
making
don't
a
go down.
distinction out.
Crit, real quick, don't go down this rabbit hole. You know, Kosho, we're talking
Yeah,
about
Kosho's
the
speed talking now.
humanistic problem of the fact that, the conditional problem that people would try to hide information from another and use government to do it. That's the issue. We're not talking about the fucking post office or government overreach. We're talking about the idea that these people maybe, or anybody, because it's a human condition, might try to use information. In fact, they've done it for years in warfare. It's like, you hide your position, show one thing, do another. And so, like, the point is that, we're just saying that, wow, there's a lot of holes in this story over here. It's almost like the time in World War II when they used inflatable tanks to make it look like they were a little stronger than they were in one position, right? And that's history. We're not talking about fucking government overreach, right?
And Kosho, you act like propaganda isn't a thing. Like it's just something you've never heard of.
You're acting like you're listening to somebody else talk.
No,
or
I'm
I
listening
said
to you,
anything
but-
like that. But I didn't say
Yeah,
anything
what
like
you
that
did
at
say
all.
twice
I
was-
didn't.
So
I
you
didn't
think
imply
everything
anything like
other
that.
than the post
I'm
office
still
is
responding to
government
what you said,
overreach?
man.
You said it
I didn't
twice, and
imply-
that's
I didn't
clearly
imply
not what he
that,
said.
I
And
didn't
you are
say anything like that.
clearly trying to push an agenda here. And as you get excited, you have to talk over him. You
You're
said it
talking over me,
twice.
dude. I'm trying to finish what I was saying to
Yes,
you.
I know I'm talking over you because I'm trying to get my point out, which you talked over me the first time I opened my mic.
Oh, I didn't talk over you. I was
Yes,
responding to
you
you.
did. You're a liar. And did you say twice that everything's government overreach except for the post office, which is clearly not what he was saying? Did you say that twice? Or you want to lie?
I was asking him for a distinction.
Yeah, I know. You were trying to point that out or try and say that to make his argument look less of an argument because
It is
that's
less
the
of an
tactic
argument.
that you use. No,
It
it
is-
is when you use that tactic.
Yeah, but right,
Yeah, that's the whole point. Stop using tactics. Just have a conversation.
right. Don't even devolve into because the next tactic is to argue about how you are lying about how the time that he said that then it stop.
Actually,
Yeah,
my next tactic is
Well, we're talking
trying to get a
bro. You're
response.
here
we're
every
talking
day.
about-
We know.
That's my
How
next
can you
tactic.
think? How can you think you're here every day doing the same thing and we don't pick up on it?
Well,
Yesterday
my
afternoon,
tactic is to just
last night,
respond to what they
this
said.
morning, the first time I get here, here's Kosho. The first thing he does is use a tactic.
I didn't use a tactic. Actually, what I did
Yes,
was
you
actually what I did was I'm correcting you, the guy who appears to be deaf,
You're
who's
using a
implying I
tactic
said
now.
something
You're
that I'm
using
telling
a
you I
tactic
didn't
now,
say.
trying to tell the
You're once
audience
again
that I'm
talking over
deaf.
me as I'm responding.
Yeah,
Right.
as you
That
use
was
a
my
tactic,
tactic.
I'm gonna
Make
talk over
make
you.
it clear.
I tell you what,
My
every
tactic
time
was
you
to
use
make
a
it clear.
tactic,
Yeah, you don't
especially
need
against me,
every time I
I'm
say
gonna
now
talk
we're not
over your
talking about
piece
anything.
of shit tactic using asshole attitude.
Okay,
How
Rakia,
about
now that
that?
you're done talking,
Rakia, you're playing
Yeah,
into it.
whenever
I'm
you
going to
still
respond
know what
finally.
I'm
Maybe you can
talking
learn.
because
Kosho,
you
great
don't
job
use
with
the
this one.
tactic.
Just
I will
derailed
call
this
you
one.
out.
Kosho
I
won
will
this.
call
Good
you
job.
out.
Good job, Kosho. That was
No,
good.
listen, Issa.
No, don't
Issa,
listen to
Issa,
Kosho.
I'm
Do
going to
not
respond
listen.
this time.
That's what a wizard does. Listen to me. Don't listen to other people that I just called deaf and stupid and made their argument look dumb. Listen to me because I'm the wizard Kosho. How about that,
Don't
Kosho?
anybody's stupid.
Yes,
However,
you called me deaf.
however many
You called
stupid
him
people are in here, I didn't call
stupid by
anyone stupid.
saying everything's government
Yeah,
overreach
Rakia, I
except
don't-
for the post office, which is clearly
Rakia,
not what he said.
shut the fuck up.
No, you
all right?
can't
I'm going
tell
to
me
finally
what to do.
respond now,
No, I'm
okay?
not
Because
gonna
you're
shut
not going to
up.
speak over me, dude.
No,
Why you
I'm
speak over
not.
me every time I
here
talk?
all day, buddy. I'm gonna point your bullshit out all day. So you better
You couldn't fucking point out fucking bullshit if it shouldn't.
you quit clowning
No,
around
honestly,
and trying to
dude,
use tactics or just have a
if
simple
it was such
conversation.
bullshit what I'm saying, I would get the chance to say it and people could see that. You're not
No,
letting me
they've
do
already
dude.
heard it.
So
I'm
for
just
fuck's
pointing
sake.
out. No, they've already heard it. You've already
Nobody's
said
heard
it.
anything I said. I haven't got a full sentence out.
You don't mind if I point out your bullshit, do you?
Yeah, Rakia, good luck with that. However, Rakia,
you're talking over me, pointing out your
for
bullshit.
fuck's sake, dude. Crit, I'll get back to you. All right, man.
There's nothing to get back to me on. There's powers listed in the Constitution, Article 1, Section 8. it lists everything the government shall do, and they shall not do anything other than this. Anything over that list is overreach.
There you
Can you
go.
repeat that back to me?
Yeah, Rakia, the reason, I mean, not Rakia, Crit, the reason why that's a
Yeah,
meaningless
you got me in your
statement.
mind.
No,
I
dude,
thought you were
shut the
leaving,
fuck
man.
up, dude.
Yeah, you'll get
I'm
back
just
to him.
like
He
seriously,
said he
shut the
don't need
fuck
you to
up
get
so I can
back to
finally
him.
respond. He's had the chance to say it again.
He
Just shut
doesn't
the
need
fuck
you
up so I
to
can
get
finally
back to
respond to
him.
him, dude.
He
Yeah.
doesn't need you, Kosha.
I don't care. I don't care what he needs. I
So
really
you
don't.
didn't. Maybe
But
you're
just
deaf.
shut the fuck up.
Maybe you're deaf. You didn't listen to him.
It's amazing,
Did you
dude.
hear
It's
him?
fucking amazing,
I
dude.
don't. I don't need you.
It's amazing that
Rakia.
nobody else is telling you to shut the fuck
Yo, real
up.
quick, hold on one
I'm
second.
gonna keep
Rakia.
telling you to shut the fuck up, dude.
Hey, yo, hold on, Kosho. Look at me a sec. Rakia, here's the thing, right? It's like we understand, let's say, and I'm Kosho, just allow me this, forgive me. But like let's say if people were gonna come in here and try to disrupt the conversation, what they would do is try to get somebody so pissed off that they continue to yell back at them, and then now they're arguing, and now we're not.
Yeah, I get it. I'm not done.
You know what I mean? Like, don't give in to that, man, because
No,
we
I'm
already.
not giving him. No, you got to understand. I have my tactics too, right?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I can get
You're
as
the only
calm
one
and be
with
as calm.
tactics, then, dude. I'm not using tactics.
You're full of shit.
That's
That's a
a
lie.
fucking thing,
Hey,
dude.
audience, that's him lying right there.
It's actually not. I'm not engaging in
out
some sort of
how
warfare.
he's
I'm
trying to
actually just
make
talking with
me look
people.
like the bad guy, saying I'm the only one with a tactic. That
Out
is a
of me and you, yeah.
no bullshit. That's another lie, audience.
Well, anyways, I'm gonna respond to Crit now. Okay.
He doesn't want you to respond. He said
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
don't need to
respond to
respond.
what I was trying to respond to. I don't care if you don't care, Crit. It doesn't matter. I'm responding to what you said to me. Okay.
Okay, you asked me
It
a
doesn't
question.
matter.
I gave you
It
an
doesn't
answer.
matter.
It doesn't
Crit.
require anything
matter.
after
It
that.
doesn't matter. You don't even have to listen. You can deafen if you'd like to. Okay.
Yeah, or just
That's
walk
another
away
tactic.
and just
Okay?
try to dominate
I'm
the
still
room.
gonna respond, dude.
Yeah, another dominant tactic.
I'll
by
wait for you
Kosha.
guys again because you guys have to do that. So I'll just wait for
No,
you.
just
another
dominate the
tactic
room.
being used by you. Trying to dominate the conversation. He said he didn't need you.
I was talking to Issa.
That's fine, man. I'm not responding to you. I'm not responding to you then, Crit. Instead, I'm going to respond to what was said by somebody in here. Okay.
So it's just
anyways, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, just as long as you get your
right.
your rhetoric
So
and
the
use your
statement
tactics,
that somebody in here said.
Yeah, you'll be here all day
statement
doing
that
it, right?
somebody in here said. I'm just going to turn you down because nobody else will. Okay. And if they get mad at me for talking over you, then they'll probably tell you to shut up if they know what's good for them.
Wow.
All right.
You seem upset.
Anyways, Crit had said, or somebody in here had said something about the government powers and the ones that are overreach.
The founding fathers.
And then went ahead and stated that everything
the founders
that was on its stated purpose or whatever, and then basically is classifying nearly everything the government does as overreach.
No, the founders listed.
That's a meaningless statement, then, Crit, if you're claiming that almost everything the government does is overreach.
See, he brain farted again. Just go read this 5th grade level of civics. That's all you gotta do. You don't need me. You don't need Flather. You don't need a Discord server. Just open up a few books and read it.
See right there, he used one of Kosho's tactics against him. Go read a 5th grade level civics book. Kosho, you're teaching us so well. We're using your sly ass bullshit tactics against you. How you like us now? Who's trolling who, Kosho? Have a nice day. Yeah, I know people get upset when I destroy the conversation, but that's not a conversation when someone's going to come in here all day and lie and push an agenda and willingly say anything to make the opponent look bad.
Flathers don't have a problem with like you exploring space for you. The problem is when they do it under the guise of government. That's the problem. Because the problem is no thank you.
With our money. And then say, well, it ain't that much money. Like,
yeah, like
you know,
billions. Like of all the independent agencies, NASA costs more than the rest of them combined.
Yeah, but if you
like all
take
300
the
of them.
percentage, right? If you take the percentage, it's not that much money. That's how they explain it away.
The full budget.
Yeah, those trillions isn't that much. I mean, honestly.
But when you take just like the pool of money from where it comes from, just the executive branch, independent agencies like CIA, FBI, Post Office, all those added together don't even equal one more NASA. That is how big of a ticket item NASA is. About 30% of the discretionary spending.
Yeah,
And they
that's
make it
not.
seem like that's nothing. That's zero.
Well, and the point that I make, they take that money, which is a huge amount, discover things like they do hire, amazing engineers, right? And physicists and theorists and things like that. Like, I agree that they do that, and they create these products and patent. They get patents, but then what do? They sell them back to companies. Because they sell them, those companies have to charge us a higher amount. Shouldn't the government, using our tax dollars to create patents and discover new technologies, just give it back to the public, not sell it back to the public? And oh, by the way, when you go to one of the many propaganda sites that have the technology displayed, you have to pay to get in to your own land and building that you paid for in the United States, sovereign ground that you paid for. It's an agency that you pay for, and they charge you to get into your building and see the patents that they made with your money. It is nuts that people don't see it.
Yeah, I did just an article a couple of days ago where the sort of NASA tourism trap thing they have set up. They just doubled or whatever, raised the ticket prices. See where I got that saved.
Think about that, though. How many sites they have around the country, NASA, right?
They do that on purpose because they want to make sure
absolutely.
there's a little bit of spending in every single jurisdiction that has some sort of voting power.
Right? Propaganda everywhere.
That way, no one will vote against it, because if you vote against it, they'll yoink your funding. Even if the bill goes down in flames as a retribution for trying to take down their empire.
Yeah.
And then your constituents have jobs. Like the janitor who works there. All the other people who work there. That sort of trickle down economics.
Having any type of industry like that is so like technological advance, that has to be so precise in its engineering, and to do all that near salt water is strange to me also. Now, I get that they want to launch over the ocean for certain reasons or whatever, but you can do that from other places. But the salt air and the salt water in these environments, I don't get it, man. Just that one little thing alone is weird to me. Salt air is the worst for what they're doing. I bet people never even think about that.
No, that's a really good point. I thought about like Florida as just kind of like a funny place to do that stuff because of all that sort of backwater. Like the same thing with like Redstone Army Arsenal in Alabama. It's like a meth fueled, like area. It's like a third world country, but yet there's like this city of gold and lead just hanging out right in the middle of this completely, like.
Think about it. Like hurricane, Florida is probably it's so humid, like just the dampness of the air on a daily basis. The weather that is potentially destructive, like could destroy all of their technology in one storm, basically. And then you have this very just destructive salt air that's always blowing in. Like, go live a car or a golf cart out anywhere in Florida for a year. See what happens. You're dumping these rockets in the salt water and then rinsing them off and saying they're good. Yeah. We were putting gas shocks on a hatch yesterday, and we were going, this is made out of steel. We can't put this on. I mean, we're going to be getting salt spray on here. It's going to rust inside of there. I mean, we're Joe Blow nobody thinking about this. We need to get, it just doesn't seem right? It shouldn't. It's going to rust. It's going to corrode. That happened yesterday afternoon. I guess NASA's got it all figured out, though. And like I said, they're definitely hiring smart people. The top of the top, right? Cream of the crop to develop products and then sell them back to us.
That's one more sinister things of it too. That idea that they invent stuff. They buy up patents and then claim that they did that. I mean, some dude worked his whole life, came up with a really good idea. And it's like, now his name is just erased from the history books in an asterisk .government.
Why are we hiring the finance department of the U.S. government again? They're so in debt, they can't ever get out. Think about that. Would you fire your finance guy if he had you so in debt that you were never going to get out? When you hire your financial advisor, you hire him to help you save money and to prepare for retirement and have a cushion, right, in case of emergencies. Not the U.S. Finance Department. No. We can't even account for all the money that we've wasted and put the country in so much debt it'll never get out. We can't even find it all, much less do a good job accounting, preparing to get out of debt. The joke.
Here, this Kennedy Space Center raises ticket prices and adds a 2-day pass.
Well, yeah, they need to raise that, to charge their customers, so they can keep the facility open and running in tip-top shape. Which, oh, by the way, if you go to any of those centers, they look like shit. It's embarrassing.
Really, this thing that Kosho posted. So Social Security is $987 billion. Therefore, NASA spending is low. These are people put money by law. They had to put money into the government. It's called entitlement because they're expected to get that money back. So say Social Security doubles because there's more people paying in. Suddenly, NASA spending went down. This is These guys are that bad at math that even that word problem, they completely brain farted.
Crit, what you're saying would be relevant if that were the only thing on there with Social Security. It's not, though. So
yeah, or defense. Say that another war starts and defense spending goes up. Therefore, NASA spending went down. Look how bad you have to brain fart your thinking to say these things that you do.
Crit, there's more stuff on there than just those two things, dude. Okay, so I'm not sure what. It's like you're arguing against something that's not even being stated.
Here's the other
saying
one.
It's NASA versus Social Security. They're saying those things on there, everything on there, that's where NASA fits on there. So all other discretionary spending, that's on there too. Okay, Veterans Affairs, that's on there too. It's not just Social Security and the Defense Department.
Yet every one of these things are enumerated or at least partially enumerated, except for NASA. Not enumerated.
Discretionary spending? How is discretionary spending enumerated?
You got right there, mandatory spending. You got a list of mandatory.
Mandatory spending, but how is discretionary spending enumerated?
It depends on what the discretionary spending is.
Usually it's not. Usually it's almost never enumerated, right? That's why
Right here. No, yeah, other discretionary spending, 184 billion.
Okay.
So that includes money added to the Department of Defense. That 600 billion, roughly, is not just defense spending. There's discretionary defense spending too. There's mandatory and discretionary defense spending.
Wouldn't that be everything that's not enumerated? Because it wasn't put in the Treasury bill or the spending bill. I mean,
well, discretionary could have costs that go up and down per year or per budget cycle. Nothing legit would cost that much. That's why they don't care, because it's virtually just part of defense spending. This is just weapons testing. They just pretend it's about the exploration of space for the betterment of humanity.
This poll says that when they did this poll, it said Americans they didn't know how much NASA was getting paid, and on average, it said the most people thought NASA should get $300 billion. What did it say?
This tells you the numbers don't even mean anything anymore. Government spending has got so out of control that no one even knows what's happening anymore. It's just that ridiculous. Like the whole time they'll sit there and be like, flat earthers are completely irrelevant. They don't matter. And at the same time blame flat earth for why humanity has not returned to space, especially the US federal government. 50 years have gone by, nothing's happened at all. But that's flat earthers' fault because of failed education system. Something flat earthers didn't have anything to do with either.
Yeah, but no, they so the statement, I think the exact question was like on the poll or whatever. It said how much do they think? What percentage of the budget do they think that NASA should get? And they put 7.5%.
There you go. And just take it right from their Social Security and then see how much they support it. We're just going to just roll in 7% of your Social Security into NASA. Watch the protests then. They like the idea of what jingoism. America's so powerful to explore space. But when they actually look at what's going on, no one believes this shit. They don't even know what the script is.
Space is fake. Most people would never spend they would never spend any amount of their money on that bullshit.
That's what
they're tired.
Yeah.
They're pissed off. I'm just saying, another failed program, right? Education. It's a joke, man.
That's what I'd like to see too. Like actually put in, here's your taxes. Write out what percentage each penny should go. You'd end up with negative to NASA. Start selling that shit off to the highest bidder.
Yeah, but according to this poll, most people would give them more money. But yeah, I agree. I had that idea a while ago, actually, that there should be like a part of your taxes that you have. It's like the optional ones, like you can pick which ones you want to fund or whatever. But you have to think like military. I mean, not the military. The government can't do that really because their spending is usually based on what their budgets were in previous years and stuff. So they'd have to fire people every year.
The government and the government programs and the people who run them and do a poor job at financing and all that, we'd be bankrupt. Oh, wait. We are bankrupt. What a joke.
Oh, it's gonna get worse. The petrodollar is pretty much dead.
You sure about that?
Yeah. Oh yeah. This Ukrainian war has brought that out to full light. Of course it is.
Yeah, this is the one I used to see globalist post. It was like NASA versus NASA spending versus NASA spending adjusted for inflation. This is how ignorant they are about economics.
No, I mean it's not very hard to.
Right here, at the time, if you were to benchmark each one of these dates, they all would meet like the right hand side of the graph. This graph is completely meaningless. All this graph does is shows that there's inflation. It makes yeah, because at each time, if you were to say just that year and stop with no further data, only the 1 year, like pick your favorite year, those two lines would meet exactly at the same spot.
Yeah, no, dude, because the percentage of the budget has changed. So
So this isn't
about
this is
0.5% now. It was 4.5% during the Apollo times.
this is adjusted for not percentage of the full federal budget. This is adjusted for inflation.
Yeah, I know, right? But you're saying that it would match up, but it
So what
wouldn't.
you're saying
But it
here
would
is like in the
be much more.
1960s, inflation was high.
No,
That's why
I'm
there's a
saying
big
back
gap.
then they spent a lot more money on NASA, a lot more.
Like now than they did back then?
No, it's the same.
They spent like 9 times more back then.
Right here, there's a better resolution. See, the budget of NASA in millions of dollars to adjusted dollars. You can see clearly non-adjusted dollars, that number would be equal to the current dollar.
Well, except for
this is very hard to understand.
Yeah, except for back in the Apollo mission. That's what I'm saying. You're right about the other parts of it, but the Apollo mission, there's obviously a huge jump there.
Because the spending was crazy then too.
Well, yeah. Well, it was specifically for that. After Apollo missions, they basically knocked it down. Actually, before, that's why they stopped doing it. Actually, because the budget got decreased.
Yeah.
And even that logic is somehow really backwards. It's like going out to dinner with a bunch of your friends. And they say like, okay, the bill is, X. But you've only got to pay 5%. of your full budget. And you're like, wait a minute, I didn't order that much food. You know, what are you talking about? That's more than the full bill. Yeah, but you're only paying 5%. It's like, dude, my budget, 5% of my budget is more than everyone's meal here today. Why would I do that? Oh, so you don't want to have dinner then, right? You just want to. How much can you pay? Like the logic there. A percentage of something is not a dollar amount.
Yeah, I know, Crip, but what you just said made no sense. It wouldn't be people going out to dinner. It'd be a single person and their single person's budget and how much of their budget they spend on this or that. And if they spend 0.5% on, food, on going out, the 0.5% of what they make each month going out to eat versus paying 4.5% of what they make going out to eat, that's changing the percentage of what their budget is and what they're spending on that one thing. So that will show you that's an increase.
Yeah, like the ISS is supposedly split 11 ways, and America pays more than 100% of the ISS. Like, how does that work out? Hey, 11 other first world nations claiming space travel. We're all going to go together and go out to eat. Oh, sure. Sounds good, right? Let's have a club of first world imperialistic nations dominating space for the betterment of humanity. The bill comes along. Hey, America, you owe like $300 billion. It's like, wait, what? The bill's only $200 billion. How am I paying $300 billion? Well, we need some hush-hush money because you did order an extra dipping sauce and, you ordered, like 2 meals and a couple extra drinks and you added up on, so a little bit of, hush-hush money will go a long way. Then you got to tip the waitress and you get to put, your name kind of on it and you get to control it, where the receipts go. And they're like, okay, yeah, sounds good. We'll just dip into that deficit spending. And like, there you go. Good job.
I think there's places where you could shave money off that would be much more beneficial than taking anything from NASA, but that's not the point. We spend a lot more, or we spend a majority of the money on NATO as well. I think we was putting like 70-80% in NATO. Obviously not the only country as part of that.
I think it's worse than that, if I remember right. Because if you add up all the property values in New York and stuff like that for NATO headquarters, and it goes up much more. That's like just like like certain spending that they do per year.
I thought NATO headquarters was in
Oh yeah, I was thinking UN.
Denmark. Yeah, I thought you were thinking UN. Yeah.
The UN.
You got a big building in New York City. Yeah.
Oh.
The UN's just as bad though. Fuck them.
They're all bad. They're all
NATO. I mean, NATO. I think like when I was in the military, the mission in Libya, it was like a NATO mission, and so it's like if we fund most of NATO, it's like we can circumvent a lot of what the government is meant to do, especially like so we go to war. It's like we could circumvent even the normal chain of command, just to have it go through the State Department, for instance, because it's we're part of NATO as part of a treaty, right? So there's a lot of like shady stuff that we get away with from doing that shit.
Yeah. NATO's embarrassed itself since February.
What?
NATO has proven it ain't like NATO's fighting force is not. It's shit. Like ever since February 24th, NATO's looked like a fucking paper tiger. Like it's absolutely like discredited.
Why are you saying? Because they're not going into Ukraine or something? I don't think we're supposed to talk about that, but.
Well, no, it's just the thing is, Ukraine's a NATO trained force. I mean, it's not NATO, but it's NATO. Like Ukraine's got like Russian, equipment, like their tanks, like Russian tanks and Ukrainian tanks are the same, but all their tactics and stuff is all NATO tactics, and they've been absolutely decimated. And the thing is with Ukraine is they've been fighting a war for eight long years, like an actual war. They're not just going to Syria or not Syria, Somalia or Iraq or Afghanistan and policing. They were actually fighting a conflict with another army that was, relatively equally matched because they got all the same shit. The DPR and LPR got the same shit as Ukrainian forces. And then once Russia stepped in, completely mopped the floor with all their tactics. Like NATO is fucking it's made themselves look so weak. It's ridiculous. Like NATO is, huh?
Go ahead.
Oh no, you could. That was just all my point. NATO looks fucking ridiculous now. It looks like a child with a wooden sword versus some dude with a fucking AK-47. That's pretty much what NATO looks like.
And isn't it kind of strange that NASA actually pays money to Russia, right? Isn't that true?
Yeah, for their boosters and all that, right? Supposedly to get back and forth, they got to use Russian boosters.
So it's kind of like NASA funding the war against Ukraine. I mean, I know that's a little bit of a stretch, but if I know someone's a murderer, I'm not buying him knives.
Right.
I'm not funding him in any way. But here's NASA paying whatever amount per seat for a ride to the ISS.
Yeah.
And a markup too. It's like a 380% markup if selling to America. At that point, no more NASA, okay? Just pick some dude to go.
Another failed program, right? How many billions of dollars we spent to create a plane that would travel up the upper atmosphere and land back down that we just scrapped. Who we now charge the American public who paid for that. We charge them top dollar to get in to see those planes.
Oh.
And now we're buying top dollar over budgeted seats to the ISS from a country who is decimating Ukraine. Yeah, seems legit.
Allegedly decimating Ukraine.
Well, you understand.
Oh, no.
I mean, whether it's a story or not, it doesn't matter. I mean, we're still funding it.
But I mean, Ukraine's military's gone. Like, they're not going to have any. By the end of August, they're going to be completely wiped out. Like the Ukrainian numbers that came out from Zelensky between casualty, like soldiers with wounds, like they get wounded every day, and on top of the dead, and these dudes that are getting wounded are pretty much like out of commission, right? Once you get your hand blown off, your leg blown off, you're not fighting tomorrow, right? They're losing 1,000 troops a day between deaths and casualties where they can't fight. Yet at the height of the Vietnam War, America never lost more than like 55 per day. Ukraine's done. They don't have NCOs anymore. They don't have the manpower to fill all the dead troops. Ukraine's over. It's just whether people want to acknowledge that or not. It's just a slow meat grinder. And the thing is, after what Russia did to Ukraine, no one wants to mix it up with Russia. Now, Russia's completely decimated the Ukrainian military in 90 days, or about 110 days, maybe, however long it's been. It's over.
With NASA's funding.
Oh yeah, dude, we literally just sent them what? We sent them like 10 billion, and then another 45. Like we've sent them more money than what Russia spends on their annual military in a year, and it's gone, all gone. Like Russia spends like $55 billion a year on their military. We've sent Ukraine that much money in the past 3 months, and it's gone. So NATO, you got all that shit with
that when the word universe and the word global there are synonymous.
Yeah, in the universe that you imagine that there is a globe, that the globe exists in the universe. Yeah, because you are thinking inside of the story. You think you're a character in the story, and you're trying to tell the story from inside the story. But that's not what you are. You're not that character. You're just saying you are.
I'm telling you that in the words that you're using, global and universe,
I'm telling you that the
referring to
story that you tell
or
about
the
the globe
universe,
is just a
they're
story.
actually synonymous in meaning
A
and
cartoon.
the definition that you're using it. When you do programming, for example, global, it's a it just means that it works everywhere in the program when you make a global variable.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, who cares? Same shit.
Yeah, the global conflict, the global pandemic, the global BS.
Yeah. The globalist, like they're all just, you know.
Yeah. And Trump is one of the cool guys in the globe, right? He's telling you, he's cursing the bad guys, you know? Trump is cursing
I
the
think
bad guys.
Trump
So
is the worst. I think he is the worst one because he's the one that acted like he wasn't part of it, that he was the outsider, but he's just as much of an insider as Hillary Clinton. And then you think,
exactly.
oh,
Another story. That's what I'm saying. He's part of the story of the globe. He's part of that story of that
yeah,
universe.
that's
He's
what
like
makes him
he's got a
even
bunch of
worse.
characters giving you different sides.
And he was the ultimate wolf in sheep's clothing. And then, like, once you realize, it's like, oh, okay, now I get why Hillary Clinton was at every one of your fucking weddings, that orange piece of shit. Like, they're all the same. There's no difference between Putin and Trump and Hillary and Biden and Obama. They're all the same fucking group. And it's all them against us. Whether people want to acknowledge that or not, it's a different story.
You see all these TikTokers doing these TikTok videos, putting the like Trump saying things, and they put the hat on. Hat. Oh, Trump is telling the truth. Let me put the hat on.
I think we have globalists and we have American patriots, you know, at least in America. In Canada, we have globalists and then we have Canadian patriots.
Yeah.
But yeah, the people in charge are all globalists.
Yeah. They're all satanic fucking child fucking, you know, pedophiles.
Globo homo.
Every
That's
fucking
why
one
they're
of them.
called.
You know, just like I was watching that Roe v. Wade bullshit this morning, which was a very small, like I was expecting a bigger group, like to be freaking out, but it was just like a parking lot full of obese fat ladies. And like people that will never get married, you know, just crying about how they can't murder kids anymore. And it's you know, it's weird because they're all screaming "My body, my choice," yet these pieces of shit force vaccinate everybody. So it's just it's odd.
Yeah,
You
the
know, and then you got
irony.
but then you got the Ukraine thing, right? Everyone that supports Ukraine and has
Guys,
their little
guys, can we not?
Ukrainian.
Hello.
Huh?
Can we not mention the V or the C words anymore, please? Thank
Why?
you. Finally.
Don't say
Are we
vagina.
still,
Because
after
What's
all
the
this
C
time, we
word?
still can't talk about it, even when it's
no,
died down?
yeah, no,
What's the
Rocky,
C
yeah,
word?
no, we can't.
Yeah,
We still can't.
that
Even when it's an
that's the
absolute
issue, right?
fact.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
it
that's
may
not a
be an issue, but we don't want the channel taken down either.
I
All
know.
right, so
I'm not saying we should talk about it. I'm just saying the irony that we can't even talk about the largest topic that went on in the past 2 years, even after it's died down. We
yeah,
can't even talk about it now. That's how much control they have over us. And I'd like
we
to
can
yeah.
we can in another room, just not the room that's going out onto YouTube, Rocky. Like there's
Okay.
other rooms
Yeah.
that aren't
No, I get it.
online.
I don't like
Yeah,
talking about
yeah,
it either. But I'd
yeah,
like
yeah,
to mention something he said earlier when he mentioned the pedophile thing.
yeah. Go for it, man.
I believe that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I looked into that, and it does seem like a high percentage of them have that, you know, they hang around with that type of person, blah blah blah. And I was
Yeah.
still like weirded out when he said it because of the programming that I've gone through. Like when he said that, I automatically thought, you know, he's strange, or he shouldn't be saying that. And I actually believe in it. You know what I'm saying? That's
Yeah,
how
yeah,
strong
yeah.
the programming is with people.
Definitely, Definitely, and it absolutely sucks that you have to censor anything. We should be able to talk about whatever topic we want to talk about in freedom without the fear of any sort of
Yeah.
repercussion. Like
It
we should be
started
able
with
to do it.
it started with politics and what was it? Politics and Christian, like religion.
Yep.
Like I think I thought it to be strange when I was younger. They would be like, "Oh yeah, well we don't talk about politics and religion." I'm like, "What? That's what we should be talking about. That should be a emphasis on every conversation on you know what I'm saying. It has so much control over people, and I think that's how they control us. No, don't discuss that.
Right.
You know, it's not right to discuss politics and religion. No, that's wrong. How can you say it's not right to discuss something that's so much a part of everyone's daily life?
Yep. You know, exactly right. You know, you should be able to have discourse about things and express your opinion, put out all the information there, and let people decide for themselves one way or the other. You know,
They don't want that.
no, not at all. They just want a one-sided story. Like, you know, I don't do. This is basically the only social media I do, Rakia. Like, but my wife
me
does.
as
She
well.
does. Yeah, but my wife does Facebook and she does something else. I can't remember what it is. So occasionally she'll show me something that's on Facebook, but I read articles and stuff like that, and you know, Facebook employ people to be the fact checkers so fake news doesn't get out there. Well, who's in control of determining what is fake news and what is real news? So the news is going through filters of exactly what they want you to digest and believe, and the way they did their advertising campaign, because so many people are on Facebook, it's like, yes, Facebook's got my back. They're gonna show me the truth. I've got nothing to worry
No,
about,
they're
type
not.
of thing. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think it was summed up in the congressional meetings where the head of a huge corporation was in having a public meeting with a high ranking politician, and they're deciding how they're going to handle what they deem to be fake news.
Yeah.
That is the issue right there. You don't have to handle what's fake and what's not. You just have to let it get out there and let people investigate it for themselves. I mean, we used to do that. I don't get it.
Yeah. I actually remember as a kid and a young teenager, Rakia, you know, we had a few TV stations, but there used to be a lot of reporters out there breaking stories on corruption and dishonesty in this organisation or this government department, and reporters had an air of perceived integrity about them, that they were always chasing the truth and they were going to let the facts speak for themselves. But now all the reporters are nothing but parrots, and they're given a script. They don't do any reporting whatsoever, and they're told exactly what to say, when to say it, and at what time. And they've got no integrity whatsoever. Yeah, it is. It is. It really is.
Just watch ESPN, Sports Center. All of it is politics now. It's all politics. Even the sports news. It's crazy.
Yeah.
There's no difference between Brian Stelter and Tucker Carlson. They're all the same effing thing.
Yeah. There's a classic meme or something that goes around that shows about 50 or 60 news stations worldwide, and I can't remember what story they're reporting on, but every single one of them had exactly the same script. All different TV stations, but they're all owned by the same people, and they all said exactly the same thing, verbatim. It was
people and not having fake news. That's literally what it was.
If you want to find that, you type in St. Clair Broadcasting Group. It's like I forget exactly what they say, but they say this is very dangerous to our democracy. This is dangerous to our democracy.
That's the one. That's the one. Yes, yes, yes.
That
That's
happens
exactly right.
You can make one of those for many things because they get their
Oh my God, here we go.
from AP and routers or whatever, and so most of them just get their information funneled down from like a single.
But it's verbatim.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like verbatim.
It's scripted. That's exactly what it is. It's scripted, and there's no
I know that
integrity
most of those
whatsoever because one of those TV stations was Channel 10 here in Australia. And it's just like, what?
Oh, so it wasn't just American news stations; it was different countries saying it was.
Yeah.
Like local Houston news, and then Boston news, and then New York. Like I thought it was just the local. I didn't realize it was other countries. Wow, that makes me
because another Aussie in this channel sent it to me. He goes, check out in the last 3 quarters of it, you'll notice the Channel 10 news presenter. And I go, oh, that's very interesting.
Yeah. Then the
It's all
mainstream
just
narrative supporter is like, well, that's not that weird. I mean, it's just a coincidence. Okay.
Yeah. But what they do very, very tactfully, like it's like, look over here. You need to look at this over here while we do this over there while you're not looking. That's exactly what they do. It's like shining a laser at a cat. Get them to chase the laser over there. Get them concentrated on the laser, all the fear, all the division, right? Because it's always about picking a side in the news. You've got to pick the side. You've got to pick the right side. Black versus white, straight versus gay, pro versus con, whatever the case may be. It's always about picking a side, and while you are picking the side that they say is the right side, they're doing something behind your back that you don't even pay any attention to whatsoever.
Yeah, you can't even recognize it's happening. Even when someone points it out clearly to you, you still can't recognize it. I've had that happen to me. I do like the opposing view because I've been proven wrong like before, so I'm intelligent enough to say I can be wrong again, right? Like, if you're wrong once, of course, And so the opposing view is good, but don't come at me with you're ignorant. If I was ignorant, I wouldn't want to be hearing the opposing view.
No, not at all.
Ignorance is kind of. I'm just going to use B-ball as an example. I'm not calling him. Ignorance is not a name calling. It's just we pointed out how low-level observations over water can distort things and cause mirages. He gave his definition of mirage as distortion, and then post pictures, low level, long distance over water with huge amounts of distortion and says that's not a mirage. Like, that's ignorance.
It's just double speaking.
Well, he's either ignorant or he's intentionally deceiving.
It's always
There's no
one
in
or the
between.
other. Yeah, it's always one or the other. So, Bandy, did you and Kosho do an all-nighter? You guys are still here.
Kosho has to be here. He doesn't have a choice.
I went off for a little bit. I've only just come back in.
Well,
just now.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, right.
Good to see you again, mate. I'll try to keep it under the lid this time.
G'day, mate. Yeah, be on your best behaviour. I'm ready to kick and bang your ass, mate.
Australia doesn't exist.
No, it doesn't. It's all fake. It's actually New Zealand.
Yeah, you're in a cubicle somewhere in Washington.
Yeah, exactly right. Hollywood basement. That's where I am.
I fact checked that. I know it for a fact. Australia does not exist. You're a fake. Fake accent. Fake everything.
Man, you can't fake my accent. Bloody hell. Got the most drooliest accent going around. What the fuck? I'm off fishing tomorrow morning, off fishing. So I'm a happy camper.
Is it freshwater or what?
No. Ocean. Just off the beach, surf fishing is what I do.
Surf
So,
fishing. Okay.
yep, surf fishing. Yep. Yeah, which is all right because every time I go fishing, I probably get about anywhere between, I don't know, 3 to half a dozen snapper. Salmon. Maybe a
yeah?
flathead. Yeah. And I think the smallest I've caught to date is about 2.1 kilo. That's the smallest. So they're generally up around 2.5 to 3 kilo thereabouts, which is a nice size for a salmon.
I don't know that I would have ever associated a salmon being in Australia. For some reason, I'm just thinking always North America. That's really interesting.
Oh, okay, then there you go. No, we have the best salmon going around.
Wow, man.
Down under.
Yep.
Yeah, whenever I think of salmon, I think of them swimming in a stream and a grizzly bear grabbing them and shit. And then some guy sitting in a lawn chair gets mauled by one of the bears.
Right.
But I'll go down there in the.
Y'all are so gullible. Don't fall for the story. There are no salmon in Australia. Australia does not exist. He's not going to fishing for salmon in Australia. He's not. It doesn't exist.
I thought you were going to say the salmon don't exist.
Pandas don't exist.
They're all fake. But
Did you
I'll
say
go fishing tomorrow morning. I'll be up bright and early. I'll go down there and breakfast will be brought to me on the beach. Like it doesn't get any better than that, does it, guys? Like I'll be there fishing and then I'll look up and my beautiful wife will be walking along the beach with a little basket bringing me breakfast. Damn,
sounds great.
With that
living
daisy
the
chain
life.
in her hair.
Living the life, mate. Life of a king.
Did somebody say pandas don't exist?
I've
No, they
always
don't.
heard that.
I thought I heard somebody say pandas don't exist.
Well, yeah, no, I said that. I've never really looked into it, but I've heard people say pandas don't exist.
Yeah, I watched Owen Benjamin clip, and that thing was hilarious.
Yeah, that's the one where he says something like they can't even like fuck.
Yeah, but yeah.
What?
Well, the thing is, like the clips that I saw, honest to God, I'm thinking to myself, that totally looks like a guy in a bear suit. The way he was moving and just the mannerisms, like it was ridiculous. So ridiculous. I was like, man, you got to be kidding me.
But
Yeah,
I've
you
also heard North Korea doesn't
check out it.
exist also.
Whatever.
Oh. Damn toothache, man. It hasn't gone away in like a month.
Suck on a clove. Suck on a clove. That'll help.
Yeah. The thing is, I broke my tooth before Christmas and it started hurting a month ago. So I don't know. My teeth are fucking weird.
Yeah. Like I said, get a clove, put it on your tooth, and it'll make the pain go away.
Yeah, clove oil. I mean, that's what's in that's the numbing agent in Oragel.
Yeah, but no, a clove will work better. It'll
right.
Work
I tried to look for some at the store and I couldn't find any. The only thing, like even when I go online trying to find some, the only thing I can get is a little vial. I'm like, I don't want that. I want the actual clove itself.
Just go to the supermarket. Go to the herb and spice aisle.
Yeah.
Well, there's a few times God has answered my prayers, and it's when I'm crying because of a toothache, like twice.
Really?
Pray to God.
Yeah.
To heal your tooth. Yeah.
Oh, I have.
and like, honestly, it sounds retarded, and I know I sound retarded, but I've prayed for my teeth, and like the next day they feel great and nothing's wrong for months.
Right.
Hey, I'm gonna put a link. I'm gonna put a link to a guy. I don't see the video that I'm looking for right now, but his name is Clive DeCarl, and he talks about tooth health, dental health, He's got some really interesting concepts. One of them is you can restore your own health, the health of your own teeth fairly simply. I mean, it's going to take a lot of discipline, but I'll put this in the chat.
Well, I appreciate it. Anything that will help, I'm down to try. Yeah. And like, I don't know. Sometimes the pain gets bad at night because, like, when you're laying down, you got more blood flow, which makes sense. But it's like typically, it's not even like it's just it never stops. It's just always there. That's the annoying part. It's not even super bad. It's tolerable. It just doesn't go away. And like I said, it's just strange because I broke this tooth like 3 weeks before Christmas, and like it just started hurting a month ago. So I don't it's just strange.
Yeah, well, the pain could possibly not have anything to do with the break. I don't know, but now that I'm thinking about it too, the video that I just put in there is about magnesium, and if I would say get yourself some magnesium citrate, and then add, because it comes with its own scooper or whatever. But whenever you drink a glass of water, just put the magnesium citrate in there and drink it down. And magnesium is a natural muscle relaxant, pain reliever.
Right. Yeah, I'll have to try that.
Magnesium's good for you.
But
Also try to lower your sugar content whenever you're eating too much sugar and grains and flour. That will cause a lot of inflammation and pain in your, especially in your teeth. Because the teeth.
We can't hear you, Peach.
yeah, I was gonna say I didn't understand any of that.
Yeah, you didn't come through it at all. It was really.
You're roboting too.
Or the words of
Is he still roboting for y'all?
Yeah.
I think Discord is
Yeah, I
a
agree
way
with all
to
that.
teach everyone that we're robots. Like they're programming us to think we're robots by doing all this.
Benny, what do you say?
But yeah, it's just crazy how everything in life is like inverted and backwards. Like
what?
Well, just like the whole, I don't want to talk too much about it because that guy's made a point that we're alive, but
Oh yeah,
the whole
that thing, yeah.
like my body, my choice, but at the same time they force other things onto people.
Yeah, we shouldn't talk about it, but that is a little bit different though.
Right, but then again, but another example is the whole Ukraine situation, right? Because anybody like right of center, I think this is mostly an American issue, maybe in Canada a little bit, but it's mostly a North American thing where if anyone's like right of center as far as the left-right paradigm goes, what's the one thing that they always called you a NAZI, right? But now that's literally like who everybody wants to support with that whole Ukrainian conflict. It's just like it's comical now, like, and it's so out in the open, like all these people that like I used to be called one of those constantly just for political shit from 2015. You're a Nazi, blah blah blah.
Oh,
but now they're literally like,
I was like, we're not allowed to say Nazi.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess yeah. But
I'm just trying to be.
In 2014, that's when I got out of the Navy. We were actually funding. So right before ISIS was a big deal or bad or whatever, we were actually funding all the rebel groups that.
Well, yeah, dude, ISIS was an American invention.
Well, yeah, right. That's what I'm saying, and yeah, we funneled all the money that we were giving to rebels and all those everybody we were funding. They basically became ISIS, and then not only that, but one of the groups, I think Al Nusra, one of the groups we were funding, they were directly connected to Al Qaeda. So we basically were like, funding the people we were supposedly at war at, like, for the previous 10 years.
Yeah, the United States makes all these little proxy groups, and then look, these are enemies for us to fight, but really we're the ones that fucking made them. It's just it's money laundering to get money out of like weapons manufacturers.
Yeah.
And they try to overthrow little shitty little countries too.
Kosho, what year did you go in the Navy? Right after high school, or what year did you go in the Navy? He probably has me turned down if someone else wants to ask.
Kosho, what did you go into the Navy right after? Is the question that's been proposed by Rakia?
Say it one more time.
Did you go into the Navy right after school? Did you join up straight
Oh, right
away?
after school? I didn't go to school.
What? Just ask him what year he went into the Navy.
Well, I was 21 when I joined.
What year? What year did you join the Navy?
I was 20. I turned 21 right after boot camp. So.
What year was that?
Oh, like what year? What year? It was.
What year?
I joined in 2010.
2010. Okay. Cool.
The Navy.
Yeah, good times.
Who would join the Navy? Bloody gay, bloody uniforms they got to wear, all prissy and pristine, whatnot. Actually, I can actually, I know why now. You did, because they wear that gay little.
You think so? You know, those same gay uniforms, the dress whites.
Yeah.
So I heard stories so many times that when we used to port in Australia, we would wear dress whites and would take the top off, and they just write our name in it and throw them off the ship. And there'd be like fathers there and girls and all that stuff that would find a hat, and then they would, they would house like a sailor, and then fathers would try to marry their daughters off to them, but they probably just sleep with them and leave.
No Navy ship ever went to port in Australia, ever. Australia doesn't.
Well, if it's non-nuclear, they can.
Australia doesn't exist.
Oh,
how can a Navy ship?
They go to New Zealand. They don't go to Australia. They go to New Zealand.
That's further.
This might not get old.
So how many years has Nate been here now? We got up to, were we in the
I think it's
23 or 24? 28 now. 28.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anyone remember New Zealand being to the northeast of Australia? Mandela effect style.
What are you talking about? It still is. What are you talking about?
I know. Mandela effect said that New Zealand didn't exist. It wasn't on the maps before.
I remember it being closer to Japan.
You're probably thinking of the Philippines.
It is Japan, Pizzle.
That's refraction.
Yeah, looming. It's loomed. It loomed up to Japan. That's what happened there.
I think that there were actually globes that it where it wasn't on there. I forget exactly what the thing was, but they showed like old globes, and they weren't there. I'm pretty sure that is the case.
What's that one island?
Yeah, I
like
remember.
Friesland or something? Friesland, something like that used to exist like 100 years ago, and now it's just gone.
There was another island off the west too that disappeared off the maps.
The one where
wasn't that from John? Wasn't that from John Levi's video up near Iceland or something?
Right.
Well, how big was the island? Because I have islands in my region that disappear within a couple of years.
Yeah. So
you know what I'm saying?
No, it was worth noting on a map. It was so large.
So it had to be pretty big. But like I said, last year we had islands that existed on our charts that are still on my chart because I haven't updated, that I can drive over on a boat, you know, it's water now. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's still on my map, but it's actually water now. But like 2 years ago, it was land. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm not sure how.
Yeah, but was it a sandbar or did it have like trees?
No, it had trees and
all kinds
grass
of
and
shit
yeah. But
Really?
they just
Okay.
move around. You know, the storms moving on. But I don't know how big of a place they're talking about. Like, you know, if it's a rocky, you know, mountainous island that disappeared, that'd be different, right?
Yeah. No, I think I remember from the video that the map that he showed, where it was on the map, it actually had designated cities.
Yeah, I'm looking
on
at it now. I'll post it. But yeah, no, I had cities and towns all throughout it. Like little, and like the rivers and stuff were named and certain areas were named and it had capitals. Yeah, it was weird. From like the 1560s to the 1700s, it was always on every single map ever. And now it's
Wow,
just
and now
gone.
it's not. That is
Right.
kind of strange, right?
Where's the chat here? I can never.
So live stream one text.
Yeah.
What's the explanation? Like, what's the? There's got to be a reason, right? Like, were the maps wrong? Like, was that just propaganda back then, or false back then, or is there's another reason for it not being existence now?
Oh, I don't know what the official explanation is. Probably just a bunch of stupid people that didn't think they were
Kosho's
talking
here.
to me.
We could ask Kosho. There's no way Kosho doesn't know about this.
Yo, you can send me that picture if you can't post it. I'll post it for you. But yeah, we were looking at this Mercator map, like the map made by Mercator, and it was kind of interesting when you looked at the parts that he got that were correct, like that looked like they do today, and the parts that looked like they were, you know, he got them wrong or whatever. And you could tell that the European parts, the parts that, you know, is obviously more familiar with, they're certain about, obviously he's going to get correct. And there were so many places that map makers would make that almost nobody had ever been before. So it's like they're just going by word of mouth, and that's why they get a lot of that shit.
Yeah, but how do they have the names of all these towns and cities?
Well, that I don't know. Yeah.
Right.
But there, like, if you Google New Zealand's position changing or Mandela effect along those lines, you'll find that there's a lot of people who thought it was more to the south of Australia. And I was one of those people.
It kind of fits the pattern though, because like if you think like Japan sort of seems like it's like to the southeastern a little bit, like on, you know, so it kind of there's a lot of islands like that.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes they compress things too. Like something may be way far off, and they want to include it in the map, but they can't make the map as, you know what I'm saying, like scale. So they move that portion, you know, in. So that might be part of it. I'm just going off, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what you're talking about exactly, but that could be a reason. They wanted to include that island on that particular, you know, scaled map, but it wouldn't fit, so they just moved it in, changed the position of it.
Yeah. They
That
also kind of rounded out Australia, stretched it out too.
You know, also this Friesland or whatever it's called. I was just thinking about it. You remember that Greenland and Iceland were purposely named incorrectly, right? So it's like this could be part of that whole sort of like them basically trying to, you know, hide Iceland basically.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. Propaganda. Like, there's reasons back then they would have wanted to, you know, distort the truth to be hidden or like be protected. So that, you know, you never know. I mean, that's a long time ago. But even my coastline, you know, if you look at a map from 5 years ago and look at a map now, it's totally different, right? So that might be some of it too. But yeah, there's probably, you know, 20 or more reasons that it would happen. But I would think you can't rule out propaganda or trying to fool, you know, protect yourself by using propaganda, which is an excuse for propaganda, but also just distortions and not knowing exactly, not having great, information maybe. Like Kosho did bring up a good point. They just kind of like, I traveled, 20 days in this direction and this island was here, so they're just kind of putting it in position where they think it was at that time.
It's weird.
It is strange that those cities and all that are not, they don't exist anymore. Like that's gone. That piques my interest.
Well, just like the North Pole, like someone posted, like with the four, I don't know if they're islands or what, but I remember learning when I was a kid, about the North Pole, and now it's not even on Google Earth anymore. It's just an empty area of ocean.
It was definitely a position and I remember it to be land. When I was,
yeah. When I
and
was a kid, there was land.
Yeah, I
And
like
it's
100%.
well, it's not really land, it's ice, and now it's nothing.
Yeah, yeah. That is definitely something. Now I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if they had it wrong back then, or it's wrong now, or whatever, or it's changed, in physical. But
Well,
I
just like
was
people don't realize,
definitely
you can't go to
thought
the
it was
North
land.
Pole any easier than you can go to the South Pole. You're not allowed to. It's just as walled off as everything else.
So do 5-year-old kids go on Google Earth and they're like, Santa Claus can't live at the North Pole. It's just water. These people are lying.
Yeah. Yeah, of course there was land there. Santa's and his helpers lived there and made all the toys. I mean, I still believe in that. Why wouldn't I? I mean, it's all over TV. It's in every book.
Right. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie about that? I mean, all my authority figures tell me NASA tracks the sleigh, for goodness sake. For goodness sake. You see how I did that? I didn't do it on purpose. Like, I said it and then realized what I said.
That's funny. Yeah, so when after I saw the Brian, what's his name? What's the guy that went off line? Brian, whatever, and he made a lot of those balls out physics. Anyway, he did one of those videos. Oh yeah, Brian Mullen. Yeah. After he did one of his presentations where he showed an atlas from I think 1983 or 84, and it had a satellite picture above the North Pole with land. I went and found one on Amazon or eBay. I can't remember. I bought one, so I still have it. But it's a satellite picture of as high as it can go. It's almost like it's a picture of the entire top half of the world, and there's absolutely a landmass at the top.
A landmass, yeah. Not to distract from that point, but while we're talking about Brian Mullins, you would think like someone like him, educated, calm, cool, very, like he gave a great presentation scientifically. He gave all the math and the data and blah, blah, blah. And they attacked him viciously to the point where he had to quit. Now, if that's not telling you.
His presentation, he wasn't extreme about anything,
Right. He was down to earth, but where is he now, right? They made him quit, right? That should be very telling to a lot of people right there.
Yeah, there was not a huge contention with what he was saying. They just wanted to make sure that he was no longer able to say it.
That he couldn't keep going forward, moving forward, right?
Right. He's like, hey, let me take you through this. Let me give you all the physics involved. It's going to be 30 minutes. I'm going to do it nice and calm. Make sure you understand. Draw you pictures, and just laid it all out there.
And they took him out. And guess who was involved in that? Right, the same characters that try and post my front door and take me out. Tell you know what I'm saying? Like, you understand? George Hatnook and that group were the same people who attacked him.
Yeah,
it's weird. I mean, that's a strange thing.
Google Earth's not working right now. Damn.
I find it.
They're updating. They're adding that island back.
Yeah. I find it really strange that people that have experience, like real life practical experience, like how you get attacked. I spoke in this server before, and then I went over to Don's server. There was someone Shines wanted me to talk to. Anyway, I was talking to them, this one particular guy, in regards to pipe laying, Rakia, and using the laser pipe layer, which is just a little tool that you stick on top of a concrete pipe. You set your grade, it points a perfectly straight line. You'll lay, anywhere between 4 and half a dozen concrete pipes, join them all up, and then you move it, to the last one, put it in place, and that once again reestablishes plumb. But the grade is already set in it, so you set your grade at about 4%, but it all works off plumb, and the horizontal line that you have established from your initial datum point all the way back at point A. Yeah. Now, because you are moving this machine all the way along your job, right? It reestablishes plumb every single time, right? Now, in the ball model, right, you are actually creating a curved line by doing that, because apparently all plumbs diverge, right? But you can't have that at all, right? Your pipes have to be dead on, because you're trying to hit a riser that is anywhere from 200 meters to a kilometer away. You have to be able to hit that hole bang on, right? Because when you're working on such long runs, just for safety purposes alone, you have to cover them up all the way along your job. So if you get to the end of it and you don't hit your target, right, you now have to go excavate that whole job and reestablish that line. So, and because this machine is so simple and works off plumb, and it is dead on accurate, that machine there just shows that the plumb lines don't diverge.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, it is very, very, very simple, and yet you'll have armchair critics tell me, people that have never used these tools before, telling me how I was using these things incorrectly, and I don't know how they work.
Yeah, Bandy,
mate.
you know what else shows that plumb lines don't diverge?
What?
Plumb lines.
Plumb lines, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
plumb lines not diverging. Yeah. Well,
Exactly.
I've been screaming this from the rooftops because it's the simple thing, right? You and everyone here can go rent one of these machines for like $40 a day and create a horizontal. That's what they're meant to do. And then measure down to the surface that you created the horizontal above, and you could see what that surface below that horizontal is doing. Now, if you do that over water, and that water is not curving in any direction, it's parallel to your horizontal line. Well, guess what? That water is horizontal. Sorry. I mean, it's just too easy, right? But you have the same group, right, that'll come in and say, oh, no. That very precise tool that's created to create a horizontal plane, you're not doing that. And when you connect two horizontal line segments together, that horizontal is no longer horizontal. That is wrong. That is easily proven to be wrong. You're creating a horizontal line segment as far as you want to in any direction, and you measure down from that horizontal to see what the surface underneath is doing.
Exactly right. Yet we don't know what we're doing. Okay, we got no idea what we're doing or how to establish it.
Well, I have multiple assets telling me that I've been doing it right for 30 years.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Wouldn't there almost be a way to back engineer working against the curve, right? So if I wanted to lay or build a large warehouse, like 1 billion square feet warehouse, I would actually have to grade that warehouse floor against the curve.
Right.
Yeah. Just and Travis, not to go away from your building, but that's why they're saying that the pipe, like if you do a mile long pipe and you raise it against the curve, like you know what I'm saying, it's supposed to be 30 inches above whatever, and you raise that up and make that a straight line, they're saying the water is going to flow back. Well, yeah, if you raise the pipe, it's going to flow back to the center because it's no longer horizontal. You're raising it from horizontal. That's why the water flows. You're creating a slope, and it's just a mind twist. It is just their way. It's a wizard trick.
Well, that's the whole thing too. I mean, like when you watch, you know, if you live in an area where you're driving by, let's say, there's a forest. You know, it's kind of like a square block worth of forest, and then they level everything because they're going to put up a parking lot, right? They pave paradise, put up a parking lot, and you watch them grade where they're going to put it, because that whole time there were, you know, the trees were at different elevations, blah blah blah. So they grade everything, and if there's enough of a drop off, they're going to have to build up the ground in order to keep it horizontal, in order to keep it level. I mean, you can just watch them do this. It's a very simple concept to understand, that they are creating against elevation exclusively, right? A level horizontal grade, you know, upon which to build a structure.
Well, this goes back to what we were talking about a couple weeks ago when we were talking about basically creating a couple mile long bubble level, right? Where will the water flow in a pipe that's 3 miles long? If we filled it up with water, we knew that this pipe was perfectly straight and horizontal for a few miles. If we filled it up, where would the water flow?
Not going to flow.
Exactly.
Perfectly straight. Well, let me rephrase that. You have to cap it for it not to flow, because pressure will make it flow also, but slope is what makes water flow, and pressure. Because you can have a 4-inch pipe that's perfectly horizontal and cap one end, and the water's going to flow out the other end until it gets low, right? Because it's pressurized 4 inches. You have 4 inches of pipe that's building up pressure, and if one end is open and that pressure is allowed to escape, that water is going to be forced out that end. That, you know what I'm saying? I can put a drain pipe that's perfectly horizontal and have 4 inches of height in that drain, and water will still flow out, even though it's horizontal, because the water, you know, as it rises in that 4 inches, wants to equalize. That's the whole point. It's trying to find equilibrium. That's why it's going to flow out of that 4 inches and try and seek equilibrium. That's pressure, hydrostatic.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know
That's
how
right.
else to say it. This is as simple as an argument as it gets, because anybody can go test this themselves.
That's how we know how to use water the way we do, because we know exactly how it works, and we can manipulate it, knowing all its properties quite easily.
Where do you think they got the idea to create a laser level in the first place? Is by knowing how water seeks its horizontal, and then recreating that man-made, in a man-made way with a theodolite or a laser level. It's based on water.
Yep.
And then you use liquid to level the instrument in the first place.
Yep. Exactly.
Hello, wake up, people.
It reestablishes its plumb and horizontal every single time you move these things. Every single time. They're quite brilliant, the machines, actually. When the laser pipe levelers themselves. The amount of time that they took out of doing the job, because you'd have to get the surveyor out, you have to have pegs and all that sort of stuff. It was actually quite time consuming to get your grade right, and get it accurate. But with this little machine, You just put it on top of the pipe. It's all done. But 30 seconds, bang, and you've re-established your line. Bang, 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 and everything is just so quick.
You know how it's established in Plum, right?
The machine itself.
Yeah, the ones that aren't like digital, the ones that are just mechanical. It's using water.
Yeah.
It's using liquid. Yeah.
Yeah.
It has a liquid piece inside of it, and when that gets like a bubble level, when it gets in between the lines, it knows it's Plum.
Yep. Exactly. Exactly right. Because you put them on, you put them down, and you can actually watch the laser bouncing all over the place while it stabilizes itself. All right, so the whole machine internally is stabilizing. You can actually watch that laser moving around all over the place while it is establishing plumb again or horizontal.
I have one. I'll take a picture of it. I have one not 1 foot away from me right now.
Yep.
I'll take a picture of it. This is what we use every day. I'll show you the case, but you can get the gist of it. I can take it out of the case if you want, but this yellow case is in my back seat of my work truck. It's auto level.
I mean, think about this, right? Think about being some of the early pioneers of the heliocentric model. And you're all sitting around eating your donuts, drinking your coffee, and talking to the boardroom. And like, anybody else see a hole in our model? Yeah, Bob, what do you got over there, Bob? Has anybody ever said anything about whether or not a plumb line would be parallel to another plumb line? And then there's just this hush over the boardroom. They're like, "Fuck, how are we gonna deal with that?" Like, yeah, you're right. Like Bob, like stand up, Bob. Like you're 90 degrees, Bob, and I'm standing up and I'm 90 degrees, but we're really not. So it always goes back in these scenarios where my question is this: was this principle first measured or thought of?
It's a theory.
Because if it was thought of, then you can create anything after that.
Travis, also think about this. When you have two sticks in the ground, let's say, and they're a certain distance apart, or plumb lines, at ground level or 1 foot above the ground, they're one distance apart in their theory, right? But when you go 10 foot above, it's more distance apart. When you go 1,000 foot above, it's even more, right? Because they're angling away from each other exponentially.
Yeah, we talked about that last
night. That's ludicrous, man. That is ludicrous. So you're telling me you hang a plumb line a mile long from the sky to the ground in two different positions? The top is going to be way further apart than the bottom? I call bullshit on that. I'll take that bet for any of them.
Yeah.
They diverge like rays of light.
You see that pic I posted in the chat there, Rukia? That pic?
He brought up a good point.
Sorry.
I'm looking at. No, go ahead. I'm trying to look at your pic. That thing you're going to tell me is in Australia when I know Australia doesn't exist? I see the plumb line hanging. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. It's a pipe leveler that they used to build the aqueducts back in the day.
Oh yeah, put that very, very, very slight slope on there.
Yeah, exactly.
When you have an introduction, a water source, and you can put your trough even horizontal for a long way as long as you have depth to it, and then put that very, very, very slight slope every now and then, and water will flow in that direction.
Exactly.
Hey, Rakia, that's a great picture of your thumb, man.
Yeah, no. I'm trying to get around my belly and get to my back seat and get my thumb out of the way. Yeah. That's one of my, actually, this one just broke Friday. I'm bringing it to the shop to get it repaired. But I have 10 of these. You know, I have theodolites. We use these a lot on like small, like where, you know, like, we don't use them on roads that much, but like, just setting a farm or whatever, because one person can use it. You don't need a crew. But yeah, this is what we do all day, every day, is get out the truck, get these tools out, which are made to create a horizontal plane above a surface, create that horizontal plane. We use strings, make sure that those strings are perfectly, creating a plane. And then we form to that off of a benchmark. So that one benchmark, no matter where we move our tool, we're creating that horizontal plane from that benchmark. You can double back, you can do whatever you want to do, but it all goes back to that one benchmark that you said that may be, let's say, a foot off the surface at that point. Well, when you create a horizontal plane from that benchmark, other parts of the surface might be 10 foot below the horizontal, or maybe above the horizontal. So you have to dig out to form up below that horizontal plane. I mean, that's the whole point of these tools. I don't know how they argue against it. They, at that point. So I got my crew telling me how much, like, we're pouring concrete right now, but I'm out of town. But anyone can go rent these tools. It's called an auto level or a laser level or a theodolite, and they're all can create a horizontal plane for in any direction for as long as you want. Just put a stake in the ground, shoot the top of it, and then use that benchmark, that top of that benchmark as your top of your as your horizontal plane, and go all the way around wherever, over water, over land, over both at the same time, and then measure down to it and see what's deviating. And I promise you, the water will not deviate unless there's wind blowing or something like that, pushing the water against one shore more than the other. Or but you're gonna measure the land to deviate a lot. Like, the land is not flat. It's going up and down almost in every spot, because that's how water drains off. If it was flat, it would hold water all the time. It wouldn't never drain. High elevation to low elevation. Anyway, I gotta get out.
All right.
Yeah, the thing that I really want to be able to investigate and research more is my claim about Mirage, because if no one's familiar with what my claim is, you have to think about a mirage as if it were the shadow of a tree in front of you. So you've got a large tree in front of you, you've got the sun behind it. So you've got the physical tree, and then below it is a mirage. I mean, is a shadow. That shadow, depending on the angle of the sun, could look like it was directly underneath the tree, like a mirrored image. But it's not. It's stretching out along the horizontal toward you. That's exactly what a mirage is doing. Every single time. Every single mirage has depth to it. However, it looks absolutely vertical and proportional. But along that horizontal, you know what I mean? Like if you were to stretch an image out, then the image would become distorted. But that's not what the mirage does. The mirage is a one-to-one correspondence with the target above it and the target below it. But that if anyone can understand what I'm saying, the thing that I would like to understand and just really, and I've thought about it on my own, but like, how does that kaleidoscopic 3D hologram that is not vertical look as though it is vertical, even though it's stretching over perhaps miles of distance.
So, so this mirage, Travis. So from you're saying it has depth to it. So from the target to you, wherever that mirage starts and finishes, it has that depth, right? From A to B, but it has that depth for the reasons what? Because at that angle, the angle is of an acute enough angle for you that it gives that reflection of the mirage, and it gives it that depth. And so wherever that angle starts, where it can be acute enough to give that that impression, is where it's starting. Is that kind of what you're saying? If that made any sense whatsoever?
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Right. So so if you look back on a couple of the videos that I've put up, primarily the one that has the Anacapa Island in a severe inferior mirage, I can show you images where there is no mirage at all and the island looks completely whole. And then I can show you images where there's a very acute mirage, but you only have an equal mirage for the acuteness of the angle. So there's a limit to the mirage. And if the refraction is intense enough, you would have the entire island miraged. Yep. So depending, so like if I'm at a particular angle and I can only see, like I can see the full physical target, but the mirage only has a quarter of the target. Well, I could actually elevate myself and increase that mirage image and actually get to the point to where I see the entire image miraged. I could do that myself. But my point is that I don't have to do that when I'm making my observations, because the Aether band is the variable. Depending on how intense that medium is that day, I could have a full image displayed before me. Not only that, I could actually have two images underneath the physical. I can have the physical, I can have the inverted, and then I can have another image reverted back. It just depends on how intense the medium is.
So that photo we were looking at earlier on today with the Flying Dutchman, that tanker that was flying in the air, that you say, did you say that was not a mirage? That one, the Flying Dutchman one?
Yeah, and at least the boat itself did not have a mirage. The boat didn't.
Right.
So that would be my contention. My contention is whenever I see a target with the mirage,
yeah,
then everything below that physical target to the right and to the left is a mirage of whatever is to the right and to the left. So if the target has a mirage, then the sky is going to be miraged. So my argument with that woman who was in the, I can't remember what her name is now, but Smiles.
Shines.
Yeah, Shines.
Yeah.
So my point was, the reason why the sky in that image isn't miraged is because there's no mirage on the boat. Because if the sky were a mirage, that boat would have a mirage.
Right. Because I said it was mirroring, I think was the term that I used.
Well, yeah,
I think.
Yeah, it might be easy to. Yeah, it might be easy to say that if you didn't have the boat there, right? So imagine there were no boat, but you could see the water, and then you see the apparent beginning of the sky. But let's just say that there was. Let's just say there was enough of a tinge that it created a band, but it still looked like it was the sky, right?
Yeah.
So because you do have a boat, and that boat does not have a mirage, then there is no reflection. There is no mirage. There's just simply something else in the air happening.
Right.
That is discoloring that. Yeah.
So that tanker, the Flying Dutchman one, are you saying that is exactly where it is? It's not higher or lower. It's exactly where it is. Okay. Yeah. So now underneath the tanker, we have what appears to be sky, and to me, right, the sky has to be mirrored onto the water in some way, shape or form. Right? That's like I can't think of it any other way, to be quite honest with you, Travis. I don't get how it can't be mirrored onto the water, regardless whether or not the boat is mirrored or not. I can't see how the sky could be appeared to be on the water without any sort of mirroring reflection of some sort to give the appearance that it is the sky. I can't get my head around that. I'm trying to get what you're saying.
Okay,
Maybe
so I just tried to post a
now you're roboting.
yeah,
Flap your arms, Travis. You're roboting. Jesus.
Hear you. I hear you.
No, you're roboting still, mate. You're still roboting.
Of a Flying Dutchman. Okay.
You were roboting, yo.
Yeah, he was. I think he's worked it out.
Figuring it out now.
Yeah.
You know, steak and chicken, everything has gone up like double in price the past year, but sushi remains $10 a plate.
Oh yeah. Happy days. That's what
I'm
you
shocked
want.
that sushi used to be expensive. Now it's just like buying chicken or beef.
It's going to become a staple at those sort of prices. God, everything here is going through the roof. Everything. Like we're paying $2.20 a litre for petrol, which in your money, you're in Canada, aren't you, Pizzle? So American dollars, that's about $9 a gallon. $9 a gallon.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, we're at like $2, $2.10. I've seen it at $2.10.
A litre?
$2 a litre in Canada, yeah. Or in Ontario.
Insane.
Yeah.
It is insane. And the petrol stations are full. They're absolutely full. And you notice that,
customers.
I think Napalm mentioned it yesterday. Like I've never, and which I noticed exactly the same thing. Like you drive past a petrol station, and there's like cars waiting to fill up, waiting. Like, and the petrol's never been more expensive. People are scared that everything's just going to go up and up and up and up and up, and they're trying to get every last drop they can in at bargain, rock bottom basement prices.
Every time it goes down a couple cents, the rush goes in.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, great, it's at 208. It's not 210 anymore. Let's go fill up a tank.
Yep.
Also, I noticed a lot of stations are closed. So, I mean, if they run out of gas, then all the customers go to another gas station, and then that one gets packed.
Yeah.
Ben, so do you have any pictures of those refraction mirror things? Because I thought you said Flying Dutchman, like when you said it, like I think as like a just way to reference it, but I thought that's what I thought that's what the Flying Dutchman came from, was from that type of refraction.
If you type in the search, I think Shine's posted it.
You say
Hold on, let me see.
posted it?
Yeah, posted. Hold on, let me see if I can find it and repost it. See
Like
how
you said, posted it.
Posted it. See if I can find it.
I'm looking through the pictures now.
Okay.
Okay, I see some.
Yeah, there's one of it like an oil tanker or something.
Because I think I mean Travis's explanation. I thought I was like, I mean I agree. I mean I don't know that much. I don't know as much as he does, right? About, because he has to take those observations. But when you said Flying Dutchman, it just reminded me that I was trying to remember which one that was. I think that's Fata Morgana. And I think the legend was that that's how that's why they saw that, you know, that ship was because of that. But I was thinking about it, and it doesn't always make it go upside down, like, you know, like the mirroring. Because I was thinking that too when you guys were talking about that. I thought it was mirroring, but then when Travis said that, I was like, well, I took his word for it. But I think Fata Morgana doesn't have to be upside down. Like it could be right side up or upside down.
No, the Fata Morganas are misclassified inferior mirages. But can you guys see those two images that I put in the chat, Bandy?
Hold on, mate. I'll just go back to it. I was trying to find something for Kosho because he's too lazy to find it himself.
The what, Benzo?
Hold on. Nothing. I was talking about you, not to you. But no, well, yeah, I see him, Travis. Yep.
All right, so the first image is a Flying Dutchman in the form of a Ford 1500. Okay.
Yep.
So you've got the physical target, and then you've got the inverted image.
Mm-hmm.
And so then if you cut that image in half, at that point, everything below that is blue is a mirror of the sky.
Yep.
Okay. So you can't have this image without an inverted target inside of it. Like the truck wouldn't be able to be there without an image. It has to have a mirrored image of itself. So if the sky is going to be mirrored over distance, and there's a target within that same distance on the water, that target is going to have a mirage. If it doesn't, it's not a mirage anywhere.
I don't think that's true, man.
Okay.
I know that's fine if you don't think it's true. But
have you heard of those floating buildings?
Okay, so Rakia has posted floating buildings. I can post floating buildings. I'm showing you a floating truck right now.
I know. I'm asking. That's why I was asking if you've heard of the floating buildings, right? So the floating buildings, that's obviously not the like some sort of mirroring happening from the sky covering up the ground. That's the buildings actually appearing to be high up in the sky.
No, that's your model. No, that's your model.
I mean, they appear pretty high though.
Now, Travis, this.
Okay, you're going to have to instead of telling us. Hold on, just real quick, Bandy. Kosho, if you have something that you'd like to present, if you have something that you'd like to present us with to consider what you're saying. Otherwise, I'm just going to be a naysayer and go nuh-uh. But please present something if you want to have a discussion about it. Go ahead,
Bandy. I'll go first, but that's why I asked you if you'd seen the cities. But go ahead, Benzo.
Yeah. Again, I appreciate that, but I would have to have more context. I would have to actually see it in order for me to tell you my interpretation and hopefully make sense.
But you just told me you did. But go ahead, Benzo. Sorry.
So with that image that we were looking at earlier, Travis, the Flying Dutchman one, where you're saying that that's not mirroring because there's no mirror image of the boat that you can see. So that's why you're saying it's not mirroring of any sort. So my only contribution to that is the difference between this pic and that other one. Like, how far away are you from where you've taken the picture to where the truck is? Because I presume the one with the Flying Dutchman, I presume, or that tanker, I presume that's many miles away. So maybe you just can't resolve the mirror image of the tanker per se, but being a lot closer, things being clearer, you can resolve the mirror image of the truck. Is that a possibility?
I'll grant that as a possibility. Sure.
Yep, cool. Yeah, look, I don't know, mate. I don't know anything about it. I'm just trying to spitball with you at the end of the day.
Yeah. No, that's fine. And again, that's a fair description, because I have excuse me, I have a very proximate photograph of the Anacapa Islands, or the Anacapa Island, with the Anacapa Arch, and I'm less than a mile away. Inferior mirage at the base, whereas before with my naked eye I didn't see it. I couldn't see it. So so it's very possible that boat could have
you're roboting, you're dropping out.
Inferior mirage.
You're roboting, Travis. You're roboting, mate. Jump out and come back in.
Let me use his roboting as an example of how we're seeing things in the distance. When you hear that roboting, it's distortion, right? You're not getting the clear. You're not getting all the information from his words, right? Same thing.
Exactly.
Same thing in the medium of how light is getting back to you, however that is, right? You can explain it in many different ways, but that distortion is causing that image to not give you all the information. So it's being broken up and scattered, and you're not hearing what he's saying, or you're not seeing what you're supposed to see. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But this is what I struggle with Rakia. Like, they say it's all about this light traveling to our eye. Like, the image is in these little photons, right, traveling through everything to our eyeball, and this is how it's all getting warped and distorted and all that sort of stuff. I don't see the light doing that, and that's how I'm seeing that these things, like the light coming through things. I'm just looking through a medium that is distorting things. To me, it's got nothing about exactly how the light is traveling to me per se. It's the lens that I'm actually looking through, and the angle at which I'm looking at things as well. But this whole light traveling through my eye, through a particular density gradient, getting bent down, up, left, right, and doing 360-degree cartwheels, I don't see that myself. And I've got nothing to back it up.
You have to go by who's telling you that. There's a reason they're always telling you that refraction is happening to the most dense light. Listen to who's telling you that and how adamant they are about that one point. They don't never mention diffraction or distortion as much, or like reflection or all of that. It's just information loss. Your brain is interpreting the information that your eyeball is receiving at different angles in a reverse image.
Yes.
And your brain is interpreting that, but your brain is made for a very specific distance and blah, blah, blah. Once you get beyond that distance, your brain loses that, like it can't interpret it as well, so it's distorted more.
Yeah. But do you think, Rakia, that if you were to get a rifle out and aim at the cabin of that truck that Travis just posted, like the cabin, that you'd hit the cabin, or do you think that the cabin is going to be lower or higher than what it actually is?
Well, I think this is the way I'm going to put it. If you're 10 foot off the surface and that truck is 10 foot off the surface, and you know that you're firing a bullet with 1,200 feet per second out of the muzzle, and it's going to drop 2 feet, if you aim 2 foot above your surface at that distance, you're going to hit that truck. Where are you seeing it? Maybe I think may be different. Like it's an optical illusion. That's why it's called an illusion, because it's not in its actual position.
But like a fish in water.
Yeah, if you throw that sphere at a fish in water at a certain angle, if you're in the air and you're looking down into the water, you're going to miss the fish. Also with spear fishing, if you're in the water with the fish and the sun is at your back, you get a different view of the fish as if the sun is beyond the fish looking at you. We often, try and get the sun, like we get like if we're around an oil rig, we'll try and get against a post and shoot out towards the sun to a fish because we're accurate. Or we'll try and get the sun at our back and have the fish in between us and the post that gives us a background where all the reflected light is putting that fish as we're in the water with the fish in its most accurate position. So we're going to hit it more often. I don't know how it's like, what I'm saying? It until you experience these things, it's hard to explain it.
Yeah, but I know what you're saying, but is it about how the light is traveling itself, or is it about what you are looking at, like the lens that you are looking at? Like if I've got glasses on, and I can put on glasses that have a crazy shape to it, and it's going to make everything look crazy. You know what I mean?
It's going to create an optical illusion.
Exactly, but it's not about how the light is traveling to me. It's about the actual lens that I'm looking through.
I think you're answering your own question. Now, how do they fight against the atmosphere being a lens? Yes or no? Of course
100%
they do, right?
they do.
Well,
exactly.
Then what do you think? Take the opposite of what most of these people are saying, and you're closer to the truth.
Exactly
I think
right.
the atmosphere is acting like a lens, and that makes more sense. It makes things add up to me where I can understand it. Doesn't make it true. It just makes it more understandable, and I can reconcile what I'm seeing, especially at distance. But for someone go ahead.
That's why I did my proof of concept for proximate looming. So I printed out an image of a boat, put it on the side of a box, put it on a warehouse floor, put it out in front of me, put some colored pencils along the way, put my camera down, and I had a Fresnel lens or a reading magnifying lens, right, from Amazon. I bought a couple of them. And I just put it out in front of the camera. I took it away. You can see the boat completely. Ground boat. I put the lens up. I could raise the floor up and cut off half that boat.
Yep. Just because of the lens.
That's what the air is doing. When you see a boat,
the same exact view as what we're seeing in the atmosphere.
Yeah, when you see a boat cut in half, I can show you how to do that on a warehouse floor with a magnifying lens.
Very easily. But the angle of the light, I think you were talking about angles also in Bandy, isn't it? The angle is definitely something, and Travis proves that with his two people, at opposite view with the light source, of course, is in one position. But when you look from one way, it's clear, and when you look from the other way, it's distorted. So obviously, there's more to it than just viewer height and how much density is in the air. I mean, it's everything, right? You have to combine everything, whether there's cloud cover or bluebird sky, the surface that you're on, if it's shiny or glossy or whatever. Everything matters when it comes to this.
Yeah. And I'm not saying light isn't a factor in any of this. I just don't think that light travels in rays.
I get it.
Is all.
I'm kind of on your side on that. I think light is the medium. Like it just exists. It's the information is traveling through it. But I've had people like I've given the example of like a billboard painted white, like a very blunt, rectangle, object painted white at the same height as a tree or thing, a billboard made out of tree, like put tree leaves and branches, sticking out from the billboard the same size, and then go away from those objects the same distance at the same elevation. Which one is going to disappear first? And I'll tell you that the tree billboard is going to disappear first, not the white, blunt, flat edge, because it's absorbing a lot of that light. It's not reflecting in it as much as that white, billboard. And people argue with me about that. I'm like, you can do this every day. I mean, you can go do that yourself. So the tree line that is in the way of a building, you don't see the tree, but it's still obstructing the information from the building getting back to the viewer. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
So a tree line that's 50 feet above you is going to be at whatever angle you're at to the building that's beyond the tree line is going to be obstructing the building, the bottom of the building at whatever angle you're at. But you're not going to see the tree line because it's absorbing the light and it's not reflecting back to you. I don't know how it's like. You can test that too. I mean, the same thing with the sunset. Do you think in your area there's no trees or buildings or mountains in your way of the sun as it goes away from you? Of course there is.
Everywhere. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So it's just going beyond that angle of resolution and disappearing bottom up because it's the information is being obstructed bottom up most of the time. Now, sometimes the atmosphere obstructs the information and it just blinks out before it gets to that angle where the bottom up obstruction would happen due to the whatever is obstructing that information at your viewer angle, right? So sometimes you see it blank out. That's why when you gain elevation, like a drone or whatever, you don't have the trees in the distance or the mountains obstructing your information. So then the sun is able to go far enough away where it just fades out.
Yep.
This is as simple as it gets. I mean, if people fight against that or can't understand it, that is on them. That is their ignorance or their mind not letting them understand because it's a very simple concept.
Yeah.
Do you have videos of the sun blinking out? I've never seen it. I've always seen the sun appear to set, like it does every single day.
Yeah, I have a video that the sun actually does both. It gets obstructed from the bottom because I'm at sea level. And then it stops going down and then it fades out. I have a video that I took myself in Louisiana at sea level that does both at the, in the same video.
About this video, is it full of, do you have a solar filter or some kind of shade on it?
No, it's reality. It's not a solar filter. It's the sun being, so you're saying with a solar filter, the sun wouldn't be obstructed bottom up?
You would know what I was saying if you would let me get to the end of my sentence rather than cutting me off.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's been 2 hours of y'all not here and we've had a beautiful conversation. Go ahead.
My question was, are you looking through a solar filter, some kind of shade, or are you
said
looking
no.
at God fucking damn it. Can I get to the end of a sentence?
I already answered your question.
Okay, then what was the second half of the question?
I already answered that part of the question. If you want to ask me something else, go ahead. How many questions do you want to ask me in one sentence?
5.
You said, did I use a solar filter? I said no. Now carry on.
Were you looking at the glare and unable to see anything because your camera optic was all blown out from the glare?
Well, you can watch the video and decipher that for yourself. If you're saying glare is making the bottom of the sun disappear and then making it fade out, then that's on you too.
No, I'm not. I asked a simple question, but you couldn't be respectful enough to keep your goddamn cock holster shut.
Listen to this
let
guy.
me get to the end of it.
Hey,
because
Kool-Aid, your mic is really crappy.
Yeah, and your
at the
attitude
moment.
is too.
You might want to drop out and come back in. But yeah, it's really bad.
Yeah, what I find interesting is Kool-Aid didn't say, "Hey, Rakia, that sounds really interesting. Can I see that video?" Right? He didn't show any interest in watching it. He's just going to ask
Exactly what I
questions.
did. That is exactly what I did. I said, "Do you have this video? I've never seen it." So now you're just lying, Travis.
No. Did you ask him to post it so you could watch it?
Yes.
Okay, well then I missed that. Then I
Well,
apologize.
then it's
Kool-Aid.
fun. So shut up.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
Listen to this guy. He's calling names, calling liars, telling people to shut up. Maybe it's this guy. Because we were having a good conversation before. This guy came in with this attitude.
A lot of your stuff was missed, Kool-Aid, because your mic is really crappy, by the way, if you did ask for it, because I didn't.
Yeah, you were clipping
Yeah.
pretty bad as you're calling us liars for not hearing stuff when you're clipping. So maybe it's your attitude.
You can't hear when you're talking. That's why I'm annoyed. If you
Or
stop
when you're
over-talking-
clipping. How many people have to tell you your mic is shit that we might not be hearing what you're saying, sir?
Is that why you overtalk me every single time, Rakia?
Oh my God.
Your mic, it sounds either like your mic is really close to your mouth, Kool-Aid, or something's wrong with the connection. Right?
Maybe you got it wet.
1 or 2 hours of being on mute usually cures that. I'm just saying.
I tried to tell you pretty respectfully that it was bad.
Yeah, the mod has told you like 3 or 4 times now that your mic is shite. That's why 2 people didn't hear what you said, maybe. There was some over talking also. But you keep cutting people off. You keep cutting Travis and me off while complaining you were cut off with a shite mic.
Right. We understand you can't keep your cockholster shut to listen. I
Here he goes
understand.
again. Here he goes
All right.
again.
I tell you what. What we're going to do is we're going to start again, right? And we're going to go back to the really cool conversation that we were having prior, because that was really enjoyable, actually, having that conversation prior. So,
What was the variable in the scientific experiment of our conversation that changed? What variable changed?
The
independent variable of whoever that guy is.
Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid, what do you know?
The little bitch. Just for a second.
Listen at it.
Dude.
More name calling. Mod.
I don't know if that's true. You have to. Let me see if you can manipulate it, and let's see.
Oh, I can manipulate him. I promise you.
you are trying to, Rakia.
I'm manipulating him already.
I know what you're doing. And come on, let's go back to what we were talking about, because it was cool what we were talking about.
Yeah, I agree.
Get
rid of the cock holster collar, and we'll go back to our conversation.
I'm sorry you have to lie to be.
There he goes again. Name calling, lying. How many chances does he get?
Come on,
Why don't you just overtalking me every single time, Rakia? Why don't you just prove that point?
Cool.
Hey, talk to you later, Kool-Aid. See you later, buddy.
All right, now, okay then. All right, now everyone, stop. Right, we are going to start again. We're not going to antagonize, right? And we are going to try and move forward, please.
Yeah, cool. So, Travis, what do you think when people say there's not, the atmosphere doesn't act like a lens? Like, what do you come back with? Because I think it does act like a lens.
Yeah. Again, either they're completely ignorant or they're completely ignorant. I mean, I've heard, I've said it before, but I've heard Rumpus in conversations say, "Oh, that's not going to happen on a cloudy day," and I can go get my files and pull one up and show them. So they're textbooks warriors, right? They're armchair scientists where they read shit and it's almost like there's only one possibility. But you and I both know that there's a myriad of things happening out there, and they don't list them all. They don't describe them all. They don't address them all. Like for instance, it would be interesting to see in a website on Mirage them address looking over the same corridor the opposite way.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Like you did. I thought that was I want to do that myself.
Because what you what ends up happening is oh, so it's not the conditions, because I'm in the same place, same geography, same elevation, but I'm just looking back the other way. Why don't we have a mirrored observation?
Now let me
Like the
clarify.
concentrate.
Let me clarify
Right.
that real quick, because I'm the one that says conditions a lot. What I'm meaning by that is everything, not just the temperature and water and blah blah blah. I'm talking about the sun angle, the actual light source, the position of the viewer, those are the conditions that I'm saying, not just the weather. So, you know what I'm saying? I think people misunderstand me when I say conditions. They think I'm just talking about the weather.
This thing about sun angle and whatnot, and angle at which we see these things, and potentially how deep the mirage is and stuff. Here's an idea, Rikia. On a bigger slab that you pour, right? Just after it's been poured and fairly quickly screeded off, so you've still got that wet kind of surface, right? And the sun is, say, at about 10 o'clock in the morning, so a distinct sort of angle. And if you put say a toy car or a toy boat or something at one end of the slab and one on the completely opposite end of the slab, and take photos from either end to see what the difference would be in regards to any miraging, mirroring, or anything like that. Would that be something worthwhile doing, you think?
Well, I think it just reiterates what's already been done a million times. And with concrete, you have a chemical reaction, so a lot of moisture and heat being released. So that's of course going to cause some distortion.
Yep. But then you've got the distinct, or one of the variables you could control almost would be the angle of the sun. So you could have the angle of the sun coming from behind your back, and then you could go to the other side and point the light towards the sun. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That would just like Travis did. I think Travis proves that the light source position is a huge factor.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, now that the independent variables have been put back in their place, the conversation is pretty decent again. We could talk about this for years, right, and never really figure out every variable. I think Travis would agree with me on that, because they're also forever changing, like minute by minute, second by second, hour by hour, day by day. They're changing even when you're in the same position. I've done like observations where I'm basically look away and then look back, and the mirage layer has moved towards me or away from me. Right. It's nuts how fast it changes. And I think the wind, it's whatever gases or whatever's causing this lensing effect. I think the wind and the thermal input and output, like if the sun goes behind clouds, right, you're getting a different view from the same position. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Are you imagining a convex or a concave lens?
I'm sorry. Ask that again.
When you say that we're looking through a lens, is it a convex lens?
It goes both ways.
I think it goes. Yeah. I think the sky is. I think the sky is a dome. So I'll just be out front and honest with you. That's just my belief. I don't have any proof of that. So I think that would affect the lights in the sky. But as we're viewing over a horizontal line of sight, I think we're just looking through layers that are vertical and horizontal. Like you might have a cooler layer, here, a warmer layer, and then a cooler layer above that. Like you can have these updrafts and downdrafts of air that mixed together, it causes turbulence. I mean, man, you're talking about so many variables. I don't think you and I are ever going to know. You're definitely not going to be able to measure it.
Yeah, there's these globers who focus on celestial navigation that they claim shows curvature of the sky, therefore the Earth is curved. I'm not sure how they arrive at it.
Well, they're agreeing with the curvature of the sky. Like they have an atmospheric layer that's going around the sphere, so that makes the atmospheric layer above the sphere, curved. Like.
Yeah, I don't like the dome, but I'm not gonna. It doesn't matter if I like it. If it is,
I don't deal with a lot of the. Okay, here's my point with that. If I can be, if an optical illusion can be made like a couple miles from me, how the hell would I decipher what's happening 200 miles or 1,000 miles or 50,000 miles? Like, I'm not even gonna try, man.
No.
Like that light that you're seeing up in the sky at night could be almost anywhere. Just being honest with you, that might sound weird, but that is the honest truth. It could be freaking anywhere, dude, and just being projected or you're perceiving it to be right there.
I agree with that completely. Yeah.
There's a kicker to that too, as far as like, the 1 degree every 60 nautical miles. The one stipulation is light has to be parallel for that to work.
Yeah, and that's ludicrous because then they'll turn around and tell you that light's not parallel; it's bending all over the place.
Right. I was going to ask about that with the stars. I mean, are they imagining that it's coming in parallel to me at this line of latitude in a different like, how do they claim it's parallel?
It's worse than that. They're telling you that starlight is billions of miles away and like light years. Like that light is not the light that's happening right there. It already happened like millions of years ago. It's worse than anybody can fathom.
So in their celestial navigation model, their claim is that the light from distant stars, right, that you're shooting with the sextant, that light is hitting one full side of the globe at parallel rays, the same way that they claim that the sun is hitting in parallel rays. So they're claiming that star, all of the light from that star, no matter where you're at when you're seeing it, is hitting the surface of the Earth 100% parallel across that surface.
But they're also creating, the first thing they do is create a horizontal baseline above the surface of the Earth to get their 90-degree angle to that ground position, like to that light in the sky that they say is doing whatever. And then they plot down to the curved surface, which if you do that, you're not going to get inaccuracies. Over a flat plane and over a curved surface, when you're viewing your optical viewer with a sextant or whatever, those positions aren't going to be very different.
Right, because the visuals that you see of the stars in the sky, right? We know that the way that we visually see the world in what I call perspective, right? Things appear to move lower down in your line of in your vision as they appear to get further away, right? Creating this idea of even a dome of vision that you see around you, right? So when they're plotting all of this out over a flat surface, their assumption of the curve is just the curvature that we see due to perspective, which would be what they call the celestial dome.
Exactly. They're saying that light in the sky is a fixed position and that you're moving around a curved surface. That's totally wrong. I mean, that's even wrong in their model because they leave out perspective when they do that.
Right, but exactly. In reality, you're moving across a flat vertical surface, but the objects that you're shooting to and that you have above you in the sky, they are moving in what appears to be curves. Right, so they just back engineer and flip that.
It's the opposite.
But
and
when
when
you
move
guys-
closer and further away, they appear higher and lower in the sky. I'll go on.
What do you
I
guys
think
what?
when Kosho explained how to measure it, he didn't mention that you have to wait another 6 months for the Earth to get on the other side of the sun Like you don't necessarily need to move on the Earth. You just wait for the entire Earth to move 6 months to
Or
the
you
other
just
side
wait,
of the sun.
or you just wait for the
Or
stars to move.
or it's the
And
sky moving
yeah,
6 months.
exactly.
Sure. Okay, so even if we say it that way, you have to take 2 measurements, and you don't have to move. So like you triangulate the star, and then you wait 6 months for whatever to move, and then you triangulate it again.
And tell me what that tells you.
Yeah, what does that get for you?
That tells you it's, well, when you guys were asking the question, you were asking for its height. Its height, which means its distance, like to the Earth's surface.
I never
Nobody
mentioned
asked for
height.
the height.
Yeah, well, when Kosha was explaining it, you were like, that's what we were talking about, measuring the height of the star.
I've never, ever in my life asked Kosho what the height of a star were. Measuring angles and all that. Never, and never will I, because for one thing, I would never listen to Kosho about anything. And then the other thing is, I don't think that tells me. There's no way he can give me an accurate response. He can tell me what he theoretically thinks. I don't care about that. That's how I know I never asked that. I never will.
Are all the stars the same size in the sky?
No. In the
Do
sky?
they appear to be the same size?
Either one.
No. Yeah, the only thing that changes is their brightness.
No,
But-
and their colors. Sirius is a very dynamic.
But I don't know, they look about the same to me.
So
Yeah.
let's talk about something real quick. So somebody was trying to talk about the height of stars, right? I think Glober's tried to do this as like a gotcha, right? Like trying to pin us down to a height to the stars.
Mm-hmm.
So let me ask somebody in the room, if the sun appears to set, right? If we plot that over a map and we say, here's the GP of the sun, and it's 6,200 miles away when it appears to set. Its GP is 6,200 miles away. If the sun was 7,000 miles in elevation when it's above me, at its zenith above me, and it appears to set at 6,200 miles away, would you be able to confirm or deny that the sun could be 7,000 miles away or 8,000 miles away if it's setting at 6,200 miles away? Because it would appear to set at 6,200 miles away.
Are
and
you
if it's
asking
above,
the room?
and if it's above me at 7,000 miles at its zenith, there certainly wouldn't be much of a angular size change. And we do know that as things get lower in our perspective, they're going through much thicker atmosphere, and you do have lensing effects that
And
can
angle change.
that can make it visually look larger than it actually is, right? So you wouldn't have much of an angular resolution change, because directly above me it's 7,000 miles and it's setting at 6,000 miles, or say it's 6,000 miles directly above me and it's setting at 6,000 miles. Would you be able to prove or disprove that the distance to the sun is not 7,000 miles?
Well, how do you get the 7,000 miles?
I'm just throwing it out there. This is just kind of like a thought experiment, right?
To answer your question, though, it would change by a significant amount. Like it should increase. It should increase its distance by about a third, and so the inverse would be the amount that it should decrease in size, right?
But see, what you're not thinking about is when I'm viewing the sun and it's at its zenith, it's already decreased in angular size considerably, right? It's already got, take for instance, 7,000 miles or 8,000 miles of angular size decrease. So when it moves 6,000 miles away from me, right, as it's slowly getting further down in the distance, it's not losing much angular size at all. Plus, you're dealing with much more atmosphere, which can cause lensing effects. We see that, obviously. We see it on observations across water with things like buildings and ships appearing to be larger than they actually are.
But didn't you say you said that at zenith? Wouldn't it be the biggest at its zenith?
No, I guess I would say you have to start seeing the sunspots on the sun start to compress or change on angles, etc. You'd have to find something on the sun that changes.
Because the way I visualize this, right, is something's going to disappear as it gets 6,000 miles away from me horizontally, right? So let's say I take something, to do it in a smaller scale, I take something 60 feet away from me. I take a tennis ball and I put it on a string and I hold that string. And then I move that tennis ball, keeping that same distance. I move that tennis ball up above my head. And then I move it further all the way back down to the other horizon.
Doesn't look like it changed to me at all in my head.
Well, the question would be like, how would you get that initial measurement?
Right, that's the thing we don't know, right?
Yeah, but you keep saying 60 feet or 7,000.
Right, I'm just throwing numbers out there because what appears to happen, at least if you want to take the maps for what they are, is that the sunset is when the sun's GP is about 6,000 miles away from you, roughly.
Yeah, sure.
In real life. Right.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Is, so when you said it was, well, we'll skip past this part. But I was just saying, when you said it at the zenith, it should have decreased. But at its zenith, it should have gotten as big as it's going to get, I would think. And then if it traveled another 6,000 miles, it would be the total distance from you about 9,000 miles away. And so it increased from the zenith to sunset about 3,000 miles. So never. That's a half actually. Yeah. So it increased. It would have increased to 100. It would have decreased to what is that? I think a third. Yeah, a third of its size. Not a third of its size.
I guess if it's just sailing with not looking through any other lens, yeah. Just as the object on its own with no atmosphere. I guess you could think of it like that.
Yeah, it would have to be a situation where there's no atmosphere, no refraction in order to be able to really see that type of angular size change.
But you can see the sun without much refraction as long as it's I think they say
I've seen a couple
degrees.
I've seen a couple of videos of very low really cold outside or whatever, where the sun does appear to shrink as it goes off in the distance.
Yeah, when it's really dry atmosphere, yeah, when it's really dry in like desert like situations, the sun shrinks considerably as it's getting closer to the horizon.
As we rotate away. Yeah.
No, I don't think that's true. I've seen
We're not
videos.
rotating. We're conveyor belting because it's all on a horizontal plane. We're just a big conveyor belt.
Yeah, I've seen videos though where the sun appears to shrink until it disappears, but those are just the aperture settings, because you can you never. I mean, I never experienced that in real life, at least. I don't know. But you said
does the speed of sound on the globe change depending on which direction the sound is being received, since the Earth is spinning in one direction?
That's a good question. The jet stream does affect, like if a plane's in the jet stream, it definitely goes faster because of the jet stream.
No, the sound, like the sound, just I'm trying to yell to somebody across the room, but they're in the west, so does it not reach them in the west because the Earth is spinning?
It propagates through the medium.
No.
So I don't think that's going to slow it down.
All right.
The entire room and everything around you is moving with the Earth. So
like Coriolis and all that. Yep.
Yeah, if you imagine that it's moving, right? It doesn't doesn't have to actually be moving. You can just imagine that it's moving, and then it becomes reality.
The speed of sound, does it deviate 15 degrees if I'm yelling to the north?
we don't just imagine it; we see the effects. Like
What effects do you see of movement?
Like the jet stream.
So air moves, okay.
Way above the surface.
Okay, so we have movement of air above the surface. So air's moving.
Rotating in one direction, yeah.
Yep, so air's moving around.
Yeah,
and that's an effect. The Earth moving. I thought we were talking about the Earth moving.
Point of clarification. You were talking about jet streams, and then you said that the air was moving with the Earth. So are you saying that the jet streams are moving with the Earth, or the jet streams are moving within the air that's moving with the Earth?
They're moving with the Earth. They're just at such a high altitude, they move a lot faster.
They're not moving.
So they're not. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, again. So I'm on the ground and there's no breeze, but 40,000 miles, 40,000 feet above me, there's a jet stream. Mm-hmm. Okay, what causes that jet stream?
The rotation of the Earth. What causes it in a flat Earth?
Air pressure, temperature.
No.
Lots.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
But air pressure and temperature.
Temperature and pressure.
High pressure, low pressure. Weather systems are very simple to describe.
Yeah, and they're very, very evident on a globe Earth as well, and those effects are noticeable as well.
No, you don't need a globe Earth. You don't need a spin. You don't need any of that.
Yeah, well,
all you need is temperature
on a globe Earth. You've only thought
all you need
about
is temperature. Yeah, all you need is temperature and pressure differentials, right? And then we know that things will move high to low.
On both models, like on a flat Earth and a globe Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
This might be stupid, right? But if there's zero spin at the North Pole, right, and it's 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, right? So you're saying to just calculate that upwards, right? So then it should be about 500 mile an hour winds as you go how high, right? So it'll be the same spin, right?
No, I get what you're saying.
Same speed.
Yeah.
There's no atmosphere up at the height, so that would be relevant.
How about there's no Coriolis at the equator? Your latest thing, guys. You're forgetting that now somehow?
What are you talking about?
You haven't heard the latest? There's no Coriolis at the equator?
You don't.
I'm not sure.
The claim is that if you don't change latitudes, then there is no Coriolis.
You hear that, Kojo?
No, but I'm saying that's what I'm saying. That's not what was said. I made sure that because Xanax said one thing, and I made sure it was clear that if you're using a Foucault's pendulum, so that's one form of Coriolis, and if you're shooting east to west, no, right. If you're going up and down, that's what it was. Or is it forward and back? Yeah, if you're going north, if you shoot north to south, but you're not changing latitudes, then there's no Coriolis.
Up and down would be the ATFOs, right? Let's not mix things up.
ATFOs is a type of Coriolis, so.
Yeah, the ATFOs would be high, up and down at the equator.
Yeah, but to his point earlier about how he said, because the Earth is spinning, therefore when we go higher, the winds are created. That's the same thing as the difference of the spin being zero at the North Pole and then 1,000 at the equator, right? So I mean that's about 6,000 miles away. Is that how high the trade winds the winds are? 6,000 miles high? I don't think so.
So are you saying the spinning? Are you saying the spinning of the Earth is what's causing the air currents?
Yes, that's what we were just told. Yes.
Yeah, and when we can look at science and they'll tell us things like thermal input or salinity causes movement of water, you think the same thing, that thermal input wouldn't cause movement of the atmosphere, which is less, like easier to move than water? I mean, why do you need Earth to be moving to have movement of the water when you could have the thermal input moving above it and making things move, or the different densities joining together and creating movement?
Or you could kick
That's
your feet
true
in the water.
science. Well, these are things we can prove, right? And it seems that the actual movement of the Earth has never really been proven, and then it has some serious holes in it, even if it, seemed to have been proven. Like, where does the movement stop? At what altitude? And wouldn't it have to travel faster as it gets away from the surface just to keep up with the surface? Like, there's
Absolutely.
a few questions.
Yep. Let's hear the answers to those, guys.
What?
When
What
does it stop
altitude?
spinning?
What altitude?
No. Listen, don't
stop
entertain Kosho. Don't entertain Kosho. He does
Yeah,
this all
I
the time.
agree.
Yeah, all right,
not-
dude. Why don't you wait till I'm done, Travis?
He's listening with one
do you mean
ear,
you're not?
and he says, "What?"
No, I'm not listening at all to Rakia. But I'm in the middle of talking, so.
Well, I would like a mod
Yeah,
to step
so
in right
just
now.
wait, man.
Why do we? I
would like a mod to
Why
step
can't
in
you
right
conduct
now to
yourself
what
like an adult,
Kosho
man?
just said. I'm a very big part of this conversation. If Kosho doesn't want to talk, he can go on mute, but he doesn't have to make these comments to demean me. I don't come here for that.
What's up with that, Kosho? Two questions on the table. When does the atmosphere?
I heard you say something about how high.
Yeah, as you cut
how high
SE
what,
off.
Sassy?
You sure you're listening?
So
You don't want to listen to me
mid
or
to
SE now?
upper troposphere.
Yeah, so let's start with the first one Rakia said. At what altitude does the atmosphere stop spinning?
With the Earth, you mean?
Yeah.
Like perfectly?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's 5 to 9 miles, mid to upper troposphere.
5 to 9 miles. So we're looking at 45,000 feet. You're saying something like that?
Well, no, this is a gradient until there's no more atmosphere at all. So you can sort of like, you know how the atmosphere, the gradients away already, right? The amount of atmosphere, the pressure. Well, the amount that is influenced by the friction below it and stuff like that, that's all going to radiate away too. So you can sort of think of it like that.
Well, you know the official answer. Why don't you give the official answer? 60 miles, no?
That's not the official answer.
Well, sure it is.
No, it's 5 miles where it's like a habitable zone for us.
Robot.
Like that's where the air is dense enough to make. Oh, sorry.
Start again.
Sorry, I'm lagging.
It's okay. Go on. What were you saying?
It's 5 to 9 miles it's in the troposphere. It's in the habitable, dense atmosphere.
You know that planes fly that altitude, right? So it can't be that.
Yeah,
can't be that. Sorry, man.
They use the jet stream all the time to speed up flight travel.
Yeah, but the jet stream is lower. It's where commercial airlines fly. You are aware of that, right?
Yeah, they don't fly 5 to 9 miles. The commercial airlines fly within 5 to 9 miles, man.
They don't pass by the ISS. They're flying much lower.
No, but for real, you guys know that the airliners use the jet stream, right?
Yes.
And that's why it takes different times to go one way or the other. So
it has
nothing to do with 9 miles.
Yeah, 9 miles is like 45,000 feet. It's exactly. It has everything to do.
No, that's too high, brother. Commercial airliners fly at 30,000 feet, not 45.
Sure. That's why we said 5 to 9. So 9 is like 45. 5 miles is a lot less.
Okay.
I have a quick question. So are these jet streams across the entire sky, or are they like streams that is like they're like bands of movement in the sky?
Think of them as a river in a river, Travis. Think of them as a river in a river. Yeah.
They're displayed like a river on our maps. They're displayed like a thin band. However, it's more like a blanket. Yeah. It's more like a blanket. It's not a thin river.
So how
That's
wide is it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know from what latitude to what latitude. Like, I'm not sure.
Well, I mean,
It's fair enough. I'm just asking questions.
oh, they changed a lot, but I know that the poles, like the Arctic circles or whatever, and the band. So there's a band beneath that, where because of the temperatures there, they tend to be more like the strongest, like at the bands closer to the Arctic. So it's like
Yeah, but you do know that they don't attribute that to the Earth's rotation, right? They don't say that that's caused by the Coriolis. You guys are aware of that, right?
And what is
what?
The jet stream.
What's not?
The jet stream.
They say it's caused by them.
The rotation of, I wouldn't say it's caused by Coriolis, but yeah.
No, it's not. They say it's caused by the sun and the pressure differentials. Yeah.
Yeah, so the sun as the Earth. Okay, sure. Yeah, no, I get you. And that could happen on a flat Earth. Yeah, assuming that the sun heats up different parts. I get you.
Yeah, it could happen under a triangle or a rectangle or a freaking anything. Yeah.
Well, in our model, yeah, it's the side of the sun so the side of the Earth that's facing the sun heats up, which causes the other side to want to rotate and equalize.
Right, that has nothing to do with the Coriolis, and I'll even go one further. If that's your model, then the thing that you guys claim there's no Coriolis at the equator is absolutely ridiculous.
But
Can somebody give me the if
plane,
there's
you
a
said-
mod who can give me the ability to put a picture on, that'd be great.
Hold on.
Well, at the
Straight winds are
poles, it would
partly
be
caused by the rotation of the Earth, though.
at the poles you'd have to visualize it as a ring going around. So you could probably circumnavigate the pole quicker if you're going in one direction versus the other at a high altitude.
Think about it. What you just said right now would have to be true for any place on Earth if it's spinning. Think about it. And greater at the equator, not less. Just think about that for a minute.
Like if I were to want to go in a big circle around Ontario, there wouldn't be, I mean, in one direction towards the east, I would be going faster. And then when I was going against the jet stream, I'd be going slower.
Yes, the jet stream, not the Coriolis. The jet stream,
sure.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're only affected by what the effects that from the Coriolis. Yeah, I get you.
Look, in order for you to be affected, right, when flying, actual wind has to be coming at you. You understand? I mean, it's an actual thing.
Or going with you.
Or going with you, exactly.
Yeah.
Like a river. Yeah. It's not hard, man.
Right, well, that is what occurs. Go ahead.
So then if you leave that blanket, what happens to your cause?
There's a couple pictures in the live stream of this example for people to imagine.
Why are those different on a flat Earth and
So
on a globe Earth?
so look, hold on. I still have a question that I'm hoping to get an answer for. So let's say I'm in a small plane and I'm only 1,500 feet up, and the wind comes and hits me. Is that Coriolis? Is the wind caused by Coriolis?
You said it was the wind.
As you increase in altitude, you'll get hit by the jet stream, which is caused by Coriolis.
Okay, hold on now. Hold on. Listen. I don't know why you're jumping so far ahead. I'm in an airplane, 1,500 feet high. Is there a jet stream there?
No.
Okay, then don't talk about a jet stream yet. I'm not that high.
Okay? Well, okay.
So I'm in the air and I'm flying, and then all of a sudden turbulence. Boom. Did I just hit a pocket of Coriolis?
No.
Okay, so now I'm in an airplane that can go even higher, and I hit turbulence at 35,000 feet. And then I go even higher to where the jet streams are, and I get into that slipstream. Boom. So you're telling me that everything else below me is caused by pressure and temperature differentials, but when I get up that high, Coriolis.
No, the pressure and differences are caused by the same. Or they're the same.
Cut out there for a second. Visual.
I mean, sorry.
You cut out, man.
I mean, when it comes to changes in pressure and the differences, now we have to explain how those are caused by the Coriolis effect.
No.
The jet stream.
They're not caused. Okay, the pressure changes, just like hurricanes. The pressure changes aren't caused by the rotation. However, the pressure changes will determine the movement. And so whether it's going north or south to high pressure, low pressure, or it's going upwards like the jet streams. The jet streams are basically the warmer air moving upwards, but the Coriolis occurs because of the rotation, because of the elevation change. The elevation change influences the direction it's going to be moving.
Keep in mind that the equator is the place of where the sun is, the placement of the sun. Just keep in mind that just coincidentally is where it is at the equator.
So all the way up, I'm experiencing the jet stream in a gradient, right? Because all of a sudden I don't just jump into the like it's not like a class 5 rapid, right? I'm standing on the shoreline, and the water that's off to the side is just blowing really smooth. It's just trickle, just a ripple. But then as soon as I get out into the stream, it's just wham.
Have you ever seen a thermal?
Yeah, like wham, it'll accelerate you or decelerate you.
Okay.
Have you ever seen a thermal?
Okay, hold on. So again, what I hear you describing is that up that high there is this jet stream, but all along the way the differential is going to be such a slight gradient that I'm not going to pick up that I'm actually getting faster and faster and faster, so that when I get into that slipstream, jet stream, it's just a smooth little merge onto traffic, right?
No, I think you will notice an increase of speed. But then once you hit it, it'll increase drastically. Yeah. I think I'm lagging.
A little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what a thermal is, though, Travis?
I can imagine. I mean, I've never looked into it, but a thermal is a pocket of temperature differential, right?
Well, I just know, like, when I see like birds flying or whatever, like birds of, there used to be a whole bunch of them, like hawks or whatever, like 12, 20 of them.
Yeah. I got that. Yeah.
They're flying in circles around those thermals that are moving upwards like that. I mean, when you see those seem like abrupt pressure, like an abrupt pressure difference, like in that, because they're doing that because it's like keeping them afloat basically. But
right.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know.
I know how that happens. You ready for it?
Well, yeah. I mean,
the birds know that the Earth is rotating, and they know that the birds know that the Earth is rotating, and they know that if they fly against the spin of the Earth at a certain speed, it'll make them look like they're flying still. It's amazing.
Because their feathers are like gyros.
You know what I mean? Because you could get yourself in a boat. You can get yourself in a boat on a very fast river, and you could crank your Evinrude engine up so that you stay still in the same place, just like that.
Genius.
Yeah.
Sure.
We should be able to do that with airplanes. We should be able to do the same thing in the air as we could do on the river.
You probably could if you move fast enough, but you'd have to ask yourself. I've heard somebody pilots talk about like staying with the sun. So that's about the only experience you'd have. Like that, there's not really another way to experience what you'd be doing. Like if you were traveling 1,000 miles at the equator in the opposite direction, you're not going to be stationary over the Earth, obviously. So you
Yeah,
probably
but
be
you
stationary
could.
reference to the sun.
Right. But you could. So you could actually create a light enough airplane that you could figure out how high you could be, how light you need to be, and how fast you need to be going in order to do the same thing in the air as you can do in your Evinrude flat bottom boat on a river.
You can fly an airplane
Of course.
and be stationary in relation to the Earth. I don't know, but that can be
Well,
done.
he's saying you just need a small plane, which doesn't require that much speed to keep afloat. So, yeah, you could stall it out in midair and have it look perfectly still.
No, it wouldn't be stalled. No. It would be like running on a treadmill, right? If the treadmill's going too fast for you, you're going to fall on your face. And if you're running faster than the treadmill, then you're going to run off of it. But if you match the pace of the treadmill, then you're going to be stationary. That's what I'm talking about. It's not difficult.
Geostationary.
That's what you can do. You can do that.
My bad. I
on the
said
Earth.
stall, but there's
Yeah,
multiple
not
ways
stall.
to use the word. Yeah, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean engine
You
off
didn't mean
stall.
what you said. Yeah.
I didn't mean
So-
engine off stall.
Yeah, but that's what that means.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously he didn't mean that. He
He
not just said
obviously
it.
didn't mean stall when he's talking about an airplane in the air not moving. He didn't mean stall.
It's obvious to me.
Standing still, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's there's a good video on YouTube where someone is flying backwards because there's so much headwind that they're going actually backwards in relation to the surface of the Earth.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one, man.
Yeah, it's nice. And that happens.
Yeah, the only problem in this whole discussion is that you have no proof of Earth rotation, and you also have no proof that the air is rotating with the Earth.
It's measured. The rotation
Well,
is
it's
measured.
going one direction. It's the jet stream is going one direction.
A different latitude.
It's actually not. It's actually not. Hold on. There's some north and south jet streams as well. You guys gotta do your research, man.
At the equators.
It's not perfectly.
As you think.
Actually, hold on with the picture that No Tanks posted about the jet streams on a globe Earth versus flat Earth. I think the ones on the globe are jet streams, but then the ones on the flat Earth are actually trade winds.
Jesus Christ.
And I would
No,
say
but,
because it looks like it.
It does look like though. No, but the jet streams, they tend to one direction, but you're right. Depending on the elevation and the nature of the jet streams, it's not like there's some jet streams that you might find go north to south. Some
Where's your
north,
Coriolis?
some even backwards.
Say bye Coriolis.
No, it's not by Coriolis. It's just like the images that they're posting of the jet streams. You can see that they're wavy. They're not perfectly straight. So of course there's going to be some north to south, south to north. There's some that even do circles.
From orange to orange, like that's how thick the band is. Yeah. I mean, if you say that there's north to south Coriolis at the poles, it's like, yeah, we agree. We agree because it's rotating around the poles, both ends.
Well, no. Okay, so I'm looking at the South Pole one right now, like live data, and the South Pole one is notoriously consistent. So that is actually one that will spin one direction consistently, really fast. I'll show you a picture.
Look, there's no way out of this, guys. I just showed you that there's north and south jet streams, and if that's the case, goodbye Coriolis, bro. It cannot be. You can't have that.
Can
Sorry.
still be.
Just reference
problem
that.
with it.
Literally just address that, man.
You can think of it, you can wish it, you can want it, but physically, it cannot happen.
That's a claim. How do you know that it can't happen?
Well, the fact that
You
it
have
does
something
happen just
rotating
has
at
you
1,000
figuring that
miles
it
an
can.
hour. Yeah, listen to the logic here now. Try to keep up. If you have something rotating east to west at 1,000 miles an hour, how can you have a jet stream in there going the other way, going north and south? I mean, just use your logic if you can.
Did you go to the bathroom a second ago or something?
Because you're talking
west
about the
to
north
east.
and south poles.
It's
Okay,
going
so
west
I'm
to
talking
east
about
with
the
the jet
poles.
stream.
not the
if it's
poles.
possible.
Hold on. Try not to interrupt me just for 1 second. We're not talking about the poles. This phenomena is realized at the equator.
I
the
know.
most.
I know. That's
okay.
That's why it said what I said before. That the poles is they're basically one direction, at the South Pole especially. But if you notice the pictures that other people have posted of the jet streams, they're wavy lines, meaning they're not strictly going one direction. So that tells you that they have to go up and down in order to achieve those wavy lines. And in some places, they even those wavy lines become a circle. It'll become like a circle.
Yeah, but we're talking about winds here, man. Can you guys not understand that if you have a wind traveling at 1,000 miles in one direction, you cannot have in that wind, the same wind, something traveling the other way, like north-south? It can't happen.
There is no 1,000 miles per hour wind.
How can you not
though.
understand that, man?
There is no such wind.
That would destroy the infrastructure on the planet.
Yeah.
So are you saying the same thing as you can't have these tornadoes?
What do you mean there's no such wind?
Where on earth have you measured 1,000 miles per hour winds?
Oh man, forget it, man. You guys are just trolling. There's
what were you saying?
my time.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling
Nobody's trolling. What were you saying?
Yeah, you are.
I was asking SE, is that comparable to that? It would be impossible for cyclones to form counterclockwise on the other side. Is that the same argument?
No, it has nothing to do with cyclones. No, absolutely not.
Yeah, well,
but Essie, you know that wind is in relation to something, right?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. If your claim is that the globe has 1,000 miles per hour winds, what is that in relation to?
That's not my claim. That's your claim, sir. You're claiming that your atmosphere rotates. Well, you change it depending on what your argument is. But now you're claiming that the atmosphere rotates with the Earth, correct?
Roughly, not fully, but roughly, sir.
Roughly, yeah. That's your new thing. So that's
No,
1,000 miles an hour.
That's not a new thing.
If
That's
that
always
happens,
been
then
what
you have
I've said.
Yeah.
And what the
If
model
that
said.
happens,
No,
you have no Coriolis. Hold on, Travis. If the atmosphere rotates with your Earth, then you have no Coriolis.
Yeah, and I've never heard.
That's not true.
I've never heard the qualification roughly. So that would be an interesting scientific term to come
that's
across.
the new one.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, you can ask any
logical
glober if there's a wind, and every one of them will say that there is wind. So it's not lockstep.
Exactly.
It would be fucking stupid to say that the atmosphere moves exactly 1-to-1 with the Earth, because then you'd never have any wind, and that's stupid.
The wind represents the difference.
No, you know what's even stupider? Thinking that it's going at 1,000 miles an hour, right? And then there's a bunch of other things happening within that current. That's stupid.
No, but 1,000 miles per hour in relation to what? And now you're going to say fucking troll.
The ground.
That's like
There's
saying
not a
in
troll.
relation
In
to the
relation
ground.
to space. About in relation to space. You like that one?
In relation to space.
Yeah. The
Which point
atmosphere.
in space?
Yeah, the atmosphere is an atmosphere, right? And then you have a vacuum in your fantasy, right? Well, in relation to that vacuum,
when you go higher, yeah.
Why do you always interrupt me in the middle of my sentence? Is that like a bad habit or what?
Yeah.
So in relation, you're going 1,000 miles an hour. There's no way around that. There's nothing that you can say that can change that. You can relate it to the background, microwave background, whatever you want. You're going 1,000 miles an hour.
We're going 1,000 miles an hour while on the surface of the Earth. So when you increase in altitude, it's 1,001, and then 1,002, and then 1,003. You get it?
No, it's actually the other way around, bro. You guys don't know your model, man. It's embarrassing.
First of all, it's not the other way around.
embarrassing.
It's not the other way around. First of all,
I would say you don't know the model, SE.
It's not the other way around?
Yes, if you were above the surface and you were going to stay above the surface that you were left the Earth from or whatever, you would need to be going faster.
He said from the equator going north. He said you go faster. Do you agree with that?
I thought he said going upward from the surface.
Who said from the
No,
equator going north? That's no change in altitude.
From the equator going north, we're not talking about altitude change here.
Yeah,
We're
that's
talking
just
about latitude change.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a confusion there, and we would all agree that you don't go faster.
Okay, so again, the farther away you move from the center of axis, the slower you go. Okay, so that's why we all know that when an ice skater does a pirouette and then she pulls herself in, she speeds up. The tighter you are toward the center, the faster you go. If you moved away from the center of rotation, you're not going to increase in your speed. It's absurd.
That's not true.
Okay.
You will increase in speed.
Stick to the ballerina example and tell him why he's wrong. Like, okay.
Well, don't use that example.
If the Earth was twice as big, then the rotational, the speed in miles per hour at the equator would be higher, obviously, because of the bigger radius and the bigger circumference.
Making more revolutions per minute doesn't mean you're going faster.
Yeah, and if the Earth is still revolving 24 hours per revolution, the bigger it is, the faster the ground speed would be.
The bigger it is, the bigger it is, the faster the ground speed would be. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
No. Yeah, so if you left off the Earth elevation from the equator and you stayed above the same spot on Earth, so you're above the same spot, but you're just moving further up in elevation, you'd have to be moving faster and faster to stay above that same spot. So if the Earth were bigger,
no, it isn't. That's logic.
Yeah,
Let's put it this way. A big circle around the equator takes 24 hours to do one revolution, and a small circle at the poles takes 24 hours to do one revolution. So which one's moving faster? You have to move thousands of miles if you're at the equator. Whereas at the poles you're only moving hundreds or whatever.
Yeah, or one if you're directly close to the
Yeah, if you're really close to the pole.
Yeah. So the bigger the radius, the faster the speed if you want to maintain 24 hours per revolution.
Yeah, of the object. But you're right, like the circle is being completed in a shorter distance.
You ever see an Olympic racetrack?
Yeah.
When they start the racers, you notice that they're not all lined up.
Yes.
That's what you're talking about. I mean, this is simple stuff, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
The further you are away from the center, the further back you start in the race, right? Very simple. This is not,
because of distance.
No.
Because of speed. It's not like the runners running
The other way around.
slower.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're further from the center of the track, you start closer.
Yeah,
You start further ahead, I'm saying.
Yeah.
You said it the other way around, that's why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the center track is the
right?
shortest. Center track's the shortest distance.
So they start the farthest back.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why the people in the outer in the outer rings start further back.
No, they don't. The people in the outer rings start closer. They start further ahead.
Closer. So my bad. Yes, yes.
So,
and that's not to make up for
inner circle,
lack of speed.
Yeah, when
That's
the
to
inner
make up-
circle is.
Go ahead.
They could try to help.
Because the inner circle is the shortest. So if there's two guys running at exactly the same time, the one in the inner circle would be traveling slower because the distance would be smaller.
No, you said it wrong.
No.
You said it wrong.
He said it right. He said if they were rotating the same. Yeah.
But he said he'd be traveling quicker or slower.
No, shorter distance. So it would be slower. Yeah, so he would travel slower in miles per hour.
Right.
The inner track is always the shortest distance, period. The inner circle, as you go out, it's very simple. It's a longer distance.
Yep. So you'd have to travel faster if you want to maintain one revolution per 24 hours.
Exactly. As outer you go, the faster you got to go exactly.
Yeah, so if I'm on the outer ring, you have to travel much faster than the guy on the inner ring to keep the same pace, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So when you're at the equator, you have to travel a huge circle compared to when you're closer to a pole.
Yeah, so
Travis,
like when
do you
you're
agree with this?
when you're running a race for high school, you know, you did track. They start you at different spots depending where you are on the outside or the inside.
Travis, you disagreed with this. Do you agree with it now?
Travis didn't disagree with that.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. And
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's for some reason this is one of those like looking at the way a word is spelled and you're like, yeah, that doesn't look right. Yeah, I'm still it's glitching me out. That's all.
If you put bigger tires in your car, then your speedometer would show less speed, even though you're traveling faster because of the circumference is longer.
Okay, hold on. If I put larger tires on my car, say that again.
Yeah, your speedometer would show a slower speed because the circumference is longer. So one revolution is more.
Hold on. No, the speedometer is going to show me how fast I'm going, regardless of the size of my tire.
Yeah, but he's living in Europe.
No, it measured it from the tire. So the circumference of the tire matters.
There's a sensor in the tire, and then there's a sensor on the rim.
No, there is no sensor anywhere. It's the ABS sensor that measures the speed. I know it's not. No. It's in the gearbox. Sorry.
Okay, wait a minute.
ABS
Okay,
doesn't
so
measure.
I'm not saying. Okay, I understand that. Try to think of
He's not making that up either. That's a real thing. When you get big tires, your speed it will be off. Yeah.
You need to calibrate your. That's why over here you can only increase your rim size by 2 inches without calibrating your speedometer.
But it's not like I said. There's some cars that are different though. There's cars that use other metrics like the crankshaft and.
It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the size of the wheel.
No, I know.
The size of the tire.
Some cars don't measure the speedometer of the wheel. Like
No, they do because they get you are riding on the wheels, so it still matters.
But it's not a good way of measuring the speed.
Yeah, you'd like to.
It's like
he's just
big
pointing out that the outer
big strides
how
versus
big,
small strides.
Yeah, he's just pointing out how wide it is. It doesn't. It changes the speed even though the inner axle is only making one rotation. How you know?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. So even if they were using the crankshaft or something, yeah,
you're still measuring it from the wheel touching the ground, and X amount of revolutions per X amount of distance.
Just going back to Coriolis real quick, I put a link in from a live stream with Rumpus a couple of years ago. He makes the point that is the point that I've made, and that is, if the Earth were rotating, you would have crosswind at every altitude, or at every latitude that you would feel because you're moving through the air. You would, absolutely. Now, the reason why we know this to be the case is because whenever we move through space that is open area, we feel our movement through the air. So there's no reason not to understand that if the Earth were moving, that we would feel that movement.
What air are you feeling if the Earth is moving in space?
As you increase in altitude.
Hold on. We're still on the surface. I'm just on the surface, right? So if I put you on a merry-go-round and I spin you, you will feel yourself move through air.
Yeah.
Yes, because the air doesn't rotate with
right, Giggle Boy, right. That's right. No. Don't start jumping into your model right now. If the Earth yes, you are. If the Earth is moving through,
hold on. How can I jump into a model if I say that the air doesn't rotate with the merry-go-round? That's nothing to do with any models.
Okay, then I misheard you. I apologize. Yeah, right. The air doesn't move with the merry-go-round. That's correct. That's why we know the Earth is stationary.
But what if you're in a closed cabin inside the merry-go-round? you wouldn't feel any air moving, right?
What? Say it again.
If you're in a merry-go-round and you're in a closed cabin, like a gondola,
So you're
like a
gonna,
ski
so you're
gondola.
gonna, so the Earth is a closed system.
Where's the bubble around the Earth? The
It's
Earth has a
partially.
cabin?
Well, is that okay? So are you creating a partially closed system with the
No,
merry-go-round
but
now?
what is a closed system now? What do you mean with a closed
Why
system?
don't you ask your friend who just presented an alternative consideration, right? He's completely changing the variable. So he's enclosing either fully or partially. Which is it, sir?
That's not what a closed
Sure.
system is.
Let's go fully.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. What do you mean thermodynamically closed? Because
Okay,
there's
I'm
very
not
few.
the one who changed the merry-go-round to being from being open air to being enclosed. So why don't you ask him for the specifics?
Sure.
Yeah. So if you like specifics,
What system did you
you're
mean?
you're in a closed cabin on a merry-go-round, like as if it's a ski lift.
No, that would be
You're passing. You're going around. Like, would you feel the air? No. And the air inside the cabin is stationary with you, right?
Okay, so is that a fully enclosed system?
Yes, in this case.
Okay,
yes.
so the
No, it
Earth.
isn't.
So great. So the Earth is a fully enclosed system. Thanks. I appreciate that.
No, an airplane is an open system.
Wait, an airplane
is an open
system?
We're talking about a merry-go-round cabin.
Obviously it is. Merry-go-round cabin. Okay then. Yeah, then the air would travel with the
Airplanes are open system. Earth, depending on what you're talking about, the context, it can be an open system or a closed system.
If it's thermodynamics, then yeah,
it can
the
be
Earth is
whatever
full,
you need it to be when you need it to be that, right?
No, not at all, man.
Airplanes are open systems thermodynamically.
Yeah, that was
Things can
model
come in.
affliction right there, for sure.
Based on the that's what whenever anyone brings up a system like open system, closed system, isolated, it's in reference to the context of whatever. So it could be pertaining to certain aspects, like you said, thermodynamically, or it could be time dependent. So you might be having it might say like a thermos is an isolated system, for some portion of time for an experiment. So just based on the context.
There's no such thing as an isolated system.
I just gave you an example of one.
Do you stand by that?
Complete isolated system, yes. That's science, yeah.
Okay. Can entropy increase in a closed system, or decrease in a closed system if you insert energy into the system?
That's a good question.
It can because if you take a closed system and you heat it up, you decrease the entropy of the system.
Do you decrease it?
Sure. If you heat it up or cool it down, you can, like a refrigerator, even though it's an open system, it'll decrease entropy.
Well, you got to vent it.
So what is the Earth then? Open, closed, isolated? What would you say?
It's an open.
I don't think
It's an open system next to a vacuum.
Some context that it could be closed.
No, it's an open system next to gas pressure.
You mean the gas pressure is next to a vacuum openly? Is that what you mean to say?
The gas pressure is next to gas pressure. 10 to the negative 17 joules gas pressure.
The gas pressure is next to a gas pressure. That's a good one.
Well, that's the claim of the globe model. So.
No, the gas pressure is next to a vacuum is the claim, sir. Let's be honest, right?
Yeah, but the vacuum is 10 to the negative 17 joule in outer space. That is pressure.
That is pressure.
The vacuum is created. Yeah, you create a vacuum.
Anything over zero is pressure. And there's no claim of no claim of no pressure anywhere.
Okay, so then you should be willing to and should be easily demonstratable, right? You can easily show like a low pressure going to a high pressure, right? You can easily show that?
Yeah, you can just gain elevation and you have lower and lower and lower pressure the higher you go.
Right, and now put that next to a vacuum. See what happens.
What do you mean with a vacuum? Low
You
pressure
know
or
exactly
no
what I
pressure?
mean.
Before the vacuum, it's no longer a vacuum, is it?
No, I don't know what you mean, because our claim is that there is 10 to the negative 17 torr of pressure. So I don't know what you mean with vacuum.
Oh, this is a new one now. This is a new one, guys.
Oh, it's not a
They
new
come
one.
up with new ones every day.
We've always
No,
said
it's not a new one.
So
No,
it's
the
not
gas
a
pressure
vacuum
that it's
anymore.
low
It's
pressure.
pressure.
Yeah, the gas
No.
pressure on Earth, it pushes down and creates a vacuum constantly going, up, up, up. All right, so where does the vacuum? Where it's creating a vacuum.
What?
What's creating a vacuum?
When it goes,
What are
I
you
swear, you guys don't know your own model, man.
No, dude.
We
The
do.
10 to the negative
You can
17.
Google it. I mean, you make no sense. 10 to the negative 17 torr. Have you heard that number?
Oh no. What is that? I've never heard that before.
What? You haven't? Okay. Well, that's the pressure that is claimed to be in outer space.
Well, yeah,
In the model.
20 more zeros to PSI, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
PSI,
17
pounds per square inch, pressure.
16 zeros. But
Still pressure.
yeah. And it's right next
Only
to 10,
16 zeros.
right next to 10 to the negative 16 torr. So it's not next
so
to.
I mean, what I'm asking, you're saying then that everything is a vacuum, even the pressure, because that's how it radiates, and no, oh.
He's not saying everything is a vacuum.
That's what they're saying. Exactly. Yeah.
No, that's not what we're saying.
He's saying the
We don't
opposite
say
of
it's
that.
14.7 psi vacuum here. We don't say
So
that.
there's no such. Then describe a vacuum. What does a vacuum do?
Well, that's what I asked from SE, and he couldn't give an answer.
Just a regular old vacuum in the house. What is
Sure.
it
A
do?
low pressure. Low
It's got
pressure would be
one
vacuum.
psi difference.
Right. So it creates a vacuum. You're saying the same thing without using the word vacuum.
Sure.
Of course, they
still
can't
pressure.
use that word
It's
because they
still
know
pressure.
where I'm going next. They're going to be destroyed.
No, because it's still pressure. I don't know how you destroy us.
So the vacuum of space is a myth now. That's not real.
Yeah,
No,
this
the
is a new
vacuum of
one.
space
Today
is
from
low
Mailman.
pressure.
Yep.
It's
You
a
know,
one way of saying void space.
No, but a vacuum cleaner.
What does void mean?
A vacuum
I mean,
cleaner.
this is fascinating. Can someone slide?
Lacking matter.
Oh, sure.
Hold on, guys, because a vacuum cleaner's got two pressures, next to each other, and it just has a difference of one, and it creates a vacuum cleaner. But neither of those are both just two pressures. It's just like 14 psi, and then I think inside is like 13 psi, or just it's one psi less. So they're
So you're
both.
saying just zero?
What Moman's saying is they're both pressures, though.
Call them
And
whatever
now
you
you're
want. Is there a significant difference between Earth and 10 to the minus 17 torr? Is there a significant, huge difference between that? Yes or no?
Almost 2 bar.
Yes. Huge.
Less than the difference between the car tire.
There's way less material up there.
It's the difference
Sure.
in a half flat tire and a full tire.
Yeah.
It's not
Wow. That tells me, Left Lane, you have absolutely no clue, sir. Sorry, but that's the truth.
What?
That's the difference, though. You can poison the well, but it's the difference. You go from
Is
less
that
than.
why
You
they
go
have
from.
a
You go
million
from
pound
less
door? Is that why they
No,
have a
you-
million pound door at that fancy pressure chamber there?
That's
Is that why?
primarily
Because it's only like a tire.
do with radiation.
Why don't they do it in rubber, in a tire? Why don't they do the experiment there?
Yeah, but that's primarily to do with radiation because they do something to do with radiation.
No, that's the
That's
concrete.
he's making
Sorry,
stuff.
that's
What
the
are you doing?
concrete around it. That's
We
the
have never.
concrete.
That's
Just ask
bullshit.
questions then.
We've never
Don't
used
talk
that for
shit.
all
Just ask a question.
Yeah,
Blood
so that's-
pushes air into the chamber. Never mind.
Yeah, but the PSI, 14 PSI, right? 14 pounds per square inch, right? That becomes significant when there's many square inches. So if you have a big vacuum chamber, the amount of the amount of restraint that you're going to need to keep the pressure of the atmosphere out becomes larger.
Yeah. Like if you took that vacuum chamber and brought it into outer space, the walls could be paper thin.
Only in your mind, sir. Only in your mind.
You would need walls then.
I mean,
So
the
that's why they
vacuum
made
tubes that you,
the lunar lander out of tinfoil. I understand now. It
the
all makes sense.
vacuum tubes that you have in a vacuum tube amplifier have 8 times 10 to the negative 8 torr pressure, and it's glass, thin glass.
Damn.
You're delusional, bro. You are absolutely delusional when it comes to vacuum. Like you're so far
It's
off.
just facts. I mean, it's
Like the order of magnitude that you're off is astronomical.
Wow. Hey, remember
Wow.
math?
How are we wrong?
You know in math that you learned what a quotient was, a quotient or a what is that? The other one. But yeah, so your quotient is like is a divisor. So if someone says, "What's the quotient of those two numbers?" It's a divisor. And if someone says, "What's the difference of those two?" Like, what's the pressure difference? What's the difference? That's a subtraction problem. So it's not orders of magnitude or anything like that. It's just simple subtraction.
Only in your brain, Kosho. Only in your brain does pressure work like that. Like you guys are so far off. I don't even feel like talking to you. Like seriously, there's no common ground here.
Well, explain to us how it works then. Teach me something.
There's nothing there. If you don't understand pressure, if you don't understand how seals work, I mean, it'll take me all day, and there's no use.
Yeah, some of us worked in hydraulics for a little bit too. We do understand pressure in seals. Yeah.
I work with seals
on the surface and way up in space. We can
O-rings that protect the ISS.
And I don't know what the problem is with we observe the pressure going down. So I mean, there's lower pressure above, but there's no lower pressure horizontally, so you can't produce in the ground level the low pressure next to high pressure.
Is high
It
pressure
has
to
to
low
deny.
pressure a vacuum? Like period, amen. Is that a vacuum to you?
I mean, sure. I mean, if it's much lower pressure, then you can call it a vacuum.
Yeah, that's right.
What do you mean in your vacuum cleaner? Do you have a zero pressure area, or is there a pressure difference?
Pressure differential.
There's a difference. That's why it's sucking the air into it.
Sure. And there's a difference between us and the top of Mount Everest, but the air isn't rushing there, so something's holding it here.
Oh, wait, is this where you try telling me gravity's a force, but then say it's not an actual force, but an illusion of
Water boils.
No, I didn't mention gravity once.
Mount Everest. Water boils at a different temperature.
You're confused. Yeah, you're confusing Anthony Riley physics with reality.
If you take shit. Never mind. Well, I was just gonna say if you take something close to vacuum and bring it out into space and you open it up, nothing happens.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what I was saying when you said you need thin walls up there. But I was like, yeah, if you took a vacuum chamber to space, you wouldn't need any walls. But what was I gonna say about that? Fuck.
Sorry.
No, you're good, man. What did the guy say right before you though?
I don't know. I said that there's low pressure on top of Mount Everest and high pressure here, but you can't have it like next to each other.
Oh, right, yeah. So I was gonna say because you guys started talking about gravity, and one way to not turn this into a dismissal or denial of gravity is, the pressure. Whenever I talk about pressure, it's easy to just talk about the weight because in the ocean or in the pool, a swimming pool, wherever there's water, the deeper you go, the more pressure there is. And intuitively, people understand this is because of the weight of the water above you. And the same thing, the atmosphere works the same way. So it's just the pressure is simply due to the weight of the air above you. So obviously that's going to gradiate away, but that happens at a gradient. When it gets close to 10 to the negative 17, 10 to the negative 16 is right next to it, but not 14 psi.
Can't have water without a container either.
With all due respect, you have no clue. Try not to interrupt me, please. Let me get one sentence out without being interrupted. Kosho, you guys have no clue what pressure is. I just posted something which Rakia brought to my attention a couple of weeks ago. Watch this video and we'll continue this conversation tomorrow. Do not embarrass yourselves.
Why don't you teach
have
you
no
something?
clue what pressure is. Zero.
Force per area. That's what pressure is.
But we can answer all your questions easily.
No, you can't. You're in La La Land. You have zero freaking knowledge. Just watch this video and it'll all be abundantly clear to you, man.
44
you
minutes,
know
man.
not of what you speak.
I thought pressure is force per area, but I think this video shows that it's not force per area then.
You have no clue, bro. No.
Yeah, I think it's force per area,
clue.
so I want to
Zero.
see this
After
new
you watch this video, you will realize how no clue you are.
Hey, Essie, to be fair,
clueless.
The video is 44 minutes, so maybe give us a hint on what we're wrong about, or maybe tell us where in the video we should go to. But
Osho, I cannot begin to tell you. You're wrong about everything, bro. You got to watch
go
this
ahead and-
video.
So point.
Yeah, Kosho, it's like
one thing a second ago.
But you gotta give it to Essie. It's not a 4-hour video like what Gene posts.
I assure you it'll be worth it. I promise you, you will really leave this video illuminated about pressure, man. Because right now, it's like talking to kindergarten students.
I agree, but can you point out what a second ago I said that was wrong when I said it was due to the weight of the air above it, right? This is what the water causes, the water pressure in the ocean. And you said that
about the weight, yeah.
Wrong.
I'm not talking about the weight. I'm talking about what you guys think from 1 to 0 is no big deal, right?
No one said that. I told you that creates the suction for a vacuum cleaner is 1 to 0. So that
has nothing to do with what pressure is, but Ken has nothing to do with what pressure is by definition.
Can you please, for the love of God, just watch this video? It'll take 45 minutes of your life, and we'll continue this tomorrow. It'll be a whole new conversation, I promise you.
Dude, you can't expect us to watch a 45-minute video without any context.
It's pressure. Pressure isn't what we think it is.
Why do when I start talking, the whole room just fucking explodes? Hold on a second.
You're that awesome.
Yeah. So we can watch this video in 22.5 minutes. Let's do it.
Put it on half speed or on half speed.
Double speed. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't know what to be looking for, so my mind wanders, especially when I have no idea what. It's like that's what I'm saying. Maybe
Dude, I don't like what you're saying at all. Honestly, objectively, I don't like anything you're saying. I'm not gonna watch it because I don't know what it's gonna teach me until I watch it.
You're gonna get on the video.
I have no idea what to look
Okay,
for.
I'll tell you. They took a regular guy, an actor, and they put him through the paces. What a U-2 pilot, just going at 70,000 feet, has to deal with pressure. He has to breathe oxygen. Listen to this, man. I'll tell you one thing in the video to entice you. In order for them to go up there, right, and get in that suit and breathe oxygen, they have to, from Earth, on a treadmill, breathe pure oxygen before they put the suit on, so their body could acclimatize to it. Second, when they put the suit on, they walk to that place where the suit is with a pure oxygen on their face, like in the hospitals, right? And now, in order for them to put the suit on, he cannot breathe the oxygen at this pressure. He has to breathe pure oxygen. And he has to hold his breath while they put the suit on. I'm telling you, you guys have no clue, man.
Why are you saying that?
I'm not saying that because I think I'm smart or something.
I know, but why do you think that's news to us? I told you, I was talking the other day about this dude who went higher than Felix Baumgartner, how he died from nitrogen poisoning because he opened his mask up there. And then we've seen David Blaine's. He climbed up in those balloons 2 years ago or something like that, and that was part of the fear is that he was going too high, in which he didn't have any oxygen up there. I think maybe he might have had some oxygen, but yeah, I don't understand what how is that like news or anything.
I mean, I think Essie didn't mention pressure once.
I know.
It's just about the lack of oxygen.
You guys are just not willing to learn, man. You're just not willing to learn.
We know.
You just think you know shit.
Oxygen.
When I present you with something that is proof positive, like I don't know, man. I don't know.
A proof positive of what? That the pressure is fucking low over there and there's no wall between us and that place?
No,
So we
proof
have 5%
positive that
extra
you
low
have...
pressure?
Listen up. Proof positive that you have no fucking idea what pressure is, bro. Simple.
No, but you didn't mention pressure once.
Yeah. I didn't. This is what you do, man. You're just a troll. You're just here to waste time.
I'm wrong about pressure,
I'm
and you didn't
proving it right
say
now.
anything about pressure.
You're unwilling to learn, Mo, man. We know your game, bro. At least Kosho, you can have a
the
conversation
poisoning
with.
the well is nice, but it doesn't.
Yeah, he did say
you have
they were.
What do you
no
mean?
value, Mo, man. You have no you have no
Sure,
value in this conversation, bro.
You're a secret king. Yes, everyone adores you, and you're the secret king. But still, you didn't mention pressure once. So you weren't talking about pressure, and you said that you don't know anything about pressure, even though you didn't mention it
You
once.
don't. That's right. You don't. You have
Yeah,
zero
pressure
clue
is force
what
per area.
pressure is,
So
mailman.
how am I
You're just
wrong?
here.
How am I wrong?
How do you
You're
get
just
pure
here
oxygen?
to do what you're
How do you
doing
get
right
pure
now.
oxygen?
That's all.
You
Quickly,
guys
how
hear
do
how much you're talking shit
how do you
about
get
just a
pure
little like
oxygen?
tidbit there. Imagine if you watched the whole video, how much you could talk shit then. Just watch the whole video, then, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I think the video doesn't tell me anything different. That pressure, after watching this video, I would still think that pressure is force per area.
This is a mind of a troll. He didn't watch the video, but yet he feels that he can comment on it. This is it. This is the moment what I live for, to expose guys like this guy, a troll.
What does the video say?
He can't tell because it doesn't change anything about pressure. The pressure would still be force per area as per physics.
There it is. There's the expert. Before watching something, he comments on it. That's what you guys do.
Well, he's not watching the video, but you can think of him as watching the video.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I watched the video, okay? And I won't ridicule you whenever I realize it's not related to what we were talking about. But in exchange, I'm going to have a shorter video, okay? And unlike the video you posted, the context is in the title, but you got to watch this video, 30-minute video.
Oh, I raise you a shorter video.
You watched that video? You watched that video, Kosho?
I said I will watch it. I'll watch it today, like you said. And I'm asking you, you watch this video that I posted today as well.
I've seen this frames of reference crap too. Where this is the one where the camera sits above the table and doesn't move. That one.
Yeah, that happens in this video. Yeah.
I've seen both of these videos. Both
So
your
by
video
default,
and the video.
pure oxygen pressurized.
Yeah, he has to breathe pure oxygen, bro. Pure oxygen in a treadmill just to go 70,000 feet.
And everybody's seen the video where the redhead
so
with
he
the
doesn't
beard
have as
crushes
much
the tanker,
nitrogen.
right?
Isn't
We've all
that
seen
though?
that, right?
So he doesn't have that much nitrogen in his blood, so that the nitrogen doesn't gasify under the pressure he'll be under and
Exactly.
swell
So
up.
he doesn't get the
kill him.
bends. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Same thing in the scuba guys. Yeah, the bins thing. Yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
The scuba guys, you guys seen but you guys have all seen, what is it called? Mythbusters, where they crush the tanker by changing the PSI.
It makes it hold on a second. It makes it to follow the same logic, though. It makes it seem as if we do have a kind of a screwy idea of what pressure is. If the gas molecules they get bigger.
And you mean in the upper atmosphere?
Yeah, if the nitrogen, it's because it's out of place. It doesn't stay at its same size. It swells up. So it would seem that our idea of the molecules just staying the same size and moving faster is wrong. That they don't just move faster; they also expand.
Well, expand from each other, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think
I don't know if it's from each
molecule-
other or if it's individually they expand and get larger as a one molecule.
I've seen it with my own eyes. They multiply. They don't get bigger. They multiply.
They multiply.
I've seen it.
I don't think they do either. It's just like in a balloon. Like a balloon, it's just there's less pressure, so the gases have the ability to.
It wouldn't hurt the pilot though, or the the person if it were just moving faster. It has to get bigger for those to create those bubbles.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. But in this case, get bigger, I think, just refers to the availability of the pressure to increase in size, because your body's not a rigid container.
I think my body is a container.
It does raise a couple of questions for me. That's all I'm saying. The idea of it, because you know, some of the things, some of the things are interchangeable in physics in a way, right? You know, and I think we might be trying to, I don't know, act like a lot of shit's interchangeable just because we don't have an actual explanation for it. Like
you're
it might
saying,
be that
you're saying the atoms are actually the molecules are getting bigger.
I don't know, dude. I mean, I'm just saying it seems as if from just the, you know, hearing that the bubbles actually come up into your blood while you're at a different pressure, it just makes me feel like, you know, those bubbles are always there. They just expanded.
Yeah, exactly. That is what's happening. There's less pressure above the bubble and the surface of the water, or whatever medium you're using.
Exactly.
Did I just start to lag? My bad.
No, you came in clear.
How did you sense your own
That's
lag?
kind of why.
How do you know? How'd you know it?
Oh, I see the bar on the top go red. And on my phone, I see the bar go red. Yeah. If you were to start like boiling water and you have it at 90 degrees and you increased its elevation, the less pressure would cause those bubbles to pop out of the water, to form at the bottom. And
I believe they call it outgassing. So yeah, you guys are right.
Okay, cool. So that explains a lot of stuff right there. And you know, so water in a vacuum isn't really boiling, it's outgassing. You know what I mean? Like we call it boiling.
That's the term. Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
So yeah, the higher you go with it, the more it'll seemingly spontaneously start to bubble.
Outgassing happens, but it also boils.
Yeah, but it's not increasing in
outgassing.
temperature. Like it's still
of course,
90 degrees.
It's not hot. It doesn't get hot.
Increase in temperature. Yeah.
Also, it doesn't get hot.
Just
you know that, right?
I know it doesn't. Boiling doesn't mean that it's getting hot. Boiling is the state change.
The visual effect.
No, it's a state
looks
change.
like it's boiling. Yeah.
It is boiling.
Not boiling like we think it is.
In that vapor pressure.
You're roboting left lane.
It's not boiling.
Okay.
Just when I was driving the other day, I drove into the left lane. And I thought about you, left lane. That's funny. But no,
yeah.
I was like, why am I thinking about left lane? But no, yes, boiling, it just refers to liquid turning to gas. So it doesn't matter what temperature it happens at.
Well, in that sense,
that
but they call it outgassing. The same thing happens to rubber.
Turning into gas. It has to rapidly. You're not going to say if something's evaporating slowly over days and days. You're not going to say it's boiling.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
I'm always right, Coach.
You're always right, dude. At all.
Almost always.
Just there, you were wrong.
Now, let me give you a little tidbit, okay, of what we're just talking about. You know the seals that they use for to create a vacuum, right?
The baby seals?
No, like let me just put it this way. Yeah. The rubber seals that they use to create a vacuum, if it's a great vacuum like 10 to the minus 8 or something in that, they cannot use rubber seals because the rubber seals outgas, just like what we were talking about. It's another thing you guys have to learn. They use metal. Let me finish. So this is important. They use metal seals for vacuums like that. Just another tidbit that you guys need to know about pressure.
Is it going to be on the test?
Hermetic. Nice. That makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense to me. There's liquid inside the rubber, and at a certain pressure, it'll release that liquid.
Yeah, bro. I'm not talking out my rear end. I researched this stuff. Pressure is a huge...
I know you're not.
And
for most of what you say, you're not talking out your rear end for most of what you say.
Wait a minute.
There might be misunderstandings.
Okay, so I just heard SC say one thing and this guy say a different thing. Essie, what did you say these other rings were made out of?
Out of brass and soft metal, and they can only be used one time, Travis. Yes.
Okay, but then he said, "Oh, that makes sense."
those are.
Okay, but then this guy said, "Oh, that makes sense because rubber and liquid." So I don't understand why you
Because
said
that's
that.
what he's saying. Metal
Well, if
instead
you were
of
listening
rubber
to
and
the
liquid.
whole thing, yeah.
You might have
Because at first SE mentioned rubber sealers and how they wouldn't work and how you have to use metal sealers. So I said, yeah, that makes sense. If you use rubber, there's liquid inside the rubber, so therefore they have to use metal. So I was agreeing with them.
Okay, I didn't hear you say they have to use the metal one. Okay.
You gotta worry about
All
the
good.
the material they use for the walls too. You can't have something that's like it has to be something that's like definitely not porous, no liquid in it, whatever.
Yeah, you guys are starting to understand now. You're starting to get this.
I'm just
pressure
learning
thing?
about all this now, dude. Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm not trying to act smart. I'm just, because I researched it obviously more than you guys, I'm just laying out the information so you guys could understand that pressure is a big thing, man.
Yeah, I
From
didn't know that
1
before
to
either.
0 is a big thing.
1 to 0 is a big thing. When you were 14 years old,
Yeah, from one atmosphere to 0. Yeah, it is kind of a big deal.
you say
Even
one
though it's
atmosphere or
only
one?
working-
Do you say 1 atmosphere or 1 psi to 0?
The atmosphere, bro. We're talking about
one
vacuum.
atmosphere.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's a bigger difference, but it's like
And the vacuum that's created. Yeah.
It's huge. It's not a little bit. It's worlds apart, man. It's orders of magnitude apart. And an order of magnitude is 10, right? We all know that?
Yeah, it's not orders of
10 to
magnitude.
the
It's
minus
just
17
one order of
torque.
magnitude apart.
The tens or hundreds or thousands or 10,000s place. It's all That's an
Yeah,
order
it's
of
a
magnitude.
big deal. It's a big deal. That's what I'm trying to convey to you guys. You're underestimating vacuum.
And actually, if you're talking about atmospheres, then it's actually 0 orders of magnitude apart. But if you stab the Coke can, like with a knife, a very sharp knife, you stab the Coke can, like the pressure difference between the inside of the can and the outside of the can would be much greater than 1 atmosphere. It'd be close to 2.
Yeah.
Right, so how do we have outer space?
But yeah,
This
but
has
the
nothing to
difference
do
is,
with Coke cans, man.
Actually, it does.
I don't know, man. I think I'm talking Chinese. I don't get it.
kind of equipped to
I
withstand.
don't know why it's difficult to
Greater
conceive the difference. That being a small difference. You know, the difference in 1 psi and 0 psi is a small difference. No matter how infinitely small you want to break up. Actually, Grim, you're very quiet. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
All right, go ahead. My bad.
No, it's just astonishing to me that the difference in 1 and 0 is a very small difference. I don't know why we have to go into this orders of magnitude stuff just to get significant figures below 1. You know.
And that's my whole point. You just don't get it, man. You just don't.
But there's
get
an
it.
infinite decimal place.
Oi, Toin,
between the two.
17, Tor, Toin, Presta Mata.
What we're talking about, what it means is a big deal, is we can handle the higher pressures a lot easier than we can handle these lower pressures physically.
What?
And there's more seems to go on under these lower pressures that we're interested in because of that. I think because it's more dangerous. So I mean, there's the same amount of shit's going on, except there's just more dangerous shit going on at these lower pressures. I mean, dangerous shit happens at higher pressures too, but you have to go a lot higher to be that worried. You don't have to go very low.
We needed the pressure to discover that there was other pressures, so they do create a vacuum.
Right.
It's pretty dangerous actually, and you don't have to get that much more pressure. Underwater, things underwater too. I don't know what the deepest someone could dive without a craft, but I don't think it's much more than 100 meters. So that actually seems like a lot.
You know what? I would pay money, Kosho. I would pay money to see your face while you're watching the video I posted. Oh, did I cut you off, Grim? You're low, bro.
No, I think I just started right on you. Sorry. I was just thinking we could withstand 2 or 3. Isn't it true we can probably withstand 2, 3 Earth atmospheres worth of pressure higher with our physical bodies, just normal?
Sure.
I think so.
But you can't go the opposite way that many orders of magnitude. Or they wouldn't be orders of magnitude, but unless you split them into thousandths or something. But you know what I mean?
Your blood would boil.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that's
so that's why it's a bigger deal. That's why it makes sense to say it's a bigger deal because there's just more going on. More, you know what I mean? So just say no, the numbers are exactly the same. -2 is just as far away from 0 as 2. I mean, that's a kind of the bullshit argument I'm hearing right now.
Oh, but the pressure difference would be the same. But you're talking about like your body and what it can take. And yeah, you're right also that your body, if it gets closer to 0 and there's less pressure, then it's just going to go wrong. And if there's more pressure, you can probably go 2 or 3 atmospheres, before start noticing anything that horrible. But it's still, so you still can't. It's for different reasons because your body is the reason why your body will fail at lower pressures is because it's not being contained, whereas at higher pressures it's just being contained more. You know what I mean? So
can we agree on what I said
Sorry,
about
guys, I got a phone call.
seals,
Be
the
right
rubber seals? Can we all agree on that about the outgassing?
It's not news, man.
Okay, perfect. Okay,
can
Kosho,
agree. What's going on with the seals? What's
So
up with
check
the
this
seals?
out, Jeremy. Check this out, bro. They agreed that the seals, right? Rubber seals would outgas. Everybody agreed on that, right?
But they're using rubber seals on ISS, though.
Yes, Jeremy's on the ball. Now, the O-rings on the ISS in the cupola, there's 7 of them in the windows. There's 2 on each rod. That rod goes from the interior to the exterior. Those are rubber. Those have been up
Maybe
there
they're
for
metal.
20
Are they
years.
metal? Are you
No,
sure they're
sir.
rubber?
I'm 100% sure.
Where's the
-6 torque?
pressure coming? The pressure is coming from the container. It's from inside pushing out. It's not air trying to get into the cabin, right? On the ISS, the pressure comes from the air pressure inside.
So you're saying directionality. So you're saying directionality matters for if they're gonna leak or not.
It doesn't. The outgassing does
I mean,
not
is
matter
that what he's?
with
Is that what he's saying?
directionality.
They're not going to outgas. The rubber seal knows which way it's coming, and it won't outgas if it's going a certain way.
I think that's what he's saying, yeah?
Very smart.
Not necessarily.
Now, I've been saying this for years. That single thing that I just said right now kills your ISS.
Wait, what's the pressure at the ISS though?
I think they
Probably
have
1
it,
atmosphere.
it's close to
No,
comfortable pressure.
Outside the ISS, I'm saying.
I think it's close
On
to
the
the Earth.
Side of the ISS.
That's what they say. In any event, doesn't matter what the pressure is inside. If it's the same as Earth,
outside.
or it's close to the same as Earth, those rubber
outside.
O-rings. What?
Outside of the
Which
ISS.
way does outgassing happen?
14.7 psi inside the ISS.
That's good.
Outside
Like
the
Earth.
ISS.
Yeah. Close to it.
Dude,
Which way does out?
It's not
Is this
14.7
outgassing?
outside the ISS, man. Yeah.
Does
What's
this
that?
outgassing
Nothing's pushing.
Does this outgassing thing have a directionality or something? Some other guy was trying to say.
That's what they're
not
trying
true.
to say. Yeah, and they're
Oh,
failing
so
at
is
it.
that what's
I'm
going
not
on?
saying,
Well,
dude, listen to me. What I'm trying
asking
to
for
ask
Kosho.
is how much pressure is there outside the ISS? What everyone keeps saying is 14.7 psi.
No, outside. We're telling you inside, Kosho.
I'm asking about the pressure outside the ISS.
10 to the minus 12 torr, I believe they say.
It
Around there?
is 1.322 times 10 to the negative 11.
11. There you go. I was close.
And do you happen to know what the strength of the vacuums are before they start worrying about that SC?
Strength of the vacuum?
Yeah,
The
you
seals would pop out, bro.
I know,
They would
I know. But
After
earlier,
22 years.
I know.
That's
When
it.
was the last time they changed those seals?
That's a very good question, Jeremy. I'm glad you asked. I've been trying to find maintenance records of that. I cannot find any. I've been challenging people for 3 years now to find
In the
me.
conditions of space, it's getting hot. It's getting cold.
Yep.
It's getting rusty too.
Right,
if
in
you
direct
notice. It's starting to
sunlight.
get
It's
like
in
an
direct
orange.
sunlight.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
starting to get like an orange tint to it.
I feel like there should just be air filters orbiting all around it before they like have to change out their air filters all the time and shit.
Yeah,
I bet
I
it's
challenge anybody.
terrible.
Yeah, I challenge anybody. Find me
I'll
a
find you the
maintenance,
record.
a scheduled maintenance change of the O-rings on the ISS and the cupola. I challenge anybody.
SC, I'm trying to ask you a question, man. It's like you're hearing half the question and answering the wrong question. I'm asking you earlier when you said that the that high pressure vacuum or at the lower pressure vacuums here on Earth, you were saying they can't use rubber anymore. I agree. I've heard that too. They've used the what'd you say? You said like bronze or
Metal, yeah.
some sort of
Soft
metal.
metal.
Regardless, do you know what pressure that it is when they have to start worrying about that?
I'm not sure. I believe when they go into the 10-6, 5-6, somewhere around there.
-6?
I'm not sure, but I know in the very low and the ones that go, the greatest we reached here, I believe, is 10 to the -8 or 9.
I think we've gotten at least -10 before.
I could be wrong on that, but and those highs, certainly they have to use metal. Certainly, there's no question about it. And it's, by the way, it's one-time use. And the rubbers on the ISS, they're not just rubber, it's a dynamic system, they call it, which means that the O-rings are wrapped around the bar that goes right through the cupola and it turns. So it's like comical almost.
Okay, so since we've reached
hold on. You're telling me there's been a turning metal bar rubbing against this O-ring for 22 years?
Affirmative.
Get the fuck out of here. I don't believe you.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. That's why they love me so much, because I know they're bullshit too much.
Okay, I see.
I hear what you're saying, but that's... Go ahead, Coach.
I'm just saying the records on Earth in some context 10 to the -17, but the highest achieved in a lab is usually 10 to the 13.
I never heard that high, but okay, all right. Just check out the O-rings, what they use. There's no way that you can use rubber.
There's no way you had a spinning piece of metal. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You're right on, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's no way you got a spinning piece of metal next to a piece of rubber, a rubber seal, gasket or whatever for that many years in a row. It's not even possible.
I think it says they use silicone.
There's holes in the ISS that go straight into space.
7 of them. And they turn.
Sure.
Yeah, 7 of them. The cupola.
Yeah, but it says they use silicone, not rubber.
Same thing.
It's close, but
I think I have some kind of hydraulic. Is it clean to be submerged in some kind of hydraulic, this shaft, or some sort of fluid?
So the air inside the ISS wants to escape.
Yes, violently go out.
We got to make their story make sense. Come on, we do.
It's comedy. I've been trying to put this point out. I don't know for how long. This is the first time I was able to get it out clearly about the O-rings, and because I was shut down every other time. This is the first time I believe I was clear about. I've been trying for years. So thank you, guys.
It was important to understand the significance of the change in pressure and how severe of an impact it would have on every form of matter.
And the outgassing on the rubber, that's the most crucial point here.
The Canada arm and the cupola is a marvelous piece of engineering. There's a whole YouTube video on it explaining how the mechanism works.
The Canadarm? What does
Yeah,
that have
and there's
to do
also
with?
there's also like them opening a window, like where they rotate a thing and it opens the window.
Yeah.
So there's gaskets and seals.
Yeah, it says
Just
there's
because
like a series of
they're faking
gears.
ISS, yeah, just because they're faking the ISS doesn't mean that space is fake.
Yeah, well, it says there's like a series of gears, like a whole bunch of them, and basically like they utilize the pressure, so that like the gears will start filling the holes as it's moving. Yeah, it is actually.
You guys want to laugh?
Yeah,
I just posted the O-rings that are supposed to be doing this function.
Smarter every day.
That's what they look like? Wow.
Yeah.
I think he's the one getting the explanation from the astronaut in the video.
He actually went to the guy who designed the cupola.
Yeah.
He now designs Harley Davidson stands. And yeah, you should watch that video. You're gonna blow your mind.
And then the girl actually does it, right? Like a female astronaut does it.
Yep.
For him. Yeah.
Yeah. It shows her on the, I'm not sure if it's in that video, but there's an Italian astronaut that shows, I think I have a picture of her that shows her turning it and explaining how it works. And it's sheer fantasy, man. It's like, they're laughing at us. Not me, I know the game, but they're laughing at the ballers.
I found a video.
This, what do you call it when the gas, it's not boiling, but what is it doing?
Outgassing.
Outgassing, yeah. Those are the bubbles in space, too. So it's nice, all wrapped up.
Yep.
Well, that's what happened to the astronaut in the chamber, right? Like where all this, like he said, his tongue started boiling and he collapsed over and they had to pull him out.
Yes.
Yeah.
That guy got lucky, right? Surviving that. Everyone else died.
Right, but it just shows you that the fucking spacesuits that they use in a vacuum that's stronger than the Sandusky chamber by magnitudes, they can't survive in the ones on Earth. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
But how is it stronger by magnitudes of what?
But up in space, he's fine. It's double speed. It's stupid.
Why are you saying it's stronger by magnitudes?
Well, what's the Sandusky? It gets to like 8 to the negative something torr. But then outer space is 10 to the negative 17. But the suits fail in a lower and on Earth in a smaller vacuum that doesn't even get as empty as what outer space is. But they work perfectly fine in space.
And they say that the ISS is placed in low Earth orbit at negative 11.
Right,
Yeah.
which
Hey,
is still.
Jim Jam just posted the video. Check it out. That's the one. It'll you got to watch it.
Yeah, but the pressure difference isn't that like if you 10 to the negative 17 and your suit is 4. I guess if it's PSI, so the 10 to the negative 17 torr, I think 4 torr would be something like say 280.
Yeah, but it's still
or something.
failing. It's failing when it's gonna.
Yeah, 280 torr to 10 to the negative 17 torr. The difference is only 280 torr.
Yeah, but it's still, the thing is, like, you're missing the whole point. In a higher PSI environment like the Sandusky chamber, it still fails. So if it fails there, why would it not fail in space when it's an even lower vacuum?
But why? What did you see one fail, or they say it always fails? I don't
No,
understand.
the guy fucking, they had to rip him out of the chamber. His fucking suit completely failed, and he said all the liquid in his mouth started boiling, and he blacked out.
That was that
And that's nowhere.
one time.
That's the only time they've never done it since then with the person. That's literally, I think that's the one and only time a dude went into a vacuum chamber.
That's
with
correct.
A spacesuit.
That's correct.
No, it's not. That's not the only time the dude's gone in there with a spacesuit.
Yes, it is.
I've seen plenty of videos when they go in the vacuum chambers with spacesuits.
Oh, are you talking about the guy where he's standing there in front of the glass door, and you can't see anything, and you just move your phone around to like get a different perspective of the room? That one video.
I'm not sure. I didn't see somebody with a phone, but I've seen one where they've gotten in instead of. I've seen one when they got in a spacecraft. I've seen one when they got in a spacecraft in the vacuum chamber.
And then all that thing, like you guys were mentioning about the Blackbird pilots, how they have to have that big suitcase and shit, and they're in that giant yellow suit. Well, the pictures I saw was like yellowy orange. You know, they got to carry that big
pure
oxygen
oxygen
thing with them. Right.
Pure oxygen.
Now,
Yeah.
But then you go and look at the SpaceX suits, and their fucking boots are just held together with super glue.
Yeah.
Different design.
That's a
They
good
still
catch,
fly
bro.
those planes. Wouldn't they just put them in SpaceX suits with? And then not only that, in the space shuttle, they're wearing motorcycle helmets and short sleeve shirts, and then they got to hit shit with a cane. You know, because they're being sucked into their seat. What the fuck happens if they drop their fucking cane? Like, you know, it's ridiculous.
Well, they have a touchscreen TV, I think, so it's bad design. I agree that touchscreen TV is bad design, but that's probably why they have to use that stick, I guess.
No, but you're also like the dude spacesuit failed in the vacuum chamber on Earth. Yeah, it goes into an environment. Even the pressure of the moon is way lower than the Sandusky chamber. The pressure of the moon's like 12 to the like 10 to the negative 12 torr just
That's
on
why
the
the
surface
suits-
of the moon.
Suits have to be able to contain the atmosphere inside the suit.
It's about 4 feet.
Whereas underwater, you need a shell. You need a shell, not like a fabric material.
Were you talking about like those old timey like divers and stuff?
No,
Yeah, like a diver.
Sorry, go ahead, man.
But
somebody brought up that
the directionality. Go ahead, Kosho.
I was just saying, somebody brought up that tanker.
you go ahead.
The video where the tanker compresses or whatever.
When it implodes on itself.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why that tanker compresses like that is because it's not designed to withstand pressure. It's designed to contain pressure.
Yeah. Like a diving bell keeps the outside pressure out of the suit, and then the ISS walls keep the pressure inside. So they're only fighting one Earth's atmosphere, basically.
Well, I thought a diving bell was just so you can get air.
Well, it's also keeping the water above you, off you from crushing you.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're hanging out inside that air pocket, then I don't know.
Yep.
I just remember using those diving
The deeper
bells
the bell goes.
in Assassin's Creed. I would just use that to grab more air so I could swim around.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, dude, if the spacesuit fails in the Sandusky chamber, but then they claim it doesn't fail in space, I mean that's retarded.
I think it's strange that I'm not sure if you're saying that you think that's the only time they've ever tested a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber.
Unless you want to show me that Brian May video, the guy from Top Gear, Captain Snow or whatever.
Yeah. He was just showing off for a show or whatever, but they actually do test for them, and they don't film all of them. There's some of them on film.
I don't think they film any.
No, they film. There's some of them that are filmed.
I think they filmed that
test all of
one
them.
where the guy fell over and almost died, and then after that, they're like, "Oh, we can't. This is a bad idea." Plus, shit, dude. I mean, if what you're saying is true, and I don't want to get yelled at for mentioning this guy's name, but that Mark Sargent, that's one of his main things, right? Like, go and do a vacuum chamber in the spacesuit with me. See, but he's mentioned that before. I've looked extensively for people inside spacesuits and vacuum chambers, and literally the only video I find is the guy that falls over, and then Brian May. That's it.
There's other ones. I'll show you one.
Yeah, this is a good example. There's a lot of guys that serve in the military here. Kosho's one of them, right? So you'll understand what I'm about to say. If you were to do a mission, if you were special forces, you were going to do a mission in high altitude mountainous training, right? In the cold, right? Are you going to train in the Sahara Desert or underwater for this event? Or are you going to try to recreate? You're going to go somewhere in Montana in the mountains or something to recreate this. Where would you train?
Maybe all the above. Who knows?
A pressure chamber.
Exactly.
You could do it in a pressure chamber.
Doesn't it strike you odd as they never ever trained the mission in that thing? Like to open up one of those satellite arrays or the buggy that they put on the moon. They never ever practiced it.
Why do you think they have vacuum chambers? What do you think is the purpose of having vacuum chambers?
I don't know what you mean by they never like I've seen many videos of them in pressure chambers, you know.
No, you haven't.
The whole astronaut team died in a pressure chamber. Like, wasn't it Apollo 11?
They
you
didn't
talk
die in the
about
vacuum chamber.
no, they got
They
set
died on
on
the.
fire inside their rocket.
They
The
died on
guy
the
said
launch
the thing's
pad.
a piece of shit. We're not going to space, and the very next day he got
No.
fucking burned alive.
I thought they burned alive in the pressure chamber.
No.
Like,
they were in the cockpit
preparing
in the
cockpit.
Saturn 5.
Okay, my mistake.
Yeah, no, there's literally no footage of people inside vacuum chambers while the vacuum chamber is on.
Yeah, and the
Or,
guy,
like,
the three
diving.
astronauts were complaining because they were saying we can't even communicate from the capsule to the command center, which is a few feet away. How is this going to work 250,000 miles away? That's one of the complaints they
They
had.
weren't going that far.
Not only that, while the press was there taking pictures, one of the astronauts that died, the one that told his wife like the night before that he thought something bad was going to happen to him, he took a lemon and put it on the LM, and people took pictures of it, and then he died like literally the next day.
Wait, you said there was an LM. Why would they have a lunar lander on there?
Because it's a piece of shit.
A lemon?
No,
Yeah, he put a lemon on the lunar lander because it's a fucking lemon. He's like, this thing ain't getting us to space. Like
Yeah,
that one
he
guy just
wasn't-
said,
first of all,
they can't
nobody-
communicate from their building to the capsule. How are they going to communicate from outer space and the moon and shit and make phone calls
They weren't going to the moon
on a landline?
I don't know why. I don't know why you're saying they had a lunar lander, or they weren't going to the moon. On Apollo 1?
It wasn't Apollo 1.
It was Apollo 1.
What was it? It was
Apollo,
after
the one where
Apollo
they blew
11,
up.
wasn't
Yeah.
it?
They set on fire or whatever in the cockpit.
That happened on the ground while they were testing it. They put pure oxygen in the capsule. That was the excuse.
Right. They essentially killed him.
Oh, it did happen. There was a spark, they say, from an electrical, blah, blah, blah. But we really don't know what happened.
I thought it was explosive decompression.
video.
You know,
It was murder.
explosive decompression.
You're getting smarter every day.
Hey, it's me, Dustin here.
Some of us are getting smarter every day. Some, I think, are going the other way.
Is it Dustin or is it Destin? Dustin?
Dustin. I don't know. Dustin.
Yeah, it was Gus Grissom was the guy that was talking all that shit. Well, Virgil Grissom, but he called him. Yeah. That was what mission was this?
I think that was Apollo 1.
Yeah, that's what it's saying now. What was Apollo 1's? What weren't all the Apollos supposed to be like going to the moon? So they were the first one.
Enterprise. Mm-hmm.
Was Apollo 1?
Was it Endeavor? Endeavor was the one that blew up. Or Challenger? Fuck.
Challenger blew up, and also
Endeavor?
No, I think it was
Columbia.
Columbia. Yeah, I guess that was it. Columbia.
Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah.
What was the name of the airplane that never made it around the equator to prove that that the Earth was a globe? What was that?
I don't think that happened. There was one that was going to the
Amelia
South
Earhart?
Pole. I've
Concord,
sort of
right?
navigated east to west or west to east around the equator, not around the equator, but west to east. But the one you're talking about was the one that's going north to south.
No, I'm thinking. I thought it was the Concorde flight trying to go around the equator to prove that there was no, and they couldn't do it, or something.
Concords are weird how they all kind of just vanished.
Well, no, they weren't feasible.
The Canadian jet Concorde?
They were used for several decades, weren't they?
Yeah, I know, but it just wasn't it was. I think that it was the design and the price. It wasn't feasible to maintain them.
I don't know about all that. It might be. I don't know.
They couldn't justify the price, so planes went a different way.
They were fast.
Airbus.
Yeah, the Canadian jet.
It was cool looking. Looked like a space shuttle.
Yeah, I wish I could have gone on one.
Swept
But
wing.
the Concords, yeah.
You think of all that. You think of all that misused money. They couldn't get around it. Like they couldn't cook the books to make it work. That whole expense thing is a joke. When
Well,
you
you have to
consider
remember
the
their businesses, so they try to make money.
yeah, their businesses, right? I know. Yeah, but you got to think about the entire world system that we're in right now. They control the economy. They can do. They could have So there's
Airlines?
something else besides economics for.
Wait, what? How do the airlines
Maybe
control
on
it? What are you talking about?
They're good. They're very good salesmen because I mean, like, how could you sell somebody on that? Like, hey, listen, we could go to Mars, but we just, you know, with the way the housing market is right now, we just had a bunch of layoffs. We could have be on Mars though to just swallow that.
I just don't get why they can't make spacesuits anymore. What's the problem? They already had a 100% successful test with like a suit. I don't get why they can't do it anymore. Like, it's just weird.
What are you talking about? What are you guys all saying? You guys are all saying crazy stuff. Why are you saying
Yeah.
they can't make spacesuits anymore?
What spacesuit do they have that they're going to use to go to the moon? They can't replicate it.
What are you talking about? They
In
have
fact, I literally just
they have
saw
a whole
something
bunch
the
of
other day where
new
NASA said they're giving up on it.
Didn't SpaceX make new spacesuits that are like thinner, lighter,
They have a
cooler
bunch of different
material?
designs.
Yeah.
Mm.
There was
That's
that
another
dude
thing,
in the
too.
Tesla floating around, like the mannequin. He had one of those spacesuits on, right?
Yeah, but that's Tesla's. I mean, that's not Tesla. That's SpaceX's. And NASA, they go through more.
Ain't that the video where the entire globe glitches out at one point? But we just
People are so
pretend that we
fucking
don't see it.
stupid. One day they're going to say, "No, we have an invisible spacesuit on," and people are going to just fucking swallow that. You can't see it. Don't worry about it.
I think
Invisible,
launching
that's
a
how great it
car,
is.
launching a Tesla into space was one of the weirdest things. Like seeing that thing in space was just fucking weird, right? Like
Because it was fake. It wasn't
even
real.
as a
That's why.
Glober,
That's
yeah.
why you think it's weird, because it's not fucking real. It's clearly not real.
Well, it's fucking
Really
dumb
not
and
real?
useless. Yeah.
Why would he do that? Why wouldn't he? Okay, let's say that it's fake. Okay, space is real. SpaceX is real, but the
It's
car is
not.
fake. Why would? Okay, but in that context, why would he fake putting his car in space?
Because
people like you,
Right.
NASA fanboys.
Because there are people out there that go nom 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 nom.
Kosho, can we agree
I'll
that
say it one more time, man.
it looked dumb? It was dumb.
He
Like
does
it was
a lot
kind
of
of
dumb
pointless,
stuff, but
right?
some people's dumb is other people's cool, and I mean, if I own
The
both those
entire
companies,
globe in the
I own both those
background
companies. I don't see
completely glitched out in the
that
live
seems like a
feed.
dumb idea.
Yeah,
It was an amazing.
Some people's flat Earth is another person's globe.
Yeah.
You
That's
know,
true.
so again, the whole thing, right? You got to think about scripts. You got to think about what's said, what's not said. Elon Musk, it looks so fake, it's got to be real. And so then that also is a direct quote from the movie Capricorn 1, where the fake Mars mission was depicted.
Is it really? No,
I've
that's
never
funny.
watched that movie.
I didn't. I'm gonna fact check you.
You need to watch it. It is a classic 70s movie with names and faces you'll recognize, and it's a little bit kooky in a chase scene, but it's a good movie. It's a good movie.
Isn't like Clint Eastwood in it or Burt Reynolds? One of them.
No, it's, you know who Josh Brolin is?
Yeah.
You'll recognize his dad because he looks just like his dad now, because he was as old as his dad was then. But his dad was in it. James Brolin, O.J. Simpson was in it. A couple other big names, and Elliot Gould. Elliot Gould was in it. You need to watch it. It's worth the rent. I think it's actually free on YouTube.
You can probably
right
find it on BitChute.
Rotten Tomatoes gives it 98%. It's pretty good movie review, man. Yeah. He played
There was a
Thanos.
shitload of movies on BitChute.
On BitChute, for real? Like they don't get taken down?
I just watched Rocky 1 on there just the other day. Like any movie I thought of that I wanted to see, I just type it in on BitChute. There's usually a good chance I'll find it in full, and I just cast it to my TV.
Well, they had all the James Bond movies on YouTube. I mean, you had to have YouTube Premium though.
I use Streamio. It's free. It uses torrents and it has everything,
I
including
get
Cam.
I get YouTube Premium for free.
Yeah, I use YouTube Advanced, which is like YouTube Premium.
What's the difference?
It's got no ads. It's free.
I mean,
It's
what's
like
what's the difference between YouTube Advanced and Premium?
I'm not sure actually, because YouTube Advanced is like it could get shut down at any moment.
The Canadian? Is it a different website?
It's a whole nother app. Yeah, you have to Google it.
Okay, I'll check it out, man.
Check that out too. That sounds good.
I use YouTube Premium, and yeah, it has no ads, but I like because you can download shit and you got extra content and stuff.
The only problem, like, I've been wanting to try YouTube Premium because I always get that, try it for 3 months or whatever. My thing is, what if I go ahead and buy it, then all of a sudden my YouTube account gets shut down? Because it just, ever since like 2021, I noticed like every couple of months I'll have to make a new one for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Like how? So that means I would like pay for my servers and then lose it.
No, don't pay for it, dude. I never said pay for it. I make a new account like every couple of days.
Oh,
I got over 1,000.
YouTube Vanced also has like the YouTube Music app as
Insane.
well.
That's such a waste of time.
What's a waste of time? Music?
Oh,
Doing that, making the accounts over and over and over again to just recycle your.
It takes literally 10 seconds.
Bum life.
It takes 10 seconds. Yeah.
Oh, you know what else is good about YouTube Vanced is just like Premium. You could play in the background. You could play when your phone is off, or like on standby mode. It'll play in the background. Yeah, that's the best thing.
Is it content? Is it the same content? I don't get it. Is it like a totally different thing?
Yeah, no, it's the same exact content. If you download it, you'll have it side by side, like next to your YouTube app.
Oh, okay.
Yep, it's a whole nother app, whole nother icon. You just have to
you said,
Google it.
You said something about YouTube Music?
Yeah, so YouTube Vanced has like its own YouTube Music as well, which is the exact.
Okay. That's probably one of the differences. Then it probably includes YouTube Music. Then
no subscription fee. Paulie, you're saying I still use it. It seems to work on my phone still.
Oh, you know what, dude? I was gonna see if it's like a different company. I can't tell if it's Google yet, but I doubt that it is. Yeah, it's not at all. And yeah, so it's just basically like basically somebody took YouTube. They basically take YouTube and they basically stream this app, YouTube through this app, but it comes with all these features, which automatically lets you do background playing and lets you do the picture. So it lets you do all the stuff as Google Premium without having to have Google.
Yeah, exactly. All the same stuff. Same exact catalog. You could search everything. Subscribe. You can log in and everything too. It has a home page and all that too.
It says Google won't allow it on Google Play Store.
Without commercials.
If too many people download it, I can guarantee you it'll get taken down or non-supported anymore, you know? Anywho, let's talk about the moon landings again and the space race, because that's an interesting subject. Like how much more advanced was Russia at the time, sending astronauts and satellites into space, and how did we beat them to the moon?
Well, first of all, they were less careful in like every single way possible. That's why they had to be up there, and they
But
literally
we're over
sent
here
dogs
blowing
there.
up entire crews with the oxygen.
Yeah, but they had dudes that went up there that died, just because they weren't going to come back down. But same thing with dogs. They had dogs up there that they had no plan to bring them back.
Yeah,
Oh,
USA
no.
did it better. We just did it better.
Yeah.
I mean,
only time in human history where technology goes backwards.
No, USA.
How'd it go backwards?
USA. USA.
How'd it go backwards?
Make it.
What do you mean how to go
backwards?
backwards?
We can't
It
go
goes
backwards.
What are you saying? It went backwards.
I just told you we don't have
No one
the
can.
technology
No one
to go back to space again. Here,
we don't have
Nojo,
the
make this
technology.
No.
I'd go to moon in a nanosecond, but we lost that technology. It's a painful
Make that
process
noise,
to build it
The
back.
technology.
Yeah. You know what he was talking about?
Yeah, I can't believe y'all hang your hat on that.
Spacesuits?
No, he was talking about the spacecraft, the Saturn V, the thing that cost him at the time like $5 billion to build each time. They at the last missions, all the parts and stuff like that, they cannibalized them for the other missions. So they had none of this the Saturn V. So they had to rebuild the spacecraft, probably better. And that was back when
the thing
was
yeah.
9 times what it is
I
now.
love it how you always claim money. It's too much money, but then we go and send Ukraine $50 billion in one day. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I didn't only say money.
SpaceX seems to be launching and relaunching and landing them pretty easily, so I don't see why NASA couldn't do that back in the day.
We did,
or at least
technology advanced technology, right?
When Elon Musk did that, that was profound and it wasn't novel because I think Blue Origin did it first. But however, NASA had to
we
do
did it in
that.
the 60s like 9 times with the asymmetrical rocket.
As
You
a
said
globe
NASA did that
earther,
9 times?
as a glober, there's only a few explanations we can say why we haven't gone back to the moon.
Give us your best one.
Yeah.
Why would we go back?
So there's the why would we?
Because
That's
you
a good
say
one.
that you want to. Many presidents have claimed it.
There's actual reasons. So you don't have to make up reasons.
Yeah.
Like
So
right
let's
now,
come
aren't
up with
we
the
supposed
actual.
to go to the moon as a way station to Mars? Wasn't that
so the
supposed to
actual
happen?
reasons. What would be an actual reason
First
not
of all,
to
a way
not to go
station,
back?
a way station is retarded.
The actual reason is exploration. That's what humans do.
No, dude.
That's what they tell us. They want to go to the moon, make a way station. They have plans for it right now.
A way station?
Yeah, a way station so they can practice on their trip to Mars eventually to build a colony, right?
What a waypoint.
Yeah. Okay. So the what do you call it? What's it called? The Space Lab. I think it was called the mission they did right after the Apollo missions. That was the big. That's what they were, putting all their energy into. They wanted to put a lab up there in space, and so they cannibalized the Apollo missions in order to do that. And part of the reason why they were disinterested.
Lost all their blueprints and
Part of the
everything,
reasons-
and they never kept any records on how to build it after
Part of
they
the
cannibalized
reasons,
it.
part of the reason why they were disinterested in the Apollo missions was because the first one had a lot of views, and then the viewership declined after that. People were disinterested in seeing the boring, say the same thing after one another of the moon missions. People weren't excited about it anymore, and their budget decreased by a shit ton. So all those things, they had none of their missions were based on the moon.
Okay, so that's
What are you talking about? They're not excited about it. You have almost every president since like 1975 promises they're going to go back, and then always gets pushed back.
Yes. If they had no will to go,
Or
why
no
would
reason
all
to.
the presidents keep saying, "Yeah, we're going to go this year, and then we're going to push it back"? And I mean, you're making no sense.
I didn't say they had no will to go. What I said was the interest in the Apollo missions went down after the first landing. Like the viewer, the Nielsen's
Yeah,
ratings.
fair enough. With I Love Lucy, I got that part. Yeah, I got that part.
Yeah, but at the same time, Coach, you were saying
but why
that,
would the
why would
government
they go?
keep? Yeah, why would they keep
I didn't
saying
say
we're
why
going
would
to
they
go,
go.
we're going to go?
You were saying like what what are the reasons why they would go? Why would they go again?
I didn't say
actual reasons that they.
Why would they go? I was telling you why
would they need to, and they would need to if there's enough interest that the president himself is promising to go back. That means that there's enough reason to go back.
That's
Not
not
to
enough
mention
reason to go back.
strategically. Okay, so the question
Do you
I
think
asked
the
was
president
why wouldn't
does ask?
they
Oh,
go?
reason to?
I'm saying that was not a reason. Like if a lot of people are like, yeah, let's go to the moon, and then the president's like promises people in campaign promises or something like that. That's not a reason to go to the moon. That's just the president saying stuff to people. You know what I mean?
So
I can think of a million reasons it was true why to go.
The mission plans at NASA, like the years in advance planning that they do, is probably more what they're interested in doing, not necessarily just something.
Hey, there was this really.
Hold on. Let's nail this down. So it's your opinion that the president.
I was just trying to talk, bro.
Yeah. Let me just chase this down, and it's all yours. But it's your opinion that the president was simply pledging to go to the moon, just for popularity, and he wasn't advised whatsoever about making this promise. Each president, basically.
I don't see why that's hard to believe that a president who doesn't have any control over NASA at all yet, then he becomes president, and then doesn't do what he says he was going to do. I mean, it's not like he made the plans, while he wasn't elected.
Not just there's presidents that did it, after the campaign trail, after being elected, that they promised to go to the moon.
It still happens all the time. They say things that they don't do.
Exactly.
I think you guys need to.
Their hummingbird mouth overloads their jaybird ass, or whatever it is. Jaybird mouth overloads their hummingbird ass.
What the fuck are you talking? What?
So what about the presidents that cited
are
reasons
you
like
high?
discovering
I
water
think he just
on the
took a
moon?
big hit of meth or something at his truck stop.
That was crazy. That was crazy talk, Howard.
They did test that that was exploring for water on the moon. They still did those things.
Hey, so there's this really, really funny Kristen Wiig skit on Saturday Night Live where she's at a party and she wants to sing, but she's like pretending that people are watching. She's like, "Oh, don't make me sing." So it's like NASA. "Oh, don't make me go back. You want me to go back? I'll go back. I'll go back. Oh, but don't make me go back. You want me to go
We
back?
hear a lot of
Don't
silliness in response. I mean, what about legitimate response? I mean, questions are good, but that's not.
Who is rambling about a hummingbird, dude?
No, the budget.
It's an old saying of a president is jaybird mouth overloading his hummingbird ass. He says things that he can't actually do.
Right. Like, what's his name? Woodrow Wilson said we weren't going to go to war, and then he immediately goes to war. World War
Oh,
I.
a
So the
jaybird.
presidents do that kind of shit. But
I get it.
yeah, that's not the point though. The point is, their budget was their budget is right now 0.5% of the entire budget, 0.5%. Okay, and the same cost that it cost them to build a Saturn V and take it to the moon is basically the budget they get for the entire year right now. So these missions require more than
don't make
just
me build another
people's interest in it. It
spaceship.
requires
Get out of here, man.
serious
Dude, get out of here.
restructuring of their missions.
Don't make me build another spaceship. Don't.
And
I'll
it's
build it.
bullshit.
Okay, I'll build it.
It's
Don't make me
complete
build it.
bullshit,
From
dude.
the 70s,
They were getting
us.
4.5% of Apollo missions.
Oh,
So
sure.
they get
From
9
the
times more of the
70s.
budget. Yeah.
From the
talking about
70s, they've been telling us, bro, we're going to go back in 4 years. From the 70s. How many more years will it take for you to question it? Tell me, how many more years?
Shut up, Canadian. You don't even pay taxes to the
I
NASA,
remember
so shut up. Why
when
are you
George
upset?
W. Bush said we'd have a
Somebody
base by
mute that guy.
2015.
Why is SE Montreal upset how NASA spends money? Why is SE Montreal, a Canadian, upset at how the U.S. government spends its money?
You see how he came in? He came in telling me to shut up. This is paid NASA shill, everybody.
No, I asked a question. How
Oh,
is
this creep
SE
that wants to
Montreal
force vaccinate
upset
children.
how the U.S. government spends its money? As a Canadian citizen, you should care less.
Show, instead of telling us the percent, tell us the actual dollar amount that they get, please.
Everything
The
America
dollar
does
amount, you said?
affects Canada.
Yes.
That they get today?
Hey, the Canada arm up there. So we're involved. We got the Canada arm.
All right, you said again.
I was on the
Doctor?
shuttle. It isn't anymore.
Hey, Show, instead of telling us the percentage that NASA gets, tell us the dollar amount, please.
The dollar amount is about $30 billion today, which is about the same amount that a single Apollo mission would cost when you correct for inflation.
And what's the
30
black budget?
billion?
Like trillions?
Yeah, they don't get that. Yeah, that's usually goes to CIA and
30 billion per year.
Everyone is so upset about the NASA budget, but doesn't say jack about the defense budget. It's like
Let me see how much that is per day. Hang on.
Well, the
So
Canadians
when will
say-
you start questioning it there, NASA? When will you say, you're an American, it's your money, agreed? When will you say, damn, man?
One half
will
of
you
1% of the budget. Oh yeah, I'm really just concerned about 1/2 of 1% of the budget.
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. I asked,
That's
when will you start questioning?
1% of the disposable budget. You know not the what do they call it? It's
Right. Let's see if you can let me get my question out without interrupting me. NASA, paid NASA shill. You as an American taxpayer, when will you start questioning the moon landing? After how long? After how many more delays? From the 80s it's been happening. When will you, paid NASA shill, an American taxpayer, start questioning it?
You start questioning flat Earth, and we'll question it.
No, but why would you ever
Everybody
start
in here
questioning
from
based
paid
on
NASA
that?
shill
You
there.
should
That
already
would keep
question
on?
it.
Paid?
Let's
no
relax
comment,
here.
paid?
All right. I'm sorry. Did someone ask me a question, an intelligent question? I don't think so.
Oh,
You hear that?
So
Paid
30
NASA shill,
billion
ladies
a
and
year.
gentlemen. Just
I get
comes
18
here to
million.
disrupt.
Okay, no,
Well-
but SE, why would somebody, based on that, why would they stop believing in the moon missions?
No, but if I was to ask you the same question, would you answer it, Kosho?
I just did. I'm saying, like,
I
I
would.
don't know of any time limit that would make me not believe in something. Like, just because they don't go back, that wouldn't make me not believe that they ever went.
I could
They
answer it
don't
as
like
if I
it.
was
Really,
a
though?
NASA shill.
I said start questioning it as a taxpayer. Your money being given to go back to the moon, to set a base, to go to Mars, right? When will you start questioning and say, wait a minute, they keep telling me that they're going to do this since the 80s, but they haven't done it. When will you start questioning that?
I don't make the plans at NASA, so my money's not going to them to go to the moon. It's just going to them, right?
Obfuscation, another obfuscation. Okay, got it.
That's not obfuscation.
You gotta just answer the question, though.
Just because they don't go to the moon.
I think what he's
you
saying is
answer the
you'll never
question
question
properly, Kosho. Same with you, doofus.
Stupid question.
Sorry. It's a
He's saying
stupid
that
question,
you
and the
never
answer can
question
be
that.
stupid, but you can answer it properly. You just say,
That's my answer.
When
That's
enough
my answer,
doubt is
Pizzle.
thrown my way, when enough
That's my
evidence
answer.
appears,
That's
that's
the
when I
actual
won't
answer.
believe it.
The actual answer is there's no time frame. I would not stop believing it just because they
Agreed.
go back.
When are
But
you going to start questioning? When are you going to start questioning flat Earth, though? That's a good
He
question.
evidence was
can't
put
think of when
forth.
they would question NASA. He can't think of when they would question it. That's what he said.
But you can answer that honestly and say, when the evidence shows that it throws a lot of doubt into my, when the evidence is sufficient enough, that's when I will doubt the official.
Pizzle, that wasn't his question. I answered it honestly. He asked for a time. He asked for an amount of time that we still keep pushing it back. He's saying how far in the future they keep pushing it back and they don't go. When will you start questioning it?
Yeah. So when there's enough evidence that it's bullshit. Like when NASA has dissatisfied you enough, that's when you won't believe it.
Just an answer to a different question now.
But yeah,
They won't even say that, bro. They won't even be honest enough like you. Congratulations.
You're welcome, SC Montreal. You're welcome. And I don't get how Kosho, you're fighting me still.
He said there's no
No,
time.
because you said it was a
stop
dishonest answer. That wasn't dishonest. That was an honest answer to the question he asked. If he asked me, when would you stop believing it? Like generally, if there was enough evidence, of course.
Yeah, exactly. So he's asking a really simple question, like when, and then you got to say when there's enough evidence to suggest so.
He specifically said when they're pushing the time back, like we don't go. Is like when was he's saying like after how many years do they say, oh, we're gonna go in this, we're gonna go to hand, and they don't go.
Yeah. Okay. You sure you're not going to give an exact year? You're not
He's
going to give an exact year.
He's not going to answer. I'm telling you.
I answered the question as
Let's
plainly
say
as possible.
there's no more evidence than they have. They just keep on.
No, that's not my answer. That was
after
Pizzle's
how many
answer.
years of them doing the same as they've been doing? Would you
Jesus
stop?
Christ! Listen, that is the question, and the answer I gave was not about evidence. The answer I gave was a time frame, and there's no time frame. There's no amount of time. 1,000 years. If we don't go to the moon for 1,000 years, that's not reason for me to not believe.
Let me paint a picture for you, Kosho. Let's say you're seeing this girl, right? And she wants you to take her out. You're taking her out for dinner and for drinks and this and that, and she keeps on pushing back. Like she promises that that you can go home with her or whatever. She keeps on pushing it back. At what point? How many times does she have to push back sleeping with you that you'll believe that it's not going to happen?
Nice,
bro. So the reason why that's not
epic.
The reason why that's not analogous,
other women before.
Yeah, the reason why that's not analogous is that it would have to be analogous if the question were, she says she's going to sleep with me and she doesn't do it and blah, blah, blah.
Man, it's
how many times does she have to do that until I believe that we never had sex before? And that's the answer to that question is there's no amount of time. So
you would keep on taking this girl out.
So it wouldn't be hours. It wouldn't be like 10 hours. It would be when enough lies are told by her to convince you that she's lying.
Well, she keeps on promising, right? And she's pushing it back.
That's a time period when
a different girl.
When she says enough mistruths or
no, you could just go and sleep with another girl.
Yeah, you could go try your luck with Veronica Mars, but she'll probably push it back too.
Okay, very funny.
Yeah, but you got to think about all the rocket launches. You got to think about all the rocket launches and the Tesla in space as her little teases to keep you on the line. Like she gives you just a little tug job. She gives you, it'll be, oh, here we go, little tease up, but not the big one yet. Not
Jesus
the big
Christ.
one.
The question is
Yeah.
not when are you gonna start, when are you gonna stop, or when are you gonna not believe her anymore that you're gonna have sex with her again. The question that Essie asked was strictly about how far in the future do they not have to go for you to stop believing, for you to not believe it that they
It's the
went
same
at
thing.
all.
It's time frame.
No,
How many
no, hold on.
How many pledges
No,
of
the
presidents? Let's
question,
do it that way.
That's fine.
The question was about disbelieving the Apollo missions, the missions that already happened, right?
No, I
That's
said
not that doesn't
no.
answer the question.
No, that's not what I said. No, I said questioning it. That was my direct question. How long would it start? You start to question it. Yeah.
Well, this would be like,
talking about the
think
Apollo
like you do.
missions.
No, I'm talking about their ability to go to the moon.
Like
I
they
never
did in the
once
Apollo
mentioned the Apollo missions.
Like the 6 times they went?
Yeah, but the Apollo missions.
That's all in your brain. My question is, they said they're going to go back again, right? From the 80s. They haven't went back. The question is, how long would it take, after how many more presidents, after how many more years, for you to question that they can go to the moon
Well,
again?
what are you gonna do when they actually go back though? Like then what's gonna be the
They won't.
excuse?
They won't.
They're not
That's
going
why
to.
I've been waiting for
Never.
from the 80s, bro.
So they're not
Been waiting for
doing
years.
so they're not
Why
doing
would
anything right now to go back, right?
They're not going
They
back.
don't
No, they
even
don't
have a
even have the
spacesuit.
spacesuits.
Okay.
They don't even have a
Right.
spacesuit, bro.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah, look into
Let
it.
me answer that. I think they're
Moon
gonna
is
go
not
back and
sleeping with you,
CGI
man.
movie.
Accept it.
But why? Listen, why would you question somebody's ability to sleep with you, or if they ever slept with you, if they've already slept with you? It doesn't matter if they never sleep with you again. If you've already had sex with
They
her,
keep telling you they're
Because you
going
can't
it's not a
prove it.
question.
That's why.
You didn't.
You can't prove
Yeah,
it.
but you could just go and sleep like you can't sleep with anyone else.
You just
Like-
said you slept
You
with her,
got
but we
drunk that
don't
one
believe
time,
you.
and she lied and said that you guys banged, but it never actually
Like
happened.
sex. Like there's no
Exactly.
You were just blackout drunk.
Then you'd have to say that sex doesn't exist.
She
Good luck
slept
with
with you,
that.
but the kid looks like the mailman.
Fantasies, gentlemen.
Try another analogy.
Purposely missing the point. It's ridiculous.
They do it on purpose.
Pretending like
They
they don't
know.
No, dude,
understand.
it's really quite simple, dude. If we never won again, I would question our ability to be competent enough to go again. That's true. I wouldn't question. Did we
Yeah,
ever
we
go
went
in the
out.
We
past?
said to go again.
I wouldn't question. Yeah, hold on, because this time maybe I'll be clear. I would not question our ability to already have gone.
That's a
wouldn't be put in question.
bitch ass move, Coach O. And you fucking know it, dude. That's some
bitch
bull.
move, dude. What are you talking about? That's
So
I
when we
just
say
told you.
only time
So
in history
technology
technology goes
increases
backwards,
in the
you
next
agree.
I would
1,000
obviously
years.
question our ability in the future.
Technology increases 1,000-fold in the next 1,000 years, and you're not gonna, and we still don't go back to the moon or any other.
This is like, hey
thing.
guys,
You're
this is like
question
we
whether we
can't
went in
build
the
the
first place.
pyramid.
Come on, man.
We cannot build the pyramids again. Oh,
So
dude.
does that mean they were never built?
I'm saying it's stupid to say that you could never build the pyramids again. Of course you can fucking build them
I know, but
again.
that was the question, Don. So that's why we're addressing the question that was asked. Yeah.
Kosho, that was a cop out to say I would question our ability to go again.
Don, that was the question that was asked, Don.
I don't care.
He was asking.
And besides,
We have evidence
it's a
of the
false
pyramid.
analogy to compare the pyramids to the moon landing, because the
Guys,
pyramids
we have
actually
evidence of the
exist. We
pyramid.
can actually visit them, touch them, stuff like that. Whereas
Yes.
the moon landings is just a story you have to believe.
Yes.
No, it's a story you have to
One of those
deny.
things happened on film, and the other thing happened sometime in the past.
Yeah, it's a story you have to deny.
Ain't no damn film and nothing approaching the moon, man. Get the fuck out of
Happened on film. What are you talking about?
There's footage of the Saturn V on the way to the moon, halfway there.
Zoom me in. Zoom me in from the Earth, and I'll believe it. Show me a on the Earth telescope. Somebody's hands on the Earth, looking up in the sky, and someone should approach the moon.
Don't ask for that, because if we show you that, you still deny it.
Don't
You're
ask for
fucking idiot.
evidence.
Fuck you, man. Don't tell me what
You are asking for evidence.
Show me a smoke trail, a sparkler fucking trail, going to the moon. We know that y'all. I mean, come on, dude. Let's go.
Don't ask for it, because you're denying anyway.
Yeah. Because I don't love science, and I'm not a loyal American.
Well done.
Yeah, there's an amateur footage of it halfway there. So I'll pull it up.
Whip it out.
There's no way it's expensive to go to the moon. The fucking Dragon capsule can make it to the moon, bro.
Really?
Really.
You should give them the plans.
It ain't gonna land.
You'll give Elon Musk the plans, man.
Artemis hasn't been doing anything. They've been doing nothing with the Artemis program. Absolutely nothing.
You mean Iron Man can build a rocket to go to the moon and the United States government can't?
That's
They
correct.
they should be able to get there easy.
Easy, sweatless.
I heard
It shouldn't even be hard.
Get paid that much.
It took like I said, it took 4.5% of our entire budget to do this in the 70s. Right?
I know how they get off a lot of
and NASA was entirely directed in those missions. Whereas
You said it would cost. You said it would take $30 billion to build a Saturn V rocket
money,
today.
yes.
What percentage of our budget is $30 billion?
No, the budget that they get completely in 1 year is $30 billion. And if you correct for inflation, that's how much the Saturn.
So how is Iron Man going to do it with the big heavy? How is Iron Man going to do it with the big heavy?
And let me give Kosho the true economic logic here, Kosho. When you say the number from the 70s, the 5-7 billion or whatever, the 5% or whatever percent of our national budget, you need to tell us how much percent of the currency that is in play that was. And now compare the percent of the total currency, because we have a nation, we have our total currency, right? Not the government. How much of our whole team's currency went to be spent on that? See, that's what you don't understand, bro. No, man. Fuck this.
That's the budget that the
put up
government
bullshit
gets from the
stats
people, dude.
that fucking you try to make baby little anecdotal points that aren't even deep enough to fucking address the situation, dude.
You want to compare it to the total amount of dollars in? What are you talking about, dude?
Absolutely.
That makes no sense.
It's ridiculous, dude.
No, it isn't.
The entire argument of the moon landings is just rest on the fact that you guys don't believe what the images you see. That's it.
You want to talk about those
Why
images?
would we? Have you seen those images?
How much percentage of our money does the government take, Kosho? How much did they take back then? That's what you're not thinking about, Kosho. You're acting like it's a lot or it's a little bit of money or how expensive it is. You need to talk about the relative cost, sir, and you don't even give a fuck to glance at it. You're
because that's what's called not the relevant cost. Okay, it's not relevant to compare that to the amount of dollars in what do you call that?
Whatever. Didn't even think about it.
I just find it odd how we simply haven't gone back because it's too expensive.
It's not
that
the only
very
reason why.
strange. It costs too much money. We can't do it. Like, dude, if you listen to the way they were talking in like
And it's not
1970, we were supposed to have hotels there.
And it's not like they haven't been. Wow, they haven't been working towards going back at all, haven't they?
I know how they could shave off a major cost if they just flew straight up.
Yeah,
that would not shave off their cost at all.
That shows how much you know about physics. Good job.
That would be how they waste the mission. It actually was one of the most clever strategies that they.
Yeah, clever.
Because it was. Yeah, one of them, Ron, thought it'd be impossible.
You fly longer. You fly farther. You have to have a heavier payload.
No, you can't fly. You can't fly longer with a heavier payload because you can't get off the ground.
You're taking the longer route. You're taking the longer route.
That's not. He doesn't understand.
You don't spend energy when you're in orbit.
You're not in orbit yet.
How would you get into orbit around a planet?
You fly straight up.
Right, and then what?
Okay, hold on. No. Hold on. Listen. Hold on.
Orbit. I didn't say
okay, listen. Hold on. I don't know if I'm breaking up or not. Okay, so that guy who laughed, right?
We all did.
Why? Okay, yeah. Okay, so I'm saying the guy who laughed, right?
Me,
why did you laugh? Why did you laugh?
Because you said fly straight up.
Okay, don't tell me what I did, right? I didn't ask you what I fucking did. Why did you laugh?
Because it was hilarious. Because you think that's how you go into orbit around a planet.
No. We're having a conversation right now. We're having a conversation right now, right? So Why is that hilarious?
Because that shows how much you know about physics.
Okay, you're still making me ask more. Okay,
Because
listen.
you spend a lot of energy.
Hold on, stop talking, right? I'm
Yeah.
having a conversation with this guy. Stop, please.
You're not having a conversation with him.
Okay, Kosho, shut up. I'm having a conversation with this guy.
He thinks it's going to go somewhere. Hey, go ahead, man. Go
Okay,
ahead.
no. You realize that your non-answers continually make me ask the same question again and again and again because you have not answered my question. Why is it funny to suggest to simply go straight up is the best way to get there?
Are you ready for my answer? Because you can't go straight up and then orbit a planet.
Why not?
Why? Because
Why not?
you're just going. Is that what's an orbit? What is an orbit?
No, that's the wrong take, bro.
No,
You can go straight up and go
you're
into
not-
orbit if it
You're
was
not
real.
supposed to answer this. Travis is going to answer this. What is an orbit, Travis?
An orbit? Okay, this is a red herring right now. Okay.
Answer the question. Answer the question,
No,
Travis.
it's a
I
red
answered
herring.
yours. No, it's not.
No.
It's not a red herring, Travis.
Okay. It's
Well,
a red
technically,
herring.
you could go straight up and then
All right.
go 90 degrees and start
Let me
orbiting.
ask it a different. Let me ask it a different way. If the Earth was round, how would you get into orbit around the planet?
Again,
You
could
go
straight
straight
up,
away from
and
it.
then
You go
could
away from it.
Angle
That's
the
not
plane
orbit.
at 90
That's not
degrees
a-
and
that's-
thrust
That's
sideways
not an
and
orbit,
orbit.
Travis.
Okay, look,
That's not
it's no different than having an
If you wanna-
airplane on the. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna give you an answer. It's no different than being on the ground in an airplane, right? You're not flying. You've got to go straight ahead and get enough speed, and then get up in the air. So once you're in the air, you can turn left, you can turn right, you can ascend, you can descend. So all you got to do is go straight up, and once you get out into the area where the orbit can take place, you go left, you go right, ba-ba-da-ba-da-da. No problem.
Orbit could take place 10 feet off
Easier
the
way.
ground.
What's that, B-Ball?
What would be an easier way to do it?
I
would
can't
expend
think
less
of
energy.
one. I can't think of one because going straight up is the most direct route.
It wouldn't even happen. Percentage was answering it correctly.
I don't know why you
but
guys
it
are
wasn't-
interrupting. I'm having a conversation with B-Ball. B-Ball, you
Yeah,
gotta come
that's
back on
fine,
that.
dude. When percentage answered, you didn't fucking cry like a little
Kosho,
girl.
Kosho,
So guess
why
what, dude?
are
Guess
you
what, dude? I
interrupting
just
the
answered your
conversation?
question. I just answered your
Kosho,
question.
Your question
Kosho,
was
why
I just
are you
answered your
interrupting?
question, Left Lane.
Please
I'm
don't
actually
interrupt.
responding to what percentage said.
Please don't
When you-
interrupt,
It doesn't
Kosho.
matter. You're not interrupting anybody. dude.
Kosho.
You're
Travis,
interrupting
relax,
me.
man. It's not just,
sake.
you know,
Okay,
two
percentage. Are you a mod?
Yeah, percentage
I am,
spoke
yeah.
up and you didn't say
Okay,
anything. dude.
I'm having a conversation with B-Ball.
We're all having a conversation.
Go ahead,
So
man.
let's try to
Okay.
be respectful.
No,
Everyone
we're
can
not.
Get in.
No,
If you
we're
have-
not.
Do you have a
You're
question
not
for
having a
B-Ball?
conversation. You're
I'm-
interrogating him.
I'm simply saying percentage actually said it correctly because that is a possible way to go straight up and still get into orbit. However, nobody would ever do that because it would be too costly and probably not end up. You probably by the time you got up there, you wouldn't have the energy to get into orbit.
That's basically what B-Ball was saying.
Okay, how
about
do you
there being
know-
a better way? Go ahead, Travis.
How do you know it would be too costly?
You'd spend all the energy going in the wrong direction.
You're flying farther by taking a circular path around the Earth. If you fly in a circular path around the Earth, you're flying farther than you would be if you went straight up.
Yeah, but you happen to be going in the right direction. You happen to be going in the right direction, so it works out.
If you honestly
Right
think that that's a good way to orbit a planet,
Right direction.
that's I don't know what to say. about
Now you're begging the question of another issue. Again.
Jesus, man.
You're using the word orbit.
At least you'll say that they were right at the end of it on Travis. At least after you get glitched out, you'll say that they were right? Probably.
The fastest-
But see,
What are you
y'all
talking
want
about?
fucking
Hold on.
y'all keep
Straight
fucking with the glitched ass dude, right? Right.
Oh, hold on. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Hello? You just addressed me. What are you talking about?
I think it's possible.
I'm talking about how you very loudly and confidently and muting people along the way will say shit that you have to then back down with 30 minutes later and say that you're glitched about
When
it.
did I?
Earlier today? Earlier today, for example? Yeah. Pulling your arms
Say it
in,
again.
right?
Say it
right?
again. Earlier
Right.
today.
Bye, Travis.
Say it again. Okay, yeah.
Let me stick
Say
on
it again
this.
earlier today. Hold on.
Stick on this
Kosho,
rocket
shut
thing.
up. Kosho,
Well, it
shut up.
doesn't sound like that's going
Yo,
anywhere,
Travis,
man.
come on, man.
Yo, percentage. Take a chill pill, man. Okay,
I'm
look.
chill.
I
You're the
didn't
one
take
that's
it.
telling
I
people,
didn't
like,
take
be
anything
respectful,
back,
please.
man. I didn't take anything back. I said that I had to think about it because it was stretching my mind.
Well, you can go
Okay?
ahead and take it back now. Go ahead and take it back now, then.
I'm not taking anything back.
Well, remain the only idiot in the room, then, buddy.
Hey, come on, man.
Quickest
what,
way
what
into
was
space,
said like 30 minutes ago? I
straight
missed
up.
it.
Quickest way into orbit, not straight up.
Well, actually, the destination, if you go straight up, is actually going to be on the ground 9 times out of 10, unless you have some.
What?
Yeah, that's the direction you're actually going. Because if you
go
go,
up, you're going
if you go straight up, the gravitational attraction hasn't gone away. You're going in the direction where if you go fast enough that way, then you have a chance of getting away. You have to reach 25,000 miles per hour, though. So if you don't run out of fuel before you do that, then you might be able to escape. But if you don't do that, then once you run out of fuel, you're going to start going back in the direction you came, which is back on the surface of the Earth.
I don't get
If
it.
the Earth is spinning, are you actually going straight up?
I mean, if you do actually go straight up, then yeah.
Wouldn't you have to be kind of going, like, angling it against the spin to go straight up then?
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
you would.
it wouldn't
Exactly.
make a difference. Yeah.
So you're really going
If
straight
you might
up.
land at a different spot on Earth, but you'd still be, your
You'd have to fight
trajectory
the
is-
rotation to stay straight.
No, you don't. If you left the Earth, going straight up, and you didn't change your which way you were pointed, then the Earth will rotate beneath you. And then you might be going you might land in a different spot, but your trajectory is still.
No, but what about the effect of gravity as you go up? Doesn't it get weaker?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you were going fast enough that you could reach the escape velocity, then yeah. But you'd have to reach that speed.
No, I'm not even saying you're reaching escape velocity. Yeah, I'm saying as you go up, gravity is weaker. So the effect of the gravity on you is going to be less than the Earth, and the spin would be less as well.
Yeah,
So-
but the amount that it gets weaker by is it's not enough to really by the ISS it's only 90. It's already 90%, but it's still 90% of what it is here. But still, even trying to get to the ISS in that amount of time. Actually, intercontinental ballistic missile. Okay, an ICBM can almost get as high as the ISS. So, that is true. But still, to actually get to escape velocity, going straight up is immensely difficult. You need a lot of fuel.
Yeah. They're not trying to orbit either. An ICBM.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I don't
They're
understand how
planning
going
right now.
straight up would cost more fuel when you're going through less atmosphere. By going straight up, the higher
because you're
every time
fighting
you go up, it gets
gravity.
thinner and thinner. Why would you cut through the thick part?
An ICBM
Because you're
that's
trying
going
to go.
Orbit.
Fine.
You're trying to orbit.
Hold on, guys, make some room from Jeremy because his mic's shit.
This makes me think you
My
can find
mic
out what orbit is.
You
So you can only orbit east to west.
the
You can't
first
orbit
second or
north
two are
south.
cutting out like always. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
you can orbit north-south. Jeremy, go.
You're about to say something about
Oh my
ICBMs.
God.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, the ICBM does it go straight up and then come back down?
Yeah,
and
it
let
does.
the Earth rotate under it. So how far up?
No,
do you
no,
gotta
no. Go ahead,
What's
man.
up?
It does. It's not just letting the Earth rotate beneath it, though. It's going in a short-lived orbit, basically. Like it goes to where it needs to go, but it's not like waiting for the Earth to rotate beneath it or anything like that.
So the
It
Earth
goes in
doesn't rotate under it.
Parabolic
It
trajectory.
does.
Well, how high up do you gotta get?
It has a controlled trajectory.
How high up do you gotta get to where the Earth just starts turning underneath you?
Strange
0.1
question, man.
centimeter.
If you don't, dude, you have a conservation of momentum. So if you leave Earth and you don't lose that momentum by whatever means, then you're not going to lose that momentum ever.
So
you
I
have
could
to
go,
Jeremy. You have to go to
Hold
the
on.
very the Lagrange point between the sun and the moon. I mean, the sun and the Earth.
I could go up, and I'd constantly be rotating with Earth, no matter how high I go. If I go a light year away, if I go a light year away, I'm still going to be rotating with Earth.
If you had the eastward velocity that you had on Earth, and you never did anything in that direction to undo that, then there's no reason for you to lose that momentum in that direction.
Well, there is, because gravity gets weaker again. So he's asking,
will it be in
how high do you have to be for gravity to be weak enough that you'll see the Earth rotating quicker than, like, you'll notice that it's rotating.
Well, any distance off the ground.
Hold on. Will it be angular momentum or linear?
Any
will I be
distance-
going in a circle, or will it just shoot me off into a straight path?
Any distance off the ground, the Earth's already going to be rotating at a different rate than you. And Jeremy, yeah, if the eastward velocity that you have, or the eastward momentum that you have, it's linear.
Linear, so just shoot me off in a straight line path and not have me do an orbit
No,
around the whole
it's
thing.
not shooting you off. If you have to think of it as like a force diagram. You have a force diagram and you have a
I'm
rocket.
gonna start thinking
You
of
have
this
the force
room
that's
as
going
like
in
the
the
globe
downward
Earth
direction.
awakening room because it's all about the globe, baby.
You have the force going in the downward direction, adding momentum in the upward direction, and you have the eastward momentum that you never got rid of. And so, in order to cancel that out, you have to at some point get rid of it.
So, Coach,
it's not just like that,
hold
because
on.
the eastward gets weaker as you go up.
But
as you
hold on, let me answer the percentage because I thought I said a second ago. The conservation momentum isn't maintained because of gravity; it's just maintained.
So, Coach, if you
all right, is my earbud better now?
Yes.
You sound a little bit better, yeah.
Coach, so if you fly to Mars,
Yep.
stop
Coach,
spinning.
so if I'm gonna open it up because I've been answering the question, but Jeremy was going to say something too.
You said technically, as soon as you leave Earth, the Earth is spinning under you, right?
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
technically it's negligible. I imagine you're not going to notice it until, like, how high do you have to be to notice it?
Well, if you were 4,000 miles high, by that point, the Earth beneath you would be spinning twice as fast as, or no, you would need, yeah, it would be you need to be twice as fast, so you'd be twice as slow as you were on the surface.
Yeah,
in reference to the surface.
So there's your answer, Jeremy. You have to be 4,000 miles high.
No, he said you never lose momentum. He said
you're never going to lose that momentum.
So Earth would never spin beneath you. So you float to Mars.
You're contradicting
yourself.
Coach.
Hey, listen, check this out, dude. If you're on the surface, the Earth's going at 10,000 miles per hour or whatever at the equator. And once you go up in the air, in order to maintain that same spot on the ground above the Earth, you need to be going faster and faster as you get higher up. If you're not going faster and faster eastward, and you keep that same eastward speed, then you're not going to be keeping up with the Earth anymore.
Except for airplanes and shit.
Wait. What? So a hot air balloon going up should have the Earth moving out from underneath it.
Yeah, hot air balloons experience Coriolis, and it's completely negligible because it's a hot air balloon, dude.
No. You just said.
How's a hot air balloon experiencing
hold on,
Coriolis
please,
when it's not traveling north or south?
Hold on. If you just said if something leaves the Earth, it has to increase its speed at the higher it goes. Hot air balloons don't do that.
Exactly. But what do they do?
So the Earth would go away from the hot air balloon.
Yeah, and it does at a rate that's so negligible. The wind is obviously doing more to it than the fucking Coriolis, dude. So it's not going to be noticed.
Coriolis when you want.
Well, it's not negligible. It's 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah,
it's 15 degrees per hour. That means if you have a drone
at
hovering,
35,000 feet, the difference is only about a mile an hour.
Yeah, if you count as Coriolis,
the difference
right
is
word
tiny.
to use?
Do the math. You can do the math yourself. Figure it out. Figure out how much bigger the diameter of the circumference is at 35,000
I don't think
feet.
Coriolis is the right word to use.
And you'll find out that the change in speed is really very negligible. It's just a little over a mile an hour.
Yeah, again, now your entire model is built on math.
Or
you can just say
no reality, Travis, and the fact that you don't understand math is not my problem. That's yours.
You guys
hey, listen, hey, Blue, I have not attacked you since you've been here in audio, so there's no reason. There's no reason to attack my intelligence, Blue. Okay?
I didn't attack
your intelligence.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Commented on what you're demonstrating.
Yeah, Travis doesn't attack
Lane, as a mod, you don't need to defend Blue, but if Travis feels
Well,
like
I mean,
he's
he just told
attacked-
Oh, I'm not defending Blue. I'm just commenting
Yeah,
on what
no,
I
you
hear.
piped up as soon as Blue came in. Yeah.
Yeah, let's not attack people by saying they don't understand math or they don't understand this or understand that. All right.
Well, then that's not
Right,
ridicule them for using it. Yeah.
And
That's
you
it.
piped
Go
up as soon as you
over
heard
it.
Blue's voice too.
Point out if he
Not
doesn't understand the
fucking
math. Point out where he doesn't understand about it.
Why is Coriolis the right word to use for this? For the
He's completely dismissing
the gravitational attraction is weaker as you go up.
No, but it's not. It has nothing to do with gravity.
What do you mean? Gravity is weaker as you go up, and that's why
Nothing to do with gravity.
You'll
You heard
be
it.
kind of carried less, right?
No. Yeah, the balloon is it's just like Blue said. Like the Coriolis is just any object that's moving in reference to a rotating frame. So because even in elevation, and so because there's a difference in tangential velocity as you'd raise elevation, as Blue said, 30,000 feet, it's only 1 mile per hour difference. So that would add up over time if you were stationary over the Earth. But if you're in a balloon, you're not stationary over the Earth. Your movements are dictated by the winds, which are going to be more than 1 mile per hour most of the time.
Well, you're referencing Blue a lot. Is he what is he?
Yeah, did you check those numbers? Or you just going
Is he an astrophysicist or aerospace engineer? I mean, I don't get why you're referencing Blue just because he said it. Oh, you think he's an engineer that built what?
Is he not?
So he's an aerospace engineer, B-ball? So
I mean, it's mathematics.
You're gonna wank.
He just said it. You can go through the mathematics if you want to.
Yeah. Okay. So he knows the reference here? Y'all are so full of shit and it's coming out. The last 2 weeks has been great. Carry on. Carry on. Keep referencing Blue, who's not an aerospace engineer, who's not an astrophysicist, who's just an old man on the internet, basically.
Right. He's probably done a lot more than you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you know that how?
Wait a minute. That's an ad hom, Rakia.
That's a fact.
He's probably done more than
Why are you attacking me, Rakia? I didn't attack you.
I'm not attacking you.
What are you doing calling me an old man on the internet? What is that bullshit all about?
Rakia, to be fair,
are you an old man on the internet?
If you're skeptical of his math, then you should ask.
Yeah, I'm an old man on the internet.
Jeremy.
Yeah, I'm an old man on the internet, and Travis is a guy that didn't understand the math I was quoting to him. What's the damn difference, buddy? I got my ass chewed. I'm chewing yours.
You didn't describe math to him.
Yeah, you did not prove that I didn't understand anything. All you did was come in and libel my intelligence.
Let me add old triggered man on the internet now, since that's a fact.
Yep.
I mean, his generation built the internet.
How about you actually go through the math?
Yeah, but just Blue, don't let them get you, Blue.
Or just post the math, and that's all he was saying was post the math. Why are you quoting him as gospel?
Yeah, the math is fairly simple. The math is fairly simple. You know how to multiply 2 times pi times whatever the radius is, and then divide that by 24.
Who just muted me, please.
That's going to give you the miles per hour and the tangential speed of miles per hour.
There you
go. I'd like to know who muted me and unmuted me. You're roboting, Howard.
Because you were continuing with your ad hoc.
So you muted me, Howard?
You want the math? I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
Let's assume the Earth's radius.
Let Howard finish why he muted me, since he's someone who never mutes anyone.
How about we just attack the source,
Yeah,
Rakia?
that's what I think.
Your point
I
in addressing
am attacking
their
the
appeal
source,
to authority.
Howard. A biased mod here. Yeah.
So your issue is them citing Blue as like their source, as if he's an astrophysicist or something like that, because you doubted the math. He's going to provide the math now.
You don't need. Okay.
Thank you.
You really don't need to be an astrophysicist. Assume that let's make the numbers easy. The Earth's diameter is 8,000 miles. I know it really isn't, but let's just call the diameter 8,000 miles. Multiply that times pi, and the circumference is 25,132 miles.
Okay.
Go to 35,000 feet. That's about 7 miles. That means you got to add 14 miles to the diameter. 8,014 miles times pi is 25,176 miles. That is a difference of 44 miles.
Okay.
More than one.
And that's a difference of 44
What, is that all you
miles, and
said?
it makes a difference of about 1.8 miles per hour.
All right, there you go.
Was that
I can't believe where
the
this
claim that
conversation
was being contended?
Okay, right. So again, Blue, I completely understand that. Guess what? I started this whole debacle off. What was my comment? What did I say?
You
I
said the
said,
quickest way to get into orbit.
No, not
Well,
that
the
part.
question
The
is,
one that-
would you be
one
able to
that-
set up?
It was a
would you be able
rhetorical
to
question, guys. Let Travis finish.
No,
The question is, would you be able to
said-
set up that problem?
No, I said your entire system is based on math. That's all I said. And all Blue did was demonstrate that his entire system is made up by math.
Yep.
If not,
Which can be applied in reality, and it freaking works.
Not by you. Okay, in reality, show that the circumference is 25,000 miles.
I mean, there's like 15 ways to show you guys that, but we've all done it so many times.
Yeah.
So
Show me that
just
you get
choose
somewhere
one,
faster on an
Kosho.
arc than on a
Just
straight line.
choose one. Just
Okay,
one.
well, I did the Eratosthenes test several times. If you can measure any one of the longitude lines, or all of them, and then take the average, you could go around the equator, or just take note of how far the sun's traveling on the equinox. The subsolar
Yo, can we
point.
just skip this part of
That's
the
what I'm saying. I was trying
conversation?
to.
Because this it's not our first day. You can't like.
I know.
beat us this shit.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I was trying to skip that.
Oh, God.
So he's right.
So percentage, I thought that you were going to respond because you said something about like prove the circumference. Then Kosho popped up with his example, and then you were nowhere to be found. Are you not going to respond
No,
to
I'm
his
saying this
Eratosthenes?
is all shit that we've heard before that we disagree is actual evidence. You know, this is the crux of the entire globe Earth / flat Earth debate is whether or not Eratosthenes and all the other bullshit they say is actual definitive evidence. I don't think it is. You know, they do, and that's why they mention it. It's not our first day. We've heard it before. You know, there's no point in going over it again. If you want to, be my guest.
Okay.
No, I agree. I just didn't know why you weren't responding, but that's a fair enough answer. I mean,
Yeah, so we could just skip it because, you know, it's the same old.
Yeah, we'll just agree that it's existing.
Yeah, that he just had to say that again. That's the Zelig part, right? He knows we've heard it all. He had to mention it and then say, it's true. It's close.
Someone asked.
I mean, I personally would have said something like stellar parallax or, you know,
Stellar
celestial
parallax.
star or something like that.
Just 'cause
You
we
know,
got
something
into
more
this
believable.
debate.
Eratosthenes, that's bottom of the barrel.
I
Kosho.
said 5 different ways in the order that I did the test,
know,
but
that's
Eratosthenes
personally-
wouldn't be my go-to. The
Is
way
it?
that if you want a definitive one, you simply could and you take 2 points on Earth and use the Haversine function of those coordinates. It'll tell you the distance between those 2 coordinates. And if you were to take the subsolar point on the day of the equinox, you could literally measure the subsolar point every 4 minutes. Just measure it every 4 minutes, like a couple times, and then measure the distance and see that it's consistent. And then just multiply whatever that 4-minute segment was by 360, and you're going to get the distance around the equator, which will give you the circumference.
No, because then
You
you're
know-
assuming that the sun moves in a perfect circle.
No, I'm assuming
I
that it
would
moves in
say
a
he's
cycle.
assuming parallel light rays on the equinox too.
Yeah, but it could be a cycle and it could be irregular, and then it wouldn't be equal to whatever you calculated right there.
Yeah, you're probably right, but then I'd have a lot of other problems.
Well, let's let Kosho tell us his assumptions. I mean, you have to admit there are some assumptions there, right? What are they? There would be assumptions in every theory. So what are your assumptions when you say that?
Oy.
It's a good
He
one.
still has me turned down, but he's not going to answer that question anyway, probably, honestly.
That's a hard one to
Not
answer.
it.
The
He's
answer
not
to
going to be
the
honest.
question is that we know the Earth is flat. Correct.
You can't just keep asking questions and obfuscating The quickest way into orbit is not a straight line up. So regardless of how many questions you have going forward, like we
Well, the
can't
whole
just
reason it's brought up, the whole reason they're saying, oh, it goes out into the horizon, why they send the rockets, is because they send it into the ocean. They pretend that they send these rockets into space, and they're
You're
just
begging the
landing
question
the
of
ocean,
orbit.
No, it's because
you're
it
already
requires,
straight
in
into
orbit.
the fucking ocean.
it requires a
Yeah,
horizontal
have you
velocity.
seen one go in the ocean? Have you got proof that they go into the ocean?
Did
Yeah, it's
you
called the
see
Bermuda
where
Triangle, dickhead.
MH370 went? Have you seen the size of the ocean?
Yeah,
I've seen them go to
I've
space,
seen them
man.
go
That's
into
it.
space.
That's all
No, they cannot go into space. Impossible.
You've never seen one
Yeah,
go
well-
into space.
So you
Exactly.
just deny reality and
Okay,
claim
You've
something
never
happens
seen
that
one
you have
go
no
into
proof for.
space.
Let me jump back real quick. The guy who
Yes,
just
I have.
okay, the
No,
guy.
you haven't.
No, you haven't.
All right, the guy who just brought back up the orbital mechanics point that I brought up. Okay, I would have liked to have had a healthy conversation earlier on. So can we pick that up right now, real quick? So you're saying that the most efficient and direct way to get into orbit is not a straight shot up. Okay, how did you or how did they derive that knowledge?
It makes sense.
Okay, I didn't ask if it made sense, first of all. Second of all, I wasn't talking to you. And no, it doesn't make
I
sense.
knew that was coming.
Person you asked didn't answer,
it does.
dude. Yeah.
He didn't say that he wasn't going. Okay, hold on. He might have been thinking again, right? So, sir, are you going to have a conversation or not?
Yeah, my bad, dude. I was listening. I got a phone call, but I'm good. Ask it again.
Okay, so my question to you is, your statement is that the most efficient and direct path is an orbital path for a rocket.
To get
How
into.
did they figure that out?
How did they figure? Oh, well, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know how they figured that out. To get into an orbital path, yeah.
That's a fair answer. So, how do you know that that's the best way to get into orbit?
Because, okay, so the best way to get into space would be what you're saying, a straight line up from the surface. The best way to get into orbit, which means circulating the Earth, would be to go at an angle, right?
Why?
Because that way you're gaining altitude and gaining speed at the same time as you increase in altitude.
Yeah, but
how are you gaining speed?
Then you're going to allow the gravity to make you fall
Hold
around
on,
the Earth.
please. Come on now. Come on.
Yeah, so you're Yep. How are you gaining speed? Because the Earth is pulling you down, so you're constantly trying to fight gravity. So you're going in a trajectory around the Earth, not just straight up.
Pazizzle, they say that
Okay, so
propulsion
again,
in a vacuum
right.
is stronger. You know, that the thrust is, you get more speed or whatever, you're more propulsion when you're higher up.
No.
So if you go high
so
up
you're
and
is
then go sideways,
different thing.
Go ahead
you'd
and
be
have
able
an
to
open
thrust
conversation.
quicker.
So you're asserting that you should get up first, then start your diagonal trajectory.
Yeah, why not?
Because then,
So
you
can you imagine that? Let's just imagine that a rocket shoots straight up, but it needs to be going at a 90-degree angle to its current trajectory. So the rocket shoots straight up, fires retrorocket, stops, turns over to the left, and takes back off. Does that make sense?
Hold on, why would it stop?
No one said that.
Because it's losing speed the
You
whole
just have a
time and turns its
curved,
engine
like
off.
90-degree angle.
So it
The curved
doesn't
corner.
stop, it just turns, right? So it's wasting its time going straight when it could have went at an angle.
It's wasting its energy going up.
When it's going at an angle and sideways up there's going to be no atmosphere. It's going to propel more effectively, more efficiently.
No, not at all.
You're essentially asking.
That's what you guys say.
Why is it? You're essentially asking why is it better to cross diagonally instead of going around the circumference of a square?
Well, not even that.
Of course it is.
No, but there's something that you guys are missing out on. If you're going straight up, you're accelerating downward. You're accelerating in the opposite direction the entire time. So the entire time you're going up, and you're wasting fuel going in the opposite direction that you're being pulled. When you decide to start turning sideways, you're going to be still falling in that downward direction. So you want to get it a horizontal velocity.
What do you mean you're going in the
possible.
opposite direction? No, we're not.
Yes, you are. You're getting pulled downward.
Yeah, you think about an airplane.
In reality, if we have
you
a
think about
non-inertial reference
the
frame,
energy.
hold up, let me just say, if you have a non-inertial reference frame, the actual path of the thing as it's going straight up and the Earth's rotating, it'll be a curved path. But the aircraft or spacecraft is going to be pointed straight out the whole time. Okay, so it's going straight out, but because of the rotation of the Earth, it's going to be curving.
I don't think that's the case.
A God point of view type thing. The point is though, it doesn't need to actually be turning itself. It's not going to go parallel to the Earth's surface.
No, that's what I'm saying. Your rocket's not going to be tilted sideways just because you're going straight up. It's going to be, if you're pointed towards the ground, the back of your rockets, that's where it's going to be pointed even as you're going up.
Exactly.
In that direction. So that's not a good thing.
Why?
So
because you're
the
fighting
aerodynamics of the
the whole
rocket.
time.
It's incredibly inefficient.
And the aerodynamics of the
What are you
rocket
fighting?
that don't matter. Like once you're in space.
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, that the aerodynamics.
Yeah, but that's the argument Percent is making because you get a better return on your thrust because of course there's no drag. Therefore, you should do this up in space. But the answer is very, very quickly do you get to the altitude where this doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, it's negligible compared to gravity.
What altitude does it matter? Does it not matter anymore?
Correct. It's not that it doesn't matter. Say that again.
At what altitude does it not matter anymore?
Yes.
I mean, it's a question of when do you consider it to not matter? At 99%?
No, you said that you very quickly get to the altitude where it doesn't matter, where the efficacy of propulsion is negligible. So I'm asking you, what altitude is that?
20 miles.
Over 50,000 feet.
Maximum dynamic load on the spacecraft occurs usually around 45 or 50,000 feet. By the time
what's
you
that
get to
max
100,000,
Q?
that's max Q, and by the time you're somewhere around 100,000 feet, dynamic load on the structure on the spacecraft is very, very low. It's not negligible, but it's extremely low.
So, sorry, what was the amount of feet? 40,000 feet?
That's where max Q is. That's the maximum dynamic load on the rocket.
Okay.
That's why they throttle back right in there. Okay, because there's still enough atmosphere that there's a lot of drag on it, but that drops off very quickly, huh?
When's it negligible?
Like I said, by the time you're at 80 or 100,000 feet, it's pretty negligible. It's not.
So why don't we just power through 80,000 feet straight up?
You can fly. You can still fly an airplane there.
Aircraft.
Huh?
Why don't you just power through straight up 80,000 feet? So you're cutting through the atmosphere as quickly as possible, and then angle the plane or the spacecraft, and go for the parabolic.
Well, you got two problems. You don't just need altitude. You need orbital velocity. You need 17,500 miles an hour to be in low Earth orbit.
Yeah,
and the faster
you can do that
get to
after you power through the 80,000 feet.
No, that's you're using probably a good half your fuel to get to 100,000 feet.
So you're saying taking the diagonal path through all this dense atmosphere is more effective than going straight out?
Yeah, it actually propels you in the direction that it's rotating.
Right.
Like a
No, right, but you're already going to be going in that direction on account of the Earth's spin, even if you're going straight out.
If you go straight up, percentage, you're not contributing to your orbital velocity.
Exactly.
Not at all.
What's the equation, show for the going straight up thing? That problem?
That's the equation for this. That's the equation for the speed you'd have to rotate at to maintain your position on the ground. It's
the
2
problem
times
with
5.
the fuel going straight up. The fuel.
Oh, you're talking about the tyranny of the rocket equation?
No, that's it.
That's what you were getting at, right, Travis? That they haven't actually tested it?
You hijacked this whole
Yeah. I mean, that would have been my guess. My guess would have been someone like me going, why don't we just go straight up?
Oh my goodness.
And then we would then launch it, and then you would do yours, and then I would go, oh, I see. You're right. You just proved yours is right. So I'm just asking questions, right?
Well,
because
Mac Daddy himself, the original #1 Big G, Isaac Newton, okay? He was already ahead of the game, dude. He
wasn't.
He already had the thought experiment.
Okay, yeah,
He already had a thought experiment.
Right, exactly.
I know.
Exactly, the thought experiment.
He already had the thought experiment on. It's called Newton's Canon, and he imagined based on all these principles he had already been coming up with. If these principles are true, what would happen if you shoot a cannon at a high velocity? And he had already came up with the idea of an orbit.
Yeah, and it was absolutely absurd because it was a thought experiment. There was no demonstrable proof for it at all. And if you think about it, an airplane is simply a satellite at a closer altitude.
If you throw a rock, Travis, if you throw a rock, gently, it'll go in a trajectory and land close to you. If you throw it harder, it'll take a longer trajectory and fall further away from you.
Yes, you're
so
right.
if you throw it hard enough,
it'll go over the surface. Yeah, it'll go over the surface. Hold on. It'll go over the surface of the Earth. It will not come back around and circle over your head.
Yeah, it will.
Catch it.
That's why it's got an adjustment.
Just said the same thing twice.
No, you're assuming the Earth is a globe.
What is that for?
You're assuming the Earth is a globe.
Well, you're assuming it's flat, so what's
No,
the
I'm
difference?
not. No, I'm not. Because as I walk straight, okay, just put us out on the ocean. You put us out on the ocean.
I know you can adjust for declination.
Can you not
like
hear
here, it's true north and
Rakia,
magnetic north are different.
Rakia, are you talking to somebody else or what?
Yeah, you're hot micing for real this time.
You're hot micing. So okay, so we're on the deck of a boat out on the ocean. And I'm watching.
I was talking about basically.
Hey, can you mute Rakia for a minute?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. So, as I'm on the deck of a ship on the ocean, a sailboat, I can see the horizon 360 around me. I can get to that horizon within a few hours. And I just keep going straight ahead. I'm going over linear horizontal distance. All I'm doing as I keep moving forward is I keep seeing ocean in front of me. Ocean. I'm just moving straight ahead. There's never in my mind would I ever imagine that I was now at a 90-degree angle from where I was 3 days ago. Never. Ever.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's where your confusion lies, right?
No,
that's
I'm not confused. No, sir. Again, there's no reason. You can disagree with my claim and take my argument apart, but I am not confused. I'm just simply not swallowing the load you like to guzzle.
The words of a confused man.
I think that means that you're confused.
Wow.
I'm not confused.
Yeah, well,
so we're talking about the fact that
I know what we're talking about, man. You're talking about someone coming in his mouth, but regardless,
Newton.
Yeah, regardless.
Newton assumed the shape of the Earth and the rotation of it. That's an assumption.
He used his understanding of the shape of the Earth and the understanding of the physics he came up with to come up with.
Yeah, he came up with, right? You had to create the physics for a world that didn't exist. That's right.
And voila, then we got the ISS.
Yeah.
If we assumed it was flat and we threw the ball like parallel to the ground really hard, Newton's canon, and it was a flat Earth, we could assume what would happen on a flat Earth as well, right?
No, you wouldn't assume. No, see, I wouldn't assume. I would make a guess. I would shoot the fucking cannon, and then I would put more powder in it if I wanted it to go farther, or if I wanted it, I would change the size of the ball.
So
it's not hard.
You could hypothesize that if you shot the cannon hard enough on a flat Earth, it would come back around and hit you in the back of the head.
No, why would I do that? That's stupid.
Yeah, well, why would you do that? Because you have to explain how things work on a flat Earth. Because
what are you talking about? You know how they do. They go up, they come down. If I don't throw the ball, If I don't throw the ball, if I don't throw the ball hard enough, my son won't catch it because he's farther away. Right?
Yeah.
It's not hard.
Yeah, but that's not the question, man. That's not the question. What Newton was thinking about was how fast a ball falls to the ground. Because if you throw a ball or if you drop a ball, it still falls to the ground at the same speed. And so let's say it takes 1 second to hit the ground. Okay, if it takes 1 second to hit the ground, and it's traveling fast enough such that the Earth is curving away. So that the distance it traveled in that 1 second, that amount of Earth that it fell in 1 second was also, the Earth was lower. If this were to happen, he theorized that a cannon shot that fast would fall, and then when once it hit the ground, there'd be no ground there, and so it would keep falling and falling and falling perpetually around the Earth.
Yeah, again, it's a thought experiment. It's an idea. He had no proof. There's no proof that the Earth is rotund at all.
But there is proof. Like satellites are basically cannonballs.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Motherfucker.
What oh my god. I mean, satellites, they're a thing, man.
They aren't accelerating by themselves anymore.
You can deny it, but they're there.
You guys can't prove the measurement of the Earth's sphericity or its rotation. So you go to things that you still can't verify for yourselves and rely upon the images that they give you.
Just so you know, we're explaining this to you because you didn't understand it a second ago. We're not explaining this to you to try to prove the globe.
Again, I understood everything that's been said to me so far.
Could somebody unmute Rakia?
I don't think there's any animosity, so you could ease up, bro.
They did, Essie. I was hot.
There's no need to attack my ability to understand.
No, but I wasn't trying to attack you if that's what you thought. I'm literally just trying to defend. I'm trying to defend what we're doing because you just attacked what we were doing as we're like grabbing for or clutching for straws because we can't explain this stuff on Earth, so we have to explain this stuff. But just because you asked us.
You're right. We can't prove a lot of the things we say. We just trust that what we've read and studied is right. Yeah.
Well, no, that's not quite true, man. There's plenty practical principles.
Which isn't science, which isn't basic science.
Well, we're not doing this science ourselves. We're using someone else's observations. Yeah.
Well, that's not true, man. That's true for most of you guys or something like that. But there's plenty of us who actually have done things that require, like I said, the thing where the Earth actually moves away from you downward as you shoot something forward. Like this is something that goes into like ballistics and all that type of stuff. So it's not like
Yeah, I'm saying we can't show him unless you're going to get on camera and start experimenting and showing him. We're all using secondhand knowledge, unless you've actually performed the experiments yourself.
Ask yourself this: how could somebody like 400 years ago, in an era where if you went back there with a lighter, a big lighter, they'd probably burn you at the stake, right? That's where their mentality was. And this guy figured out orbits? Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It shows that
he had an idea.
Yeah. Good job.
We've actually proved it works.
The way they all said yeah was funny. Yeah, of course. It doesn't get you on fire, but
Blue was going to say something.
Thousands of years.
Num.
Blue was going to say something.
No, all I said was, he was a pretty smart guy, wasn't he?
The people who made Stonehenge
with his Principia, like all that information, anybody could have gotten that if they would have understood his Principia.
Do you know that calculus didn't even exist until Newton? That's a pretty smart guy.
We're not saying he's dumb. We're saying, how does a man back in that era?
Right. Wait. He had to create a math that didn't exist because his physics weren't real. Calculus is about calculus.
Are you doubting calculus now too?
No, calculus works. Okay.
Yeah, it does.
He created it. He created
it. He was the guy that
I know, Blue. I know.
He
created a world.
I know I'm a little offended.
Howard, that's Blue interrupting. and disturbing the conversation like 5-6 times in a row there.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Just
let him finish, Howard.
But
or,
Blue, did you say that? Did you say that Newton invented calculus?
Yeah.
One of the inventors.
You sure it wasn't some Indian guy 6,000 years ago?
No. There was Leibniz at the same time. Yeah, at the same time they fought over who actually did it, but I think he did it independently of Leibniz.
Yeah, there were a couple of people working on it. Well, you can read the history yourself. I don't care.
Ancient Egyptians.
I guarantee you, if I read the history, it'll be people way before Newton.
You think
just look at its application in engineering.
I wouldn't be surprised if ancient Egyptians were one of them, Pizzle.
Same.
I would be surprised.
Ancient Egyptians are a bunch of retarded flat earthers.
Well, there's a lot of lost knowledge that comes and goes, and he might have been privy to some books or some knowledge, that was saved.
This. Now, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but like I studied computer science. But before I went to school for computer science, I learned how to translate binary code, and it wasn't from like listen to somebody else. It was because the principles were there, and I needed it for something. And Isaac Newton, he needed the principles for calculus, and just figured out a way to to utilize known mathematics to create a new mathematics.
So calculus equals orbit.
Code.
Calculus equals orbits in your brain.
Correct. Binary.
See, that's a very bad interpretation of
Don't
what this
be so
conversation was
binary.
about, but okay.
Binary is much simpler than calculus. I was giving an example that like when you have necessity, sometimes it requires you have to make something novel.
So some dude invents calculus, and we're supposed to believe in rotation now in orbits, right? This is what you're trying to tell us?
That wasn't the argument, but yeah.
Well, believe in binary. Does that mean you're binary?
I'm trinary.
Did you miss my point?
Yeah, I think SE came in a bit late.
There was Egyptian, like the integral calculus, calculations of volume can be found in Egyptian Moscow papyrus, 1820 BC.
Can you say that again?
Greek mathematics. Huh?
Can you say it again? I didn't hear the beginning of what you said.
I said, it says here, calculations of volumes and areas, one goal of integral calculus, can be found in the Egyptian Moscow papyrus, dated 1820 BC. And then you have Babylonians discovering the trapezoidal rule. You have ancient Greeks, like Eudoxus in 400 BC, using
check out Samaria,
exhaustion, which is the foreshadow to the limit. You have Archimedes developing that further. You have a bunch of people before you have Alhazen in the Middle East in the 11th century.
Yeah, he didn't invent it from scratch. Like he didn't make numbers up and stuff.
He derived a formula for the sum of the fourth powers. Like each person did. I mean, each group did their own type of thing, and then that all of that collectively.
They all represent rungs of the ladder. Rungs of the ladder.
That's how society has progressed over the years.
So you're saying it wasn't
building
just
off
one
the knowledge
ladder?
of
It
others.
wasn't Newton, is my point.
One guy trying to
It
cover
was
up
Newton.
It doesn't mean that the sum of all those parts equals orbits. Sorry, guys.
Well, I'm sorry.
Nobody's saying you understand the sum of those parts it does, but let's not.
Negative.
Blue's a little quiet, but he's trying to get in here.
In modern
Jesus,
day,
man.
I'll see y'all later.
No, Blue, no.
Oh, no, Blue, don't go, please. Please don't go. We're going to
Yo, kid, come on, man.
No, but come on,
Because
man. The way
Ricky has
your show is
something
freaking
personal.
clearing the floor for
What do you want to be muted again, baby?
Let's try to keep it like a welcoming environment.
I think it's ridiculous. I just expressed it.
Because you have something personal against Blue. Because you have something personal against Blue. Every time he says something, you have something to fucking say about it.
I wasn't even talking to Blue. I was talking to Kosho.
Oh, come on, Ricky.
Yeah, how Kosho is clearing the floor for Blue and Howard is like, are they jerking each other off every day or what?
Yeah.
Well,
No,
obviously, but let him finish.
Yeah, what did you say? What percentage said about the different people and the different things? That's exactly true. But that reminds me of
What
like
were you gonna say,
Einstein.
Blue? Blue. I'm sorry, man. What were you gonna say, man?
Blue left.
He's gone.
I'm just talking with you, Coach.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
I'm
good.
just talking with you.
Yeah. What was it? Yeah, it reminds me of Einstein. Einstein and relativity. Like people are right that he did adapt that from other. He collected other understandings at the time too, like Minkowski space time and stuff like that. But he did himself collect it together and come up with the special and general relativity. So
Yeah, like gravity not
included
being
other people's
force.
work, but yeah.
Yeah, like radiation not blue shifting as it falls towards the gravitational well. Oh wait, they said it would, but they were wrong.
And it was never disproven anywhere, Grim. You just believe
It's
one
never been
man who
proven either.
doesn't actually say that.
It's never been disproven except for the practical use of the GPS today, which you tout as your big
Yeah,
win for relativity,
we've
which is
already
actually
talked
the
about
opposite.
this, and even the words by the man himself
Yeah, and
you're
he ran your hole
quoting,
to the ground
it
because
did
you
not
said he
say
wasn't
that.
saying what he said, and I showed a video of him saying exactly what he said.
No, the video said what I said, and it wasn't what you were saying. He didn't claim what you think he's claiming. You still are
Seems
misinformed.
like an easy fix to an argument. Just show the video.
What about the video?
We've already shown it multiple times, and he won't retract his statement, so that's the problem.
Didn't they do the tower experiment like a long time ago?
So the problem here,
That doesn't work. It never worked. They've never ever gotten a blue shift out of a radiation falling to Earth's gravity.
That is incorrect. So the disagreement that we have is regarding to Ron Hatch and his fixing of the GPS, of making it more accurate. Now, if you were to
From 2
look
city blocks
into
to the centimeter.
can I finish speaking, Grim, please?
I'm just saying, I'm giving you guys a background too, but he's marginalizing it. It's from 2 city blocks down to the centimeter or millimeter.
You can fix it later if you have a problem with it. Okay. What he did simply has to do with using the two parts of the signal, the pseudo range, which is the time essentially it took for it to reach you, and then the carrier phase, which is essentially how many ticks of frequency took before, or difference between the two signals. He took these two parts of the signal and combined them to make it more accurate. He then goes on within a presentation to make the claim that because these two parts of the signal don't diverge, therefore blue shift doesn't happen as it travels towards Earth. And now I've tried to explain to Grim, but he doesn't want to accept
what I'm
it.
saying.
Why this is a non sequitur to this part.
Literally not.
But that is the totality of what's happening here. Now,
Really?
Grim, you can
Okay,
explain your part of this.
Okay, so if
just from the 2 seconds that I heard, I'm sorry.
Hold up. Grim's been waiting. He's been chopping at the bit. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, never mind. This is the first time I've heard this argument, so that's why I was asking.
Oh, okay.
You're good. Go ahead, man.
All right. So basically, if they were correct, he wouldn't have been able to just bind those two phrases together, which they haven't done. They couldn't do, right? Because they were using the algorithm which was including the blue shift, and so they're including the expected blue shift in their algorithm is what threw them off. And the fact that there is no blue shift is what allowed him to add the carrier phase to the other wave. So there's the practical use of him demonstrating that the radiation does not gain blue shift as it falls into the gravitational well.
So that's the problem is you somehow have gotten the idea that this is coming prior to his code smoothing.
It really burns your britches, doesn't it?
He's making the claim that it's a consequence of his algorithm he made. It has nothing to do with the algorithm. He's saying it is a consequence of it. You're completely misstating the algorithm entire thing.
That phase. Listen, I don't know where you think you're going with this, but the algorithm didn't grow out of the ground. He had to write that. He wrote it expecting it with his hypothesis this to be correct. So obviously he was correct.
Okay. Where in his code is it accounting for blue shift?
I'll just do what you guys do to the flat earthers. Look, man, you're using your GPS on your phone, right? Boom. Proof that Ron Hatch was right.
if you look into his smoothing,
boom,
the actual algorithm he made, what he's doing, like I said, is he's making use of both the carrier phase and the pseudo range. Now, where in that
I just
could you
explained
please
that.
explain where the blue shift is actually coming into play?
Do you understand what a pseudo
Because
range is?
he himself only makes the claim that
Pseudo
as a
range is the range expected to be
as a consequence of his
consequence of
algorithm,
you.
he makes the claim.
I
Not
don't even have to
as
argue
to
this. The
make
fact that the GPS works and Ron Hatch is the guy that fixed it is the end of the argument. Actually,
so you don't care how he fixed it or
well,
what
no,
the
I already
results
covered it. I
were.
just want
You
to
just
repeat
want to
myself 7
blindly
times in a
trust
row until you pretend your confidence is enough to win the argument. I'm over that. People like you suck, man.
because you're
overly
blindly
confident and
trusting
pretend.
Ron Hatch without looking into it. Because I
You
have
did it
looked
before.
into
You
it,
said the
and
same shit
nowhere in
before
his
you even looked into
algorithm
it.
does it account for blue shift. It is
Matter of fact,
merely
I'll
a
put a microphone
smoothing
in so you
between
can't
the
talk right
pseudo
over me.
range and the carrier phase.
Makes sense.
Ron Hatch. I've never heard of that guy.
Yeah. And what he did was good, and yes, he did improve the accuracy of GPS by a load. But the problem here is that Graham seems to think that the blue shifting was a prior thing to his smoothing algorithm, when he himself claims it is a consequence of it.
Did blue shift? Okay, so the blue shift didn't go into Earth's gravity well or whatever, right?
No, but
The claim.
observed.
So
the radiation falling. Listen, the radiation falling does not blue shift. If it did,
that is
then
Ron
he
Hatch's
wouldn't be
claim.
correct. Well, it's not just his claim. He cites it in the video, the multiple experiments that disprove the blue shifting of radiation. Okay, he doesn't just say it.
The evidences that
Come on, dude.
prove
Quit playing.
its existence.
You're
as
acting
well as
like
the
there's
fact
more
that
to your
his-
argument than there is, and that's the part that's disgusting about all of this. Because there
you
is
can't seem
some
to actually address the
You
argument.
interrupt
can only-
every time
you
I
can
speak
only
too,
go
and
for
nobody
Ron
said
Hatch.
shit to you about it. And I'm starting to wonder what's going on here.
Wait,
Why
you
is it that you can interrupt me every fucking time I speak, and no one
You
says
think
shit to you
I'm the
about it?
one interrupting you, Graham?
Hold on a second, man. You're roboting. I don't know who is that.
Not going to speak.
The left lane, you're roboting big time.
Go ahead, Graham. Make your point, and then Gummy will respond.
Okay, thank you. So it seems as if you're skipping the actual argument, and you're trying to pretend like that, with your confidence, that there's no merit to what he's saying, and that he's just making baseless claims. But if you actually did watch any of his presentations or read any of his papers, you'll see that he cites other people who do experiments that are separate from him, who come up with coherent arguments with his hypothesis that there is no blue shifting of radiation as it falls towards a gravitational well. So you can't just keep saying with a marginalistic fucking overconfident voice that he's just claiming that baselessly. That's a lie. It's disgusting because, and you're also interrupting me again. It's a lie and it's disgusting. And what it is it makes people believe that there are things in physics that are all tied up and locked up and they're all figured out, and it's 100% true the way you say it is. And that's not the case, man. And I think we, by this conversation, can tell. And I will present the Ron Hatch presentation where he does cite those experiments that prove what I'm saying about him saying that is true.
Okay, good. Now the thing here is, while he can make a paper that cites results that confer or that to you confirm that
this
blue
is
shift
going
doesn't
against
happen,
relativity, then. That's the problem.
Anyone else can also cite other papers and experiments that do show blue shift. Anyone else can cite papers that show that there is blue shift. And on top of that, when we're talking about Ron Hatch himself and the claim he's making, I'm making the claim that if you look into the actual thing he did and even what he's saying, he's claiming this is a consequence of these two things not diverging. And that is me addressing the argument itself, while you're trying to go for then Ron Hatch doesn't know what he's doing, and yet he fixed it. And you're trying to, what's the word? You're trying to appeal to his authority of knowing GPS instead of actually looking into the argument and just blindly trusting him. Do you not see the problem here?
Yeah, but the real problem is the way that you're wording what's actually happening. Your re-editorialization of the situation. That's the problem.
Can
right?
you address my actual
because,
argument
because
then?
you're saying it's a consequence. That it's a consequence. Yes, it's a consequence of him putting those two together that they didn't diverge, right? But it was a hypothesis initially for him to put those two together.
So what happened is
So he must have
put
had an
them
idea
together.
that something was amiss. There must be something wrong with Einstein's relativity in some sense, being that the math doesn't add up, because that's what he started talking about before he even did any of this.
So,
That the math wasn't adding up.
Not a
So like I
Chinese
said,
guy,
what
right?
he did.
No,
he's not. He's not Chinese.
No,
So like
he
I
sounds
said,
like
what he
does, but-
did is he smoothed the code range and the pseudo range, and then as a result of
Yeah,
these
we know what he did.
diverging over time, he claims that blue shift doesn't happen. We can talk about why this is a non sequitur, but you don't seem to want to get into the argument whatsoever. You just
I'm
want to
already
say,
there.
"Oh, Ron
I'm already
Hatch
there,
is a
but you keep
smart
saying the same
guy."
thing over and over again, as if that's going to erase what I've been saying this whole time. Each time you just
I
repeat
didn't
yourself.
know there was another scientist that, because there's this one guy, I can't even remember what the experiment was and stuff, but I just remember reading about him like a year ago that he was from China, somewhere in China, and he
No,
was
it's not just any
completely
guy,
against
dude.
Einstein's theory.
This is the guy that they use. This is the guy that they. Okay, so they tell you that GPS is some big proof of blah 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 and relativity, right? They use it all the time. But the guy who actually fixed GPS to work in a practical manner, where it's down to the centimeter from I think it was 2 to 4 city blocks they had it, but this guy Ron Hatch brought it down to the centimeter or the millimeter level, right?
Right.
And he's also the guy that wrote the book Escaping Einstein. And he truly believes that this radiation does not blue shift in the gravitational well. And the papers that were written well before he did any of his scientific work on this subject indicated that the blue shift did not occur with radiation. So he, from following up on that, it wasn't a fucking an accident like you're trying to make it sound like. Him from following up on that, which he wrote his book Escaping Einstein before he did the other thing too. For in other words, he used his hypothesis that the radiation didn't fucking do that to write his algorithm to make the carrier wave match the other signal. That's exactly.
Could you source that he used that fact to make his algorithm?
You don't even have to source that. You can just look at his work, and you can see that his work predates the fact the time when he fixed GPS. You can see that what predates what. He was already working on this stuff. So you can't just
because
like
he was working on this,
he
you're
fell
gonna
into
pretend
it.
that the algorithm includes this stuff.
The whole point of me saying that is for you to understand that he was already trying to find practical use for the idea that radiation didn't blue shift, and he did.
That's fine. But that doesn't mean that he has shown it.
He
through
deserved
this
it.
algorithm.
He really did. He can try all he wants with that confidence.
It does not show in any way that he has shown it with this algorithm.
You're welcome. I try.
Doesn't seem like it matters though. I mean, if the blue shift didn't go into the gravitational well and all that shit, then whether he did it intentionally, knew it was going to happen, or it's still throwing off relativity. So what's the point?
No, it's not. What he's saying is
Exactly. He's just
because
trying to
he
say
was
it.
working. He's saying that because he was working on things that are contrary to, because he was working on things that are contrary to relativity, all of a sudden this algorithm must include that work. That is an incorrect argument. That's a non sequitur. And if you actually look into the algorithm, nowhere in the algorithm does it include or disclude or anything to do with the blue shifting of light. That is my entire argument.
So he never paid attention. He never paid attention to any blue shifting in this whole thing that he did.
Right. He just minus the amount.
It doesn't matter whether he did or
he minus
not.
the amount of
algorithm
blue shift
itself
that would be
does not.
expected. In the algorithm,
Right.
he just took out the amount of blue shift expected in the original frequency,
Incorrect.
and that's why they didn't match up.
Please
Bullshit,
source
dude.
this, Grim, because he's
right in
never
his
said
algorithm.
that anywhere.
Gumby, let the man
Please source
speak
this.
when he's wrecking you. We don't need you interrupting him. I know you're getting scared, but just let him speak his point.
All he's really doing is he's trying to throw Vaseline back there because I just keep ramming it in dry.
Because all you're doing is making incorrect claims.
It's pretty bad.
Because all you're doing is making incorrect
this is
claims with
interrupting
no
you,
evidence
scared.
to back it up, and people like this shit stirrer just agree with you because it's fun.
No,
So
because
if
you're
it was
getting
blue
wrecked
shifting
right now.
going into gravitational wells, he's not telling the truth then.
So if you want to make this
Yeah,
claim,
somebody's lying
then
here,
please
right, buddy?
make any source where he actually claims he made this, because in every single
Mr. Graham, you
presentation
wrecked him.
you've shown, he makes the claim that as a consequence of this, he says blue shift doesn't happen, which is again a non sequitur, which we can get into, but you don't even seem to want to argue a point. You just want to get on your knees and beg for Ron Hatch.
You got
I know,
right.
like,
All right, well, moving on, because obviously I'm not even going to.
You want to move on
nonsense.
instead of provide any
You
evidence
just-
for the claims.
Well, no,
you
you're
make?
like you're like that guy who's already bleeding and too bloody to touch again.
But yeah, I find it interesting, Gummy, that there's a key phrase that you said twice that makes me actually think that you're reading from a script, but I don't know. You said, which is actually a non sequitur, but we can get back to that. You said that twice in the exact same way, which I find very interesting.
Because he clearly doesn't want to address the argument. He just wants to go back to the credibility of Ron Hatch himself.
Okay, but what's a non sequitur? What are you saying is a non sequitur? No,
something
I'm
that
not.
doesn't follow.
No. Okay, I
Gummy,
know
if
what
you
it
remember,
is.
hold on, let's talk about non sequitur. If you remember, Gummy, your first argument against Ron was he had Laureate's disease. That was your first knee jerk reaction.
No,
Remember?
it wasn't. It was someone else that was
fucking
there in
liar.
the same call.
What is that?
I'm pretty sure
It's
it's
a
the
guy
Nobel
who
Prize.
wins the Nobel Prize, right, for some great achievement in science, and then tries to apply, some that same physics or something close to that to some other area of physics. Like if he's a master of spectroscopy, and then but he only looks at the objects on Earth with this spectrometer, then he has no right looking into space with one.
Oh,
Because he hasn't. That's the kind of shit that they try to pull. Like he has no right. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's way out of his field. But he's in the same
Yeah, 'cause
field,
every time
isn't he? He's just not in
every
his.
time I'm hearing blue shifting, it makes me want to jump to red shift, and I start thinking about stars. So
Yeah.
This is essentially what it's about. It's about electromagnetic signals from space traveling down to Earth. So it is related to redshifting and all of this,
Okay, but what-
stars and all of that.
But what did he say that was, or what was the non sequitur that you were referring to? Because I couldn't pick it up.
Okay, yeah. So the non sequitur is that he makes the claim that because the carrier phase and the pseudo range don't diverge, therefore blue shift does not happen. That is the
So you're
that is
saying
the
that
non
doesn't
sequitur.
follow.
Yeah, that doesn't
Yeah.
follow.
Tell
and
him what the
that's-
pseudo range is, though. So this makes more sense for what I'm about to say. Tell him what the pseudo range is.
I don't
I've
know that it would matter, Grim. Just say it.
Well, what
Yeah,
matters is
I
that
did
we know he's
explain
reading
it,
from a
but I-
script. What matters is I know he's just reading his argument from a script, and I need him to explain what a pseudo fucking phase is real
You
quick
think
for
I'm
the
reading
class.
from a script? Okay. Well, so a
Yeah, hurry
pseudo
up.
range.
Well, you've had 2 weeks to develop this argument against me, so I know you've been writing things down. You even said so. So continue.
I haven't written anything down, but if you want to believe so, you're allowed to. Now, the pseudo range is the range, as in the distance, that is gotten from the difference in time signal from the time it was sent to when it arrived, multiplied by the speed of light.
There you
That
go.
is the pseudo range.
There you go. And in the pseudo range, incorporated in the pseudo range, is the expectation for the blue shift of the radiation, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Within
so
the
if that
corrections,
expectation, that's right. So if you expect it to blue shift and you eliminate that expectation and your carrier phase matches with your other phase, there's no blue shifting, is there? Because the other one doesn't blue shift.
The carrier phase is affected as well.
It's going
and on top of this,
That's my whole point. That's
and on
well,
top
hold
of
on a
this,
second.
nowhere
Hold on a
within his
second.
algorithm does he actually have anything with this.
Right before I can get their minds on what I'm saying, you start talking.
Okay,
dude.
go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's great.
Go ahead.
Right. So if I'm expecting a blue shift because of relativity and I don't get one, what's happening there?
You're expecting a
Real
blue
quick.
shift, but not a
Well, yeah, it's in
diverging
my
blue
carrier.
shift. A changing blue shift, which is what he
I have 2
appears
different
to
phases,
be.
bro. I have 2 different signals.
No, it's the same signal, but there's 2 parts to the signal.
It's also separated into 2 readable signals from
No,
high
it's
to
the
low,
same
right?
signal, but to
From
you,
high to low,
in
that's
order
the
for
problem
you
with
to
that's why they call it
interpret
phase, because of the sign. That's why they call it phase, right? Because it's it's phasing. So just like with the electricity, when I'm phasing it, it's not, the waves aren't matching up. If I put it on what's it called, oscillometer, whatever the fuck you call it.
Yeah, well, so phase and amplitude are both part of the same signal. It's just two parts of it. But yeah, it's not
Right.
two different signals, just to be clear.
Right, and they wouldn't match if they were blue shifting. Excuse me, you wouldn't be able to just smack it and read it at the same time that you would be able to read a non-blue shifting object, which would give you, I don't know, from that distance at the speed of light, probably about 2 city blocks off of distance. And if you eliminate that, the part of the algorithm that expects the blue shift, then you end up with a phase that fits properly and more accurately.
So that's
to your
incorrect
distance
because
range.
Because the blue shift would be constant, and it wouldn't be something that diverges over time, which is what he seemed to be expecting. It is not diverging over time. It is a constant. It is a constant correction of the same magnitude, because the GPS isn't actually moving up and down.
Oh, okay. So what he's really showing is that time dilation is actually a mechanical thing, not an actual thing that's happening to time. Then
where'd you get to time
you can't
dilation
have it,
from?
your cake and eat it too. Well,
Where'd
because
you get to time dilation from just now?
Because now you're dealing with time dilation.
Get wrecked.
So on top of
You
the
can't
fact
jump
that Ron
top
Hatch,
off of redshift and say, well, it's not the if the redshift is or the blue shift is constant, then the time issue must be time dilation, right?
no. I don't know where you're getting this time dilation. I never mentioned time dilation. I merely mentioned that in order for you to have a change,
let me get the video for these guys to watch.
in order for you to have a change in blue shift, you need to have a change in altitude. That is what I said. I didn't mention time dilation. On top of the fact that Ron Hatch doesn't
I didn't
deny
ask
time
you if
dilation.
you mentioned time dilation.
Ron
Listen, I
Hatch
didn't
doesn't
ask you
deny
if you
time
mentioned
dilation
time
in
dilation.
any way. So even if
No,
you
I know
wanted
that.
to deny time dilation,
Look,
Ron Hatch too doesn't deny time dilation.
In the way that you're talking about it, no, he says it's a mechanical issue that they count for time dilation, and that there is a time dilation, a measured time that is changed. And by your experiments, you do see what you perceive as time dilation, but he doesn't believe that that's actual time dilation either. I don't know where you're getting you skim reading through his shit, but he gives you all your calculations because he can't just work from his axiom and have you pay attention to him. He has to work from your axioms for you to pay attention to him, right?
So it
Otherwise,
doesn't
he's
matter
absolutely
what
crazy.
It doesn't matter what
so
the
he says
cause
words
he's
like time.
claiming.
Don't interrupt me. I'm
He
almost there.
agrees
Dude.
that time
Seriously.
dilation is a thing.
Stop
Right,
interrupting him because you're scared.
For the sake of
you guys
sake
kind
of
of
choosing
interrupting
your
him
battles.
too, though. So let's be fair.
Yeah, yeah.
Shut up, Norma. Shut up, dude.
Absolutely hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome, Brenda. Let's see if you can put some input
let this guy
time.
wreck him, bro.
No, let
Mr. Grimm
Gummy
speak.
finish. Let Gummy finish. Gummy was, or whoever, whoever was talking.
Let
I'm pretty
Mr.
sure.
Grimm
Yeah,
speak,
the
bro.
whole problem
I
is
think Gummy was
Mr.
talking.
Grimm speak,
I was
and
just
Gummy's
complaining
gonna
about being interrupted. Now you're like, let Gummy finish. All right, you
the
guys
whole
have a good
problem
day.
is
Let
that the
Mr. Grimm
argument.
finish, bro. Let Mr. Grimm V finish, bro. He was
Dude,
just
Gummy is
talking.
interrupted every time I've tried to speak.
And you
Yeah, bro,
more or less
Every single fucking
interrupting him
time.
dude.
too.
You're
So I mean,
wrecking
I
him.
don't.
It only seems like that
You're
maybe to
wrecking
you.
Gummy, bro.
Well,
You're
I've been
literally
listening,
wrecking
so
him.
and you've been interrupting him. So
I know what you're talking about, Mr. Grimm, and you're fucking wrecking him right now. So I really want to. You're like props to you, bro. You're really doing a good job.
I think so.
How is he wrecking him?
Okay. No, and it's fine. Just
Interesting,
ignore
it's a whole
Noah.
thing I've never
He
heard of. I've never
But go
heard
ahead,
this
go
guy
ahead,
like
Mr.
5
Grimm.
minutes ago.
I'll
Yeah.
be back in just a minute.
But yeah, the problem is that if you actually look into his algorithm, it doesn't in any way account for blue shift or change anything to do with blue shift. It merely smooths the pseudo range and the carrier phase. That is all it does. It doesn't remove any accounting for blue shift. It is only what Ron Hatch himself says is that as a consequence of the carrier phase and pseudo range not diverging over time, therefore blue shift must not be happening. But I've already explained that is a non sequitur, because in order for blue shift to change over time, you need the satellite to noticeably change in altitude over time, which isn't happening. And so it's a non sequitur. And Grimm is never addressing that part of my argument, and so that's the problem.
I missed this. Okay, so you said in order the blue shift change, the satellite needed to do what?
Yeah, so in order for what Ron Hatch is saying, what Ron Hatch is saying is if blue shifting was happening, then the carrier phase and the pseudo range would diverge over time. But in order for that to be true, the blue shift must change over time, which doesn't happen for a satellite which is in a relatively constant altitude in an orbit. And so his claim is incorrect, because that does not happen for a satellite in a constant at a relatively constant altitude. So it's a non sequitur. And on top of that, because the argument often comes back here, the algorithm itself, first of all, nowhere does it account for blue shifting or being added, detracted in any way whatsoever. It only smooths these two codes. It only smooths these two parts of the signal. But because Ron Hatch did work on countering relativity before this algorithm, Grimm is making the claim that therefore he must have included it into the algorithm, which is another non sequitur.
What, to include relativity?
No, to include his denial of relativity. As in, because he didn't believe blue shifting was happening, therefore he must have included that in his algorithm, which just isn't true, both factually and logically. If you look into the algorithm, if you look into the algorithm, it doesn't account for it. And if you
I'm back. It absolutely is, by the way. And his first book, Relativity and GPS, parts 1 and 2, the Galilean electrodynamics, you might want to read into that, because he touches on everything you're saying he doesn't touch on. And enjoy your red face. Enjoy your red face. Seriously, you just got your bottom spanked so hard. Relativity and GPS, guys, parts 1 and 2, Galilean electrodynamics.
Okay.
Go ahead and read that.
He's got
and not only, don't even start talking. Don't even start talking yet, because
You got a pseudo spanking.
Yeah, pseudo spanking, like pseudo forces like gravity still exist. Yeah, spanking still hurt, didn't it?
Did I
And
just
so here we go.
Wolfen?
Here we go. So, Escape from Einstein is his other book, and he presents data contradicting the theory of special relativity, and promotes a Lorentzian alternative, described as an ether gauge theory. So you can't really sit there and tell me, oh no, he's all about the standard physics. He worked his shit all about the standard physics, because he doesn't even believe in the standard physics. He's working it off of his own modalis and axioms, and that's how he was able to show practical use of his own ideas that were contrary to the narrative. And enjoy your red face, because you're using GPS right now.
So where in my argument am I denying that he works within these things, where he's trying to figure out how to deny Einstein or escape from Einstein and go against special relativity? I'm not making that claim. I'm making the claim that he doesn't use this knowledge for his algorithm, and that is shown if you look into the actual algorithm. It does not in any way include this denial of blue shift. It does not,
except for in his
any
own
way
words, he says he does by eliminating
special
the time
relativity.
expected for the phase carrier.
It does not in any way show a denial of special relativity. Only
let me ask a question.
Are you on like repeat? Is your record skipping or something? I mean, because
well, it seems like if you didn't pick it up the first time, I have to try again. And if you don't pick it up the second
just because I don't believe you,
it must be
doesn't
malice.
mean I didn't hear you.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Just because I don't believe you doesn't mean I didn't hear you. So if I don't,
you don't
believe
have to believe the
repeating
argument.
yourself
Actually
over and over again
understand the argument.
isn't going to help your case.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's exactly what I'd like to say to you.
Okay, just a real quick question to Gummy. Gummy, you said that he doesn't include the blue shift for his algorithm, right?
No, I said he doesn't make any changes. He doesn't. The algorithm has nothing to do with blue shift or denying it or retracting it or removing it, or he doesn't. It doesn't change anything to do with blue shift.
And then what's Grimm's Grim, what is your position on his not
saying-
including blue
saying
shift?
he's removing blue
No,
shift
he
from the
uses, he
equation.
uses a completely different axiom.
Okay,
to
so
come up with
here's
this
what
one.
I'm
He's
okay.
not
So
even
here's
acknowledging it.
right. So here's what I'm thinking. Right, Hatch is an engineer who builds a bridge and doesn't include G. Right? He's got a formula for building this bridge. It's structurally sound. It can withstand blah 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 blah. The whole thing he doesn't include is, I don't need G to put this bridge together.
And
Right?
they're freaking out about it.
No,
yeah.
that's not.
And it's a better
analogous
bridge
in
than any of
any
their
way.
bridges. That's the problem. It's a
No.
better bridge than any other bridge ever built before it as well.
So because he's already using the existing signal, the existing
Then you could have
pseudo
done
range
it.
and carrier phase,
Ah,
and
you
he's
could have done it
smoothing
then,
them.
huh?
The
You probably could have done
algorithm,
it.
the algorithm is smoothing these two parts of the
It sounds so easy to you. Why didn't you do it?
Why does
Yeah.
why does Grim get to just completely talk over people and never get?
Because the floodgates have already been opened, Bridge.
Why does he get?
Bridges. Bitch bridges. The floodgates have already been opened, that's why.
No, but why?
So
why
nowhere in his algorithm does he actually change the pseudo range or carrier phase. He only smooths the two. Now, if you look into the pseudo range, it
He only
does account
smooths
for
the
blue
two.
shift.
How does he smooth
It does
them?
account for.
How does he smooth them?
If you want the
He
algorithm,
only
I can
smooths
show
them,
it
guys.
to you.
He doesn't affect them at all. He only smooths them.
Yeah, and
Is smoothing when you smooth something, is that an effect? Are you causing an effect when you smooth something? What are you doing when you're smoothing it?
just wantonly.
You're
Are you
taking
going to
input
add anything
from
to the
data.
conversation, Brenda, or just auto repeat what you're saying?
I just want to know.
So keep quiet then.
Yeah, I just want to hear the explanation for. You're absolutely. He didn't do anything to it. He just smoothed it. How's that not a contradiction? And just diabolically fucking double speak.
Yeah. So the input of carrier phase and pseudo range into his algorithm are already affected by the what's the word? Sorry, the
Gravitational blue shift.
No,
the radiation.
I've forgotten the word. When you correct the corrections. So the carrier phase and the pseudo range as inputs to his algorithms already have these corrections made.
Oh, then why didn't they work
algorithm
already by themselves without him?
What the algorithm does, it combines these two parts of the signal and smooths the data between them.
So why didn't they already work before him? Seems like he didn't do anything the way you put it. He just
because
used the same thing they already had, and then it works fine now.
Because previously we would only be using the pseudo range and not the One second.
And not the carrier phase. And why? Because it didn't match due to the expected blue shifting of the frequency? Oh, you were able to get the signal, but it just was a little off time, right? Because your expected range was off. I mean, it's that simple. He's like, hey,
oh,
expected
okay,
range.
I'm starting to get it now. Okay, I get
Yeah,
it.
So the thing is,
I'll be back. God damn it, a busy man.
So the pseudo range is unambiguous but inaccurate. And what I mean by that is that when you get the pseudo range, you know the total distance based on the signal you've received. But it is not
the speed of light
accurate.
plus the blue shifting.
It is
gaining of frequency.
Come on,
it
man.
is not
well,
very.
No, I'm not clipping him. He's just ignoring that part. He's leaving it out so he can tell an explanation of a fake story.
No, he's trying to explain his position, and I can't ever get to the conclusion because you're clipping him every time he gets to the conclusion.
All I did was add what he left out. 2 words. You talked more than I did.
Ignorant.
Bitching about it. Yeah, you are.
Okay, if you want
who
me
else
to
is
make
gonna
sure
smash
I'm
your
not
dick in a
leaving,
brick between 2
I'm not
bricks?
leaving much out, then here we go. So the pseudo range does do that. It does take the time it took for the signal to arrive, and it also does other corrections like the relativistic satellite clock correction, like the tropospheric delay, the ionospheric delay, the receiver and satellite instrumental delays, and the multipath delay, and the receiver noise. And so the pseudo range is that. That's what we used previously exclusively because it is unambiguous, as in it will give you a distance no matter what, but it's not as accurate. So that's the whole city block wide accuracy. Then, in order to make it more accurate, we introduce the carrier phase. Now, the carrier phase has those same corrections in it: the tropospheric delay, ionospheric delay,
Dude, you don't get to say
receiver
we.
delay, multipath.
Yeah,
And
you've been
all of these
gift galloping
corrections,
now
all of
for
these
quite a while, and
corrections,
you use words like we. We
all
did
of
this
these
and we did that.
corrections are in
Ron
the
Hatch did
carrier.
this. Ron Hatch
All
did
of
that.
these corrections are in the carrier phase signal as well. The problem with the carrier phase is that it's ambiguous, as it will tell you its distance to its nearest wavelength, essentially. So it will have a precision of 20 centimeters, but it doesn't know whether that's 20 centimeters from 40 meters or 20 centimeters from 100 meters. That's why what Ron Hatch did was very smart. He used the unambiguity of the pseudo range that knows the distance to the actual total, and the more precise carrier phase that is ambiguous, so it doesn't know the total, it only knows for a distance from
That
like
is
those 5
included.
points.
That's right. That is included.
Now he smooths these two data points to make a signal that is both unambiguous and more accurate. So he did something that was very smart.
There's
Yes.
that word again.
However,
real quick,
and this is the final part. However, while he did something smart and something that made it more accurate, nowhere in here did he remove or modify anything to do with blue shift. Nowhere in it.
Moving it.
Okay, sorry. Real quick.
Except ignoring
Yeah,
those things
well,
in the first place.
Yeah. So I guess 3 things real quick. I motion that we move on to another subject. Secondly, I don't have an opinion because I think both guys handled themselves very well in terms of being able to show that they know what they're talking about. Third, if he improved GPS so well, why does it put me at 35 feet elevation when I'm standing in the water on the Chesapeake Bay?
Because it was way worse, bro, from where you are. It was way worse.
No. It still does that. It still does that. I'm standing in the water on the Chesapeake Bay, and I'm looking at my phone, and it tells me that my elevation is 35 feet.
Oh, because water is reflective surface. You got some reflectivity and some, emissivity.
Oh, that would okay. So now I'm going to have to walk away from the water and see if anything.
It might be, yeah, it might have something to do with that. You're on the water, and so it's picking you up above the water because it's reflecting to a focal point.
Oh,
now, does this guy? What's Ron Hatch?
Yeah.
Now he's pretty like adamant that the blue shifting never took place, right?
Yes.
Or is this something that like you guys kind of fit? I mean, I've never heard.
No, he says it with his own words. Like I've shown
So the
presentations
guy that
of him
fixed
saying it.
the GPS. Hold on. So the guy that fixed the GPS is saying this blue shift thing isn't happening. And what's the rebuttal to that?
Yes, it is.
The rebuttal, no, I can tell you the rebuttal.
Unambiguous.
The rebuttal is that while it is true that he doesn't believe in that did not affect anything to do with his algorithm, because his algorithm does not take that it does not include it in any way, shape, or form. So it is fine for him to believe that, but he did not use that in any way, shape, or form to fix GPS.
But the blue shifting never happened.
Yeah, but he probably knows more. Is there blue shift involved with the?
If you want to say that he knows more, then that's an appeal to authority.
Is there
and we
blue
can
shift
move on.
involved?
No, that's not an appeal to
it.
That's not what that
Is there
fallacy
blue
is.
shift involved with the GPS at all?
Yes.
That wasn't my question. I don't know if you were answering me or another guy, but so there is blue shift.
Sorry, you cut out. I think you said if blue shift is involved, and the answer is yes, blue shift is involved. But Ron Hatch did nothing to change its involvement.
Except you keep saying
I'd like to speak to
smooth. You keep saying that he smoothed the numbers and stuff. So how's That's the part, like you've said smooth several times. To smooth something else to change something. So that's where I start feeling like you're being a little bit disingenuous.
So what I'm saying is he smoothed the two parts of the signal, the carrier phrase and the pseudo range. He smooths those two because one is more accurate but ambiguous. The other one is less accurate but unambiguous.
That has nothing to do with the blue shifting?
No. But the thing is, that's what he does. The blue shifting comes into account within the pseudo range and carrier phrase beforehand, before any of the smoothing occurs. So it is something that's already been done before his algorithm comes into play. And his algorithm doesn't have anything to do with changing the blue shifting or modifying it in any way. It is merely to combine the ambiguous but not accurate one with the the ambiguous but more accurate with the unambiguous less accurate one. That's what his algorithm did. And I am saying that was a very smart thing to do. And yes, he did improve GPS. But my claim is it has nothing to do with blue shift. That is something that he's making as a claim, as a conclusion from this, which is, again, a non sequitur, which we've already gone into. But that's the whole thing that I'm arguing.
This guy made the timing more precise. This guy made the timing more precise with the GPS satellites, right?
Yes.
And would blue shift throw the timing off?
No.
If there was or wasn't blue shift, would that throw the timing off?
Not in any way that he affected, no.
Sorry, that wasn't the question. If there was no blue shift, would the timing be off? Or as opposed to if there was blue shift?
If all of a sudden blue shift stopped
I don't know. You're not
existing,
going to answer right now.
If all of a sudden blue shift stopped existing, then yes, the signal would start being off by a little bit.
That wasn't my question.
Was it not?
I don't know. I had a yes or no question. I don't know. You said a lot of words.
Okay.
He said yes. Blue shift.
You said yes, essentially.
If blue shift suddenly disappeared,
so this
the timing
guy
would be off.
All right. So this guy fixed the timing for the GPS. Blue shift is involved with the timing of the GPS.
No.
And you're saying that you know that this guy is wrong and there is blue shift, even though he's saying there wasn't blue shift. The guy that fixed the timing.
So what you said now is incorrect. He didn't fix the timing in the same sense that the blue shift affects the timing. The blue shifting corrections.
Okay, did he fix
the blue shift corrections are done completely independently of any calculations he does.
Did this guy fix the timing for the GPS satellites?
Fix the timing,
the
but
accuracy,
it wasn't
yes.
the blue shift part of it.
Okay,
he
fixed the timing.
Accuracy. I wouldn't call it timing. I'd say accuracy. The accuracy.
Is there timing involved with accuracy?
Of
course. Involved with the timing. No. Yes. No.
I said, of course. Of course, timing is involved in accuracy.
So he fixed. Okay, so he got the timing better for the GPS satellites.
No.
All right. He didn't get the timing better, no?
It made the accuracy better, but he wasn't talking about any timing.
It had nothing to do with the time, the shit that he did.
Yeah, he didn't
had nothing to do with
anything to do with timing, no.
Well, I could have swore that's what was getting said.
Lying from a script.
That often is that is kind of what might get said, but it's incorrect.
So this guy that made the accuracy this much better on the GPS satellites is saying, so this guy's intricately involved with the satellites. He's made them way better. This is like the man when it comes to fucking satellites. And he's saying there's no blue shift. And you're saying, what, he's wrong?
I'm saying that is not a conclusion you can make from this algorithm, because the algorithm doesn't include anything to do with blue shift.
Okay, fine. Is anything I said wrong? This guy that's intricately involved with the satellites, he helped make them better even. He's saying there's no blue shift with the satellites, and you're saying he's wrong.
No, I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying
he's right?
That conclusion cannot come from the algorithm itself alone, because the algorithm has nothing to do with blue shift.
Okay, so we don't disagree with the guy? There's no blue shift with satellites.
That's irrelevant whether I disagree with him or not. The algorithm doesn't speak to it.
So, Gummy, Gummy. So
See, he can't answer.
the more,
Can't answer the question straight. He interrupts the other
yeah,
guy when he was talking, bro. Dude, you're on the run, and everyone can see
the
it.
more listen, the more I hear you, Gummy, the more I hear you not presenting a good argument.
Right. So every time you talk, I think something's broke, right? I thought my AC generator was squeaking just now, or my AC unit.
So what would bring him to that conclusion if it like see that's the part I don't get. Like why would he just come up why would he just make it up?
Well, he doesn't
Like,
make it. He believes
I mean,
that
I'm pretty
if
sure this dude's not like a fucking random flat earther in the basement, right?
no. So what he said is that he believed that if Blue Shift was real, then the pseudo range and the carrier phase would diverge over time. Now
Right.
I can't speak to the actual thought patterns that arrived at why that
When
would
did this
happen.
happen?
But that
Like,
is the
when did this?
claim that he made.
Because I have never heard this argument before, and because it's very rare that I hear new things I haven't heard. But I've never heard this.
At least
Oh, bro, you got to hang
12
out with us more.
years.
We bring up new shit all the time.
It's been around for at least 12 years. Ron Hatch
Okay, so
and his,
okay.
Seem to know more
So
about
it's
science
recent.
than lying Globers.
Huh.
So do we agree? I mean, forget you want to bicker and quibble about the little shit in between. Do we agree that Blue Shift, the satellites aren't experiencing Blue Shift?
No, that is not a conclusion that we can make from any of this conversation.
I know, but do you disagree with the guy's overall overarching statement or not?
I find that irrelevant, Jeremy. Just because we disagree or possibly disagree, why does that change anything about this current conversation?
I'm just wondering if you agree with the guy that totally improved satellites by an order of magnitude.
I completely agree that he did a very good job in improving the satellites, and that he's definitely
now I'm wondering
smarter.
about his other opinion on satellites. I'm wondering if you agree with it or not, or do you think he's wrong in that part?
His other opinion about satellites. It's not an opinion about satellites. It's an opinion about gravity and blue shift.
The opinion about blue shifts, the satellites aren't being blue shifted. Directly about satellites. Why can't you just answer it? Forget it. You know what? Never mind. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. Do whatever
I'm
you
not
want.
falling in your trap, Jeremy. We all can see it.
Yeah, get wrecked.
I'm just like I said. I've never heard this argument. Like I barely like whenever I hear the word algorithm, that keeps throwing me because I'm not like so like all the stuff that he was going to account for, he put in an algorithm or something.
Okay, so the algorithm,
or algorithm as in the programming to help fix the satellite or make the GPS better.
The algorithm essentially is on the receiver, so it's not the satellite.
Right.
It's what receives the signal. And
Like
what
our
the
phones
algorithm,
or a computer or whatever.
so your phone or
car.
GPS,
Okay.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And what the algorithm does is it takes in these two parts of the signal, like I explained, the pseudo range and the carrier phase. It takes those two parts, and it essentially uses both to combine into a better, more accurate signal. That's the simplified version of it.
Right. So I'm thinking, like, what does the algorithm have to do? Either it blue shifts into the gravity well, or it doesn't. So what does that even have to do with the algorithm?
Exactly, but so the
I mean, you keep saying the algorithm doesn't cover, so I'm just confused on either Einstein says this will happen, and that didn't happen. Has nothing to do with anything.
No, so it is
I kind of feel like the algorithm part's a little bit of a red herring. I mean, I'm maybe not a red herring. I don't know. Well, actually, maybe.
So
the algorithm is the whole point.
So the algorithm.
The algorithm's not going to manipulate blue shift.
Exactly, and that's my point. Is that the thing Ron Hatch did? Yeah, that's exactly my argument. Is that the thing Ron Hatch did was smart, and he did this algorithm to make the accuracy better, but he did not in any way change anything or manipulate anything to do with the blue shift. This algorithm has nothing to do with blue shifting.
Yeah, but the blue shifting didn't occur.
No, that's a claim he's making, but it is not supported because the claim he's doing that based on the claim that this algorithm wouldn't work that way, or that it would diverge if that was happening.
Right. So here we go. This is,
Two
again.
and a half minutes of the video yet.
Okay.
Mr.
Again.
Grimm's back to
He
wreck it.
clearly says he's going to refute the
Can you guys not hear me?
equivalency principle. Excuse
Yeah,
me.
I hear you, Mr. Grimm. Let Mr. Grimm talk. He's about to wreck him.
So
was
I
just
clearly,
trying to
I just gave him the video. I'm sorry, dude. Go ahead. I just only have a couple seconds. They got me
Go
going
ahead.
in and out
Go
of the
ahead,
house.
Grim. Go ahead.
So I left the video for everybody in here who's interested in watching Gummy get his ass handed to him. Watch the video. The first couple of minutes in the video, he clearly states what he's about to argue, and he argues exactly what Gummy is saying he doesn't argue. Exactly. So you can just enjoy your red face. You guys get at him. Get his ass. Don't let him get away with none of this shit. I'll be back.
I'm just glad GPS works. I love it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So in the video, the guy's saying the algorithm definitely does affect the blue shift, or what does it say?
No, what he's saying is he's absolutely using GPS to refute the equivalence principle, which part of the equivalence principle would be the falling radiation in the blue shift that I'm talking about, that everything that I've been talking about. He immediately opens the gate with that very topic on the video that I just gave. The one that dude just sat there, Gummy sat there and said he doesn't talk about and doesn't say. There you go.
Oh, there you go, Gummy.
See it for
So where?
themselves.
No, hold on. So where in this? Can you give me a
The confidence
timestamp?
level.
Where? Can you give me
Hold
a
on, guys.
timestamp on where he says that the algorithm
Dude, you don't got 2
only
minutes
works if
to
blue
watch the
shift
first 2
doesn't
minutes
happen?
of the video. The first full minute of the video is just his accommodations. So you can, if you really, if that brings your ass watching all the accomplishments that the man had, don't watch the first minute of the video. Because it's
So that wasn't my question. My question was, can you link me to the timestamp where
right
he
there, man.
argues
Why do you need a timestamp for 2 minutes? I told you 3 times already. Right at 2
his
minutes, he starts fucking telling
algorithm,
you. Jesus Christ. This guy's a
his
fucking
algorithm
moron.
disproves
All right, man.
this to be true. Can you show me the timestamp?
Oh, now you're blue shifting the goalpost. Is the goalpost on a phase carrier wave?
I thought
What the fuck's
our
wrong with you?
argument was about his algorithm that had to do with GPS.
No,
No
my argument is exactly this, right? You changed it to a particular form of the argument, but the argument was this: he uses GPS to refute the equivalence principle. That's literally the title of the video that he's in right now, too.
So
you
say
might want to
he's
just pull your
using
pants back up
GPS.
because your
He's
butthole is
using
red.
GPS to fix it, but does it have anything to do with the algorithm, which was the whole topic of conversation?
Well, I guess you would know if you would watch more than 1 minute of the video, because he absolutely does talk about how he uses GPS to refute the equivalence principle, which is the idea that the blue shift,
wasn't my question,
that radiation blue shifts.
Why are you unable to answer my question?
Why are you unable to know the answer when I gave you the answer in the video, which is clearly only a couple of minutes into the video? Because this argument right here, you've been working on it for how many months? Maybe 2 months now. You've been trying so hard, and I've been saving this the whole time, knowing that I could spank you at any time. I just want you to know that. By the way, you've been getting played
So
with
you
this
guys
whole
have
time.
the same debate before then.
Oh yeah, exactly. And I've given him all the information he needs to find this information, to know that he's going to be an idiot when he keeps arguing with me. But he keeps researching the things that are not coming from Ron Hatch, that are trying to debunk Ron Hatch. So he's only going to learn the secondhand information. He never knew what the fuck the argument really was. And now, until today, and now I don't even want to do any more of this. This is like beating up on somebody who can't defend themselves at
So
this
when
point.
I'm asking you how his algorithm,
This is the consequence of being overly confident.
Well, come on, y'all are attacking him and not letting him respond, man. Come on.
I'm not attacking anybody.
So the claim is that the guy who fixed the signal to work or fixed the accuracy of GPS. Now, whether the claim is that on top of the fact that he fixed the signal, he also believes that the equivalence principle is wrong, That is something that I agree with. But if you're making the claim that he fixed the accuracy by refuting the equivalence principle, that's a completely different argument that you have not managed to back up in any sense of the word. No logic or evidence you have shown
The very
shows
first
that.
time we spoke on this,
All you
right?
show
You changed the argument.
is that
The
he
very first time
doesn't
we spoke
believe
on
in
this,
the equivalence principle. His
I'm
algorithm has nothing to do with it.
I'm showing you how he actually uses GPS to refute the equivalence principle. And remember, he's not just a second-hand user of GPS like you are. He is the actual developer of the accuracy that you're using today. So when he's doing it, it means a totally different thing than when you think you know what's going on. Because you haven't done any of this and didn't even know that he was refuting the equivalence principle until 10 seconds ago.
Now, once again, I have not made any claims about what he personally believes or what he tries to refute in his daily life. I get
Hey,
that
why don't
he
you do us
doesn't
all a
believe.
favor? Quit boring us to death and
that
watch the
he
video.
doesn't believe in the equivalence principle, but where this isn't a question of what his current beliefs are, this is a conversation about your claim that he fixed
it'd be better
the
if he could show
accuracy of
practical
GPS.
use.
Your claim
It'd be
that
better
he
if he could show
fixed
some practical
the
use.
accuracy of GPS by using the fact that he doesn't believe in the equivalence principle. These are two different claims, Grim. Do you not see that?
Oh, absolutely. But go ahead and find out what he does in the next 2 minutes. It's not that hard.
Yeah,
That's what
don't
she
you think
said.
you should watch the video, Gummy Bear, and quit blue shifting the goalposts? Watch the
I
video.
love it. That's what we're going to
Grim,
start
that's a
telling these
good
guys.
one, bro. That
Yeah.
we gotta write it down. Quit blue shifting the goalposts.
I'm gonna use that. That's
So
funny.
you don't think blue shifting the goalpost is what he's doing when what he's doing is just present this video? And I promise this says
Well,
everything
what do
that
you
is
think is
supposed to
his
say.
reason
You
But it's
haven't
not.
looked at the
coming up with
fucking
that?
video, and
Right,
you
the
keep
whole
getting
argument-
wrecked
the
and
whole
double
argument-
speaking. So how about you go watch it?
I know it would help you a little bit, probably, so you can understand what's really going on there with what Ron Hatch is saying. Because I know you've got an idea of what's supposed to be happening, right? And that you're working off of that axiom, but this guy's not.
Okay. So I will ask you then. So it's a clarifying thing about this whole argument. What are you actually arguing? Are you arguing that A?
I'm arguing this. No, don't ask me A, B, and
Okay.
C. Just
Go ahead.
shut up and
What
let
are
me
you
tell
arguing?
you what I'm arguing. God damn, dude. I'm arguing that Ron Hatch uses GPS to refute the equivalence principle.
Okay. I do not disagree in any way that that's what he's trying to do. I do not
Today
disagree.
you don't, but last
No,
month
I
you
have.
did.
I have not disagreed that he does that. The thing I disagree with is the claim that in order to make it more accurate, he refuted the equivalence principle. In order to make it more accurate, in order to make his algorithm work to be more accurate, he did something that refutes the equivalence principle. That's a different claim that you have not supported in any sense of the word. All you're supporting is that
he
he
does. I
doesn't
don't have
personally.
to. This is me
Is that
saving
he
the ball
doesn't
for you to
personally
catch it on your
believe in
own.
the equivalence principle. But we're
Right,
not
but
talking
he
about whether
actually-
he
but
believes
guess
in it or
what?
not, Grim.
He does say that.
Let me
But
finish,
guess what?
Grim.
You
We don't
finish,
care
though.
about whether he personally believes in it or not. We're talking about whether, in order to make it more accurate, he used that fact, which has not
Right,
been
who here
shown
didn't
in
know that
any
that's what he
way,
was
sense
saying?
of the word.
Repeat and
So you
repeat.
think
We're
he's
on
a
the boat.
fraud?
No.
Well, okay, so you're calling him a liar.
No, I'm saying that the way you're
Oh, so you
presenting
didn't
him
watch the video
is a
because
lie.
he says he does exactly what you say he doesn't do. So he says it with his own mouth. One of you assholes are lying. So how about you watch the video or just shut the fuck up for the rest of the day because you just
Grim,
wasted time.
how long is the video, Grim?
I don't know, but it's he starts right off. He hammers them right at about 2 minutes. He starts saying, "This is how I will show you that GPS refutes the equivalency principle."
So would you say
So-
within the first 10 minutes of the video, Gummy Bear should be able to either refute or like substantiate your claim that Ron Hatch is basically using GPS to dispel the equivalency principle? Would he be able to garner that information in the first 10 minutes of the video?
Well, maybe if he puts it on 1.5 times speed, because the guy does
Okay.
talk kind of.
So I think what
But
needs to take place,
question.
Gummy, before you start talking, Gummy,
But
I think what needs
Napalm,
to
hold on,
take place
because
is
you're
that
not.
you're just going to talk over me. I'm just trying to
Hold
regulate
on,
this
you're
here.
missing
Just
the
a
point.
second, bro. Grim has laid out what he is claiming. He's provided you evidence in the form of a video, right? You are continuing to repeat what you've said over and over and over and over again, how Ron Hatch doesn't do this, right? He's providing you evidence that Ron Hatch does. So I think it would be in your best interest and in the room's best interest if you actually took the time to watch 10, 20 minutes of that video, and then you can come back with some good solid evidence, point for point, with words that Ron Hatch is or is not using to either confirm or deny what Mr. Grimm is claiming. Otherwise, all you're doing is you're just sitting here straw manning and saying, whatever you read off of a debunking Ron Hatch website or whatever.
Okay, Napalm. The problem is, I
Where's
am
this
not
video
making
at?
the. I am
Shut
not
up! You didn't
making the
watch the video
claim.
yet. Where's the
I
video
am
at?
not making the claim that he doesn't try and use GPS to disprove the equivalence principle. That is not the topic of what I am claiming. I am talking about the way that he made GPS more accurate, which is not what he's talking about right here. I'm talking about that part of it. And that's the part that Grimm keeps avoiding. He keeps shifting the goalpost to this part, which is not my claim. My claim has to do with the accuracy of GPS, not the way he might try and use GPS now to disprove it. We're talking about the way he improved the accuracy and how that was not using a refutation of the equivalence principle. That is the actual argument that he's blue shifting away from.
Yo, where's this actual video at? Because I'll go watch it, unlike Gummy, who got wrecked.
Yeah, that's what I was
I
going
don't
to
know,
ask
man.
Mr. Grimm. His evidence, if he's going to put that forth, he says he
There
has
you go.
evidence for it.
I posted it for you again. I reposted the exact thing that he posted before.
Okay.
I keep hearing Gummy say, "This is not what I'm arguing," and it keeps saying, "Look, here's the video," and Gummy says, "This is not what I'm arguing." I don't see where this disconnect is.
Well, it's difficult because Gummy keeps getting overtalked, so he can't even complete his sentence.
Well, both sides were being overtalked. All right, let's be honest.
We'll
Yeah,
agree
Brenda,
that
we don't
I
need
did.
you lying to back up Gummy because he's getting wrecked, okay?
So I do
I'm not backing
agree
him
that
up.
I
I'm
have
just telling you what I hear.
I have occasionally overtalked him. I will agree to that, but I would also make the claim that he started by grossly overtalking me, and I merely matched that energy. That is my claim.
Right. I don't care. I really, honestly, it gets annoying in these rooms when the conversation just devolves into the conversation about the conversation and how the conversation was being had, as opposed to the actual substance of the conversation. So I don't think we need to discuss that.
That's
Yeah,
why
who
I'm
cares?
trying to get
Who cares?
back
We
to
got
the
the video.
actual claim I was making and not this current claim that he's trying to defend, which is not the claim I'm making. I repeat, it is not the claim I'm making.
Yeah, one of the problems is that the rules are selectively enforced. Flat earthers get to wantonly disregard the rules.
Brenda, we just talked about how we're not going to talk about the conversation.
Yeah, Brenda, shut the fuck up. We don't need you
We don't need to
lying.
have a conversation.
Fucking
Yo,
cover up.
come on, guys.
Yeah, come on, chill out.
Relax.
That is all she's been saying all day. That's all she's been saying. Yeah, all day. That's all Brenda has said.
Well, we don't need it from you either, Essie. Let's be honest. We just don't need to have the conversation about the conversation. So has Mr. Grimm left the room?
He said he had to go for a second. I'm not sure if that means he's coming back or not.
Okay, cool. So just to be clear, just to clarify and kind of wrap up the conversation that you and him were having, his claim is that Ron Hatch is saying that he's using GPS to dispel the equivalency principle.
Mm-hmm.
And you are saying that nowhere within his fixed GPS was anything concerning Blue Shift or any of Ron Hatch's ideas about Blue Shift, or in his claim that the equivalency principle can be disproven by GPS. in no way, shape, or form within that argumentation from Ron Hatch does that describe at all whatsoever how he was able to fix the accuracy of GPS.
I could clarify the way you said that, but I think it's close enough to where I said, okay, yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, I got a little wordy there, but I think you understood the.
Do you think that GPS is accurate then?
Yeah, I know GPS is accurate.
Yeah. And it definitely has to do with part of what Ron Hatch did, which is this smoothing algorithm he did. He definitely made it more accurate. It's just he didn't have anything to do with blue shifting to do so, or the equivalency principle. He did something very smart and very innovative that I probably wouldn't have come up with myself, but it just doesn't have anything to do with blue shift. I'm sorry.
So as I understand it, blue shifting is when the satellite is coming towards the observer, right?
No, actually, it's not Doppler shifting, which is accounted for, which would have to do with comparing when it's moving towards and away from you. It is actually just the blue shifting from it gaining energy as it's moving down in a gravitational field. So as the signal is moving from the lower potential of the satellite down to the surface, which is at a higher potential, it gains that little bit of energy. And that blue shifts the light, and that's the only claim that's actually made.
So the signal itself gains energy?
Yeah.
By going lower in a gravitational field?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And that is what he's claiming does not happen.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And therefore,
that's funny.
And since this guy's algorithm doesn't address the blue shifting, right, then that criticism is just a non sequitur.
Yes, exactly. They use the fact that he fixed GPS to make this claim that blue shift doesn't happen more accurate or credible. I mean, but
Well,
it is irrelevant to it. It is, yeah.
I mean, I guess
so that's why I keep coming back to. That's why I come back to calling it an appeal from authority or an appeal from whatever the hell, because the issue itself doesn't address it. It only is because he
he's the
is making the claim.
Subject, so it's not an appeal to authority. An appeal to authority would be like your grandmother telling you something, you believe in it because it's your grandmother. This guy's actually the top in his field of what he's talking about. That's an appeal to. That's an appeal to. That's not an appeal to authority.
It gets.
Yeah, it is appeal to authority.
No, it's not. No, an appeal to authority.
Well, y'all would call it
Howard. No, Howard. Listen, an appeal to authority is if I appealed to something you said about this topic when you have no clout in the field.
No, that ain't what you guys call it.
Yes,
That's
okay,
dishonest.
listen.
Y'all call it.
Okay,
If I refer to Einstein, you would say appeal to authority every time.
Not me.
That's not true at
because
all.
that's not an appeal to it. When you look, if you go to a doctor to diagnose something that you have an ailment of, you're not making a fallacy. Appealing to an authority is a fallacy. So if you go to an authority figure and appeal to them for their wisdom, you're doing what's right. When you appeal to someone whose field is not astrophysics and then cite them like William Shatner says this, blah, 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 that's an appeal to authority.
No.
You're both right
Yes.
and both. No.
No, that's
You're kind of
not.
wrong too.
That's not at all. You can't
hold
just
on,
say
let me
that
just
some guy
explain it.
some guy can be an expert.
I'm talking.
Someone get a definition for appeal to authority.
There's an appeal to authority, which is where you just say what someone said without giving the actual reasoning.
Correct.
You know,
exactly.
You just repeat what they said on account of their position. You
the guy's
assume that
qualified
they're
or not.
correct without an argument. And then
In
there's
fact,
appeal to
it
false
has more to do-
authority, which is like, bringing someone that
William
has nothing to do
Shatner
with
giving him
anything.
information about doctorism. Yeah. So percentage is absolutely right. It has to do with someone who is an authority in that field, and you're using that strictly as your argument without validating what he's saying, because people that are experts can be wrong.
Yeah, it's as if I say, I present you this expert biologist who's done a lot of work And one day they say that actually the tongue is what's responsible for pumping blood, not the heart. Now, if I say, well, clearly he's an expert in his field, this must be true, that's an appeal from authority. He
That's
might be an
retarded.
authority in biology, but that doesn't mean he can't make a wrong claim.
But
And that's why
Technical
you
correction,
authority
it would be an
dangerous,
appeal
because
from
you use
authority.
people.
It's either an appeal to
You use
authority
people
or
that
an argument from authority.
Yeah.
Yeah. But look at the second video, guys. We're at 1 minute in. He talks.
I just gotta
he
watch
says
these.
exactly.
Yeah, I just want to make a case. Go
He
ahead.
tells you how they already expected the clocks to run slower, so they set them that rate before they put them into space. Just like I told you guys. So that they were incorrectly timed from the expectation of their initial hypothesis, which was incorrect, which he then fixed. And he says he does too. You're gonna get your feelings hurt with this one. Go ahead and watch it though. And remember, this is not a vacuum cleaner salesman. This is the guy who you're using his fucking work right now in your name. And you got to stop telling flat earthers that this is proof of relativity from now on too. It's a big move. Have a nice day.
All right, just to put a fine point on it, because I do think that this is a bit ambiguous, but I still okay. So look, an argument from authority is a form of argument in which the opinion of an authority on a topic is used as evidence to support an argument. Okay, so that's not saying no. Don't say yep. That's not saying.
That's exactly
Hey,
what
let me
Percentage just
finish.
said. Go ahead.
Let me finish.
Yeah, let him
It
finish.
says he has an opinion on a topic, okay? And then it's used as evidence to support an argument. So that is so ambiguous. Like, what topic? In his field, right? Or opinion of what? Like, so
It's implied. If you're using him as an authority, then it's implied that he's supposed to be trained and knowledgeable in that field. The fact that you're missing the point altogether. Hold on, let me finish. You're missing the point altogether.
But it is the case, Travis, because you could just look at the
let me make the point.
false
I'm
authority
in the middle of a
fallacy.
sentence. Seriously,
That's one that you're talking
guys.
about.
Travis is right in a sense right now.
I'm
right?
making
Because-
a middle of a sentence.
Ron
So
Hatch
the
is
point
right.
is, you're using it strictly as the argument without validating or providing evidence for what he is saying. You're digging to it and you're reading too far into it. That is what it's saying. You're not understanding what it's saying.
There's no reason for you to keep talking. Zanuck, there's no reason for you to talk right now.
It says it uses his opinion on a topic. It's so generic. It doesn't have to do with the field that he's a specialist in.
Here, let me read this one out for you, Travis. This might clear it up. So you have the false authority fallacy, also called single authority, using an expert of dubious credentials or only using one opinion to promote a product or idea. It's related to appeal to authority, but it's not, the classical appeal to authority. Is that cleared up?
You're roboting, Travis.
And does it really matter what we classify it as? Like, come on.
It doesn't, but this is a side point.
I mean, if you're using it as a claim that we're committing a fallacy, then yeah, it's important.
Right. Plus, he shows practical use to his idea, which gives it a little more.
You understand what I'm saying? It just says topic. It doesn't say topic, and yeah, it does matter.
I don't know.
Let it
Bro,
go.
you were cutting out for like
If I use Roy Spencer for the global warming argument, Travis, pay attention. He is an expert in climatology, climate science. He's a physicist. He runs the satellite system. They give us the data that all the
What did he build? What did he build to improve anything?
Hold on. I'm giving him qualifications now. So he now says we think global warming is caused by solar flares, and that's that. How do you know that? Well, because Roy Spencer said that. Even though I'm a big fan of Roy Spencer, that is an argument that's based on appeal to authority. It's a logical fallacy because we don't know what research, what data he has, and what correlation he's done with that statement. So that would be an appeal to authority because it doesn't have any evidence backing it, just the guy's opinion. And you're using the word opinion like loosely because anytime a physicist talks about something, that's their opinion based on their knowledge.
Are we talking about Ron Hatch still or no? Are we talking about Ron Hatch and
We're
somebody
talking about
saying
anybody, regardless of their qualifications,
Okay, well,
has a
Is anybody else
source of your
bored of this
argument
topic
basis
besides me?
and
Like, I'm
evidence.
bored to
Why
hell.
can't you
fuck up,
figure out
man.
Everybody talk at
damn it.
once.
Right.
Yeah.
So the difference between with Ron Hatch and this argument is that he actually showed practical use to his argument, which you're not. You're just trying to compile and marginalize him as if he's the same as some other just overly opinionated guy who didn't build anything that gave practical use to his hypothesis. So they're not the same. So you can't just say, "Oh, argument from authority only." It's actually an argument from an appealed source. I mean, it's an appeal to authority in a sense, but it's an appeal to authority to a guy who's actually shown practicality to the use. So it'd be like the difference between a belief without basis or a true proper belief. It would be the difference between an
No, you'd have to look at his research and his data to be able to validate.
This is exactly the point, though,
to his
Grim.
validity.
This
Oh
is
my God,
exactly
you
the
guys are
problem, though, Grim, is because your claim is that he uses this
I don't
knowledge
even know why you're
to
talking
improve
about it.
GPS when that is
Yeah,
in
and
fact
he
Can you
just
guys go
not
get a
the
room?
truth.
Can you go to a different
Why is
voice
he
channel?
saying that again? I already clearly just gave you the video and the timestamp to the part where he literally
Because he
shows how
doesn't
he
say
did
that.
write the algorithm. Oh yeah, he does. And
Can
you're
we
so
get somebody
stupid
else to start a
pretending like it
topic?
didn't
Somebody
happen.
else start a topic.
Yeah, really, this is
Actually,
really trolling like Gummy. Come on, man.
yeah,
Watch the
you're
video
trolling,
and be
man.
quiet, bro.
I
We've all
watched the
watched it by now.
video. He did
The second
not say
video.
that.
The
Grim,
second
I
video.
watched it. He
The
did
second
not
video.
say
Okay.
that.
He
Correct.
says it
Okay,
right
this
there.
is a
You
He
can
did
point.
see
not
it.
say that.
Yeah, this is a point of contention. I would like for at least a moment of
Oh
this
my
conversation
God.
to be directed towards
Travis, come on,
either qualifying what Grim's saying or allow Gumby to respond and saying that it's not what he's saying.
I will super quickly summarize. My claim is that what Ron Hatch is saying in the video is that he uses the consequence of this algorithm, as in after he's made the algorithm, he uses a consequence of the fact that it's not diverging over time, and he's using that to claim blue shift doesn't happen. Whilst what I seem to think Grim is saying is that he used that in order to make the algorithm, which what I'm saying is completely incorrect. That is not what he's saying or what he did. Is a consequence and a precedent, not an antecedent, the way he's explaining it.
Okay, let him answer so we can get clarity and move on, man.
All right. So my argument is this: he at 1 minute and something, he says he undoes the code. He undoes the code modulation for the set expected time. So they set the carrier phase to a particular range because they expect it to be blue shifting in acceleration, but it does not blue shift in acceleration. That's why he was able to fix that. He clearly says right there that he had to change the expected carrier phase signal. They, 1 minute in, just watch. At 1 minute into the video, watch 1 minute of the video and enjoy your red face.
Which of the videos are you claiming that he used those words?
The second of the videos.
The part 2 or part 1?
Which one is second? Part 2 or part 1?
The second one, he told you 10 times already, man.
I didn't hear it. Calm
no,
down.
he's trolling,
Nexy.
dude. This guy's
No,
a
I
fucking,
genuinely
either an
did
idiot or
not hear
trolling.
you say the second.
Oh.
Okay, let's see if he says what you said, because I listened to this
Just play
and
it
he
out loud
didn't
live
say
for
it
the live
the way
show.
that you said it just now. So let's. I'm gonna listen in. You said 1 minute in.
Let's somebody play the audio on out loud for everybody to hear it.
I was gonna say, yeah, just do that. Shit. I'll go see.
I still don't understand. Are the satellites blue shifting or not?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
What he's saying, he's not saying there isn't a redshift or a blue shift. He's saying that the energy levels are due to the potential of the gravitational, not the acceleration. So it's a much different situation than it's almost like reverse from what they're trying to say. Even though in certain situations you can't tell, but by certain experiments you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, right? Because you would see, oh, an accelerated change going in one direction. You'll see a gradient. That's a potential gradient, though. It isn't actually because of the acceleration. You don't have to be accelerating to experience the change. You just have to be placed in a different place. And it's also movement. Movement itself causes a rate change in the decay of this cesium atom, but not the acceleration. Just you could just, as long you could keep it moving in a circle going the same speed, and you will always bring that same acceleration at that altitude. So he fixed that shit by adjusting the signal that comes in that they preset to the wrong hypothesis. He literally says everything I'm saying right there. This guy
really
tried way too hard.
Word by word, he's not saying what you're saying. You're like, do you
So
not
word
see
by
this?
word, no, because I paraphrase. Yeah, I'm not.
Okay, even
sorry, folks, I'm
paraphrasing,
not verbatim
the content of which what you're saying is not what he's
I
claiming.
am giving the same idea. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and leave it to the rest of the folks here to make up their own minds as to what's being said, because you're clearly out of your mind.
I'd say the same thing, because you're making statements that he himself, Ron Hatch, is not
correct
making
if you were talking
in
about
that
yourself.
video. He's not
So
making
just
those
to be
statements
clear,
in the video. Yeah.
All right, just to be clear, the algorithm Ron Hatch did for the GPS satellites, that in no way had anything to do with or without any kind of blue shifting.
Correct.
Right?
He's lying. That's true. Yes, it did. Absolutely did.
It did have
says
something.
it right there.
His algorithm did have
He removes. Yeah.
Okay, that's what's in
That's right.
contention. All right.
He took out their expected. Yeah, he took out the time of their expected blue shift. He says it right there in this video
So he got rid of the
at 1 minute and 37 seconds.
All right, hold on.
Some shit.
Hold on. So
he says that exact thing.
Okay, so you're saying he got rid of the blue. The timing was off by a block, right there. The accuracy, whatever, was off by a block or something that he blocked. He takes the blue shift math out of it, and now the shit works down to the centimeter.
No, incorrect.
Well, he takes the blue shift expected. No, it is incorrect. He takes the blue shift expected by acceleration out of it, not by a blue shift in the gravitational potential or in the motion of it.
Okay, so he took the acceleration from blue shift out of it, and now it works then.
But so, okay, Grim. Right, so you agree then that the satellite does the signal does have a higher energy, but what he's saying is it's not because of blue shift, it's because it's at a higher or a lower potential.
Right.
Okay.
That's exactly what he's saying.
Finally.
Should there be more blue shift if it's accelerating though?
No.
So
clearly, that's what he eliminates. That's what he eliminates from the equation is the expected blue shift from the acceleration.
But the mainstream model is saying So the mainstream model is saying yes, there should be more blue shift from this acceleration, and he's saying no, there's not, and he took it out.
Right.
He's saying that instead of it being
Jeremy,
gravity,
you have it 100%.
He's saying that instead of it being gravity blue shifting as it's falling, he's saying that it simply has a higher energy to begin with because it's higher up. So the resulting energy level of the light is equivalent. He's just saying that it's not the increase in.
But it's all.
No, you're making it up again. You're making you're
Did I phrase it correctly?
Throwing clouds.
Let me just phrase it again.
It's all begging the question.
This guy said, "What up, Eli?" This guy said
Cause
that
like to
there's
say
no
blue
blue
shift,
shift.
like, okay, go ahead, brother.
Hold on a second.
Never
Hold
mind.
on.
Forget it.
Hold on 1 second. We're right in the middle of this. So you're saying this guy took the blue shift expected due to acceleration. He got rid of it, and now the shit works great.
Yes.
No. Now you're lying,
Exactly
Grim.
what he's saying.
That's not what he did.
Yeah,
You,
it is what he
okay,
did.
Grim, are you saying that in
Look,
order
Jeremy,
to
do
make
this.
it
Watch
accurate,
part 1 and
in
part 2.
order
They're 2
to
10-minute
make it
videos,
accurate, he
right?
removed blue shift, Grim? Are you saying that in order to make it accurate, to go from a block to the centimeter, what he did was simply remove blue shift? You're saying that's all he
No,
did?
no, I did not say that he removed blue shift. He removed some expected blue shift from the acceleration. That's not all blue shift. Okay, so
Now,
what he did, yeah, don't say no, because he says what he did. Everybody here can watch and listen to him say it. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I said
Like, play
now,
this out
not
loud.
no.
Play this shit out loud, right?
I said
for him.
now. I said now, not no. And I was going to say now. Can you please explain, because I have already explained, how did that in any way, shape, or form reduce it from a block level accuracy to the centimeter level accuracy by simply removing a little bit of blue shift, as you claim, if that's all he did?
Because it's the time. Excuse me, it's the time taking the signal to get to the Earth is what's included in the eliminating that piece of blue shift. So if the speed of light gets if you just lay a millisecond off of the speed of light, then you've moved quite a far amount, right? You I don't know what the exact measurement would be, but you definitely traversed the fucking globe. Right.
Okay.
So I mean,
What do you think?
if they're including these nanoseconds, because of the expected acceleration rate, then there's gonna all he's got to do is just tell the carrier rhythm to unpack that acceleration rate expectation, and it will smooth out the frequency range.
Okay. So what do you think the algorithm is actually doing then?
It's receiving at a proper rate. It's instead of well, it has to be sent and then received. So it's unpacking. Well, let me get from his words exactly for you.
Okay.
Since you're not going to watch the video.
I have watched the video. And for anyone, what he's saying right now is so wrong. If you look there on that link, that is what the hatch filter does. It explains it right there. And it has nothing to do with these time manipulations or these blue shifting or any of this.
Yeah, I watched it too, and it doesn't say what Grim's saying. It just
What the
doesn't.
link I've shown, that is what the hatch filter is, as it's shown there. And all it has to do is smoothing the pseudo range and carrier phase. That's what it's doing. None of what Grim is saying right now is what it's doing. It is right there in front of you on that link. So he's completely incorrect.
Next topic.
Yep.
No, we're right here at 1 minute and 27 seconds.
Oh my god!
It tells you about the code range arrangement and the code range. Or the code range is a measurement of the difference of time. It's encoded onto the signal and sent to Earth.
I mean, can we get to the bottom of this? Did it work because you removed that part of the blue shift or not?
No. As you
So
see
they
by
they undo the code modulation from the satellite with the carrier phase now, and undoing that code modulation, which was the assumption that it would take a different amount of time than it actually took due to the theory of special relativity and the gaining of blue shift. That's all incorporated in that statement. So stop talking, because you know damn well.
Hold on, Graham. Here's the problem.
You're a nasty
what
individual.
you're reading off right now is him talking
I'm
about.
not reading off. I'm just trying to repeat him saying his words out of his mouth.
What he's saying
But
in
when you
that
talk, I
part,
can't hear both of you at the same time. So you know damn well that you talking right now is interrupting what I'm about to be able to tell him about what's coming out of his own mouth. You don't need to be explaining anything to you right now. You just talk for 10 minutes straight without me interrupting you at all. And I'm not reading. I said once again,
But what you're
Okay,
repeating
buddy.
from his words has to do with
What
what
you
they do to
definitely
the
asked
pseudo
for.
range. What they do to the pseudo range, not what he did differently to the pseudo range. He's talking about what they do to decode the pseudo range. This isn't
The
something that he did
carrier signal.
differently. Yet the
It's
pseudo range and
it's
the
the
carrier
carrier
phase.
and the
He's
carrier
not
phase with
talking
the
about anything that in that part. He's not talking about anything he did differently in his algorithm. He's talking how they decode the pseudo range and the carrier phase, which is true both before and after he came along. It is later when he talks about his filter, when the actual topic of conversation brings up. You actually think that what he's talking about during the pseudo range applies to the entirety of all of it, which is just completely incorrect. You completely misunderstood what he's saying.
No, it's bullshit. He's talking about the code modulation that is preset due to the idea that there will be this expected fucking blue shit, dude. And the code modulation that was set, that's why they run slower. They set them to, because they expect them to run at those rates. And they know that they do at those altitudes. They know that that does happen. But they expect it to be happening due to acceleration. And that's not what's happening. And that's clearly what he's pointing out. And he eliminates that part of the code modulation that is wrapping the acceleration into the blue shift. And he eliminates that and does his own filtering on it. So he just marks out the difference and then puts he sets them to have that at that difference so that the phases line up. That's exactly what he's doing. You're full of shit.
This is where you're misunderstanding, because what he's talking about, what he's talking about in the pseudo range topic and that point is something they did both before and after he made this accuracy improvement from the block to the centimeter. This was both before and after he came along, how they decode the pseudo range. The thing he did was the smoothing between the pseudo range and the carrier phase. So the part that you're contesting about right now is not what he did to make it more accurate. That is something that was true before and after. It is about how they encode the pseudo range and how they decode it, and it is not what he did to make it more accurate. It is merely something that was true before.
If you were right, you wouldn't
after.
be able to smooth. You wouldn't be able to smooth it if you were right now. And he clearly just explains it in about 2 more minutes for the video.
Yeah, so it is the actual
and those measurements
smoothing
are
that
made
he
in real
did.
time. He's doing.
Yeah, exactly. It is the actual smoothing that made it more accurate, and not
Yeah,
the
and
way
to
the
smooth it-
pseudocode is decoded, which is what you're making an argument for right now.
No,
you're making an
claims
argument
it.
in
He
the
says it
wrong
right
part
there.
of the video right now.
No, he does it right here. He says particularly that he unpacks that code.
Eli, tell him how they're begging the
He
question.
undoes that modulation from the carrier phase. The modulation means the mod made to the phase. The mod, the extra shit that they did, the expectation,
The speed of light.
the modulation. They undo that
Distance.
modulation. He says, "What do you not get about undoing a modulation? A modulation was what I said was what they expected for the blue shift and from acceleration. They have modulated the clocks to do that. He undoes the modulation. What don't you get about him
I think
undoing
you're
the
misunderstanding.
modulation?
The modulation is how they encode the signal, and they undo the modulation in order to receive, in order to get back the carrier phase. None of this actually has to do with the smoothing. He's just talking about how they get the pseudo-range and carrier phase from the signal. That's all he's talking about. You're confused. This isn't the smoothing part. This is just the pseudo-range and carrier phase part. He's just explaining how they get that from the data, from the signal. You're completely confused on the claim.
Yeah, Grim doesn't know what modulation is.
The modulation isn't anything to do with, they're blue shifting it or this and that and this and that. No, modulation is the way they encode the data of the time point of the satellite onto the signal. And what they're saying is, in order to get the carrier phase, they undo the modulation to get essentially the frequency, to know the phase, the carrier phase. That's all he's saying right now. And this is something they did both before and after he came along with his smoothing algorithm. It is completely independent of him. This was around before him. This is around after him. He's merely talking about how carrier phase and pseudo range are gotten. The thing that's important when it comes to Ron Hatch is the smoothing algorithm. That's the thing that he contributed, and that has nothing to do with this part. You're just confused.
Gummy Bear, I respect your hustle, man. You were like losing the argument initially, but you hung in there. Like you were getting beat up on, you hung in there, just played for time.
Well, no, he's not. He's still not
then you
winning
waited for
the
Grim
actual
to
argument.
say something wrong.
He's looking for a flaw in what I'm saying. He's not winning the
Exactly,
argument.
Grim. You spoke too much.
No,
You said something
I was
wrong.
waiting.
You just pounced on it. It's
I was
not
waiting
even the same
for him
argument as
to
before.
get
It's a different
back.
thing
Yeah,
entirely.
exactly.
It's not even the same
I was
topic.
waiting for him to come back to the same argument that we were initially talking about, because he had pivoted so much that I was waiting for him to get back. And now that we got back, I got to address it and demolish him. There we go. Thank you.
You pivoted a bit too.
I'm ready
You
to
did
move
a
on.
little rope-a-dope action.
Yeah,
I respect
I'm
it.
ready to move on now that I've disproven everything that he was on about.
Get wrecked.
Well, you didn't do that, dude.
I wrecked you, okay?
Because he is
Looking good,
talking
Not
about that.
destroyed.
Honed.
That's funny.
I have no hype, man. Like Noah was for you, so I had to do it to myself and be like, "Ooh, I destroyed you," and all of these.
It would have been funny if you spoke in third person.
Ooh, Gummy Bear, good job, you destroyed him. Gummy Bear is such a pro at this. Ooh.
Eli, weren't you going to come tell us how it was a begging the question fallacy?
Oh yeah, the speed of light. Let's go on, Elijah.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So then I want to ask you, Elijah, if the speed of light is actually something we're getting wrong, then how come we're getting millimeter precision with GPS?
Who cares?
Okay, I think we're done here.
Yeah, who cares?
Yeah.
Because you think we're using wrong information to get millimeter precision.
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying, who cares? The speed of light, and you talk because correct me if I'm wrong, but a distance is involved and time is involved, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely not.
A time and a distance are not involved?
No, I'm saying like you're talking about these clocks and all of this and all of that, but again, you don't have a one-way speed to involve a time or a distance. So
and yet
clearly,
we get millimeter
I don't have to know.
precision.
Clearly,
so
I don't have to know. It's not and yet. It's not in spite of. I know logically that without a one-way, something is wrong there. Now, I'm not going to spend my hours trying to figure out which part of the rhetoric is actually meaning something else, because I don't care about that.
So the thing here is we take the two-way, we assume it's the same for each
I'm sorry.
one-way.
I remember what I said in spite of. This is like an argument that doesn't need to happen.
Elijah. Come on, Elijah. I'm almost done.
But we're not. You understand that you're not responding to me, right?
I am.
Because
we take the
because when I say in spite of, you're basically still going on with the in spite of. And I'm just saying, well, logically, I can't get past that.
Yeah, so Elijah, I'm using logic here. Tell me what part of this is
no, you're not
going
to beg the question and
I'm
then
going to
say
use some
it's
logic here,
logic.
Elijah. Can you not interrupt me and you can criticize it afterwards? So the logic is we take the two-way speed of light, we assume it's the same in both directions one way because there's no reason to believe otherwise. We then use this to make a prediction with GPS and we see that we get millimeter precision. That would conclude that we must have been right to make the assumption that the one-way was half of the two-way. Where's the faulty logic here?
No, that's a jump in logic. That's a jump in logic.
You could have done
it's
a different way.
That's what I'm.
And it could have been micrometer precision. So you don't know.
But the point.
So
but
clearly,
the point
we're
is,
not off by a lot percentage.
Hello.
Because millimeter precision is quite accurate.
Yeah, it's important to note that it works. Hey, Elijah, how you doing, buddy?
Right, because I'm saying hello and y'all are just talking like I'm on mute or something.
Hello, how's it going?
You get to talk
yeah, other people talk. And
you see the conversation doesn't revolve around
when I started to respond, someone else just spoke, and then you just spoke, and I was like, hello.
Yeah, why does Elijah get to just talk over people?
Shut up,
I
Brenda.
was talking when someone talked over me.
Okay.
Well, the conversation wasn't.
Go ahead, Elijah. What you got?
So anyway, like I said, a begging the question is when you have a premise that hasn't been substantiated. You literally said assumed, which means no. That's a premise that hasn't been validated. Why would I don't care what the rhetoric is after that. I don't care what you think you're doing after that. I don't care if convention. I don't care, bro. You told me not to interrupt you, and
If you launch,
I turned off my headphones so that you could finish. So, like I said, this wasn't going to be a talk because I'm pointing out how it's fallacious logic. And then you said how, and then you went on to say, well, in spite of the fallacious logic, we still get this result. Well, I said so what before. So I was trying to break it down and explain it, and you're talking while I'm talking.
Yeah, but you're going on and on and on, and you're saying the same thing over and over. But if you launch on an endeavor, making assumptions, and then the conclusion match your assumptions, can you not say that you can draw the conclusion that you must be correct?
No, because obviously,
why not?
Because millimeter precision isn't good enough for you, Elijah?
Percentage.
What's up?
Don't they fallaciously use celestial navigation to point to the fact that it's a sphere when we know that it's not, even though it works?
I thought we were talking about speed of light, not celestial navigation.
Yo, fam, I'm talking about I'm putting the rhetoric aside to talk about the flawed logic. So in this instance, where you're begging the question, I'm telling him, well, you can do the same thing in navigation, get to a point, and assume that you did it on a sphere. So you got to a point that was very accurate. However, the Earth is still not a sphere. So, like I said the first time I spoke to you, I don't care if the convention works to some end that you need it to. It's something in the rhetoric that's wrong if you have to employ fallacious logic. So
well, the only problem with you mentioned the celestial navigation. I've yet to see a flat earther demonstrate celestial navigation using flat Earth logic.
Yeah.
Well, see, the thing is, I was talking to see the thing is, I specifically address people with specific things because if I were talking to you, I wouldn't say that because I'm not trying to have a miscommunication on purpose like you guys have been having for the last 5 years. When I speak to people, it needs to land or I need to eject myself out of the conversation. And the only time I keep going is when someone wants to argue about how we're going to go about talking rather than the argument itself. I've yet to have a debate with y'all. But like I was telling Fuzzy, can you see how, and I was talking to Fuzzy, obviously I know that you think that you can't do celestial navigation on a flat Earth. I already know that, fam. So just hold your emotions. And when I refer to Fuzzy Swan, since he knows that the Earth is not flat, but he knows that you use celestial navigation to as an attribute to the globe, right? He can see the point that I'm making about why begging the question can yield some result, but still have the wrong rhetoric. That's my only point.
Only make this argument
Bro, I'm
to
talking
someone
to
who's
Fuzzy.
a flat earther.
I'm talking to Fuzzy. It's not an argument. I'm trying to point out why I'm pointing out the fallacious logic, and I gave an example that was parallel. You cannot
only
address
fallacious to a flat earther, Elijah.
All right, I'm out. I'm just gonna go ahead and turn my mic off because I'm trying to have a conversation with, like when I refer to you, I'll refer to you. I don't understand this thing where look when you guys are talking about globe this. No, I'm not. I was trying to talk to who I was talking to, and he hasn't responded yet because you and Tweedledum over there keep talking.
Who you calling Tweedledum?
Yeah, that's smart.
No, who's Fuzzy? Because there's no
Not
Fuzzy
biased.
here.
Not fuzzy. Percentage. But anyway.
Hey, Elijah.
I'm not leaving. I'm just going on mute until I can. Because when niggas start talking about globe this and all of that. I don't come in to say, well, the Earth's not a globe. That's incorrect. Let me stop your whole conversation. I don't do that. That's just weird as fuck.
Logic. And when you're trying to describe this fallacious logic, the only way you can describe it is to a flat earther. So clearly, is not fallacious logic.
Well, if you're employing the fallacious logic and you don't see it, who else can I go to?
Because it's only fallacious to a flat earther because they've already made the preconceived decision that the Earth has to be a flat Earth.
Again,
of course,
again,
it's
you made
fallacious
another
to them.
leap. Again, you made another leap in logic because who's to say that I wouldn't go to my mom and say the same exact thing and tell her to pay attention to the function rather than the rhetoric and ask her, hey, mom, as an English teacher, right? Is this logically parallel or illogically parallel? And she says yes, and she's not a flat earther.
Would say it's illogical.
Yo, fam, I'm still trying to convey a message to you, and you like what I'm saying is correct, and I'm prefacing with if as well. And I'm saying if there's a parallel, then my mom would say, yeah, there's a parallel, and then you would say, yeah, that's true. You could say, however, I don't believe that's what's going on here, but you already do think that, and I already do think the opposite, which is why I was trying to ask a third party. I'm sorry that because it's a flat earther, you feel bad.
What's the fallacy?
No, I'm saying the fact is that the fallacy you're claiming only makes sense to a flat earther because anyone else would not agree that that's a logical fallacy.
But that doesn't do anything to demonstrate the veracity of your position either.
When I said he was begging the question, and then he said regardless, or isn't that in spite of begging the question rather than saying, no, I'm not begging the question and here's why. This premise is proven because of this, therefore you can't say I'm using this without, you see what I'm saying? Or no, you just don't.
And that is exactly what I did. I gave you the step-by-step logic I used, and then I asked you, point out which part of this is fallacious, and you weren't able to.
I told, so what was my answer to when you said point out which part of this is fallacious? Because I answered you, so what was the answer?
No, you weren't able to point out a part of it that was fallacious.
No, I answered it. What was the answer? I answered it. What was the answer?
Your answer was that it's all fallacious. You didn't make what you weren't actually.
Okay, so now let me ask someone else, which is why I don't want you to talk when I ask someone else. So someone other than him and the other guy that I called Tweedledum, who said, "Who you calling Tweedledum?" And then I said, "Alicia, that's smart." So instead of those two, anyone else, when I said the speed of light. And I said, doesn't it include time and distance? What you guys are talking about? Yeah. Okay, that's how you're begging the question. And then you said, regardless. So that means regardless of the thing you just pointed out, I'm still getting the result I'm getting. And then I said, yeah, well, you could do the same exact thing with celestial navigation. Because I know it's not a sphere. However, you think that the end result is that you traveled over a sphere.
That's your fallacious argument. However, the part where you
said... That's not a fallacious argument. That was me telling you how the conversation just went.
When you said you're assuming a distance in time, it's pretty obvious that in reality, we have a distance in time.
Gummy Bear, at least acknowledge that what he just said was just explaining what happened, man. Don't say it was a fallacious...
You see, this is where I begin to suspect people of sophistry, because I really cannot believe that Gummy Bear cannot recognize the difference between what Elijah just said and an argument. And it is as though no matter what is said to Gummy Bear and persons like him, the point is never gotten. It seems the point is never gotten. And so when you critique Elijah's argument as being fallacious, when he's pointing out the fact that your appeal to celestial navigation does not substantiate your globe model, that's not a fallacious argument. And just because you critique his point as you think it's fallacious because you're a flat earther, but non-flat earthers don't think it's fallacious, that doesn't do anything to refute his point, nor does it do anything to justify yours. Subjectivizing the opponent's point does nothing to refute it or to substantiate or justify your position.
No, Gregory, what's happening is he's trying to explain sorry, why my argument is fallacious, and he's using what I'm claiming is a fallacious argument to do so. So he's claiming I'm being fallacious by being fallacious himself. That is what I'm pointing out.
I pointed out that what was fallacious about your argument is that it included the begging the question fallacy. What fallacy am I employing to tell you that what you're doing is fallacious? Please tell me.
I do not know the name of such a fallacy.
Describe
that doesn't
it.
make it
Describe
not
it.
a fallacy.
Describe it.
Like I said,
Describe
you're
it.
trying to use a fallacy
Describe it without
to make
rhetoric.
you're trying to use a
No,
fallacy to
you
explain
can't
my
say
fallacy.
to tell me I'm doing a fallacy. What is the fallacy? Describe it.
Oh, jeez.
What is it with you and that microphone?
Left lane, you're roboting right now.
Well, what Elijah's doing is presupposing that celestial navigation only works on a flat Earth. So he's begging.
No, I'm not, because I didn't make an argument. I'm just stating to percentage and percentage only at that time, because you said you didn't understand why you got up to a millimeter of accuracy and the result still allowed you to do what you needed to do. Well, then I said, well, percentage, isn't that just like them using celestial navigation to tell them that they've traveled along a point on a sphere? And what do you know? Because we got to that point specifically, that means we've traveled along the sphere, even though conventionally they were able to get exactly where they were trying to get. And that was the point in the parallel that I was making, that even though you include something that hasn't been logically validated, you can still get to an answer that is useful. That was my point.
That's literally begging the question. You're assuming the celestial navigation only works on.
She's not listening.
No, Brenda,
she's not listening.
You swallowed a robot, Brender.
Stop
She's
that.
not listening. She's not listening, bro.
Elijah's critique is not begging the question. It's not begging the question. When you make the appeal to celestial navigation as the globalist, that does not substantiate your position, especially when the geometric properties of the globe are antithetical to the geometric properties that are necessary for celestial navigation to occur.
What? Well, don't you use a plane on top of a tangent point and just pretend that that's the center of the? So you're gonna tell me no. When? So what's a tangent point?
Are we gonna do basic geometry today?
No. What I said was, don't you use a horizontal plane on a tangent point mathematically? The answer is yes, but you said no.
Yeah, the answer is no. You don't use a horizontal plane.
So what the fuck is the celestial sphere model then?
It's a sphere. It's not a plane. You said it yourself.
It's a dome over a flat plane. Dude.
Celestial sphere is.
You know what he means.
No,
it's
no. The celestial sphere is, yes, the horizontal attachment to the revolving. Yo, matter of fact, I'm out of the shower now. Let me go ahead and pull up a citation, fam, because y'all niggas get on my nerves.
See, we're trading critiques of one another's argument back and forth, but because we don't want to concede one another, we're not acknowledging the obvious points. The obvious point when I just came into this room is that Elijah's critique is that your appeal as the globalist to celestial navigation does not substantiate the globe model, especially when the
we weren't making
for celestial navigation to occur are antithetical to the globe.
Yeah, we weren't talking about that.
So the basic claim that I was making is that if we take the two-way speed of light, we make the assumption, yes, this is an assumption, that it is the same way both directions. Both one ways are the same. And then we use this in GPS calculations, and we get millimeter precision. That appears to show that we have done some correct assumptions because we're getting an extremely accurate result. Where in this argument are we being fallacious?
What does that have to do with celestial navigation?
So the first thing I
Exactly.
said, so the first thing I said was, who cares? And then he didn't get the because you did beg the question, and there's a lot of pieces, interchangeable pieces that go in between.
What part is
I
begging
believe
the question?
anyone that uses
Yo,
GPS
fam,
cares.
if you ask me what part is begging the question, I told you twice now.
You don't know what.
If you've said it twice, you can say it a last third time.
So it's
what part is begging the question?
So it's what part? It's you never said it, which I had to repeat myself, and we can play back the video, which we're not. Like, it's just been too much time. And I said the same thing twice. I gave you the answer you said I didn't give you. You got Brenda saying I'm wrong. You got another person's.
We don't care about the conversation of the conversation.
That's
what
the point.
part
That's
is
the whole
begging the
point.
question?
Is
what
the way we're
part,
having this
Elijah?
conversation, because I'm not debating you about the rhetoric.
Part
I'm
is
telling you
fallacy.
You said
still
you
haven't been able
that,
to
you
actually
said you
point it
assume
out.
that the two-way speed of light allows you. You said that assuming the two-way speed of light is equal in both ways, to and from, therefore you get some kind of measurement that is to the millimeter accurate for GPS. And I said,
therefore.
so, and what the fuck? So you're gonna interrupt me?
You're not using
What do you mean therefore? It's the same words that I'm using except a synonym.
No, I said it's not therefore.
What's not therefore?
It's not because the two-way speed of light, therefore we get an accurate measurement. I'm saying we have the two-way speed of light, we make an assumption, and that assumption gives us an incredibly accurate to the millimeter precision.
The assumption is the two-way speed of light.
Therefore, we must have made a correct assumption.
The assumption is the two-way speed of light. That's the begging the question fallacy right there. I just told you.
The result speaks for itself, Elijah.
And that's why I said, see, and you hear what he's saying, right, Gregory? So this is why I said, well, the result speaks for itself. Well, when people talk about celestial navigation, they'll say, well, the result speaks for itself. This is how we know we're on a globe. That was why I made that parallel to percentage, because I wasn't really talking to him, because I didn't really think he would understand, because he's the one using fallacious logic in the first place. So I wanted to talk to a third party to see if I was bugging. And all he did was continue arguing with me, even though I said, no, I'm not asking you, I'm asking Gregory, in which he and Brenda said, or the other guy said, oh, so the only way to prove, not Brenda, the other guy, the only way to prove that it's fallacious logic is to talk to a flat earther, which again isn't addressing my critique. All you guys did was just dance around it the entire time. No, speed of light is begging the question.
I just want to say, on the topic of that third party, who might have said is extremely handsome and intelligent, he also responded to you, Gummy, saying that maybe if you had assumed that it was like instantaneous one way and then not the other way, or like, you know, just that it wasn't the same speed both ways, that it might be more precise. It might be like micrometer or picometer precision instead of millimeter precision. You don't know.
Yeah, but but the question then is, if we're so wrong, how can we have such accuracy? Now, it is true, you are correct, that there might still be some deviation.
The answer is who cares?
If you look at the actual accuracy, the deviation cannot be big because the accuracy is very, very precise.
Yeah, well, accuracy means you're within the ballpark of something. That something is the speed of light. No, you do not know how fast light travels, goes from one end to another end, or from that end back to you. No, the fuck you don't know that.
It's an
so it's a
assumption.
Yeah.
I know. So how don't you understand that it's a begging the question fallacy?
That is wrong.
I think more technically it might be affirming the consequent.
Hey, no.
That's the fuzzy. It's damn near the same. Fuzzy, it's damn near the same thing. Because when you look at affirming the consequent and begging the question, they're very close. It could be affirming, it could be begging. It's the same thing.
You get
Both affirming the consequent and begging the question are both circular reasoning fallacies.
True.
So can I speak here? So again, assumptions are not begging the question. You don't even know what begging the question means. It means that your conclusion is in one of your premises.
Right.
Nowhere in my logic was the conclusion part of my premise.
Let me untangle this. This is not that difficult. Okay. Begging the question or affirming the consequent. Okay. In the case with Gummy's argument, it is more so affirming the consequent. I will use the term affirming the consequent just to make the distinction.
It's not. It's a modus tollens. It's a modus tollens.
Shut the fuck up, Brenda.
Listen. Your etiquette and conversation is ridiculously horrid. You got to stop that. This is why points can never be made. Now, with affirming the consequent, the appeal to the supposed speed of light without substantiation and without justification is unjustified. That's the point. So when you say the light has this property and behaves in this way without substantiation and without justification, you are affirming the consequent in your argument. That's the point.
That's false. It's false.
That's also
It's
not.
affirming the consequent, but not for that reason. It's affirming the consequent
and
because
it's
all they have is
it's
the
false.
measurement.
That's
All they have
false.
is the measurement, and they're saying because of this measurement, automatically it must be the same speed.
It must be a globe. No. The efficacy of doing this method does not demonstrate that you're doing it on a globe, especially when the geometric properties of a globe are antithetical to the geometric properties necessary to accomplish celestial navigation.
That's
point
also false.
is
That's false.
your point.
That's demonstrably false. And
It's
science
not
doesn't.
demonstrably false.
and
You need
science-
two horizontal lines. This is where the point needs to be focused. You need two horizontal lines to accomplish this. You need the horizontal plane and you need the star above you. I'm using very
It's not
simple
a
terms.
horizontal plane.
That's
all
what
you
you
need-
need to measure an
all you need
angle.
to do-
They're just gonna lie, Gordon. They're just
all
gonna
you need
lie.
to do, all you need to do, celestial navigation, is the angular distance between 2 points.
Right. And how do you
And they-
measure
and they
angle?
say the
How do
same
you
exact
measure an angle on a curved surface?
You don't take it from a curved surface. You mark.
Exactly. You don't take it from a curved surface. Thank you.
Right. You take it from the
If it's not
observer's
curved, it's
position.
flat,
It's a
period.
It's a straight
Nope.
line of sight from the observer's eye.
Straight line of sight. It's not curving.
But
This is what you're going to employ your
Hold up,
focus.
Gregory.
It is not
From
curving.
the observer, the horizon looks more or less flat, but that doesn't mean that it's not curving and that it's just within the margin of
No.
error.
We know for a fact.
It might not be as
Percentage. Time
accurate.
out. Percentage. Time out.
What's up?
Remember what I said. So what they're talking about is, okay, you're taking an angle on the globe, so what must they do? Okay, so that line of sight observation goes to a tangent point on the ball in which they will now mathematically have to use a plane.
That's false.
In the celestial sphere model. Am I right or am I wrong?
That's
You were
correct.
wrong.
And that's the thing I'm disagreeing
Percentage,
with.
hold on. That's wrong.
With what's the name? Hold up. With Gregory, he's saying it's impossible. I'm saying it's not impossible. You can math it out, and it could be accurate enough for our purposes. It might not be 100% correct, but it's not impossible to use the curved Earth, which is basically flat on on the ground level where the observer is, and treat it as a straight line.
We don't.
It's not technically correct, but
Nowhere.
it could be
We don't know
mathematically
whether it's
accurate.
possible or not.
Nowhere.
We don't live on a ball. We've never done this on a ball.
But we're not supposed to be arguing or debating like this.
Percentage.
Look,
The
okay, let
argument
me.
has changed like 3 times in the past 5 minutes.
Is there a moderator? Is there a moderator? Who's a
I can
moderator?
moderate the conversation if you guys want.
Can you mute Brenda and then mute me when I'm done so she can talk? Because I don't give a fuck what she says after I'm
I'll
done.
stop.
Because I'm not actually.
No reason to do that, Elijah. Come on.
No. Just go ahead and mute all of them because I don't want to be.
You're poisoning the well right now, Elijah. Can you move on?
Go ahead and mute them right now because me saying I'm just mute them is having them talk. Just mute them right now.
You're poisoning the well.
Moderate when you're not
just
moderate.
mute them right now.
Don't worry about it.
I
got it handled.
Fam. So I'm telling you.
I might just mute you if you keep it. Just carry on with the conversation, man.
Fam, I'm telling you now.
If
I don't get to the end of my, but no, because that it'll be too late then. Because you're smart enough to know that that's what's going to happen. It's not just Brenda. It's going to be somebody. Just mute all three of them and let me get my point across. Because I haven't been able to do that this entire time. So what precedents are you using to justify not muting them?
So you want me to mute the entire room because we never know who's going to interrupt?
No, just those three. Just those three.
He said those three percentage. He said just those three people.
Yeah, but percentage is talking about a slippery slope fallacy. Is if he'll allow it for just the three, what stops him from allowing it for everyone else?
Why do y'all keep making these logical leaps? All I said was percentage mute those three while I'm talking, and then after that, I don't give a fuck what you do. Mute me.
How about
they can say whatever? Why, fam? Bro,
can we
see?
How about you
how about we just let the moderators moderate and carry on with the conversation? Okay.
He's still even with me talking right now.
Don't worry about it, Eli. Please just carry on with the conversation. Say what you want to say, and I'll make sure that it's smooth.
Yeah, he'll mute us if we interrupt you again. So go on.
Is there another moderator in here that's willing to fulfill my request?
You're holding up the call.
I'm a mod, but I cannot
Because if not, then y'all can go ahead. It's okay. I'll just enter the conversation whenever. I'm gonna be disruptive, and maybe somebody will mute me, and I won't give a fuck. I mean, because I really don't care.
Well, you could bring in Nathan, and maybe then you'll get the moderation that you want.
Yeah. Okay.
Why are we debating this right now? Can we get back to the central point? This is what I'm talking about.
I'd like to.
Gregory,
both me and Brenda have offered to stay quiet.
Celestial navigation.
What is the central point then?
That he's using fallacious logic. It's the only reason I opened my mic. And I said, I'm not trying to argue. I'm not debating. I'm just pointing out the fallacious logic. And then we started arguing about that.
And my argument is that argument only becomes fallacious if someone believes the Earth to be flat to begin with.
Now let me say this and answer that, because this is what should have been said a long time ago. These unnecessarily missed opportunities to finally get to the point. With that response, Gummy, that does not refute his point, nor does it substantiate yours. Why? Because merely subjectivizing, listen to me, when merely subjectivizing the other person's point, it doesn't settle the dispute. Unless you can give an argument, an objective argument that exposes the critique as being merely,
I can,
or exposes the argument as being unjustified. If you expose the argument as being unjustified, then fine. But you can't. You don't refute the critique by acknowledging the fact that they have a different position than yours. Yes, they have a different position than yours. That doesn't mean that their critique of your position is not valid just because they have a different position than yours. No, you have to give an argument that exposes the critique being unjustified. And of course, that would be objective.
And that's exactly it. I have exposed his argument for being a subjective thing, and therefore it is not a logically sound argument. Because his argument that mine is a fallacy only works out to the subjective person that believes it's a flat Earth to begin with.
That does not demonstrate the invalidity of his critique.
It is fallacious because it only worked to the people affirming the consequence.
No, that's not how that works.
Basically, Gregory, this is what the devil has done from the beginning of time. Someone goes, "Hey, why are you doing that wrong?" And then they do this thing where they have to say, well, it's not really wrong, but you think it's wrong because you think like this. What the fuck?
Okay, so exactly. So once again, this has to be addressed, because this cannot just be allowed to just go on. No. You saying that his critique is invalid, unjustified, because he has a different position is not a justified counter rebuttal.
It's not because he has a different position. It's because his position is subjective.
That's not.
It's fallacious because it's affirming the consequence.
Objective argument. He gave an objective critique of your argument.
Subjective claims are not objective.
It wasn't subjective. Stop calling it subjective. That's why I'm critiquing your rebuttal as merely subjectivizing the point. Just because you subjectivize Elijah's point does not mean that it's actually subjective. It's not objective just because you say so.
But if my point is circular, if my point is, hey man, you're invoking circular logic, and this is how. Here's where it is in the beginning with your premise. Literally, the first words out of your mouth, and then they go like he just said. You're affirming the consequent, not me. What the fuck? How?
Because what you're doing is the equivalent of me saying to you, you're using circular logic because of A and B, which means A, and therefore I'm using circular logic to tell you that you're using circular logic. So you're using the same fallacy you're trying to claim I'm making.
Could you please point out the circularity in a logical form?
Yeah, that made no sense. Gummy, what
Could you say what the circular logic is, Brenda? What was that?
He's making circular. He's claiming I'm using circular logic by using circular logic himself.
Point it out.
Is that clear enough for you?
Syllogism.
It wasn't circular logic, it wasn't subjective.
Instead of arguing about the whole argument right now, can we get back to actually making a claim and almost start over?
No.
Just start again.
That was the dispute.
I can make my
What
claim.
we're talking about now is what the dispute was.
I can make my absolute claim once again.
No, it cannot be helpful. No.
Yeah, it is.
Travis, would you like me to make my original claim again?
Okay, no.
Before
Travis,
we whistle past
Travis,
this.
Hold on. Travis.
Yeah.
Do we know the speed of light?
No.
Right. So if you use it in your argument, what is it?
An assumption. It's an assumption.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right,
okay, so what is
So here, let me make a clarification. Let me make a clarification real quick. Two basic ways I understand assuming. I can assume with knowledge and I can assume without.
Yes.
Either you and I are good friends and we've got plans to go out and I can assume you're going to be there. Or I make plans with someone I've never met. I can assume you're going to be there and I'm wrong as shit.
So what is the speed of light been assumed to be? The assumption of the speed of light is 3.0 times 10 to the 5th kilometers per second, the last that I heard. So that appears to be the base assumption that we're using to go forward in the discussion.
Oh, the number isn't the assumption. So the measurement is the two-way speed of light. The assumption is that it is the same both ways. So that the one way is half.
We understand what the assumption is. The nature and behavior of light.
He just told you what the assumption is, Gregory. He told
the
you
assumption. The assumption is that there's no reason for us to believe
we understand what the assumption is. We didn't need to say that.
That one direction is prioritized over another direction in the propagation of light. That is the assumption we're making. Because we have no evidence to show otherwise.
You're unnecessarily disputing this point. We know what the assumption is. What the physicist said was right.
Do I have to switch my mic? Am I very low? Like, I feel super disrespectful.
You're just trying to overtalk people, Elijah. That's why you're not being heard.
Well, first of all, I'm the one that called it out in the beginning when everyone else was fucking doing percentage. Did I not begin with?
You're the one that
it was begging.
Hold on.
Did I not?
You were
did
the
I
one
not
that brought
begin
it up,
with?
but that doesn't mean that you can
that's not the point.
Gregory.
That's not the point. That's not the point.
Calm down. Come on.
That's not the point of what I was saying. But you interrupted me to address what I wasn't saying. So when you were done, someone was gonna jump in after me, and I'm trying to prevent that. And that's why I'm high rent. Don't fucking tell me to calm down. So what I'm saying is to you, percentage, is that when I first joined the conversation, I said what I said, but it was ignored. So I said, all right, I'm gonna go on mute and let y'all do y'all thing so that y'all points can be made and blah, 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 blah. It was like 5 minutes or so. Y'all came in, you and Jeremy saying, Elijah, what was that you said about begging the question? I didn't say anything. When Gregory said it, I said speed of light, time and distance. And then you asked again, what were you saying about begging the question? After he was finished, after his point was made, I made my point and he didn't address it. Rather than all he did was say, no, what you said was invalid. And Gregory's now coming in and saying, how is it
addressing it, Elijah?
Yo, but why are you interrupting me now at the point of the conversation that's in contention?
God damn, can
He
you
said it
make
was
your
an
fucking
assumption,
point,
but he
man?
said because of the result being micrometer precision accurate, that it was a good, safe assumption, basically. That it was logical because
and then what did I say to you?
Then you drew up the
You
analogy.
made the analogy to celestial navigation, which was a fallacious analogy.
And then I asked you, percentage, was that a good parallel?
Yeah, and then
no.
You know, it just got hectic.
Why the fuck are you answering for percentage? That's the thing. That's what's wrong. Because when percentage finishes after he's answered my question,
okay,
you can then
okay,
you
percentage.
can. Okay, great. You can then
Yeah, percentage. Do you agree that it was a good analogy?
And then after I've made my point, and after percentage is answered, you can then expose how what I said was either wrong or expose yourself because I was right.
So percentage, do you think that the analogy of using celestial navigation assumption, the globe assumption in celestial navigation, is equivalent to assuming the speed of light in GPS?
I think they are similar. Maybe not in the reason that you guys are thinking, but they do share similarity in so much that they're both kind of, I want to say, affirming the consequent, because you have a result, you have no control. Obviously, you don't have, you know, like a globe Earth or a flat Earth side by side that you could test the difference between the light or the difference between the celestial navigation accuracy, right? So for both of them, you have a result, and you're assuming that the thing that you had, that like the assumption you made was true, but you don't have any control to compare. Maybe if you did it a different way, it would be more accurate. So in that sense, they are analogous.
But percentage. Am I making with the light? Am I making an absolute claim that this must be true, or am I saying that this appears to be an accurate assumption or a safe assumption?
If you decrease the degree of certainty, the point is still the same.
It was true.
No,
if you
I'm saying that because the result is
point
accurate,
can you hear me?
the assumption seems accurate.
Okay,
this is what you just said. If you decrease the degree of certainty, the point is still the same. Just because you phrase your point with less certain rhetoric, it's still the same point.
No, it's not, Gregory. I disagree with that.
Really,
if someone was to say this is true versus this is highly likely, this is probably true. There's a difference.
I know there's a difference between the degree of certainty of the statements. I know there's a difference in the degree of certainty of the statements, but the statement in essence is still the same. This is the result because of this assumption, which is unjustified.
No, because when you say it like that, that's a truth claim. When you say it's probably the case, it's still speculation.
No, that's an inference.
It might be speculation or inference because you have some evidence to but not you're not going to the point where saying this is actually what's happening.
Yeah, percentage. An assumption of probability is a knowledge claim.
But the whole problem
claims.
Okay. Are you
An assertion of probability is a knowledge claim.
I was asking if Brenda was done because
a knowledge of the probability doesn't mean that it's actually what's happening. 100%.
Still trying to say the thing I was trying to say 10 minutes ago.
Instead of going, are you done, and complaining about the conversation, join in like the rest of us and have a proper conversation. No one else is having this problem.
Every time I try to say it,
I'm trying to join in and y'all accuse him of over talking. It's hilarious.
No one's having this problem except him, Rakia.
I'm trying. It sounds like y'all can't hear me, so I asked you if my mic was low.
No, we can hear you, Elijah. Go ahead.
Okay, so then what the fuck is the problem?
I'll tell you what the fuck the problem is. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
They're trying to trigger you. They're trolls and they're trying to trigger you.
All right, everyone, be quiet.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The problem is We let trolls in this VC.
I know, Travis. I know.
Come on.
You don't think?
yeah.
Oh,
All
here
right, I'm
he
gonna
is,
start muting.
bias-
Okay, if we're gonna keep on
bias left lane.
commentating on the conversation, people are gonna
You
start
don't
getting
think
muted.
Brenda and the other
Go
guy
ahead.
are
We
trolling?
get
Zakia,
on.
that includes
We
you.
get on with it.
No more
Get on with
commentation.
it.
When the
So
speed,
you do think they're trolling?
so when the speed of light includes a distance and time, and all of these are factors, right? Like the speed of light itself isn't substantiated because it's not telling you that it's not a speed of light. It's not. It's a misnomer at best. So the thing that they're saying is not what it is all I'm saying.
Thank you.
So if
Correct.
I'm
a more accurate name
if
for it would be
I'm
the round trip speed of light. or
if
two-way
I'm
speed of
over
light.
here and I send a flash
so
of
if you
light
make
at
if
Brenda
you,
over there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Elijah, come on, I
Hold
will.
up, Eli, hold up.
Percentage.
No, Gummy was saying
No, because you said something to me, which I heard, and I'm trying to respond to you, and they keep trying to
Elijah,
jump
you're
in.
trying to you
All
keep
right,
trying to
all right.
I'm trying
control
to
the
respond to
conversation
I'm
instead
trying
of
to respond
letting
to
it
percentage
happen.
because percentage responded to me. Trying to
Yeah,
respond to
you're
Peter.
not letting it
He
happen.
responded.
You're
Because
not
when I was
letting it
trying to
happen.
talk to
Another bad
y'all,
room down left lane.
when I was trying to talk to y'all wasn't letting it happen. So I said, okay, you know what? Let me talk to percentage. The first time I tried to talk to the percentage, y'all kept interrupting. I just
hold up.
responded to
Gummy Bear,
percentage.
can
He
you remember what
responded to me.
you were trying to
I
say?
tell you what.
I remember my point.
Okay, keep it in your mind. Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah.
And then Gummy will go after.
So it's the round trip speed of light. Okay, is it or is it maybe?
What?
No, we definitely have the round trip speed of light.
Yes.
Yes.
100% we have the round trip.
What does that mean?
Not much.
It means it's covered a distance. It's covered a distance to a point, and then it's covered the same distance back, and we measure the time for the total round trip. That's what it means. We have distance and time.
Knowing this information, it has utility. We can utilize this information in having accurate GPS. We can use it in these laser measuring tapes and GPS
You are jumping the
survey,
gun.
GPS survey, all kinds
Yeah.
of stuff that they
You are
utilize
jumping
it
the
in.
gun, man.
Did I refute anything he said? When he said GPS, my response was what?
Distance and time, which wasn't
two-way speed
refuting
of light.
anything.
No, it was not. Percentage.
Yo, just say what you're trying to say, man. I'm not gonna be able to guess everything.
My response to you was, my response to him was, so what? Wasn't it?
It works. So what? Well, so what? It
No,
works.
it wasn't. It
So
wasn't
what?
that. It was.
You see
who
how left lane is
cares?
dodging the question
Who
instead of
cares?
just
is what
answering
you
it head
said.
on? That's the sophistry that we're talking about. So when Elijah says "so what," you want to give all these funny quips and responses instead of giving a direct argumentation in response to what was said.
So what does that? No, when I say so what, it's so what does that have to do with you refuting that you're using an affirmative consequence fallacy?
It's
by
not affirming the
using
consequence. You don't know what
percentage
even means.
percentage. I'm sorry.
You really
Can I
don't.
can I just speak to percentage alone?
If you want to
Is
have a
that
solo
possible?
conversation, you can
I'll
go
tell
into a
you what,
different
man.
room.
But is that
Yeah, it's not even-
possible?
It's not even correct to say it's affirming the consequent, now that I think about it. Because affirming the consequent is basically if A, then B, and we have B, therefore A. But we've never
That's
even
not affirming
confirmed
the
if A, then B.
consequent.
Well, Brenda, 1 second. So we haven't even confirmed A, like we have the one-way speed of light, or that they're the same speed both ways. So we can't necessarily say, because we have this millimeter precision, therefore A. Because we haven't even confirmed A exists.
Right. So
It
the
took
argument
that long for that point
So
to be made.
back to
the
begging the
argument
question.
is the argument
that was
is
pretty
modus
concise.
a percentage. The
ahead,
argument
Brendan.
is modus tollens, not
Was that
modus
no? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Hold up.
the
Hold
argument
on.
is so the argument is if A then B, not A, therefore not not B, therefore not A.
It's not a modus tollens. It's not.
Anyway, percent. What's the topic we're talking about?
We're
Percent.
talking
What's the
about
topic
the
we're
two-way
talking?
speed of light.
Two-way versus one-way speed of light.
Sorry, yeah. The
All right.
equal way
all right
speed
then.
of light being an assumption.
All right then. And Gummy was next to go.
Yep. Was
Hey,
it Gummy?
No,
Hey,
I've got my piece for now.
Okay, then can we get back to a topic of the speed of light and rather than debate tactics and styles and all that sort of stuff, guys?
Thank you.
That's a good idea.
People
Good
look in
idea.
the live stream voice text chat.
Hey, Howard.
So my argument in a logical sense would be, we have measured the two-way speed. If we assume, and this is an assumption, that it is the same both ways, so let's call this assumption A, and then we measure with this assumption, and we get millimeter precision. So the result, let's say, sorry, I'm butchering this, but so the result is millimeter precision, and the logical statement I'm making is that means I appear to have made an accurate assumption. Not that the assumption is true, but it is accurate.
How do you know
millimeter precision to what?
And we infer that the
Millimeter precision to what?
We infer
Your
the
actual
assumption.
position with GPS.
Millimeter. Okay, your actual position with GPS, right? And when I said so what, I'm like, okay, so how does that actually justify that you're using some two-way speed of light?
Because if we were using wrong data, why are we getting millimeter precision?
Wait, hold up. How are you
No,
choosing
it's
to
not
use
data.
You're not. Yeah, you can't affect the speed of light. So you're just choosing to look at it as it being equal both ways. How are you how would you be doing it differently if it was a different speed, one way versus the other way?
Well, then
How
I'd
would it
have to
affect your
take into
data
account.
whatsoever?
Then I'd have to take into account the directionality of it. Because when it comes to GPS,
sorry, go ahead.
When it comes to GPS, it is one way. It is from the satellite to your phone. It's not a two-way conversation.
No, but at the same time, you can't extricate one way from the other way. So if it's instantaneous one way and then 6.00 times 10 to the whatever the other way, you can't extricate them. It's going to be the same result regardless.
Within the measurement for the speed, when we're measuring the speed, you are correct. But when we are making use of the speed, we are using one way, and it appears to be correct. It gives us accurate information. It gives us an accurate position to the millimeter.
Repeated error on the part of the globalist. We are asking you to progress the conversation forward. You keep repeating the point that we're trying to dispute.
Well, let me clarify. I think this is what you're trying to say.
You're not
let me
adequately
just try clarifying, Gummy. You're saying because the GPS satellites only send data and GPS receivers only receive it.
Yeah, it's one way.
Technically, only one trip of the
It's not technically. It is one way.
And because of that, it's we treat it as the 1.5 whatever times 10 to the power of 8 speed.
That means they must have got it right.
So all I'm saying is, in the measurement, when we measured the speed, you are correct. We had to assume, or we had to measure the two-way. But when we're making use of the two-way, in a scenario like GPS, where it's a one-way speed that's needed, we make the assumption that one-way is simply that the two-way is simply the same one-way there and then one-way back. It is the same in both directions.
How's that not
Let me finish my statement. And this assumption appears to lead to millimeter precision. And so my question then is, if this assumption is leading to millimeter precision, why do you think it's wrong?
Okay, so I think you've addressed my concern. So you have this one trip. Hold up, Eli. Let me just try nailing this down.
Because I never said he was wrong. That's why I said, so what?
I think he's wrong to say what he's saying. Because you have this one trip from the satellite. It's only one way. How do you know if it wasn't a quarter of the speed coming from the satellite to you, that it would be more accurate? You have nothing to compare it to. It could be instantaneous.
Well, no, I know.
And the millimeter precision is just due to margin of error.
No, but percentage. If it is the quarter speed, then I would get a different distance, and therefore it wouldn't be millimeter precise anymore.
Right.
No,
So I know
you're using circular logic to say that.
It's not circular logic. It's evidence.
No, because like, okay, so what's the distances we're talking about?
The distances aren't relevant. The point is the point
is it works. It works.
GPS can
man.
tell you where you are within a millimeter.
What happens is we have a
How many
satellite.
times are they going to be allowed to
12
repeat the argument we're trying to dispute them with? That's my point.
But can you dispute the fact that GPS works? Can you
No,
dispute the
because
fact
that's
that
what I'm
GPS
saying.
works?
So what? GPS works. So what? What does that have to do with the claim
y'all
you're making?
get to answer his question.
Yeah, it's not. We're not talking about whether it
Well,
works or not. We're talking about
apparently
in terms of the speed
what they're.
that it's, so go ahead.
He's
Go
about
ahead.
to straw
Go
man
ahead,
the shit out of my
Persetti.
position.
Can I
But
put
let
it-
him go ahead and
say,
straw
like,
man the shit out of my
I
position.
don't understand how just from getting this because you don't know when the satellite sent the thing exactly. You don't have like an accurate clock
Well, that's
instinct to know
encoded in the
exactly
signal.
when the satellite sent the signal. To
No,
know
but
that,
percent that's encoded in the signal. That's what GPSs do. They have a clock on them and they encode the time onto the signal. So we know the time it sent it because that's encoded within the signal.
Yeah, and I'm with you, but these clocks aren't synchronized. That's the whole reason we like.
So
that's
the
the whole
time
problem
can
why we
be
can't
manipulated,
measure the individual like path of light because the clocks can't be synchronized. So you can't just automatically assume that these clocks are perfectly synchronized, and you know the encoded time on the satellite is therefore the time on Earth.
The time can be manipulated. You just said it. They send the time one way.
If it's manipulated,
The
then
problem is if someone
wouldn't say
was
manipulated.
trying to. The problem is if someone were trying to fool you, and they did it in an elaborate way, and the only way you can undo the foolery is to point out the fallacious logic. If you bypass that and say, no, it's sound what I'm understanding. I'm understanding that this is what has been told to me. I see the math, I understand codes and all of that. And I'm getting the result that I'm supposed to get. Therefore, what's being told to me about this is true. What if someone is fooling you?
No, what we're saying is if
No,
the
what do you
one-way
mean?
speed
No,
of light.
what we're saying is,
Let
I'm
me
asking
finish
you.
my
I'm
statement
asking you a
so you
hypothetical.
know.
You see how
I'm
he's about to
asking you
repeat
a
himself again.
hypothetical.
This is why
I'm
you
asking
why you
what-
have problem with the conversation because you
I'm
don't live at full
asking
speed.
you a
Hold up.
hypothetical.
Eli, I didn't.
Well,
see
let
your
him
hypothetical.
answer.
What was your
goddammit.
hypothetical?
Yeah.
My hypothetical is if someone is fooling you with fallacious logic and they get you to accept the premises and therefore give you a result that works, how would you then know that they're fooling you?
by exposing the fallacious logic. That's how.
Oh, how would we do that?
By giving us the contradiction.
Yep, that would work.
All right, now, given the fact that I was playing like devil's advocate and stuff like that, and arguing that the speed of light could be different than the same speed both ways, I do agree with Gummy that it is a safe assumption that it's the same speed both ways, and
yeah.
like I wouldn't make the truth claim, but I would say it's a safe assumption to infer from the data we have.
Isn't that how?
Wouldn't you say percentage that not only is it safe, but we know within a certain level of margin of error of how
you would have to
because it can't be half the speed because then we'd have half the distance and that's not millimeter, that's thousands of miles.
Sure.
Right.
In order to get something accurate, something has to precede it that is known. And then the thing that is accurate is to a degree within ballpark margin of error from that thing.
Yes, we have that.
But you don't have that thing.
Yes, we do. We have the
What is
speed
that
of
thing?
light. We have the speed of light and the time it left the satellite.
How did you get the speed of light?
But how, you the time
Y'all just got a
I
crippled argument.
I want this conversation to progress.
You have the speed of light and the time that it left the satellite.
How did you get the speed of light?
How long does it typically take for a
Conversation needs
signal
progress
to
forward.
reach?
How did you get the speed of light?
By measuring the two-way speed of light.
How did you do that?
There's another.
That's a separate conversation. I don't think anyone's denying that you can measure the
There's
speed of light
several
in
different ways.
Yeah. But
Okay,
here's my
them.
question.
Explain the method of inquiry and how you ascertain knowledge of the speed of light. Don't just assume it.
So you just measure it. That's all.
Okay,
you shoot it at a
non-informative answer.
mirror and it hits the
your claim
sensor.
to knowledge that you know the speed of
Okay,
light.
wait a minute. Are we going to honestly be satisfied with a snide comment? You just measure it. That's all.
Exactly.
Come on.
It
honestly,
is kind of
it's
a
not
non-starter
a
argument.
helpful.
We
It's not
can't
a
measure the
helpful.
speed of light. There's different
We're
methods. They use
asking.
mirrors.
We're asking questions, right? So Howard gave a little bit more of a substantial response. Okay, so Howard, give us one way.
Have a sensor and a source, and you shoot the mirror, and it reflects back, and you measure how long it took to go that distance.
Okay, great. Now, what about daylight, Howard?
There is some sort of a pinwheel type experiment and it was long distance. I don't know the details of it, but
okay, so I don't.
Daylight does the
I
same
don't-
thing.
Okay, I don't either. So again, we're making these equivocations that are you talking about candlelight? Are you talking about a laser light? Are you talking about
all light? All of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
all of the light.
Yeah, the difference wouldn't be the light; it would be the medium
And
that it's in.
And the spinning wheel, just to clarify quickly, that
here
is
we
used
go.
to time
the
it.
medium, the medium that it's in. That's yet again another problem, isn't it?
Light doesn't have a medium.
Oh fucking god! The medium that it's in is the
That was such a doozy. That is exemplary of the foolishness of
Globus,
Brenda.
if you're listening, you've taken
walloped
months
out.
off of my life. I can't fuck with this.
We agree that a medium can impede the movement, but when we say the speed,
Go
we
back
talk
to the
about the
method
speed
of
in a vacuum.
inquiry, how we know the speed of light.
What?
We told you. You measure its two-way travel.
Your non-informative, begging the question answer is not helping. Howard, left lane, explain what you were explaining earlier concerning the sun, which Travis asked you about.
Left lane told you. Weren't you listening? Left lane told you.
Left
Yeah, I
lane,
mean, I
explain
don't-
what you were talking about when Travis asked you about the daylight.
Well, how do you think three-ring lasers work? They have to know the speed of light, and they see the differential.
Yeah, I don't see how daylight would be different than a laser. I mean, they're both EMF.
It's all light.
You could have a mirror set up, like a known distance, 2 mirrors set up, and then with a sensor and measure it with daylight. Could be done outside. The issue, like the only question would be the medium and any refraction, and that would cause a margin of error. It would be slightly off due to like the bending of the light or what have
Well,
you. But aside
you
from
would
that,
measure it.
that's
If you wanted to remove the effects of the atmosphere, then you would do it within a vacuum.
Well, you can't completely remove it, but yeah, you could.
You have a clock on one
decrease it.
side, you have a clock on the other side. You shoot a laser at a known time, and you receive the laser at a time at the other side where someone's sitting there looking at his clock. Your clocks are synchronized. You take one clock to the other location, and then you shoot the laser at a agreed time.
Here's my question.
Wait, did you hear what I said?
Yeah, Zanik, there is problems with that.
I know there's slight problems, but I'm not
Can
talking
you show us
about
this happening in real life?
Yes.
Can we get back to? So my question is, how long does it take for a signal to come from the satellite to the GPS receiver?
Well, it depends on where you are.
Five seconds from the moon and back.
No. So you're on Earth, and it's a satellite in geostationary orbit or what have you. How long does it take to get a signal back?
1/15th of a second.
1/15th of a second. So if
on average,
if we
of course,
said
it
that
changes,
the
but yeah.
speed of light wasn't the same equal ways, let's say we're saying it's half that from the satellite, it would be 1/30th of a second.
Yeah, exactly.
So do you
Or
think
no,
that
wait,
we're- So percentage.
it would
do you
be
think
the other
that-
way around.
Percentage. Do you think that we're justified in assuming that the one-way speed, that the speed of light is the same in both directions?
Are we justified in assuming it?
No, we're justified in assuming that they are very close within a degree of margin.
Yeah, I don't know what the margin of error is. That's the thing.
Well, because you got to remember. So you got to remember that we know that over the 12,000 miles plus that it had to travel, we're only off by one or by a margin of millimeters. So it had to travel 12,000 plus miles, and the speed gives us the speed we're using gives us an accuracy within the millimeter, which means the same percentage a millimeter is to 12,000 miles. That's the accuracy of which we know the speed of light one way.
I'm with you, but in the end, it boils down to how long it takes. And if it's such a small amount that even the tools that we're using to measure it, you know, if it's above the margin or within the margin of error, those tools, it doesn't really make a difference, the distance.
Well,
because
the distance makes
is so small, the distance is so
hold on.
short that it happens in, you know, a fraction of a second.
Do you not agree that speed is distance and time both? So of course
Absolutely.
Distance matters. Wait,
No,
I
but
don't get your logic there when you say distance isn't as important as time.
It's not,
They're
because
both
when the
equal.
speed is so high in terms of measuring it, you can't really tell the difference. Like the distance is so short that it doesn't really matter. So
it does.
It would be more observable if it was a longer distance. You'd have difference in time. It could be actually measurable. But if the time is negligible,
what do you mean?
You can't really decipher the speed too much.
We have 12,000 plus miles, and we get it within the millimeter. I don't see what part you're not like. We have a huge distance with a very, very precise accuracy in the order of 12,000 miles to millimeter precision.
I'm with you. You're not understanding my point. My point is speed is distance over time, right?
Yeah.
Now, if time is negligible with different speeds, with the speed being double, the time is still negligible. It's a fraction of a second both ways. That doesn't necessarily mean the distance is a factor. You know,
we don't care about the absolute change. We care about the percentage change, because if the distance changes by 3%, the time will also change by 3%. Otherwise, something's wrong with the universe.
Let's say
because if you're somehow saying that the distance changes by 3%, the time barely changes at all, and yet we still get the same millimeter precision. Like, that doesn't logically work.
No, I'm saying that the distance. Let's say the distance doesn't change whatsoever. Let's say magically we have, you know, we can shoot light at the, you know, equal speed of the round trip or whatever, and then half that. You know, that it takes 3/4 of the time, the speed to go, and then 1/4 of the time to come back.
Yeah.
If you have like tools that give you a margin of error such that the time to launch or whatever, the time that it's actually propagating is negligible. It's a fraction of a second. It's hard to actually gauge the difference between them. It doesn't matter like what the distance is. It's going to be, the speed is going to be basically like you can't actually measure the difference.
Of course, the thing is when you're measuring
technologies, I'm saying.
When you're measuring in quotation marks with the GPS, you're not measuring the distance, you're measuring time.
Exactly.
So the time is what we're measuring, and in order for us to have millimeter precision, we must be accurate enough in measuring time to get a millimeter precision. So of course we have accurate timekeeping. So. Otherwise we wouldn't have. What do you mean you don't think so?
I don't think
How else are we getting millimeter precision if we don't have accurate time?
I think we could be potentially getting millimeter precision if the speed of light was faster. Like if it was faster than we thought. If it wasn't the equal speed.
If it was faster, we'd be getting a different distance.
We'd get if it's faster, we'd get a shorter
distance. It would still be covering the same distance.
How is it?
It's going from the satellite to the receiver. It's the same distance.
I get percentages point.
It would show me up in the air like I was I'm in a truck, but it would show me like I was in an airplane.
The thing is,
it would show on your receiver regardless.
Hold on, if the distance is the same, but the time changes, that would show you to have moved. If the time is different, but the distance is the same, you would again have moved. The only way for you to have accurate precision is for the both of them to be matched.
Yeah,
You
but you have to
didn't
understand these are
explain the difference. I
constant
think you
streams
misspoke.
of
You repeated yourself.
like the signal is constantly being propagated when you have this receiver turned on or what have you. So it'll constantly update where you are, and if it's within the margin of error of the unsynchronized clocks between the two, you're not going to be able to tell really what the difference is.
Yeah, you can by the time.
So
We just
if
said
you
the time
don't, if
isn't
you think
perfectly
we
accurate,
can't
it's not
tell that,
perfectly
but
synchronized. It's a
Prasad,
fraction
I
of
don't
time.
see how you reconcile that. You think we maybe can't take this time into account, and yet at the same time we do have millimeter precision. How do you reconcile these two thoughts?
Because we have millimeter precision, but that might be because of the technology, the tools that we use to measure the time, like the synchronization of the clocks are what they are, right? And maybe that's what gives us millimeter precision. And if it was a little bit more precise, and maybe the speed of light was a little bit different, it could be that could be reduced. Who knows?
Yeah,
We don't have any
and
control
but
to
that's what I'm
compare it to.
saying is I agree with that statement, but we also know by what margin of error we have. We know, for example, as an extreme, we can't be off by like half the speed of light.
We can
Because
validate it. We validate it. He's basically saying we validate it.
But that's the thing is, we know we're not off by half the speed of light because that would result in 6,000 miles of inaccuracy. We know
How
we're
do you
not
know?
off by 1% because that
How
still
do you
would
know?
account for 120 miles different. We're still
How
not
do you
off by
justify that?
0.1 because then we'd be off by like 12. Like as I'm
I don't know why
saying,
you
How
keep
do you
on.
justify
because
that?
we
How do you
have
know?
millimeter accuracy, we know
Yeah,
that
but
we
how do
have
you know?
I'll get in a second. We know because we have millimeter accuracy that we have the speed of light pinned down to a very, very accurate error margin.
Why do you
Okay,
keep
so
on
here's the
explaining it
problem.
in
But how do
terms
you?
of
But how do you know?
Let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this.
But I'm still trying to ask nicely and calmly. How do you know? And what?
Right. That's why I want to phrase it this way.
What?
Perhaps the question isn't understood. We're
Well,
asking
I
you,
was gonna
by
do
what
that,
standard
and
are
I'm
you
trying to be calm about it.
Hold up, one at a time, please.
let me give me a chance to phrase it because they're probably not understanding the question. Let me rephrase it more specifically.
But
We
I
are
was
asking
first,
you,
and
Gummy
I didn't
Bear.
even get to. Because every time I tried to speak,
Elijah, learn how to share.
Brenda,
Elijah.
Brenda, please, you're not helping. Technically,
I was
Elijah, you were
first.
first, so go ahead, say what you want to say.
Can
and
I
then
talk
Gregory,
about a
if it's
regular
not phrased
Gregory can go ahead. I mean,
right,
people
appreciate
can
that.
see that I was first and still straight up be like how
Okay, all right, let Gregory go.
straight up be how Brenda's being. Then that's fine.
Actually, you came in here in the middle of a conversation and
We're
started
losing the point now.
No, actually, he started talking after I said what I said, and he was technically first, but
Oh,
he's
come on.
he's given the floor to Greg.
Let's
So
just
go
move
ahead,
on.
Greg.
Come on,
Painful.
Gregory,
So, let me
go.
ask the
Go,
question.
Gregory.
To finally ask the question so we understand, we're asking you by what standard? When we ask you, how do you know? We're asking you, by what standard did you adjudicate to know whether the result is accurate or inaccurate? The only way you can know accuracy is by adjudicating the thing in question by a standard.
Okay.
By what standard are you adjudicating?
Let me answer that. I have a GPS on my dash that tells me how to get where I'm going. I'm going by a rest area, the entrance to the rest area, and I'll look at my GPS. Bam! I'm exactly where it says I'm at. It works. That's adjudication.
That begs the
works.
question: how do you know by what standard? By what standard are you adjudicating the information that the GPS is giving you to be accurate or inaccurate?
He just
By
told
the
you.
reality of the spatial structure around you, Gregory.
This is the problem because y'all are so deficient in knowledge of logic. You don't recognize
Oh my God.
when you see it.
Adam.
Gregory.
Well, left lane, he does have a
you're
point.
getting
Just
is
because
what's
no
in
one's
dispute.
disputing that it works.
No, but
And
the thing is,
We're not
the
disputing
signal
whether or not it
you would-
works. We're
my question
disputing
to you, Gummy
at
Bears,
what
why do you
standard are you
phrase it?
adjudicating the accuracy or inaccuracy of the information the GPS is giving you.
Because GPS is telling you things about the real world of which you can
really don't get it.
verify yourself. For
They really
example,
don't get it.
it's telling
I'm
you,
done.
Gregory, come on. For example, like in his example, if it's telling you that the entrance to that rest stop is right there, a few meters away from you, and then in reality, you see the rest stop a few meters away from you. And then you can repeat this. Not just you, but everyone who ever used GPS repeats this and sees that, oh, every time I look at the GPS, it shows me accurately when I'm in front of something, next to something, away from something, all of these distances from the computer screen of the GPS to reality, your real perception of reality, they are matching. That's not begging
Gummy,
any
that's
question.
not relevant. I'm sorry to say,
Of
that's
course
not
it's relevant.
It's not, because I don't know why you keep on phrasing it in terms of distance. The distance is not changing. It's going to be from the satellite to the receiver, regardless. Now, what you're talking about in terms of being,
hold on.
you'll see it on the map be a little bit farther ahead or whatever. That's just an issue of the actual mapping of the thing.
Hold on, percentage. Why do you think the distance isn't changing?
It's not, because you're still covering the same distance from the satellite to the receiver. What's changing is the time that the signal takes from the satellite to the receiver, and that will change the speed.
The distance changes, therefore the time changes, and therefore your conclusion of the distance changes. That's
Are
how
you talking about
GPS
if you're in a
works.
moving vehicle or something?
Yeah, if you're moving, the GPS will update the fact that you're moving because it's constantly getting that information.
Of course.
Yeah, and so
all
your
that's
distance is changing.
Hold up, all that's changing in that regard is that it's still basically covering this light signal coming from the satellite is basically covering the same exact distance. It might be a smidge different, but it's still covering that same amount of distance from the satellite to the receiver, and that's the main thing. If it's going at the speed of half the speed of light or the equal trip speed of light or whatever, it's the only thing that's changing is the time that it takes to get to your receiver. And if all that is the same for all the receivers in the world, how are you telling the difference?
No. So I don't think this isn't mean, but I think you've misunderstood what it means when we say millimeter precision. So when I say millimeter precision, that means that if I put my GPS receiver on my table right on the left side, and it's receiving a signal, and it will tell me its location it will tell me its location. If I then move it 5 millimeters to the right, the time it took for the signal to arrive to my phone has changed in a measurable amount to where the phone will tell me I am now in a new position 5 millimeters to the right. That is what it means to have 5 millimeter precision.
Yeah, but you can't
just
actually gauge that.
moving it by 5 millimeter is enough for the signal to be able to be interpreted that I have moved. That's
So when I was attributing distance, when I was talking about distance earlier, someone said it was irrelevant. Remember that?
I don't remember who said it was irrelevant, but I would say distance is very relevant. It's the prime factor.
Distance is irrelevant.
You didn't address what I'm talking about. So let's say you move the GPS on the table, just of however much you want, right? And yes, it's going to update, but it's going to update in less than a fraction of a second. It's you don't know exactly whether it's up, the difference is due to the speed of light being what it is, or whether it's just the synchronization of the clocks or what. So you can't just automatically assume that this wouldn't happen if the speed of light was a little bit quicker.
What do you mean? The update happened because you moved your phone, and our measurement tool is accurate enough to have told the difference between 5 millimeters to the left or to the right.
What's the precision of the measurement tool that you're using?
5 millimeters or
No,
millimeter
I'm
precision.
measuring the time.
You get a ruler. You get a ruler.
time
And
to
you
update.
measure
The
you
time.
Get a ruler and you measure out 5 millimeters.
We're not talking about the distance. We're talking
Oh
about
my
the time update that is telling us that the distance is accurate. What's the difference in the time?
Oh my
update?
God, is right. Percentage. You do this all the time. You're not thinking this through, bud.
You said it was 1/15 of a second before, right?
Yeah. So the actual answer to that question is that so the true real world answer to that question, which isn't going to satisfy anyone in here, is that the phone clock doesn't actually need that good precision because of the fact that we have multiple satellites and therefore we make use of their accurate timekeeping. And so we have atomic clock precision within our GPS because we have multiple satellites.
So you rely on.
You see, the only
other
reason
clocks.
this dispute is continues because you keep misinterpreting what percentage means when he's talking about the irrelevance, quote unquote, of distance.
Yeah, they're not getting it.
I understand what he means.
But I appreciate
well,
what
if you understand
said, Gummy
what he
Bear.
means, can you reword it then?
I'm saying if it takes 1/15 of a second to come from the satellite to the receiver, right? Regardless of where you move the receiver on Earth, it's going to be still around 1/15 of a second for it to come from the satellite to the receiver.
They change that when you say it's still going to be around 1/15. No, the actual difference is what we use to find our location.
Yeah,
which
you're
means
saying
that we're
that, but
measuring
where-
the actual
No, we can
change.
detect that even with a laser in a little bit in a 1 foot pad. A
And that-
3-ring
what
laser
that says-
gyroscope
what
actually
that
can
m-
detect these small changes. You're
what
talking
that
about
means, percent,
over
is that
you know
that small
thousands of
Hold on,
miles.
Xanax. Let Gummy Bear finish.
But what that means exactly is that small change is exactly what we're measuring in order to get
How?
millimeter precision.
No, without relying on clocks on other satellites, which might be also unsynchronized or what have you, how are you actually measuring that this 1/15 of a second isn't margin of error? It's actually the precise amount of time it takes to travel, like to pinpoint. I mean, 0.000.
Why is everybody
whatever
lag
accuracy.
fucking up?
So then we'd have to get into the precise way that the pseudo ranges and carrier phases are used to calculate the distance, and then how other satellites are helping with that, and how you could do
Well,
it
that's
with just your
this is
phone.
my whole point in the first place.
Yeah,
Because if
but
it's
that's a technical question, not a.
that's my whole point in the
what's
first place. Because
actually
if the
happening
light
question.
if the speed is faster, then it would be traveling in less of a fraction of a second. Instead of 1/15th, it might be 1/20th. It might be 1/25th. So the whole precision of this measurement is, you know, if this 1/15th accuracy or 1/15th speed is the limit of our tools, and that's just the best that we can measure it. It doesn't
No,
answer
no.
the question
So,
of how fast
no,
the light is actually going.
What I'm saying is,
let percentage finish.
what I'm
I hope that
saying
was clear.
is, when you receive the signal, all you have is the time it took for it to get to you. That's all you have in the signal. Now, from this,
Justify that.
No, but you have the time from the clock on the satellite, which might not be synchronized.
So if you want to get into the technicality of how we synchronize clocks, that's a different conversation. That's more a technical thing, not a flat Earth related topic in any way. That's a technical how do clocks work.
That was what I was
question.
talking about in the first place. That we can't
you can't
automatically assume
justify the
it's
time
the
it
equal
takes.
trip just based off of how like, you know, precise it is on Earth. Because
Yeah,
it
but
still
the
doesn't tell
answer-
you exactly
You
how
can't
long the signal was
justify
in the air.
time it takes to go from one place to another. You said distance is irrelevant, then you said distance was, and I was like,
No,
well, how
you're
would you know the
strawmanning.
distance?
I've never said
Well,
distance is irrelevant,
someone
Elijah.
said so. Then
I said the
answer my
distance is
critique.
irrelevant.
So then answer my critique. Then, so how would you know if you don't know the distance? How much time it's taking to go from point A to point B if you don't know point A to point B?
No, we
How
do
do you
have the distance.
you know that the distance is what you're measuring?
Well, he just
or
said
what you're-
the time it takes.
The time is
So
what
I'm
we're
just
measuring,
asking.
really.
Oh no,
Yeah,
he said
I
the
was about to
time it
correct my
takes to
statement, but
receive.
he's
The
very
time
on
it
it.
takes to receive, right? The time it takes to receive the signal from where? Right, tell. From where?
From the
From the
satellite.
satellite.
Oh, so in order to know how, so it took 2 minutes. So the how far
1/15th of a
the,
second.
so how far it traveled is irrelevant, right?
No, that is what we're actually calculating. That's what the pseudo range is for. That's what the carrier range and the pseudo range are smoothed for,
So-
to get
so how do
the
you know the
accuracy of the distance.
So okay, so the time tells you the distance, but isn't the distance gonna be needed to know the time?
No, the time is a measured thing. The distance is a what's the word?
Calculated?
Measure thing?
No, it calculated. It's I don't even know if the word calculated is correct, but I'll stick with that for now.
Oh, so okay, I'm just trying to understand because I
Yeah,
really don't.
time is
so the
is
distance,
measured.
so the distance is calculated. Okay, so
true.
the AKA, okay, so we don't know where shit is.
No,
That's
the
just
distance is
calculated. But the time,
calculated.
No,
but the
because we
time,
understand
but
that,
the time,
velocity
but the time,
is the first derivative of distance with respect to time.
but
It's
the time,
This is where a
but
little
the
calculus, maybe a
time,
little background understands. Listen,
but
Elijah, you keep
the
on talking when I try to give you
time.
information.
Yeah, because I
So
was
the
first.
first
But the
derivative
time,
of distance
but
with
the
respect to
time,
time is
but
velocity. Would
the
you
Who was
agree?
talking
time.
first
I mean,
between
these
you
are
guys?
two rams
Come on.
clashing head on with one another. Just gotta
Who
stop
was
it.
first?
Exactly.
No, it's like
Exactly.
no
Well, he
matter.
knows I have information that he could
It's
possibly use, but doesn't want to reuse it.
it's like,
In
but
all
I didn't
reality,
ask
I was
you.
first percentage.
Well,
Well, I didn't
anyway.
cut you off. I thought
I
you
mean,
said what
when
you
that
said.
happens, moderators, that's the time to moderate,
Yeah.
not to just
Well,
let it
giving a quick
continue.
definition of what velocity is.
But you're
We
letting him
appreciate
talk,
the
though.
information you have, Zanuck, but you have to do it without interrupting. Okay.
But it needs to be put in because
And
Elijah was missing the actual point about
if
what
Elijah,
velocity is.
if you interrupted, I'm not sure if you interrupted Gummy or not.
No,
but if
I
you-
didn't interrupt because
All right.
remember I was saying, okay, I'm trying to understand. I was gonna follow that up with something, but Gummy interrupted me, waited for him, then tried to go double back to it, and that's when
All
this
right.
thing with
Do you remember
Zanuck
what you were
happened.
going to say though?
Hell no. That's the
Okay,
point.
then sit down and let Zanuck talk.
Brenda,
No, the
you don't
point
need
is
to
this is
moderate.
what y'all do. Is like,
Come on, Zanuck.
You know what's funny? The
Come on.
1/15th of a second
Jump up,
is
jump
actually.
up, Zanuck.
It's okay. Actually, go ahead, Zanuck. I forgot.
No, it was just a data point,
Yeah.
just to kind of put in the back of your mind that speed and velocity is defined as it's the first derivative of distance with respect to time. So those two factors are needed for speed. And, I think everyone understands that and agrees.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about a time change in this measurement, we know that has to do, and it will absolutely imply change in the distance because velocity is tied to it.
No,
So the
not
position will
necessarily.
be tied to it.
That's
It
that's
doesn't
the
necessarily say
dispute.
change in
When the
distance. It says
distance
change
is
in
increased,
speed,
that
not
doesn't
distance.
decrease the speed of something.
The contention,
Oh, and
Zanuck,
the
that
It would
they're
if the
making
position
is
didn't
that
It
change.
what
only
if the
changes
speed
distance
is
if you're
different?
holding the speed constant.
It would if the position didn't change. You'd be right.
No, if
You
I'm
don't
driving
get it.
a car, listen,
Throw it out there if you guys.
I'm gonna
Maybe
speak
latch
simple
on to
terms.
something concrete.
Yeah, no,
Speak simple
Zanuck,
terms.
It didn't
you
work.
put your foot in your mouth with that one. You're wrong about that.
Okay, let me say this, especially for the audience watching on YouTube. Okay, this is very simple. I'm in a car. Between where I am in the car and the location ahead of me, point B, I'm at point A. There's point B ahead of me, 10 miles ahead of me. Very simple. If I am traveling in this car at 10 miles per hour in this car, then that's how fast I travel. If I increase the distance, if I double the distance between point A and point B, 20 miles, and I'm still traveling at 10 miles per hour, when I increase the distance, I didn't increase my speed. I increased the distance, and I'm still traveling at the
You
same
got it
speed.
backward. Let me use your analogy.
Zanuck's wrong and you're right, but you.
That's exactly what we've been saying.
Exactly.
How you
So
gonna say
let me
that backwards?
make one real quick one sentence with that, just following that thread. So if we know it's 10 miles to something, or we don't know how far it is, but we know we're going 10 miles an hour, and we know we get there, and we know an hour goes by. We know we've gone 10 miles. But if we change that to, if we think the speed is different, then that position will be different. So if we're really going 11 miles an hour, in an hour it'll be a mile off, and that's what Gummy's been trying to say.
Changing my
No,
example.
that's not relevant though.
It is relevant.
No,
because we
the
know how
distance of
fast
where
light
you're
is,
going on
and we know
Earth
the
doesn't
time,
matter.
so we know the distance. And if the speed is off,
this is
then we
what I'm
know for
trying to
sure that the
expose.
distance is off.
You see?
So this is what I was trying to expose with the begging the question, and but it just keeps
There's no
getting.
begging the question.
That's not begging the
I
question.
mean,
You
I
don't
know
what that
because when
means.
I said the speed of light was begging the question, and then you have to parse the details. Well, then it's just going to be 2 or 3 steps in there. Then
It's
like
literally not begging
because
the question.
when
You
I
don't
say the
know
speed of
what that
light,
even means.
but that's an ad hom, and so
No,
why
it's
would you
not.
need to do?
This
Why
is
would
where
you need to
moderation needs to
do?
take place. Constant interruption.
It's only when I'm acting crazy. It's only when I'm acting crazy that dude with the sunrise fucking icon is gonna say something, right?
So Elijah,
Hello?
Elijah,
Am I getting called? Hold on, am I getting called out for something?
Elijah, it doesn't
I'm
matter.
saying it's not until we get irate and high rant. It's not until we get irate and high rant that you then respond because you hear commotion and chaos going on. But because I was calm about Brenda ad homing me, all that was going to happen was Zanuck was going to continue to talk in my place, or Brenda was going to continue to talk in my place,
What's happening, Francis? He's complaining about moderation.
I was going to complain, and then you was going to say there's a problem with that. But I'm complaining because I was just fucking interrupted with an ad hom and nobody said shit.
About moderation.
Because nobody said anything when I was just ad hom and interrupted.
Seriously? Well, hello. Everyone's calm. So stay calm.
Somebody's getting
Seriously.
Elijah thinks
And don't interrupt. And don't interrupt. Okay.
So can we please get back to Elijah's point without interrupting?
The point is that
she's still going to do it. She's still going to do it. She's still going to do it. You ain't saying shit about it. You ain't saying shit about it. You ain't saying shit about it. You only going to say shit when I'm talking shit.
Hello. There was dead air, and then
no, there wasn't. Brenda started talking immediately.
I was listening to it. There was dead air, right? And then Brenda started talking. What is the issue with that?
He started talking. Brenda started talking through him. Moderate.
No.
Hello. It was dead.
Elijah started screaming and ranting.
No. Gregory said, "No, you're a liar. You're a liar." Gregory just said, "Now can we get back to Elijah's point?"
Elijah, hold on. I am not a liar. I heard what I heard. I heard dead air, and then I heard Brenda talk. So don't be calling me a liar. I heard what I heard.
Bandit, if you wind back the tape, I said, let's get back to Elijah's point. And then he began to speak, and then she began to interrupt him again.
Can I do that now? Can I do that now? Can I get back to the point? The point is, Elijah, continue. Excuse me, I'm talking. I'm talking.
There we go again. There we go
I'm
again.
talking. What the fuck?
She is not talking. I was literally trying to get in. I was trying to get in.
I was talking. What do you
mean? Right now, you can hear that.
Jesus
no, it's just gonna stay like this until.
Anyway, hold on. This is how it's going to go, right? Because I called it how I called it. Brenda, make your point, and then Elijah, you can go.
Nah, you can't
I've made
do
my
that.
decision.
You can't do that.
Yes,
you can't do.
The hell
he
Brenda,
can't
do that point. Make your point, Brenda, and then you can go next, Elijah.
So Elijah continually makes mistakes, an assumption for begging the question. They are not the same thing. If I make an assumption, I'm not begging the question. Begging the question is when I have a premise that is also in my conclusion. But if I make an assumption, that's not begging the question. I'm done.
Now go, Elijah.
I bet he solves that.
Let me respond, and then if Elijah thinks of something to say and calms down by the time I finish, then good. With what Brenda just said, she's splitting hairs. That's an unnecessary, unjustified distinction. If my conclusion is in my premise, that's a synonym of saying that I have yet to justify my concluding premise. In other words, I am assuming the veracity of the premise without justification.
Yeah, that's not, you have no idea what you're talking about.
So what is the error in what I said rather than just contradicting it?
So again, begging the question is when your conclusion is contained in one of your premises. And that's not an assumption.
Can I ask you then? I'm gonna make a little.
You didn't even.
I'm gonna ask you a quick question. That's analogous in some certain ways, and I want you to tell me where the fallacy appears. So, I'm outside, and I look at my look outside at my house, and I want to put a board up, and I look at it and I say, I assume that's going to be about 3 meters. I go out, I buy a 3-meter plank, I come home and I put it up, and look, it fits perfectly. Did I commit any fallacies there when I then say, oh, I guess my assumption was pretty good?
This is a bad argument because this is not an argument. Your example isn't an argument.
So,
if I'm to point out a fact,
am I fallacious in that argument?
This is the problem. This is the problem right here. You see, with your example, I can't answer the question. Why? Because your example is not an argument. It's a pragmatic situation.
You just asked.
There's no fallacy to detect in this example because it's not an argument.
I'm asking if my conclusion, which was I made an accurate assumption. That's my conclusion. I made an accurate assumption. Is that an accurate conclusion, or have I committed a fallacy here?
You have not committed any fallacy here. You made an accurate conclusion, but not based on knowledge. But not based on knowledge. Do you hear that? But not based on knowledge.
Okay, so I have not committed a fallacy.
Okay, so with your example, it doesn't help your point because your example is not of an argument. My critique is someone committing a fallacy. When someone is committing a fallacy, they've made an error in their argument.
Okay. Now, in this scenario,
I need my 2 minutes.
You to, in this scenario, I want you to replace the plank with the distance to the satellite. And
we're not going on this line of the conversation. Let Elijah
analogous situation. We have an analogous situation which you already agreed is not fallacious.
You asked him a question, he refused to answer, and he relented to me. So you're not going to get an answer to your question. I'm going to get my 2 minutes.
So he's not able to explain why one is fallacious and the other is not. Okay.
He said he's not going to.
Okay, good. He's not able to. Let's move on.
It's not that I'm not able to. I refuse to go on this red herring line. Go ahead, Elijah.
Bandsaw, brother, you really need to pay attention, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. So what you said was there was dead air, and then Brenda spoke.
Elijah,
I'm going to give you
a heads up right now. I'm going to give you a heads up right now, mate. We are not going to have a conversation all about modding style or anything like that.
Yeah,
we're going to get
move
a
on. This is boring. Come on.
Well, here's what happened.
What happened. Just move on.
Hold on, everyone. Elijah, I don't care. A decision was made, right? If you don't like it, suck it up, sunshine, and we're moving on. We're going back to a conversation, all right?
I'm going back to my fucking point that Brenda interrupted and that you let her interrupt.
Stop it. You're going back to the same thing he's saying not to do. Just shut the fuck up and say something. Just a dumbass.
That's not part of the conversation. Yeah.
Get back to the conversation, guys.
I would chill out, but you won't even give me that to vindicate myself.
Just start talking about something other than what fucking happened.
Because it's
not
right.
You're such a fucking whining bitch. Stop it.
Hold on.
Relax, Anik.
One last time, we are getting back to a conversation, all right? No more whining. Get back to the conversation. Whatever the conversation was, the speed of light, the speed of microwaves, whatever it is, but let's get back to that, please. Thank you very much.
I want to say this to help us get back on point.
Well said.
Fam,
I still have my question in there.
Fam. When I first came, percentage, back me up. When I first, if
well said,
I'm justified,
don't let him take you to the
tried to make
here.
my point, and every.
We are not having a conversation about complaining and whining, all right? So, Elijah, if you can't respect what I've just asked, right, stay on mute. But we were going to talk about something more constructive, not you having a little whining hour. All right.
So then how am I going to make a point uninterrupted? When is that going to happen?
Now, just start talking and don't talk about what happened and don't whine. It's all yours right now. The floor is yours.
Yeah, let's continue. And moderators, just keep your ears open more closely, please. That's it.
So, speed of light, using the speed of light, right? Okay. Which obviously has to do with the distance and time and everything. Is just simply fallacious in the way that you're trying to use it. Because all you do is make a leap of logic and say, well, GPS. And then I said, okay, so, but how does that justify the speed of light.
Because we measure it, and we're using
frankly,
it. Those values we use in GPS.
Because
you see how you just interrupted him?
No, but I think you need to hear that one point, don't you?
No, because quite frankly, I wasn't done. Like I was saying, quite frankly, when we ask you to justify the two-way, you go into what you do with GPS and one-way signals. And I'm like, okay, what's that got to do with? And then you're like, well, that justifies the two-way because
we
and
know
I'm
the
like,
speed,
why?
Elijah.
And I'm like, what? And
I'm not interrupting, by the way. I'm
And
just, interjecting.
What you're doing right now is you're confusing it, and you haven't been part of the entire conversation before. The two-way isn't under contention. The two-way is measured. We're then talking about the one, making the assumption that the one-way is equal in both directions of the two-way, and then the reason we know this is a correct assumption is because we get millimeter accuracy from as a result of this assumption.
That's an
That
affirmative
is the entirety of the
consequence.
argument.
That's
And
not
no, it's not
affirmative
affirming a consequence.
It is. You making the appeal to the efficacy of the GPS device does not substantiate the knowledge claim of the speed of light.
It gives science works by modus tollens, by
That's
falsification.
not a modus
It works
tollens.
by falsification, right? So you have a theory about light, and we are justified in holding to that theory until or unless it is falsified. So you would need to produce an observation that would falsify the two-way speed
Wrong.
of light.
Incorrect. 125% incorrect.
That's how science works.
Cause and effect. Wrong, Brenda. Wrong.
Now,
let me say this, and whoever was just about to speak, go after me, please. Let me say this. Modus tollens. If P, then Q. P, therefore Q.
No.
Affirming the consequent.
You got
okay.
it wrong already. You
Affirming
got
the
it wrong.
consequent. Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. Moderate.
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay. Okay.
You got to give the moderators sometimes a little bit of time to jump in.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. With affirming the consequent, you're saying B is the case, therefore A is the case.
No.
Without substantiating A.
No. Does everyone forget that we actually know the speed of light? We measured it, and then we use it
of the GPS indicates
wait,
the
don't talk over me real quick. I'm just interjecting.
Moderator, you don't want to cry about it. So just do your fucking job.
Screaming from moderator.
Seriously, I'm getting pretty sick of it, Elijah. Right?
I don't care what you're sick of. Do your job.
If
Stop
you had
crying
been
and
listening,
do your job. Stop crying. Do your job.
Elijah, simmer down, man. Simmer down, brother.
Seriously, mate, you're going to go on mute for a bit because I've had a gut full of you, right? Because I was talking very calmly in the background, saying, "Hey, stop the interrupting," and no one heard me, right? Because I was being spoken over. So now I've lost who was speaking. It was you, Gregory? Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
You were talking. Yes. Go, continue, please, Gregory.
Okay. Modus tollens again. If P, then Q. Not P, therefore not Q. Okay. Affirming the consequent. You are not asserting and affirming the consequent. You're saying, given this effect, it therefore indicates this supposed precondition for this effect to happen. You're saying that given the efficacy of the GPS, it therefore probably or even necessarily indicates the supposed speed of light. That does not follow.
It does follow. You need to know the speed of light for GPS to work. And then for it to work as we say it works, you absolutely have to know the speed of light because those distances are based on that velocity that's already given. So when those velocities are not correct, if you're saying, well, you know what, they're not correct, then we should see different distances, yet we don't.
We have millimeter precision, which shows us the accuracy of the knowledge.
Let me respond to this. With what Zanuck just said, the problem with that is that, and perhaps after I say this, you're going to try and give your argument in defense of this. When you say that, you are presuming, at least what I perceive to be a presumption, you are presuming that you know the speed of light, which also presumes that you know the nature of light, its actual physical properties, and its behavior according to those physical properties.
Yeah, that's not true either.
If you do know those things, please argue in defense of your knowledge claim.
Okay, good.
Wait,
I think
hold
you
on.
said two
Can I
things.
just quickly clarify?
Go ahead.
Because the whole thing was from the very beginning that we all seem to understand that we know the two-way speed of light, but the assumption we're making is that the one-way speed of light is the same both directions. So there's no difference going from A to B as going from B to A. That is, I assumed everyone seemed to be on equal footing in that, but are you saying you disagree with this? You don't think we even know the two-way speed?
It's yet to be explained to me. You made the attempt earlier, which was a very pitiful attempt, multiple people talking at the same time, to explain the method of inquiry to ascertain knowledge of the speed of light.
Gregory, can I make an attempt to explain it to you?
Was that, hold on, was that a yes or a no? As in,
That
yes,
was
you
really
agree
a
we
no.
know the
Yeah,
two-way
I
speed?
don't
or
agree
no,
with it
you
because I've
don't
yet to
agree?
understand it.
Okay, so you don't agree. Okay, good. So there's a premise that we need to get an understanding of, because clearly we've been on different footings for this entire time, because everyone else had agreed that we knew the
to Gummy's
two-way
point, do you
speed.
understand why the two-way speed argument is fallacious
Fuck you.
as
Put me
well?
back on mute, bitch.
Well, hold on. I'm talking, and then you immediately just start talking
Okay,
over me.
hold on. No,
He wanted to be back on mute.
Yeah,
I mean, my
yeah,
God.
all right, fair enough. There you go. You're welcome.
For the rest
So
of the night
if
at
the
that
two-way
point.
speed
Sorry,
was incorrect, that means the one-way speed would not allow you to find the position of certain objects, because if it was one way faster than the other, then the accuracy of the position would be altered. And what Gummy's been saying all along is that we know the speed, and then we validate the speed by using that speed to see distances and positions which comport with that speed. So if the speeds were incorrect, the two-way speed even, we would see a error in the positions, which we don't see. So
I disagree with
we're not having circular. It's not circular reasoning or logic. It is validation of the idea. It is a validation of the hypothesis.
Okay, but it begs the question as to how did you ascertain knowledge of the speed in the first place to
We time it.
utilize it
We
in
shoot
your
a light.
inquiry about the position of the
We
GPS
shoot a light
device?
to a laser and back and measure the time. That's easy to do, right?
Okay, can you explain in more detail, and can you present me a video or so I can see this?
Of course. Well, in essence, they shoot a laser, and it bounces off a mirror and returns to a target, to a receptor, and that photocell will then register when it was shot compared to when it was received, and that is how they calculate the speed of light in a vacuum.
Now, how do you know that light is this particular concrete material, physical being?
You don't. It's like
entity? I'm
having the
using all these
gravity
synonyms
discussion.
deliberately.
What?
I'm using all these synonyms deliberately. How do you know that light is this particular concreta, this physical material substance that is traveling from A to B?
Does it matter?
Yes, if you're traveling distance over time, speed.
Yes.
If you're going to ask me a question, listen to the answer.
Well, I'm listening, but I
It
think I was
matters.
just asking, does it matter?
I'm answering your question. Stop talking through me. The answer to your question is, if you're talking about the speed of light, the distance it traveled over time, of course it matters, because it must be a concrete entity that is moving from point A, traveling from point A to point B over a certain amount of time, over a certain distance.
That's not. You just made a nonsensical answer. I asked you, does it matter what it is? It doesn't matter. We're not talking about what it is. It's like having the.
Yes.
Let me finish. We're not talking.
Yes, it matters
Let me
exactly
finish.
what it is.
I gave you the space.
Yeah,
kind of. You
please
can.
stop interrupting
By the way,
each
you can
other.
throw a word in here or there, and it doesn't bother me. But if you're talking about gravity, and you see the effects, the theory of gravity versus the law of gravity. The law talks about what we see. The theory is why it happens. The why. We don't know what light is actually. We may not ever know. All we care about in this discussion is the effect, what we can actually measure and test. We don't need to know what causes it. We don't even know if it's a particle or not a particle or a wave or whatever. It doesn't matter. All we know is it is. Light is something we know. We can measure it, and we can use that measurement to determine and to enable things like GPS.
Okay, so here is the problem. Are you done?
Now I am.
Yeah.
Don't be a smart
Here is a problem. Here is a problem. The only way you're going to be able to measure anything, to experience anything, is if the entities you are experiencing, particularly light, and you're trying to supposedly measure its speed, its distance traveled over time, it's going to behave according to its nature, its essence. But if light is not what you believe it is, and it's something else, it will behave in a different way, contrary to the way you believe it behaves. So it is essential to the question: what
Okay.
is light? What are its
Are you
properties?
listening to
And how to behave?
did you listen to what you just said right there? I mean, I'm sure a lot of people in this panel are smiling, but that was a bunch of horse shit.
Yeah, we just observe how it behaves, Gregory.
Now, do you hear that response to what I said? I didn't hear an argument. I heard insults and pejoratives.
No, because I mean, I'm kind of joking with you because Gregor, come on, I know you, I get you. We don't care about its nature, whether it's a wave or a particle. We don't need to know what it is. All we're talking about here is its effect, what we can measure. We know that a photocell a photosensor will actually receive this light. And we can also have the photoelectric effect, create power from this light. We know it has properties of a wave and a particle. We don't need to know what it is or narrow it down at all because it has nothing to do with our discussion. All we need to know is that it has a velocity, it has a speed, and it takes a certain amount of time to get from a mirror back to us. And by knowing that in a vacuum, and we can alter it for other things like refraction, refractive index, etc., and angles of incidence and all this, and diffraction, all sorts of other things that it can affect light. Then we can actually use it for things like GPS with incredible accuracy because we understand it very well without knowing whether it's a particle or a wave or acts like either one.
Let me respond.
I feel like I just said the same thing twice, but go ahead. Maybe you can give me the same rebuttal again twice.
And then I want to say something after you, Gregory.
Okay, good. 2 points. The essence and behavior of light is essential to the question of the supposed speed thereof, and it's trying to ascertain what particular behavior it does, regardless of you not caring about what the essence and behavior of light is. Number one.
I didn't mean
Number
not
two,
caring as me, not caring. I mean, it doesn't matter. You know what I meant by the context of me saying that was it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter me caring.
Okay, even in that sense,
Emotions don't come into play here. It's a matter of what light does. We can measure it.
Yes, Zanuck. Okay. Even if you did say care in the sense of it's negligible, it's not negligible.
Not negligible. Unimportant. Non-essential.
Negligible, unimportant. You don't need to know it to know the speed. I get your point. Okay, good. You're wrong in that point. Why?
Not wrong. Because we use light so successfully. Laser interferometers, photolithography, 3-ring laser gyros, laser drives with lasers themselves, accelerating electrons. I mean, we do so much with light. We understand it very well without knowing what it is.
I need some moderation. I need help.
I know. I cannot be heard. Does my mic not work? Testing. Zanuck, let him finish his point, please. Sure. Right, you were talking all through him. Okay.
Thank you, Bandit.
No, I had a rant. I'm sorry. I had to just say those 3 sentences.
It's still going.
You keep saying that every 5 minutes. No, sorry, every 1 minute. You keep saying that. Just shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch.
Listen, you whiny bitch. You stop talking. You're everybody.
Seriously. Come on, Gregory. Go, buddy. Finish your point up. Yeah.
So again, with that response, if you say care in the sense of not important, quote unquote, meaning you don't need to know it to know the speed of light, okay, it's not a matter of you needing to know the essence of light in order for you to know the supposed speed of light. My point is that your supposed speed of light that you supposedly know presumes the essence and behavior of light.
No, it doesn't.
I don't think you could be more wrong, but that's just my assessment.
Oh my God, fam. This is the ugliest. I mean, where's a better moderator, G?
He stopped talking, and Brenda and I both said the same thing. It's not. No big deal. Don't be so sensitive.
I finished this point. See? But I'm a bit more.
Measuring the speed of light doesn't assume anything about it.
I wasn't done, and Brenda's talking.
It's a recurring problem. That's why I'm irate.
Well, the main underlying having Elijah in the background being a freaking cheerleader for the problem. He's making it worse.
The main hold on. The main assumption, gentlemen and ladies.
Oh, Lemon's here. Light to save the day.
Is that light goes from point A to point B like a bullet. The main underlying assumption that we need to examine is whether light travels from point A to point B like a bullet projectile, and or is it a vibrating in place undulation of a medium that doesn't really go anywhere like an ocean, it stays in place, but the wave travels within the underlying medium to give us waves of light. I would tend to be of the latter school as opposed to the former that evokes photons and other bullets that travel from point A to point B.
But none of that matters according to the speed of light. It doesn't matter what its ontology is. Just all we need to know is how it behaves.
Let me
Fair
refute
enough,
that.
but you're going to
It
get
is
different
not going
analysis
to.
from there, Brenda, because if it's an underlying medium, that medium can become tighter or looser, changing the speed of light. If it is a bullet that goes from point A to point B like a photon, that would tend to be an unchanging speed that is set at 3.0 times 10 to the 5th
And if that were
kilometers per
true,
second, something like that.
if that were true, Lemon, then we would see differences in the speed of light, and that has never been observed.
Yes, light's been sped up and slowed down.
Please
Experimental.
stop talking to me, Brenda. Brenda, I'm trying to respond to what you said. This is a cardinal issue in academia overall today. This neglect of philosophy. Yet at the same time, people like to call themselves PhDs, doctors of philosophy, which is what all physics graduate doctoral specialists get. The problem is that you simply hand wave. You just carte blanche hand wave the necessity of the essence of the thing in question in regards to its behavior. It does matter what it is because it only behaves according to its nature. But if it is not what you say it is, then it does not behave the way you believe it is.
If its nature is
still
different,
use
then
it.
it would behave. If its nature is different, then it would behave differently. We do not observe a difference in the behavior. Therefore, we can assume that its essence is unchanged.
Okay.
Well, experimentally, the speed of light has slowed down
Perhaps you would
slightly, even
be
within a
very
century.
delighted to
People
learn
try to
some
say
new
that the slower
information.
speeds that people say that the speed of light has slowed down even since the last century slightly. So the speed of light does appear to be changing and slowing down, at least from there, unless you want to reinterpret that.
So there's a question. How do we know the speed of light is constant? Of course, the people who subscribe to that notion. How do you know the speed of light is constant?
I can tell you by modus tollens. That's how we know.
What's
Well,
the
my
modus
GPS
tollens?
is pretty consistent.
Whoa.
My GPS is pretty consistent. It works. It always works. It seems like, unless I'm in a tunnel or something.
Begging the question.
No, you're right. I think the speed of light can be used as a tool, whether it's the speed of light or the speed of microwaves, which is in the light spectrum, over a fairly short distance, can be used with a great degree of accuracy in the medium of basic air. And this thing can be used with a fairly high degree of accuracy. Now, when you change the medium and when you increase these distances, that's when I think the questions then start to arise. But I don't think anyone can disagree that the tools that we use on a day-to-day basis, whether or not they're laser measuring tools or GPS or whatever, these things have a very high degree of accuracy. But the speed of light can be manipulated depending on the medium or electromagnetism. These things.
Bandsaw electromagnetism has no effect on the speed of light.
Brenda, 100% electromagnetism does have an effect on the speed of light. It has been tested and it has been proven. It has been tested by universities.
You just don't know what you're talking about.
Brenda, now, Brenda, do not call me out like that because it comes from a reputable university and they did it in about 2012. They manipulated the speed of light in a medium using electromagnetism. Now, it didn't change by much. Yes, they did, Brenda.
No, they didn't.
And stop saying. Okay, then. Thank you very much for your contribution. All right. They 100% did. And I have shown the experiment many times here in text. But over short distances, these things can be used with a great deal of reliability. But now when we're speaking about distances to stars and this sort of thing, that's when I make these questions about the speed and the medium and what is and what's it, and how it has been affected.
How are we able?
Uh-huh.
How are we able to remote control drones on Mars then?
Well,
Who says we can? Come on.
We're not, Brenda. So,
You know, you're just denying. You're just going, nah.
no. Anyway, anyway, we're not talking about drones or anything like that. Okay, we're talking about the speed of light.
Well,
and how it
the
can
main
change and whatnot.
indication to take from the speed of light changing is the distances that we derive off of that speed are going to be changing. If the car is going 60 miles per hour and it takes an hour for it to travel, then by logical deduction, all things considered, we're going to assume that it went 60 miles if it took an hour to travel. If the light changes from 3.0 times 10 to the 5th kilometers per second to, I don't know, 2.9 or something even faster, well, then we're going to get a different distance to the moon, the sun, and different things depending on the quality of the medium that it's traveling through or whatever. Perhaps up there's tighter ether, the substance of space being the underlying medium that undulates and bobs and gives us these waves of light that we're seeing. The tightness of this medium may make light travel 10 times or twice as far in the same distance or something like that per unit time is down here with looser ether or something like that. So we need to talk about these implications and what they mean for distance and other, wave propagation or whatever.
Very interesting. Brenda earlier said, when I asked anyone who subscribes to this materialistic, atomistic interpretation of light, how do you know that the speed is constant? And she said, modus tollens. Okay. I would like to hear that modus tollens. Now, who else wants to answer that question?
I'd like to answer my own question.
Okay. What is the modus tollens?
Modus tollens is if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's modus tollens.
I'm not asking you what is modus tollens. I'm asking you what is your modus tollens argument.
Why are you fucking interrupting me?
Brenda, so what is the modus tollens specifically with light speed being constant? Please continue.
Yeah, if the speed of light is constant, right, then we will have inconsistencies with our measurements. We do not see inconsistencies with our measurements. Therefore, we're justified in assuming that the one-way speed of light is constant.
Well, I guess that's one modus tollens, possibly.
Yeah, thank you.
But what if everything changes in relation to that changing speed so that the change is compensated for with the whole system basically changing everything in turn? That would make the modus tollens possibly invalidated on a possible philosophical level, but the modus tollens, I guess, would tend to hold otherwise.
Those things weren't the question I was asked. I was asked to justify our belief in the assumption that the speed of light is constant, but by a modus tollens. I gave you the answer. Even Lemon agrees with me.
Well, actually, we do have inconsistencies with the GPS. Like they are very good at determining your position, right? But when it comes to your actual height above the ground, you do get inconsistencies with the GPS locating systems. So there is inconsistencies with them. Pinpointing your actual place on the ground, they are very, very, very accurate. But then when you start to raise it, when you raise it vertically up, you do get some inconsistencies with it.
That would be true of the GPS system, not of the speed of light.
Oh my God! Then why are you begging the question with GPS, fam?
Begging the question. Stop begging the question.
Oh my God! You said you use the speed of light to get extreme accuracy.
You hear that?
And then I try to justify my statement, and there's like 5 people talking.
Yeah, Bandit, you heard what Brenda said. You recognize that response was pitiful.
Yeah, no, I did actually because the point that I made was valid, right? And now because we're talking about the speed of light, and if the speed of light is dead set accurate because we use it with consistency, well, okay, then when you raise up in altitude, all right, you do get it's not millimeter perfect then, right? There is inconsistencies there, right? This is provable.
That would be due to the GPS system. If true, that would be due to the GPS system.
That doesn't
Really?
make sense.
And
How is
Brenda
the
is
GPS
maintaining her
causing the
proposition
discrepancy?
and trying to disconnect the speed of light from the GPS. She's saying the speed of light is still constant, but there must be a problem with the GPS. She's maintaining her proposition rather than challenging it based off of that premise.
So here's my thing, because multiple people have. So earlier, when I was like, okay, explain to me what's going on, because I said, well, speed of light, the way they were trying to use it was a begging the question. In the end, the justification for it was, how do you think GPS is so accurate?
No, the justification is
I'm just saying what actually happened in the conversation. You can't. I'm asking why that happened. If that, so then you and the person who said that, y'all have to go back and forth now.
So if the speed
Because
of
I don't
light,
know what's true.
if the one-way speed of light is consistent, then it is inconsistent, then we will not be able to accurately measure our position. We can accurately measure our position. Therefore, we have justification for assuming that the one-way speed of light is consistent.
That's not true. The speed of light can change in different situations, in different environments, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't use the speed of light to measure whatever elsewhere. Just because it changes depending on other conditions that cause it to change does not mean that it's always unreliable and never usable.
I never said it was unreliable. I said it is reliable. That's why we are justified in assuming that it's true.
You misunderstood what I said again. Listen to me. You're trying to give a reductio ad absurdum. You like to use your Latin. Okay.
No, it's
You're trying to give
Tollens.
Please let him
you're
finish.
not
He's
listening
going to tell
me.
you why. Go ahead, Gregory.
You're trying to give your reductio ad absurdum. You're saying if this was the case, then it would result in this lack of efficacy or this inability to be used to measure speed or to calculate location. When that's not necessarily true. It can still be, the light can still change its quote unquote speed depending on other factors, whatever environment that it's in, whatever. Okay. But in this particular instance where I'm trying to calculate the exact location of some GPS device or whatever, it could still be useful in calculating that in that particular situation. So it doesn't reduce using light, taking light into account to absurdity when trying to calculate someone's position or whatever. No.
Yeah, that's completely wrong. I used modus tollens, not a reductio.
You still don't understand what I'm saying to you, because what I said to you, the last thing you said was trying to explain how asserting that light is not you're trying to say that if light is not constant, then we can't use it in calculating location. That's not true. That's your reductio ad absurdum. That means you're trying to reduce the alternative to absurdity.
No, that you have no idea what you're talking about at all.
You see, a pejorative, not an argument.
So, right. So, again, if the speed of light is not consistent, then we will not be able to accurately measure position.
That's your reductio ad absurdum argument against the alternative position.
That's not a reductio.
That's not
That's
absurd.
a premise.
No.
That's a premise. That's P then Q. That's not a reductio. It's just a premise, right? And so we are able to measure our position accurately. That's not Q. Therefore, we are justified in assuming that light is consistent, which is not P.
You really don't understand when you say if it is not, then we would not be able to measure. I'm using very simple terms. That is an argument against the alternative position, the position contrary to yours. Reductio ad absurdum. Look it up.
So I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing for the modus tollens. You're misrepresenting my argument.
I know that you're arguing for the modus tollens in defense of your position. You are also trying to justify your position with a reductio ad absurdum argument against the alternative.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
You don't recognize it, but you are.
I'm not.
Everyone who is listening, look up reductio ad absurdum.
I am using modus tollens, which you don't seem to understand. So let me give you an example.
Using a modus tollens in defense of your position, I just said, and everyone heard it.
Right. So if the speed of light is not, if the one-way speed of light is variable, right? If it changes, then we won't be able to measure our position. You're claiming that that's a
Ad
reductio.
absurdum argument against the alternative position.
What would the alternative position be?
I'm more of a still man.
Wow.
What would the alternative position be?
Did you understand my point? I'm not crazy, am I?
I'm asking you, what would the alternative position be?
You just said the alternative position. You subscribe to the notion light does not change. Its speed doesn't change. The alternative position, it does change.
But if it
Which is what you said in your reductio ad absurdum argument against the alternative position, the notion which you don't subscribe to, the notion that light does not change speed.
That's not a reductio. That's
Asking
called
me what is the alternative position when you just said it.
That's called a disjunction. That's not a reductio. That's called a disjunction.
Would you like to explain that?
No. How about you read a fucking book on logic?
A disjunction, huh?
Anyway, thanks for your contribution.
Damn. Easy.
Anyway.
Woo!
Get back to let's have some substance.
Disjunction, a lack of correspondence or consistency. That's the Google definition that they get from Oxford, I believe. Right? The Wikipedia entry. In logic, disjunction is a logical connective typically noted with that symbol, whose meaning either refines or corresponds to that of natural language expressions, such as or. In classic logic, it is a given truth, functional semantics, on which these symbols is true unless both these symbols are false. Okay. Let me go back to the Google definition because that was much more complicated and not intelligible. The number 2 definition, the relationship between two distinct alternatives. Okay. Let me look up reductio ad absurdum. Everyone, you know, if you want to do research, you're going to do it. So I don't need to call you to action to, reductio ad absurdum. Okay, listen.
See what happens when people use fancy words and try to act smart, like,
Yes.
Just say, listen, your argument is full of crap. Excuse my language, but in a more softer tone, and just be on with it.
Yeah.
When God
in
logic,
Who cares what that means? Who cares? Really?
Well, it matters because if we don't recognize what we are saying, if I'm saying something and I don't recognize what the hell I'm saying, and someone's trying to dispute what I'm saying, but I don't recognize that they're recognizing what I'm saying, that's a problem. So
why don't you just say it instead of saying reducto ad absurdum? Why don't you say, I think you're wrong because this and that and this?
I won't use a Latin term since it bothers you so much. I'll just use the English translation.
Seriously,
the
I mean,
argument to
is it
absurdity.
really needed? Think about it.
That's not
You could just
the
say
issue.
appeal to
The issue is the fact that there's misunderstanding. That's not the issue. Okay, now this is a red herring. That's not the issue because I'm using Latin in reference to the fallacy. Here's the entry. In logic, reductio ad absurdum, reduced to absurdity. That's what it means. Also known as argumentum ad absurdum or legit, is the form of argument that attempts to establish a claim by showing that the opposite scenario would lead to absurdity or contradiction.
So couldn't have you just
Wait,
said,
hold up.
your argument
That
is
is
absurd?
not a fallacy. You're wrong, Gregory.
What?
To show that the opposite scenario would lead to absurdity is not it's not fallacious.
I know that. I know that.
Oh, okay. Maybe
I was trying to acknowledge what her argument was, but she doesn't recognize that this is the argument she was giving against the notion that light does change. The speed of light does change. That's all I was trying to say, but she wasn't getting it. She wasn't having that. So that's what she was doing, but she wouldn't concede that that's what she was doing.
If she was doing that, if she was, I wasn't here for it, but if she was saying the opposite scenario would be absurd, that's not fallacious. That's not wrong.
I wasn't pointing out a fallacy.
Okay, all right.
See, you're still arguing about the word.
What her argument
just
was.
said, Brenda, your argument is absurd, right? We wouldn't have had this conversation. He should have said, Brenda. Your
No, because
argument
then
is
you'd
absurd.
be.
I think.
No, listen to me.
Because then
Listen to
you'd
me.
be
We're
doing
not,
something
we're
wrong
not
to other
remembering how this
students.
conversation went. We're not remembering how this conversation went. Listen to me.
Okay, let's not rehash it. Let's just move on, guys. Come on, let's just move on.
Percentage.
Yeah,
Let me ask you a new question. Percentage.
What's up?
Are modus tollens is modus tollens and reductium rectum redundata, are those two things synonymous?
Reduced to absurdity. Say it in
No,
English.
Are they? I'm not asking you, Brenda. I'm not asking you, Brenda. Every time I direct a question at someone else answers, and if you don't want me to get upset, moderate.
Just get used to it a little bit.
Moderate. Thank you very much.
Elijah. All right. Enough, guys.
job,
And
moderator.
stop calling the moderators out all the time. At least give them like 0.32 of a microsecond to react, please.
I did. I said, moderator, do something, and I didn't say anything after.
You don't need to say that though, Elijah. We know.
Exactly.
What am I supposed to? What do you mean?
But to answer your question,
continue.
They are not alike in the slightest.
Objection, Your
Honor.
Okay, so here's the thing. Brenda said it was modus tollens, and Gregory was like, "No, that's this. That's how that happened." The end.
Yeah. I was trying to refute her attempt at the reduced to absurdity argument of the alternative position. That's the difference. Her modus tollens that she was asserting was in defense of her position. The reductio ad absurdum, the reduced to absurdity argument, was against the position she does not hold, the alternative.
I don't see the absurdity in her statement, though.
Okay.
Hold up. Okay, so
response to that reduced to after me, so I can respond to left lane. The reason I said what I said, this is so damn simple. It's always getting lost. The reason I said what I said is because that argument is not justified. She's asserting that it would reduce to absurdity, that we would not be able to calculate a position of the GPS if the speed of light did change. I'm saying no, that's not the case.
You ever hear the saying simple is best?
No, I've never heard
Well,
that.
sometimes the speaker is being as simple as possible without sacrificing truth. Sometimes the listener needs to be more complex.
Like, what my point is, instead of using these syllogisms and all this stuff, which is great, you know, if you're in a debate and stuff, and you want to show how smart you are, when you're conversing with somebody, isn't it better just to explain yourself in plain English, like grade school? Yeah.
Now, you see how he keeps bringing up this point about me and my vocabulary when that's not an issue. I know how to speak. I've been on the earth for a while now. Okay.
I
know how to
wasn't talking
talk.
about you,
So
bro. I
someone is
wasn't talking
listening
about
to
you. I
me.
was talking. Both sides are doing it.
But you're absolutely
Okay,
right.
so you're talking
Even
about
in
me
debate
and someone
circles,
else.
even in debate circles, you're not supposed to just say what the fallacy is, the name of it, without. You're supposed to explain it. You're supposed to explain why it's a concept or why.
You two are
So
preaching
when
to the
so
choir.
every
You know how
time
to
I
talk. When
said,
someone doesn't understand me, I will simplify what I mean to clarify what I mean. I don't need to be told this anymore.
second of
We're
all,
speaking
when I said,
generally,
"Hey, you're begging the question," here's how.
Exactly.
Brenda interrupted with, "No, I'm not," and the
You don't-
other guy responded with, "No, I'm not."
Yeah,
oh, that was Zanuck.
Elijah, you don't
so
even
what
have to
what I'm
say-
saying is, what I'm saying is, you've already witnessed me doing what you're saying should be done, versus just using logical syllogisms and all of these other things. Second of all, I don't agree with that at all. You must use logic to communicate a message accurately. And a person must be logical and reasonable to accept and receive that message, regardless of what language or how it's put forward.
Absolutely, but can I respond to your points real quick? So for the first point, you don't even need to say that's begging the question and then explain it. You could just say that's wrong because and explain it. You don't have to actually say what the fallacy is. A lot of times, and this is to your second point, a lot of times it's less helpful to say, because people get triggered when they hear the actual name of the fallacy. So it's a lot of times it's better to just explain why.
So how do you educate someone? Isn't that so in a real Well, I don't know.
Like,
I'm
for
here
instance, if
to
someone was
edify.
ad-homing
I'm
me,
here to.
I
I'm
would
here
say,
to. I don't know. I'm here to edify people. The reason that we're in this mess in the first place is because people don't understand logic. Not
What does
people
edify
understand.
mean?
People
Hold on.
understand what?
It's just an add-on.
Doesn't matter.
What?
Edify.
To edify is like to enlighten.
Okay.
To
edify is to raise up.
Okay. Edifying. You know when something is edible, guy?
No. So to edify is to raise. To edify is to raise something up, to
You're
put it
losing
on a
the point.
pedestal.
We are losing the point. Go back to Elijah's point.
Providing moral or intellectual instruction. That's what I
See what
want to do.
fancy words do. See what fancy words do.
No, but why is the answer to that? You see what? Like
I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just don't take me serious. I'm just messing with you.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Now,
but
for those who
there are
really
some that are very
hold
serious though.
When someone, to Elijah's point, we're placing the blame on the very opposite person we should be placing the blame on. When someone is articulate and sound in their speech, okay, that is not the person to be blamed for the misinterpretation. The listener is. Now, if the listener does not understand, the listener should ask questions to gain understanding. Period. It's not it's not the fault of the speaker. Stop this.
I beg to differ on that, sir.
Well, yeah, a little bit.
You know why?
Because if you have to have a dictionary next to you, hold on, SE, I'll let you jump in. If you have to have a dictionary with you and look up every single word, it makes it difficult sometimes to follow a conversation, Gregory. Right? And
Okay,
I'm not
hyperbolization of the issue.
Hold on. I am not criticizing, right, that the words are the words that you use and they're used correctly. I'm not criticizing that at all. But sometimes it makes it a little bit hard to follow. Is all.
Okay.
Right?
So the response to that is when they use the simple words of speed of light, simply because speed, well, you would need to track how fast something is going over distance to have a speed. Ergo, just that alone is begging the question when you try to apply it to anything. That was my point. I didn't care about the GPS. I didn't care. That's why when they brought up GPS, I said, so what? Ergo, what's that got to do with the point I was making? So I was trying to be simple because simple words are used, like speed of light. And it's like, well, if we're just being simple about it, no, you don't have a speed. So then they have to further explain what they mean by speed of light by saying it's an average that is calculated. They don't measure anything.
Can I make a statement?
And then
on
from this
communication?
calculation, they utilize.
Bro,
Anyway,
you take
you get what I'm
bro.
saying. No, I'm saying you get what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, it's hard to tell when you finish because okay. So what my point is this: the person conveying the message, the person talking, it's on him. It's not on the person listening to do his homework on the words the other person's using. If you're communicating a message and your audience doesn't understand, that's on you, not on the audience.
Yes.
That's not
the only reason I agree, Gregory, is because the only reason I agree, Gregory, is because Jesus. Sorry, bud.
Oh, I thought
If you can't dumb it down, you don't know it well enough.
Listen, because I think my point is being trampled on. It's one or the other, not just the one. Meaning, it's not just the speaker's fault. It could either be the speaker's fault or the listener's fault. It could either be a deliberate fault that is unjustified or an unintentional fault that is still justified. Okay? So when I'm speaking and someone doesn't understand what I'm saying because they don't recognize a word that I'm saying, I will, without hesitation, explain myself so that they may understand. If they refuse to seek the knowledge to understand me, the fault is on them, not me. Very simple.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something else. I think.
Of course, after they ask you, If they ask, of course,
Yeah. provided that you are saying it simply enough.
No, they're asking me a question because they didn't understand, no matter how much I try to simplify. Besides, I don't try to overcomplicate anything that I say. I'm trying to say it as simple as possible. And even then, someone may not understand. Now, if they don't understand, ask me a question to gain understanding. Very simple.
Can I ask Gregory a question?
Hello.
So, can you provide evidence that the disjunct of my first premise is true?
What? You asking me to substantiate your argument?
No. Yours.
No, you just asked me to give proof that your first premise is true.
No, that's not what I said. I asked you to give me evidence that the disjunct of my first premise, right, is true, which was your claim.
You don't understand what you're asking me.
I really do.
Did everyone hear that? Am I crazy? Did everyone hear
The
that?
disjunct is like the first part. Like, so if A then B, the disjunct would be A. You know.
I said, so the disjunct. So it's if P then Q, and Gregory's position was, well, it's possible that you could measure distance without knowing the correct speed of light, and I would like him to provide evidence that you could do that.
That's not what I said.
That was my argument. My argument was, if the speed of light is consistent, right? If the speed of light is inconsistent,
You have to repeat yourself, don't you?
If the speed of light is inconsistent, then we can know our position with it.
You just said what you said. Here you are repeating it after I'm trying to answer your question. So never mind. I'm not playing that game.
Well, I'm just
Like,
reminding you of
what
what the argument.
point in asking me a question and you're not going to be silent to let me answer it?
Well, you didn't appear to remember what the argument was, so I was telling you.
No, stop talking to me. That made no sense.
Right. So you need to show. So you need to show that the disjunct.
Why is she still talking to me?
Yeah, I don't care.
No,
So
it doesn't matter. Well, if he doesn't want to talk to you, then don't address him.
Right,
He's
then
made it pretty clear.
then I'll just say that the premises were right, that if the speed of light is not constant, then we can't accurately determine our position. We can accurately determine our position. Therefore, we're justified in assuming that the speed of light is constant. Gregory's objection was that the disjunct of that first premise could be true. So he needs to show that.
Okay. So pay attention to the tactics. It's on record. People heard me answer it thoroughly, and I said it completely while she was muted. Evidently, very likely, she was not listening while she was muted. And even if she was listening, she obviously lacks the acumen or lacks the integrity of heart to accept what was said. Either lacking the acumen to understand or lacking the integrity of heart to accept what was said. So never mind.
So could you just address the disjunct? You know what that? You of course know what that means. Being so enlightened.
You're asking him to validate
in full. You see how I just said what I said, and she gonna say that, and now I gotta say what I said again.
Okay, so my response, if I may, is you're asking Gregory to validate A. Why?
Because if you don't prove your premises are correct, then your conclusion can't be. So you need to show that your premises are true, so in a deductive syllogism to say that your output is therefore true.
Right. So why is Gregory tasked with validating her A?
Because he made a claim. He made a claim. Yes, he claimed it was absurd. Right. So he needs to justify that claim.
I didn't make a claim that it was absurd. I referred the reduced to absurdity argument. I'm not the one saying it's absurd. She's the one saying the alternative is absurd.
No, I didn't.
I do not need to substantiate her premises. She does. The burden of proof to substantiate her premises on her. Now, once again, no, not once again, because I'm not going to repeat myself. It's on record. It's on the video. Wind it back. Go back to when you were muted. Go back to when you were muted 5-10 minutes ago. Listen to what I said. I said it incomplete to the end.
Yeah,
I'm not repeating myself.
I'll justify my
someone who does not listen.
I'll justify my first premise. Basically that if the speed of light is inconsistent, it would be physically impossible for you to determine with any accuracy of your position, because your position is going to depend on the speed of light and the time, right? So if that's inconsistent, you can't know your speed of your position. We do know our position, therefore we're justified in assuming that the speed of light is constant.
Okay, I agree and disagree. I disagree because it could be within the margin of error and still consistent, and we still wouldn't know a difference. But I agree that if it's consistent, like if the time isn't changing, then or the speed isn't changing, that we shouldn't see any difference.
Yeah, if the speed of light changes.
Hold up, I'm almost finished. That being said, it could be a faster speed, a consistent, different speed. And it would still work.
No, it wouldn't. We wouldn't get an accurate position. If the speed of light was different, we would get a different position. We don't get a different position.
If it's, but listen, that's wrong, and I'll tell you why. Because it takes like 6 milliseconds, and this is within, God knows what the margin of error for this measurement is. The clocks aren't synchronized and what have you. So the claim is it takes about like 6, I think, Gummy said 1/15 of a second. That's 6.6666. Go figure, satanic, whatever. But it takes that many milliseconds for it to come from the satellite to the receiver, right? Now, if the speed of light was twice the speed, it was faster, it would take 3.33 milliseconds. And if that's within the margin of error, let's say it's the margin of error between the synchronization of the clocks is like 10 milliseconds, we wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
No, that's false. That's false. We would be able to tell the difference. We would be able to measure it.
How?
Because we can measure those differences.
If it's within the margin of error, how are you measuring the difference?
Percentage. The problem you've got with using that as an argument is that if it wasn't consistent, then it means that our position on Earth would be changing every time we take a reading. We'd be jumping around.
No, I'm saying if it's consistent.
Get to percentages. Last question. How do you know?
First off, to answer it foolish real quick, it could be inconsistent, but within the margin of error. So it could go from like 6.66 to 6.3 to 6.7. It could be inconsistent in that regard, and still we wouldn't be able to gauge the difference. Fine. And it could be consistent, but faster, like 3.33 seconds or whatever, all time. Within the margin of error, we wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Well,
if we wouldn't so fast for such a short distance that that time to launch or whatever, that latency is so quick.
That latency is quite big, actually, to be fair.
Well, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference in actual fact. Like the GPS system, if the speed of light was 1 or 2 seconds slower than what it is, you wouldn't be able to determine that.
A lot of the kit I work with is in picoseconds of accuracy. I'll go and look it up.
Speed at all.
Good grief.
Right.
1 or 2 seconds is like a billion. 1 or 2 seconds is like a billion times the accuracy of what we're talking about here.
You know what? This actually goes back all the way to what Elijah said about begging the question.
Yes,
exactly. It actually is. I'll tell you why, Elijah. You're right. Because it's like a. Let me explain how.
Thank you, percentage.
Because the only way we know the difference or the margin of error between the two clocks, a satellite and on Earth, is by measuring the difference. And this is why we can't even have the round trip speed of like the two-way speed of light, because we have an issue in actually synchronizing the clocks. So if we can't synchronize the clocks, we don't know what the margin of error is.
I know the margin of error. I've got that now. So the accuracy.
How can you have the margin of error without being able to synchronize the clocks?
So the margin of error reported for receiver time latency is plus or minus 30 nanoseconds.
How do you know that without being able to synchronize the clocks, which is the crux of the issue of not having time?
Because you will still get a reading of the clock at point A, a reading of the clock at point B. That's your static time for UTC. Yeah, and you're going to see that differential. If they aren't able to synchronize the clocks, you can still see the differential because of the point of the timestamp.
Okay, so that's the margin of error.
Consistent from the point of send, and then it can be modified at the point of receipt. So I think it's bollocks. You can't actually synchronize because you can make a natural correction because we do that in
hold on.
a lot of different
systems. So I agree with what you said about the margin
plus or minus 30 nanoseconds is the accuracy of the measurement. which is what 4 or 5 standard deviations from what you're asking for there.
All right, so you're talking about something else foolish. You're talking about the margin of error without taking into account the synchronization of the clocks. That's just the margin of error of the time that it takes to transmit. If we're assuming that the clocks...
that's the accuracy of the timestamp measurement.
Yeah, but you're not. But
using
we haven't
UTC
actually verified
RC
that the
1509
timestamp is accurate. That's the question.
Yes, they are accurate.
How can you verify the synchronization of the clocks when that's the issue that we have?
Because it's based on the standard called RSC 1509, and the way that data is transmitted is there's a timestamp at point A, so we know the value at point A. We can interrogate that device at point A, and it's going to say, "I am 1 minute, 1 second, point blah 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 blah," and then we can look at the timestamp at point B, and it'll go, "I'm 1 minute, 1 second, and blah 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 plus whatever."
I hear you, but those clocks, those two timestamps are not synchronized to the same time.
Doesn't have to be.
The clocks
you
are
see
not
the point that I'm
synchronized.
making? It's known at point A, it's known at point B, so we know what the differential will be.
Yes, but the clocks aren't synchronized. So the point.
Doesn't matter.
So it does matter. It literally does matter.
You see, tell him why. Let him tell you why. Let him tell you. Wait. Repeat to him.
Reiterate the position.
Wait.
So let's say they're off sync by 3 milliseconds, right? And let's say the time that it to make it simple, it's like 00 hours, 00 minutes, and 00 seconds, and 00 milliseconds for one. Right at midnight is when it was sent, right, from the satellite, and then it was received at 0.0, like at basically everything 0 except for the milliseconds is 01. Now, you don't know because of the synchronization, the lack of synchronization, I should say, how long it actually took to travel, even though you have the two timestamps 00 and 01. You can't just assume automatically that it took 1 millisecond to travel that time or that distance. It could be like you have to take into account the fact that these timestamps might be wrong. Well, not necessarily wrong, but they're not synchronized with each other, and so that latency is not accurate.
That latency is accurate because we can understand the differential between the 2 points. That's why you're wrong.
The differential, if you just take them, is 1, but I just told you there's a lack of synchronization of 5 milliseconds in this hypothetical. So,
that's your hypothetical. I'm saying that it doesn't matter because if I know the absolute value at point A and I know the absolute value at point B,
you don't though. That's the question. That's the point.
Yes, I do. That's the whole point.
You don't have a synchronization to know what's the absolute value between the two.
Dude, you're so wrong. You keep on doubling down, and you're just wrong.
Tell me how I'm wrong. Good argument.
We know. I've already said this. I already gave you the argument. We know the speed of light. We know the time.
No, not what you know. How is he wrong?
That's the whole point.
We know because we
how
measure it.
No,
we
no,
measured
how?
it, and
No,
there's a level of accuracy. But that level of accuracy of the measurement is well within the margin of error of
the assumption that we didn't argue.
So all that equates to the 1 millimeter that Gummy was talking about earlier. So yes, there is a level of accuracy with the speed of light.
But how?
And that variance is 1 millimeter.
But how is he wrong?
I'm not.
He is wrong. He's seeming to think that we don't know something, therefore we can't use it. And the level of accuracy won't let us use it either.
Accuracy, Zanik, like in what context are you using 1 millimeter accuracy? Explain that context to me.
Position of an object on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, but in exactly what situation, Zanik?
It's a bad way to think about it like that. To think about it
that's how
Earth
GPS actually
is a bad
works.
way to think about it. You
So
have to imagine the time that it takes for the signal to be received.
If I move, it knows how fast I moved and how far I moved based on knowing the speed of light. And and find out, yes, I did move this fast, and I did move it when I did move it, and I did move it this distance, and it all comports with the speed of light being known.
But when you're saying a millimeter accuracy, right? Now I've got no problems whatsoever with this stuff being used in GPS, right? It can track you, you can watch it, you can watch the little blue dot on Google Maps going here, there, and everywhere. All right, and it is pretty damn accurate. All right. Now, when you're
Because
talking
he
about
knows the light.
millimeter, no, not necessarily. All right, like
necessarily.
you have a fairly good average of the speed of light. I will grant you that, and it is
thank you
used
for
with a
that.
with a
It's a huge
great
concession,
degree
by the way.
of accuracy.
Please stop
Now,
with the.
Now, when you are talking about a some sort of surveying equipment, right, where you can put it on the four corners of a building, right? To me, that is a millimeter accuracy. But that object is static for a while, receiving a signal for a period of time, right? But when it comes to this then being used in a car, no, I don't agree it is a millimeter accurate whatsoever. There is a time, there is a delay. It is not giving my location millimeter accurate every nanosecond. It ain't doing that. Sorry, I disagree 100%.
We know
even
that
if it
it's
was,
not.
it
When
doesn't
you
address the
open
actual
Google Maps
conversation.
and we know that's true when you open Google Maps and you're like, fam, I work with a delivery app and I'm like, fam, I'm in front of 225 West 16th Street. So can you hurry up and bring me down the block? Now I have to fucking do a circle where I'm at so that it can pick up on where I am.
Yeah, that's true. But even like that is a different argument. That has nothing to do with the speed of light. Like,
okay, sorry.
For the speed of light, they should not be mentioning. They shouldn't be mentioning it in units of distance. It should be talked about in units of time. Because all that matters is the time that it takes to get from the satellite to the receiver.
Yes,
I agree. Do you know how they got the well see, and that's what I was refuting the rhetoric for, because whatever the speed of light is, we use it, okay? Whatever. I know that. Here's the thing. I know for damn sure that you didn't see any transit of any planetary bodies or wait for us to rotate around the sun to figure it out, which is what the claim is. No, hell no. It's not that. It's something, but not that. And what we're doing is useful, but it doesn't mean that we know that because of that.
yes.
I mean, a smartphone is normally accurate, according to what I'm reading here, to about sort of 5 meters. But really, really accurate stuff is down to 2 centimeters, and they say even sub-millimeter accuracy is possible. And I think I kind of agree with Bandy. That's probably on a stationary object, because they're talking about surveying when they come to that. So I think that is not a unreasonable position to hold. But even so, 5 meters is not a bad fucking accuracy.
Yeah, it's
For
not
a
bad, but that
smartphone.
wouldn't be affected by the speed
Not
of light.
exactly.
If it was a little bit quicker, if the speed of light was a little bit faster, you wouldn't that wouldn't affect the accuracy.
I don't know. Can you substantiate
What
that?
it would affect is how quickly it updates.
That's why
what it would
that's
affect.
why it's an affirmative consequence.
Yeah,
Because we don't know.
exactly.
Yeah, no, I kind of agree. I mean, I'm kind of asking. So he's done a hypothetical. Cool, that's awesome. Now I'm sort of saying it's now reasonable for him if he thinks that hypothetical is valid. It'd be interesting to know how much differential would it make. Now we want to quantify it. We want some qualitative data.
And my response to that is the very fact that question is valid means that my critique of the affirming the consequent is valid. Because there should already just be an objective. Because if there was an objective answer, this wouldn't be an argument.
Well, again, there's only an objective. There's only an issue because none of us really specialize. I mean, I use UTC a lot. That's why I can rattle off the standards that go around it. And from the point of view of networking accuracy, as I say, we can go down to the picosecond. And we use that a lot with cable testing, cable measurement, break fix finding. And that's done over, 5, 10, 15 kilometers. And that's a process called time delay reflectometry. And that will allow me to dig up a piece of cable accurate to within 4 or 5 centimeters. We know where the break is.
Mm-hmm. You want
but
your appeal to authority?
Yeah, but this is done over a very different environment too. a much shorter distance. If you're talking about cable location, it's a completely different scenario.
15 kilometers is about what we max out at.
Yeah. But you're not doing cable location from satellites either.
No, but
Like,
it's the same principle.
That you run over the ground. Yeah, but you've got a machine that you're running over.
I use an injector at one end.
The point.
So you use an injector at one end. You inject a signal through the cable and you detect it. Yeah.
What I do is I'm looking for a break. So what I know the distance from station A to station B. The signal's not getting through. We know we've got a break in the fiber. And this instrumentation will tell me where that break is. That's what I did in Yugoslavia to sort of fucking fix telecommunications after the war.
Okay, then. So you're putting it through a different medium, through the optic fibers, I'm presuming, or cable, copper, whatever the case may be.
Optical.
So
most of the stuff I do.
Yeah. Optical. So you're injecting some light into an optical cable that you can then detect. Right, within about five centimeters. So that's a completely different medium again. Okay, then so all these things seem to be medium dependent, which we can test and verify at very short distances.
I think plus or minus 5 centimeters over 15,000 meters is not bad.
The scientists say themselves you cannot measure one-way speed of light. I mean, that's a well-known fact.
Yep.
That's why it's called time delay reflectrometry.
Yeah.
The reason for that is because we can't synchronize the clocks. And the fact that we can't synchronize the clocks, which again is the reason that we can't measure the one-way speed of light, that fact means that we don't have any idea how what the margin of error is. Well, we might have a slight idea, but we won't know exactly what the margin of error is from the timestamp on the satellite to the timestamp on the receiver. And so we can't say without a doubt that it's traveling at X speed, that the light is going at
whatever speed. we know the absolute time value from point of send to point of receipt.
No, you don't. How?
Because you have the timestamp at clock A, you have the timestamp.
I just explained how those clocks aren't home, my lord. It's circular reasoning. It's circular reasoning.
It's not
you don't have to synchronize clocks, and you're trying to say you have the one-way speed of light because the timestamps, which aren't synchronized.
Let me finish my point and I'll explain. So again, you've got a clock. Let's just make it really, really easy. One clock reads 12:01. One clock reads 12. Yeah, I know that there is a 1 minute differentiation between clock A and clock B.
Hold up, I can't.
So all I need to know is to take 1 minute in this ridiculous thought experiment here, so we don't have to go down to sort of multiple decimal places. And then I've got my absolute transit value. And this is part of how packets are sent. When you send out information, you record the timestamp on the header of the file. On the header of the packet.
But it is medium dependent, isn't it?
I'm not saying I know the speed of light in between. All I know is that from point A to point B, it took this long over that distance.
Yeah.
So and that will give me an absolute. Then that will give me the absolute latency value between the 2 points.
Yeah.
Can you say it again real quick?
Sorry, mate.
Sorry, Matt. Go ahead.
No, go, buddy. Jump in.
I had to
got distracted.
Get the door.
So
I missed him at 12:01, 12 o'clock. I didn't.
So I'm just making it really easy for the maths. So we got one clock that reads 12:01. We got one clock that reads 12. Yeah. So what I get is on the header of my packet, I was sent at 12:01. I get a receipt, and it says I was received at 12.000, whatever the latency between the two is. So I take a minute off that, so I don't get that differential value, and then that gives me the absolute transit value.
Okay.
Within the accuracy of the instrument, so plus or minus 30 nanoseconds.
Yeah, but you still haven't shown that the clocks are in sync.
That's not a measurement. Just because you subtract some digits from the data doesn't mean you've measured that. You've manufactured that. that result.
No, you haven't, because you've got a clock that's running at one point that is time stamping it. You've got a clock at the other point that's time stamping. I can interrogate both clocks, and I can actually look at the information that's been received. That has got this information stamped into the actual packet that's been sent.
No, you haven't addressed the issue, Foolish. I don't know why you keep on repeating this. You haven't addressed that these clocks, the time stamps, they're not like fluid. They're not synchronized with each other. These clocks are not synchronized with each other. You can't assume just because it's a difference of 1 minute or whatever that it took 1 minute. You haven't shown. It might be that it took 30 seconds and it was off sync by 30 seconds on the first clock. You don't know.
Right.
So the clock on my motorbike reads 4 minutes. Actually, 4 minutes fast, because I run my clock a bit fast. Now, I can look at the clock on my motorbike and my watch, and I can compare the two, yeah? And then I can travel to work, and then I can compare the 2 times when I get to work, and I can go, wow, if I took the timestamp from my clock on my bike, I've taken 4 minutes longer. But I know there's a differential between those 2 clocks, so I can take the 4 minutes off, and then I've got my absolute value for transit.
No.
My home and my work.
Lord have mercy.
You've arbitrarily made one clock the standard when it's not the standard.
It doesn't matter which one's the standard. All I'm looking at
It is. It does matter. That's how you measure things.
It's the amount of elapsed time. That's all.
No.
But
stop.
you don't know what time.
Problem.
You don't know what time from the receiver, like what time that is on the one that sent it.
Yes, I do, because it's in the timestamp. It's in the file.
You don't know what. Let's say, you have the timestamp on the sender, but you don't know what time that is exactly on the receiver.
Yes, because I get the timestamp of the receipt.
No, and that takes into account how long it took to travel. So you have no clue what where the line is between the lack of synchronicity and the actual latency of the signal.
You guys are really not making any sense. It doesn't. As I say, as long as I know the differential, the error between the 2 clocks, I'm good to go.
Listen,
how are you
don't
gonna know
interrupt.
the error between no, not the different. The differential is one thing. Error is a different thing. How are you gonna know the error between them? Between like in terms of the.
How do you know which one is right, which one is wrong? In other words,
it doesn't actually matter, because all I need is the transit time.
That's wrong.
It does matter. You can't just carte blanche hand wave that. That's the problem with this epistemology.
I think he's not getting it. Like, I don't think Foolish would.
This is such a basic error in epistemology. It's heartbreaking.
I understand epistemics.
How do you know which one is more accurate than the other? But if you don't have a standard, you can't know, and you can't just arbitrarily make one of the 2 that are in discrepancy with one another the standard.
Yeah.
Because again, we have the accuracy of the timepiece itself. Yeah, how accurate that timepiece is. And then we have, a potential differential in the timing between the 2. I'm just going with percentages argument.
Some digits from the second clock and say, now it's in conformity with the first clock, therefore we have the absolute time. No! If you just conform the thing if you conform clock B with clock A, you just arbitrarily made clock A the standard.
No, because
you didn't adjudicate between which one is right or wrong. You just made the clock A the standard.
Yeah, so we're not talking about how each individual clock keeps time. Let's say they both keep perfect time individually, right? We're talking about
that's even
synchronization between the 2. You can't just assume that because one timestamp says one thing and the other one says another, that's time. That amount of time is how long it took for the thing to propagate. It might have been that it took less time, and the 2 clocks are not synchronized with each other perfectly.
But you already said that both are keeping time perfectly. Just one is set slightly differently to the other, for whatever reason. So yes, I can.
But you don't know that. You don't know how much it's set differently.
Yes, I do, because I get that information in the packet header.
Wow, you really don't get it.
You don't know whether that timestamp is accurate relative to the other clock.
It doesn't need to be accurate to the other clock. It's the transit time that I care about.
He doesn't get it.
I think you need to look at the one-way speed of light issue again, just to know like the issue with synchronizing the clocks, and then you'll maybe know what we're talking about.
So, if I know the difference between the 2, then I can take that into account.
No, that just says that there's a difference between the 2. You don't know where the line between the actual propagation of the signal is versus the synchronicity of the clocks. You don't know how much is due to like lack of synchronization and how much is due to actual latency.
Because I've got an absolute time value at both ends. So it doesn't matter. As long as I know the differential between the two ends, then I can sort it.
No.
It's not rocket science percentage.
So percent is because I did come in late on the conversation. Unfortunately, is the basic argument the one-way speed of light we know is absolute, or the speed of light is absolute?
No, it's the argument that we're both going.
I asked percent. I asked percent because you weren't here. I don't think for the start of the argument either.
True.
Yeah. Basically, they're saying that we could get the one-way speed of light from satellites, GPS, like satellites sending it to the GPS receivers.
And this speed of light is right,
but it doesn't address the argument, which is that the clocks on each of these things aren't synchronized, which is the same reason we can't get the one-way speed of light like in the lab on Earth.
Yeah, but is the basic crux of it the one-way speed of light is absolute and there's no variance whatsoever?
No, the basic crux is because we have accurate. I mean, it's like it's a bad argument because I said like in terms of the millimeter accuracy, it's not really relevant to the actual speed of light itself. You could have a faster speed of light, but it's still being measured like measuring the same accuracy in terms of distance. But in any case, the argument started with them saying because of our millimeter accuracy in terms of GPS, that means that our assumption of the speed of light being what it is, which is they think it's half, the average of the round trip, that is true.
Using even more simpler terms, listen, using even more simpler terms, in other words, there are, in principle, let's say 10 clocks. They're contradicting one another. They don't all agree. They're not synchronized. You can't just subtract digits from the other clocks in conformity with clock A or clock number 1 out of 10 and say, now you synchronize the time. That's not, you just arbitrarily made one of the clocks out of 10 that contradict the other clocks the standard, instead of adjudicating all the clocks by a standard superior to all of them.
I'll use this really, really simple example. Bandy, you and I decide we're going to walk from your house to the pub. Yeah. My clock reads 12:01. Your clock reads 12. It takes us 10 minutes to walk to the pub. Yeah, my clock reads 12:11. Yours reads 12:10. You looked at the time when I left. I looked at the time we left. We know the difference between our clocks. Do we both know it takes 10 minutes to walk to the fucking pub? That's the argument.
That's not the argument. The argument is which clock is right.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. It's like which clock is right? Is it the one? Is it yours or is it mine?
I
was just talking about elapsed time. So it's the elapsed time it takes us to get from. If we know that we're both walking at the same speed, and we're walking together, and we know how far the pub is, can we work out how fast our speed is? If both of us know it takes 10 minutes to walk to the pub.
The point isn't how fast we travel, because we don't know the speed of light. That's what's being discussed. So we don't know
the speed of our walking, but we know the distance to the pub.
I don't know.
Are you being selfish right now? Because our point is very clear. You just keep reasserting your point that we're critiquing.
Yeah. We don't know the speed of light.
Like, if you repeat this argument again, we're going to repeat the same refutation.
I think we can agree to disagree.
Well, you would agree, though,
right? Percentage
that the speed of light is medium dependent or magnetic dependent as well, right? So these variables that are thrown in there affect the speed of light.
I agree.
Okay,
I agree, and it's the same way than when what we're talking about is an average. So, bit of that journey to the pub might have been a little bit uphill. We might have walked a bit slow because we're both smokers and we're unfit fuckers.
Yeah.
Well, I'll speak for myself.
So basically, we don't know. We don't know. We just.
But we do know the average.
We have our best guesstimate.
No, we got the time we left. We got the time we arrived, and we know an accurate distance to the pub.
Yeah, no, but if we walk to the pub and it's pissing down with rain, it's going to take us 13 minutes, not 10 minutes.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
agree.
it's a
But we'll still know.
You Britons, man.
So it is
obviously.
medium dependent. Whatever that medium is, whether it's optic fiber, whether it's air, whether it's whatever, whether it's water, it is very medium dependent. And we make a lot of assumptions about whatever the medium is with the tool that we're using. Right? We make a lot of assumptions. But when we're using these things over vast distances, that's I think when the
that's a long way.
questions are raised.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if we know the time we left, we know the time we arrive, and we know the distance, we can work out what the average speed was to get to the pub.
Yeah, if we know the time and the distance, sure.
Elijah.
Yeah.
Hey, brother.
And like I said, using GPS, I don't think is a reliable source of working out the speed of light anyway, because
I don't think so. I think it's something you do in a lab, but
that accurate. Exactly.
I was merely talking about latency. You know, the time of send, the time of receipt. You know, that's something that we know because that's baked into the way the information is sent. That was my only point I was making. And if we know the timestamp of point A, i.e. the clock time, and we know the differential between the two clocks, 1 minute.
Okay, so here's
That
the
is
question.
not how you measure.
Let's say you and Bandy.
Wait, he didn't finish. Wait, what was the end of his point?
No, that was it.
No, he
Yeah, that was
said
the end of
if there's a differential, 1 minute between the two clocks, then what?
Then that's how they
we
get their
know
conclusion.
the latency between the 2 points because we understand the differential, we understand the time it was sent, the time it was received, and we know the time it took to get from A to B. And I'm not saying that doesn't vary. It's just we know the latency between the 2 points is an absolute value within the accuracy of the instruments we're using.
All right, so
Even
with
if
this
you don't-
analogy,
And
hold on, let me just
tie that to the speed of light.
Hold on, let me get this. So, let's take your analogy. You and Bandy both leave your respective houses, right?
No, we leave together. We work.
No. I'm saying you're leaving different houses. You have different clocks. Okay. One of them.
Yep.
Let's say yours says 12:02, and Bandy says 12:05. All right. And you guys both. I don't know why you're going to the pub at noon, but you go. You don't have a watch.
Because we don't live in America.
You don't have a watch or anything, right? You guys both leave your houses, and you get to the pub. The pub has a clock, and it says 12:15. How long did it take you guys to get there?
Oh, well, you don't understand. Yeah, but the trouble is that we both have watches on us because
no, you don't have watches.
Wait, because when it comes to how protocol works and the way that information is sent, the clock is carried along. That timestamp is carried along with the packet of information.
Yeah, you have the
That's
timestamp.
why-
You know,
Oh my God!
you know what
The
the time
guy
was when you
knows
left the
when
house.
he
You have the
left his house.
timestamp.
What the hell?
You have the timestamp. You know what the time was when you left the house. You guys are neighbors, okay? You both left the house at the same time. One of your clocks said 12:01 or whatever I said. The other one said 12:03 or whatever the first.
Oh, yep.
And then you arrive at the pub at 12:15. How long did it take you to get to the pub?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
same time together.
Yeah.
Answer that question for me.
Yeah, sure. Because I still know what time it is because I've got my watch on me.
Oh
that's
my God!
That's what you're not understanding on the difference.
You only have the timestamp from the source and from the receiver, bro.
Yeah.
You're trying to change it to make it not analogous.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's say you don't have a watch.
Your watch
okay?
on you.
Fathom, you don't have a watch. Can you please answer the question?
Well, again, that's not going to be analogous to what I'm saying, and that's why this is being misunderstood.
You're just slippery. You're slippery, foolish. But I got
Like
you.
a block of oil.
You really haven't, because you don't understand about the fact you can poll for these values.
No, he's asking you. But he's asking you in order to critique your claim further. He's giving you a hypothetical. And you're saying I'm not dealing with the hypothetical.
Right.
Basically, because I'm not dealing with the hypothetical is synonymous with that's not what I'm saying.
No,
what I'm saying
is
is
hypothetical because it proves him wrong. You don't want that smoke.
No, but what I'm saying is he's saying that's not what I'm saying.
When he says that's not what I'm saying, it's synonymous with I'm not entertaining your hypothetical.
Right.
But see, in your example that you just posed just then, percent, like my clock read 12:01, Foolish's clock read 12:05, right? We both left our home. We both arrived at the pub at exactly the same time. Looked at the clock and it said 12:15, right? But we both walked exactly the same path, okay, and both arrived there. It would be impossible for us to be traveling at different speeds, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That wouldn't work in reality, that scenario.
Oh, if you guys left together, let's say you guys lived side by side, you know, you're next door neighbors, you left at the same exact time, and you know, accompanied each other, and you got to the pub at the same exact time. There's only one time, there's only one length of time that it took to get to the pub. You know,
Right,
you guys
exactly.
are right,
Or
or
what?
you are wrong. Those are two options.
Exactly.
One clock is telling you it took you 10 minutes. The other clock is telling you it's taking 11. The other clock is telling you it's taking 12. The other clock is telling you which one is right?
Exactly.
And that's why we don't
As
have the
long
one-way
as you
speed of
know
light, because
the
we can't synchronize the
differentials
clocks
between
efficiently.
Yeah, as long as you know the differentials between the actual clock times, then you're absolutely fine. And that in networking is what
How
you do
you
know.
that's
You
your
don't
problem.
know.
That technology is asinine.
You don't.
Let me
You
give
don't
you
know. That's the thing. You keep saying if we know, but how do you know? Okay, because his hypothetical is, well, what if the clocks are wrong? Your response is, well, if we know. How in your hypothetical would you know?
Would you know?
Hypothetically, of course.
Yo, guys, I think you might be just like, you know.
No, because
Oh,
we're still
cheeky.
in a hypothetical, which means like, okay, your hypothetical is understood. Okay, and now he's saying, well, if hypothetically this was known, okay, but that's what we're asking. How do you know? Hypothetically, in this hypothetical.
You poll the devices. You actually get an absolute timestamp from the devices themselves. You may not be able to synchronize them to each other, but you know the timestamp at point A and point B at pretty much the same slice of time. So you know the differential between the two within.
I swear to God,
He
is
keeps
doing this
repeating
on
it
purpose.
without stuttering or stammering with a calm tone, as though it's right.
Yeah, it's because
Foolish, you having fun?
I've spent about 30 years working in IT, and network time protocol is a fucking thing that half the world relies on.
If we ever go to a family function or whatever, or a party or whatever, I'm not depending on you to tell me the time.
That's cool. If it makes you feel better, Gregory, I wouldn't bother to tell you the time because you wouldn't understand what latency means.
You wouldn't understand latency. Wait and see.
I mean, Foolish's decisions, I mean, the name of his user account just really does befit this argument. His epistemology for discerning which time is correct.
By the way, unpack epistemology for me.
For
I'm
discerning which
interested in your
time, which
view.
clock is correct is to conform all the other clocks to one out of all the clocks that are in dispute. Oh, clock B and D and E, they say 12. Clock A says 12, clock B says 12:01, and then 12:02. So I'm gonna just subtract all them digits. I'm gonna make them 12, and there we go. Bada boom, bada bing.
Could you ask Crit to stop acting like a little cunt?
What?
Oh, this again. You were told like the block, and you can't do it.
People should be able to write in the text whatever they want.
No, you're not supposed to attack
Look at-
people.
you
You're
just
supposed
all
to actually attack
freaking out.
arguments. And Crit doesn't seem to understand
that. Don't crit, please. You're just trying to
stir shit up. I'm going to fuck off because that's actually.
it's
all good. It's all good.
I mean, what are you
Nobody
going to do?
cried when I left. Nobody
go,
cried when I
Russ.
left.
Don't go.
He wanted to leave anyway. He wanted to squawk.
He did, yeah. No,
He wanted to do a big squawk before he left. It's a victim
but
status.
that doesn't mean you give him reason to. You know, we're trying to keep this place, you know, welcoming, not toxic and stuff like that. So it's not
That's true, too.
stupid to that.
It's very toxic, first and foremost, to a person who's correct, and then is justifiably treated. So, but then we all ignore that the same way we do in this world with the other people who
treat us unjustly. We just kind of ignore it, go along to get along. So hey,
this is a dude
that's the kind of life you want to live.
On Geo,
people that do that.
On Don Geo server, he kept kicking me over and over. He tagged me.
Okay, I
Just
don't
to let
worry
you guys
about it. Let's
know,
not.
he's looking for a reason to freak out.
No, Crit. We're not having whining sessions. We're going to have a productive conversation. We're not having whining sessions.
Whining
right?
sessions.
Concessions.
Session of whining.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Crit, that he milked that as like a reason to leave or whatever. But let's not give ammo.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Simple as that.
Come on.
But yeah, Gregory, why did you keep on injecting more and more clocks? Like clock A, clock B, clock J.
You reckon Rolex could have got it right by now, don't you? Seriously.
So here's something overlooked by this whole argument. Why can you not measure the two-way speed of light? What prevents light from being measured in two directions?
Because in actuality there is no measurement.
But that's not what the problem is. The problem is, and we said it before, if the clocks lose synchronization, why does that happen?
No, but that's going beyond the point of the words, right? Because when you say, well, why can't we measure the speed of something? Well, you would have to know how long it took to go from point A to point B to know the speed of it. So moving past that is just really, it's extremely annoying. And people go, yeah, but the convention is cool. Well, don't ask me why we can't measure the speed of light then.
I'll say it this way, which is in addition to what Elijah says. So don't lose what he said. Again, in simple terms, you're trying to measure the speed, which includes trying to calculate the time, which necessitates a clock. But if you have contrary clocks, then you need an epistemology to resolve the difference between the clocks, not arbitrarily subtract digits from one clock that is contrary to the first clock, in conformity with the first clock.
But if we use one clock and go over, from here to there, back to here, we only have one clock. We don't have two clocks.
No, you have two clocks. The different digits on the different clocks are telling you it took, again, in principle, 12, 1201, 1202, etc. One is telling you 10 minutes, 11, another 12, another 13, etc.
But when they're using one clock, we're not talking about two clocks.
Yeah, I'm using one clock. I send the signal over to that mirror. The signal is bounced back to the original clock, one clock, and it reads a time and there's a distance and a time on that one clock.
Right. That if you did that, then you would have a valid epistemology for ascertaining how long it took for such and such to travel the distance.
But that's how they measure the two-way speed of light.
No, that's not.
Yeah, it is.
So what's the problem? I mean, that's how they measure the two-way speed of light.
Contrary clocks telling you different times. What the hell?
Said there's only one clock. What's the problem?
How can you do it with only one clock?
Clock extremist says.
What?
How can you do it with only one clock?
You sitting here asking, what if? Well, if there was only one clock, then hallelujah. But there isn't one clock.
That's literally how they do it. They use one clock, send the signal from one clock to the mirror, back to the same clock. One clock. I don't understand.
So when
they have multiple satellites with different timestamps.
Hold on. So let me read this out real quick from AMNH.
Not even getting the facts straight about reality.
Oh, Elijah, read. What are you going to read?
Thank you. The speed of light could then be found by dividing the diameter of the Earth's orbit by the time difference. Oh.
You're reading some bedtime
so
stories?
So you're not sending light to a mirror that's going to bounce back and tell you the speed of light. No, that's
round trip speed of light. That's not.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. What is the whole
Extremisist,
Earth
to answer your question, If you're bouncing
The
it off a
speed of
mirror,
light. Listen, no one knows this. This is what they say about the speed of light versus perhaps, I don't know, because this can't be true. However, they go about using the convention is one way. What I just read is even ridiculous to you. But this is the rhetoric. Why are you making shit up? Is my question.
What did I make up?
If there was only one clock, that's what you said.
That's
So,
not even one clock.
I mean, I don't understand. That's how it's been done before. There's one clock.
Wow,
Send a
never
signal
mind.
from
Man.
one clock to a
God,
mirror.
this is
Comes back
ridiculous.
to the one
that's
clock.
the round trip speed of light. That's not.
I
the
agree.
one-way.
I agree with that. But that's not my point in this. Is that round trip speed has been measured? Does anybody disagree with that?
No one's disputing that.
Yes, it sounds like they are. Are they? I guess my question is: anybody disputing the round trip speed of light?
No, we're not disputing it.
What is
It
the
changes
issue then?
depending on the medium.
I don't know.
What's your
I
point?
mean, I really think I thought somebody was disputing that we cannot measure the speed of light.
No, we were talking about the one-way speed of light.
Elijah, can we measure the round trip speed of light? Gregory, either one of you, can we measure the round trip speed of light? Can that be done?
I'm not certain.
Well, can you give it? Can you give? All right, let's start with the citation.
What was so hard about that?
Matter of fact, can we just start with the reference? Just send me a whole link. Send me the whole link.
See my problem percentage? It's a pretty simple question.
No. This is no.
I would say yes.
Thank you. There is the problem we're having.
Listen, but that's not the constant speed of light, aka the speed of light. No, you can't, because the speed of light, the constant, comes from what I just read, not what you just said.
Do you see the difference? Don't obfuscate the difference. Do you see the difference that he's trying to highlight?
I don't understand.
Yeah, sure. It's not necessarily a constant. It's an average, if anything. But
Definitely an average. Definitely an average.
But it's still that we're still able to measure a round trip speed of light, like an average speed. It might have some, like what Foolish was saying earlier, like 30 nanosecond deviation or something like that within the same distance, and that's probably relative to the medium. Like if it's in a vacuum, it might be 30 nanoseconds, and then if it's in water, it might be like 2 milliseconds or something. Who knows? Within like a specific distance. But the round trip we can measure. We literally cannot measure the one-way speed because that.
I'm not disputing that, but my dispute is they don't agree that we can measure the round trip speed of light. They don't agree to that.
Different conversation, and you guys are go at it.
Well, I'm not disagreeing. In order to have this conversation with you, just send me a link.
What is the greater contention, though? Because this speed of light seems to be a very reliable thing over a short distance. We can use tools with a greater degree of accuracy. So, what is the underlying issue here? Is it measuring the speed to stars, the distance to stars? Like, is this the greater issue at the end of the day? Because on a small scale basis, like, these things are extremely accurate. Knowing these basic concepts, the two-way speed of light, which we can divide by 2 and get a one-way speed, and these sorts of things, these can be used with a great degree of accuracy. So, what is the greater contention here, really?
Let me say that if we remember, because I remember, the reason this particular issue is disputed is because whatever the nature and behavior of light is, including its supposed speed, whether its speed is a distance traveled over time or the rate of oscillation, right, of the wave in the medium, it makes or breaks the globe model.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because they appeal to that for a vast variety of things in order to inductively argue in defense of their position, or even deductively, some dare to. But if light is not if light in essence is not what they say it is, what they believe it to be, and it doesn't function the way they say it does, then they have an unjustified premise in their cosmic paradigm.
Well, it's definitely not constant, Gregory, and it's 100% not constant. So who is saying that it is absolutely constant and definitive? The speed of light.
A vast number of people
light
who don't
traveling through
accept
a
that it's not
vacuum.
constant.
Space.com, the speed of light traveling through a vacuum, exactly 299,792,458 meters per second. That's about 186,282 miles per second, a universal constant known in equations as c, or light speed.
Yeah.
The speed of light is constant in a vacuum. It varies with the medium. Everybody agrees to that.
Well, I was just answering the guy's question.
Yeah,
man.
exactly
Not
right.
an argument.
Yeah, and extremists, we are now using that man-made constructed environment of a vacuum down to whatever it is to determine a particular speed of light and extrapolating that to absolutely everything else.
Where there is no vacuum.
Apparently there is. There is none. But we miss a lot of different variables along the way. What the medium is, electromagnetism, all these other bits and bobs that go into it as well.
So initially, when I first entered the conversation, I said it's begging the question, just like that. And then I waited for percentage, and Jeremy asked, "Okay, now explain what you meant by that." And then I did. Now all it sounds like is I'm justified. This most definitely is in itself invoking the speed of light for any argument would be begging the question.
Yeah, because you've got no idea exactly what the speed of light is, depending on the medium and the conditions it's under. I would agree, Elijah.
I would agree that definitely
for
the
materialistic, atomistic,
the time
point A, point B speed.
Yeah, definitely for GPS and it being like the latency from the sending satellite to the receiver, it's definitely begging, or I would say circular reasoning, but basically the same difference.
Yeah.
Well, that's totally incorrect, but what else do I expect from you guys?
Why do y'all allow him to talk?
Come on.
We've measured the speed of light. We know what the speed of light is.
That's one-way speed of light.
Right? So what? Who cares?
Man,
Who cares? Who
cares
cares
about the one-way speed of light?
Yeah, exactly. One-way speed of light is a two-way speed of light divided by 2.
Prove it.
So if you had a one-way speed, you would know the time it took a thing to go from point A to point B. It's weird. It's okay. So it's weird that when we're talking about the speed of a tortoise, okay, let's see. Okay, it's left point A. It went to point B. Okay, great. Okay, speed of light, same method. Oh no, can't do that. Therefore, we'll do something else, divide that by 2, and call it the same exact thing.
Yep, it is, because the speed of light is constant in the vacuum.
Okay. So then the speed of light isn't constant in the atmosphere or whatever other medium it is in. Then
no,
that's pretty
damn. That's the point of refraction.
The cat isn't constant.
Fantastic.
That's why refraction occurs.
For GPS, we choose frequencies that don't refract much.
And
you generally tend to pick satellites that are close to overhead.
Exactly right. Like straight up. Boom.
Oh, not
Happy
really
days.
straight. No, not straight up. Straight up.
Well,
is not.
close enough to straight up, right? Because we're not choosing.
Close enough to realize that refraction is not an issue.
5 degrees above the horizon or anything like that, because the medium is going to affect the speed of light. We all agree that the medium is going to affect the speed of light, so it's not constant. Thank you very much for agreeing.
So it's pretty damn close though through the atmosphere.
it's not constant.
You,
It's many minutes
this was the begging the question. Wait. This is what I kept and keep trying. Yo,
hey,
yep.
don't, NASA, don't.
This is not begging the question. If you looked up begging the question.
Why is Paynas still talking right now?
Don't.
Why are you talking right now?
Yeah, you're not going to be allowed to do this. I promise you. I will disrupt this whole.
Of course you will.
No, Rocky, I've already called him out. And I've asked him very nicely, don't NASA, because my finger's on the trigger. All right?
And his finger is itching.
Okay, now may I finish?
Yes, go.
Hold on.
Goddamn interruptions, hate them.
I'm waiting for someone to finish.
Go, Gregory. You wanted to finish, or was it
No,
Elijah?
Elijah.
Elijah. Go, Elijah.
So the reason it's begging the question, and now I can put it very succinctly, because the two-way speed is derived from a vacuum, which we don't know exists. So then when you say, oh, it's accurate in this medium of air, well, you haven't validated the thing that it's accurate to. You can only have accuracy once you know something that it's accurate to. Okay, I'm standing here and someone walking by me missed me by 2 inches, so they were accurate within 3 inches or whatever. Like, but you wouldn't know that unless you knew where I was standing.
The stand
the question
to adjudicate by.
Did anybody understand that?
Nope. Well, the thing is, what is the utility in what you just said? Now, what is the utility of understanding what is the utility in understanding the speed of light? We have things like GPS, we have measuring tapes, we have laser rangefinders, we have utility, we have things that we use on a daily basis that exploits the knowledge of the speed of light.
But you're not saying, no, it's not begging the question when we beg the question of a vacuum and light's constant.
Not begging the question of a vacuum. Not begging the question of the vacuum.
In order to, you're not using that fallacy correctly, Elijah.
You need to look up what
it's
begging
not begging the question.
Well, I detailed it. You can't refute it. All you can do is say it's not that.
Just
now let me go
what
on.
you say.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, we have stuff that's engineered based on our knowledge, understanding of the speed of light.
But each time,
after critiquing it for being a begging the question fallacy.
But each
Why don't you give me an
time,
example of begging the question before we go any further? Give me a real example.
I think he basically says that even though we have objects, radar uses the speed of light, it doesn't mean our understanding about light is correct.
That was good. That was good.
What does radar send out again?
Despite the fact that radar works and we know how it works.
Hello, is my mic broken? I think I asked a question way before. Maybe it's a lag. But
can I get a little bit? But yeah, go ahead.
Can I get my question answered? What's a radar sending out again?
Radio waves.
So frequency, right?
Radio
light. We're just talking about light in general. I mean, it sends out a type of light. Let's go with that. We understand it. The principle works, but yet somehow we don't have the speed of light.
Yeah, but you're calling all that light, right? It's just waves, right? It's just frequency, radio waves.
Okay, that doesn't change that it works.
Listen, if the speed of light was a little bit quicker than the average round trip, would a laser stop working? Would radio stop working? Would it break all of these devices? No. It's not relevant to the actual speed.
Except that we've measured it. We measured it quite finely.
You haven't measured the one-way speed.
Don't need to measure the one-way speed.
We assume the round trip is average.
That's correct.
That's fine.
Yeah, we do it in all directions. We don't notice any difference.
You don't. Yeah. What in all directions?
That's where the problem is, right?
No, it's not. There's no difference.
Whatever the convention is.
What do you think the speed of light is different?
Whatever the convention is, the rhetoric is wrong.
Why would it be different one way than
Does
the other?
Hayden
There's no
still
because
not
whatever
hear
whatever
anyone? Does
the
he have everyone turned down? He's talked over
yes he
everyone
does.
so far.
Go ahead,
So
Elijah.
whatever the rhetoric is wrong, even though the convention is useful. The reason I'm saying this is because clearly I just read that in order to understand the speed of light and how it was derived, you have to understand that this was a calculation or something that was done with a vacuum in mind. Except vacuum where?
Except, so what is your point?
His point is you're wrong to say that we need to know the speed of light to have working lasers.
But we know the speed of light. We measured the distance.
We don't.
We don't.
We've never measured the one
Hold
way
on a
speed.
second.
We only have the
Once
round
again,
trip, and we assume the speed of light is the average of that.
that's correct, because that's how you do it. You measure. We've got, those laser measurers you have. You can go buy at Home Depot. Yeah, they work. We know
All
the
the
speed.
And we take that laser.
moderators
We
whistle
take that
past
laser.
Representative's
Let's
argument.
say it's a water. We have a waterproof laser measure, right?
Yeah, put it in
we
a
do it
pool.
in air, and we do it in water,
Not
changing the
designed to be
speed
used in
of the
water.
light. Does it
They're
break
not
the laser
designed
now?
to be used in water. We're not designed to be used in water. They're
We have a
designed to be used
waterproof
in air.
one.
You see,
Deal with it.
They're not
once
designed to
again,
be used in
he's
water.
whistling past Percentage's argument.
Yeah.
Does it break the laser because now it's going at a different speed?
They're not designed to be used in
Do we
water.
need the actual speed to make the technology work?
Hello, how many times do I have to say they're not designed in water?
You don't have to
matter.
say it
Do we need
ever
the speed-
again. You can
the
just
actual
go
speed of
away.
light to make this technology work.
But how many times do I have to say that they're not designed to be used in water for you to keep telling me to put it in water when they're not
Just one
designed
or
to be
the
used
other.
in
Either
water?
he lacks the acumen or he lacks the integrity of heart.
Look.
You know what the point is being made, NASA? It's medium dependent, obviously.
Yes, so
Okay,
what?
then. Well, what do you
And
mean,
the
so
technology
what?
doesn't rely
So what?
on the speed.
So what? We know the speed of light varies in the medium. So what?
Yeah, listen to that. So what? Just hand wave fallacy against
So
the point.
what? So what?
Just carte blanche, just erase that. I don't care
So
what you
what?
say.
No, I want someone to tell me. Someone, please, to ask a simple question. Ask a simple question. Why is this important? Please tell me.
I mean, we already heard
Because it's the topic of
him
discussion. If you're
get
not
this
interested in
sophistry.
discussing
Why do we allow him to continue speaking?
Why is this
don't have
important?
to say
Someone,
like
please tell me.
Very.
I did, but like what I said initially within that is the answer to your question.
You said very little about that.
NASA,
so-
the question
No,
is why
no, no,
isn't
no,
it
no.
important
You
to
can you can get the one-way speed of light by dividing the two-way speed of light. And the only way you can do that is if it was derived from the fact that speed of light travel somehow it has to do with a vacuum and light going through that vacuum. You have the speed. And therefore, I mean, unless words don't mean what they sound like they mean. Remember, y'all told me to be. Y'all told me to be. I'm sorry, I don't like to be interrupted because then shit gets crazy, and then Extremisys gets to stay. That's not Extremisys. NASA Shill gets to stay, and I get kicked because you're being unreasonable when you're interrupting me.
You're not getting.
Does that
kicked
pay
anymore.
NASA Shill interrupting again?
No, it's because he talks very
Come
slowly.
on.
In the meantime,
Come
I
on.
want to know
Hey.
how you
Why
guys
is
know.
Pay NASA Shill talking right now?
Why do you guys think the speed of light is different in one direction? How am I getting interrupted? Am I going to
You
get
see where
interrupted?
this
being
is
talked
headed,
over?
right?
All right, silence.
Hold on.
Let
Done.
Elijah finish what he was saying. And
Exactly.
Then we'll carry on.
Damn, Percent raised his voice. Now you.
If you have to divide the two-way to get the one-way, and the two-way is derived from the fact that light has a speed in a vacuum, it's begging the question because nobody fucking can measure light going through a vacuum to determine this.
Yeah,
What?
well, that's not. First of all, that's not begging the question, and second of all, so you measure.
Well, I mean, it's because you're using it as a constant and dividing. That's the begging.
So what?
That's
No,
the,
that's not
and you
begging
get
the
the
question.
conclusion, and you're saying therefore.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not using it as a constant and then measuring. It's firing the beam and measuring how long it takes to get down there and back.
No. What the fuck does firing a beam have to do with? Where's the vacuum at when you're figuring this out?
In the cosmos, not an artificially made vacuum.
Exactly.
In the cosmos.
Exactly.
So what? Oh.
Wow.
We actually have vacuum chambers on Earth.
I was about to carve the floor, like carve out some space for you, NASA, to respond because he was talking to you and you didn't really get a chance to respond. But then you just followed up with "so what?"
Well,
You
fuck,
got
so
nothing
what?
from that, man.
I don't understand. I don't understand. We have vacuums here on Earth. We fire beams around them and we time them. So what?
That's enough. That's enough.
Vacuums on Earth is not where you got the. Hold on, vacuums on Earth is not where you got the constant speed of light. There you go.
Oh God.
You did not get this from the cosmos. You got it in an
Verified
artificial
it.
vacuum.
We have verified.
So
it.
what? Yeah,
What do you mean, so
that's
what?
another so what.
No,
You're neglecting the fact that the speed of light changes depending on the medium it is propagating in.
Yeah. Okay.
Apparently, it's not that significant because we can still utilize it. It still has utility.
You're whistling
Of
past
course
the
it has
fact
utility.
that you're neglecting the light
Utility one more
speed
time.
changes depending on the medium it's in. Therefore, it's not constant.
It's constant in a vacuum.
How do you know?
No.
How do you know?
We've measured it.
How?
Repeated.
Well, why don't you Google it yourself? You want me to tell you?
I did. They said I did, and I just read it, and they told me how it was achieved. Well, where it was achieved, and I'm asking how.
What you said, I'm not. You said something about Earth's orbit or something. What were you talking about there? I've never seen that.
Okay, I'll start again. Great. He said they measure the speed in a vacuum. This says amnh.org. The speed of light could then be found by dividing the diameter of the Earth's orbit by the time difference.